Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
A very good morning to you. Welcome along. It is 9 o'clock here at Cadwell Park. Welcome to the party in the park. Bank holiday Monday and bike action all day today. A unique experience seeing the British Superbike Championship roll into town here at Cadwell Park for their annual visit. And what a day we had yesterday for Bank Holiday Sunday. And we've got another prospect of that again today for Bank Holiday Monday. Delighted to welcome you along to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound companion for your day here at Cadwell Park, taking you through all the action with the help of our expert commentary team. Duncan Vincent a little bit later on will be calling the races from the commentary box down here overlooking the pit lane, and down in pit lane and presiding over the festivities on the podiums over the course of today, but also joining us up here for first thing in the morning and the warm-up sessions in the commentary box. A very good morning to my friend Larry Carter. Morning, Larry.
Good morning, Al. Good morning, everybody here trackside for round 8. The party in the park here, the traditional August bank holiday weekend at Cadwell Park. Well as you good people joining us trackside, both here on the start and finish banking and around the Cadwell Park circuit, where you've turned out in your tens of thousands as per normal. We are broadcasting around the world on Kawasaki BSB Radio, and so if we do make one or two references to perhaps it's coming a little bit cloudy, perhaps as the wind's got up, hopefully we're not going to get too much rain throughout the course of the day, then don't think that bloke in pit lane seems to have lost his mind, because we know what the weather conditions are doing. We have literally tens of thousands of people that tune in online and stream the various feeds that we put out around the world, and you could do that. If you can't get along to any of the remaining rounds of the British Superbike Championship, then you can tune in via the stream on the official app, on the TSL website, on YouTube, and anything else that we can find a home for. But it's great to be here at the party in the park, Alan. I'll tell you what, I had to put an old battery in the pacemaker last night after the action that we had on track. An apology first off, ladies and gents, for you people that were expecting track action at 8:40 a.m. this morning and thinking, where are the BMWs? Have they all gone home? Well, quite simply, we've had a very, very slightly rescheduled timetable. Because we have no BMW repechage race, no last chance qualifier, because quite simply there wasn't enough bikes to replicate that, then the warm-up for the BMWs has moved to when that last chance qualifier race should have been. So that will be scheduled to take place round about 10:30 this morning when we get the BMWs out. And that's now, instead of a race, that's a warm-up session. But apart from that, that just means a little bit later start, a 20-minute later start than what we would have had there.
Can I talk about warm-up sessions, Larry?
You
because
talk about whatever you want, Sir Al.
Very often
you are Sir Alan of Hyde. You can do whatever you want, and ladies and gents, he quite often does. So he does go off at a tangent every now and then. We've got to reel him in every now and then.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. 10 minutes of warm-up for the British Superbikes coming up a little bit later on, and we always say, don't we? Nothing really good can come of a warm-up session, and we kind of had the proof of that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we had. The very fact is that we've had a little bit of overnight rain. The track, whilst we had glorious summer conditions yesterday. I looked at the weather app before I left the hotel yesterday morning, and it said, well, there's a chance of an afternoon shower. It's certainly going to get torrential rain by late afternoon. Well, old Scoop got back to the hotel. He was like the old Belisha beacon on the forehead. We had to get the factor 50 and the old after sun.
It was a really nice day, wasn't it?
Because it was an absolutely cracking day, right the way from start to finish. It did cloud over a little bit towards the end, and the weather forecast today is it's going to be a lot cooler than what it was yesterday. It's going to be invariably overcast. But there is, and they always put this proviso in, don't they? Our friends, the weather people. There's a chance you'll be unlucky if you catch a shower. Well, that can mean anything from glorious sunshine to torrential rain.
Hedging your bets, I think.
Hedging back to the hanging gardens of Babylon. but let's just hope that we can get through today without too many problems weather-wise, because there is a very small chance of a shower that might just filter into the Cadwell Park region at some point during the day.
Very often these weather apps are particularly unreliable, but I have one that I've been relying on over the course of the last 2 days, which has been spot on. It's the standard Met Office weather forecast, and it's been correct about the weather and the timing for the last 2 days.
I've built a reputation on being BSB's answer to Michael Fish, as much as what hurricane. We've had a text in saying that there's a hurricane on its way. What hurricane?
No such thing as a hurricane, no.
But yeah, hopefully we can get through without too many problems. It's going to be a little bit breezy as well out there, but we have got the slightly damper track conditions, and what we find is, we found this yesterday, didn't we, Al, that when we do get a little bit of overnight rain, it tends to hang about underneath the trees on the mountain part of the circuit, up the 1-in-3 gradient of the mountain through Hall Bends, and that is where there's so much tree cover and so much foliage through there that the sun doesn't tend to get there as quickly as it was, and it does take a little bit longer to dry out. But
and it caught a few out yesterday, didn't it?
Yes, it did. None more so than our reigning double and defending champion, Carl Ryde, who tipped off. There was a lot of conjecture on social media. Is a wonderful thing, isn't it? We will bring it up to speed with the sport bikes out there. There's just 19 bikes that have chosen to take this warm-up. Still 3.5 minutes to go in this session. Social media is a wonderful thing, isn't it? And we all look at it, we all absorb it, and we all
are addicted to it.
A little bit of chuckle, and it's all very much part of modern life nowadays, isn't it? Social media. But what I always think of is the people who think they know an awful lot about a particular subject and know very, very little about it when their ignorance proves to manipulate itself or manifest itself on social media. And there's been a lot of conjecture about not so much our commentary over the past couple of rounds, but that of our colleagues in TV with the Carl Ryde situation. When did he last crash and all this sort of stuff?
Right.
And we heard that somebody said on TV that he hasn't crashed for over a year and all this sort of thing. Well, I could have sworn that I heard he'd fallen off at Thruxton. Yeah, didn't he fall off at Alton Park as well? Well, I think, just to put the record straight on that, is Carl Ryde had a little slip-off at the hairpin yesterday in the free practice session, which you were alluding to there, Al. And there's a little bit of work that the Nitrous Competitions team had to undergo to get that bike ready for the Homologata Superpole. And what a Superpole competition that was.
It was just brilliant, wasn't it?
But the very fact is that Kyle's on this wonderful streak in races. And I emphasise that one, races, whereby he's gone 73 races without a DNF, which is quite, stretches back to May 2024 when he had a technical issue on what was then the OMG Yamaha at Alton Park. But yes, he has had one or two offs in qualifying, in free practice or whatever, and people are tending to get that confused a little bit with Carl's record in BSB. So again, don't believe everything that you hear on social media or read on social media, because we pride ourselves in keeping the facts and stats up to date, and hopefully Carl Ryde, who is feeling very much under the weather, and we weren't aware of this, were we, Al, yesterday? No. The fact is that he's been a bit chipper when we've spoken to him in pit lane. He's been the usual Carl Ryde.
Big smile on his face.
Absolutely. I did see that he was sort of hunched up in the gilet a couple of times yesterday afternoon. I thought he's perhaps feeling the cold a little bit. But it only came to pass when he'd finished second in one of the most dramatic British Superbike races of the season. And we will be alluding to that. If you haven't already seen what happened here at Cadwell Park yesterday, then it really was a dramatic British Superbike Championship race. And Carl, he just said to me on the grid, he didn't look well when I went to interview him. He finished second in the race.
He didn't have his bounce, did he?
Yeah, and he said, I've not been feeling too well just lately. And he said, I've been struggling. And he said, it'd be nice just to get off the bike and have some sleep tonight.
Yeah.
And it was a short and sweet interview.
Yes, it was, yeah.
And I thought, that doesn't sound well. Well, it manifested itself to the fact that he could only just to say take part in the podium presentation.
Yes.
And he couldn't take part in the spraying of the bubbly out into the crowd, which we brought into yesterday's presentation as well. We'll be doing it again at some time today. And he couldn't even take part in the parade lap at the end of the day in the open top BMW. And because he was quite simply being treated by the medics.
Yes.
He'd become very unwell at that particular point at Car Ride, and he'd availed himself of the
dehydration, I guess, is part of that.
noise room, and there was a couple of medics with him or what have you, and when I saw him, he didn't look well at all. But they got some fluids into him, they rehydrated him. He didn't have to go off to the med centre or anything. He was just sort of like, he was there with a couple of our wonderful Port West medics that come to each and every round with us.
He plays a lot of golf. He has an exceptional tan all year round.
He's one of these guys that when you're at school, you absolutely hate him because he's got everything.
Exactly that.
I've never played snooker in my life, but he tells me that he's had a 1-4-3 break.
Has he really?
Now, the maximum break he can get in snooker is 1-4-7.
1-4-7.
And Carl Ryde has managed to get a 1-4-3. And he's a very accomplished snooker player, and he's just one of these guys that he's an all-round clever dude.
He's a sportsman.
Good at everything.
Yeah, he is.
But I've just texted him this morning and said, "Are you feeling any better today?" I've not had a reply yet.
Right.
But,
Okay.
and that tells me one of two things: is, of course I am, Scoop. I can't be bothered to reply to you. Of course I'm feeling okay. Or
which is possible.
He's a little bit still under the weather. So
yeah, it's just that because he is normally so incredibly tanned. I spoke to him at the World Superbike meeting at Donington, and he'd been playing golf every day since the last meeting of BSB, and he was exceptionally tan. We were enjoying that really long spell of hot sunny weather, but yesterday he looked a little bit more like me.
Yeah, he was off colour
just
yesterday,
a bit
and he
off
was
colour.
ironic because he had the Jacksdale Massive there, and they'd all dressed up as the old Penn Stewart golfers,
with
didn't they?
with inflatable
About
golf clubs and
400
everything.
people who exited Jacksdale, and they were all dressed up in the fancy dress of the golfers with the inflatable clubs and everything else like that. That concludes the sport bike session anyway for the first of what is 4 warm-up sessions. Nothing to be gained. Grids have already been set. The riders just really just getting their eye in. The track conditions, if we're led to believe the weather forecast, will be improving throughout the course of the day, and that means that just 19 out of grid, I think there was 36 actually qualified for that particular race. Then yeah, thanks Carl. Yep, got that. That's it. Sorry, mate. Just heard you said about it on text. Thanks. I feel a bit better, but not ideal.
Oh, okay.
So,
not 100%.
yeah, still not 100%. But the good news is, Carl, if you are feeling that a little bit better, then I'm pretty sure that when they do say that if you could bottle adrenaline and sell it, we'd all become billionaires overnight, wouldn't we?
Well, it's incredible if you're feeling off colour and still you put in a performance like yesterday.
Well, that's why he's a double and defending British
Absolutely.
champion. And I'll tell you what, it'd be a brave man to bet against him going for title number 3, wouldn't it? The way that he is racking them points up again, he increased his championship lead to 51 points over Scott Redding yesterday. Scott's definitely, he's not a fan of Cadwell Park, isn't Scott? And I think he'll be the first to admit yesterday, Al, with the attrition rate that we had, with 1 or 2 people deciding that they wanted to join the stunt show rather than be part of British Superbikes, then he was lucky to get that 4th place with Scott Redding yesterday. I think he'll be the first to admit
and needed it as well to minimise the deficit to Carl in every race. Yeah.
And we'll get a little bit more of an idea when we go over the sprint race early this afternoon before the second of the feature races here at Cadwell Park. And what we'll be doing, ladies and gents, is providing that you make enough noise out there when we put you to the test, is that after the second race, it won't happen after the first race, but after the second race, then we'll see how the riders are fixed to come out into the crowd with the Baglietti Prosecco and the knee sliders and the caps and everything else. Because there's no pit lane walkabout here, the logistics of Cadwell mean that we just cannot physically fit people into pit lane here and dragging mud across the track and everything else. It just isn't possible. So if you can't come to the riders, we'll do the next best thing, and we'll do our best to send a few of them across to you.
One thing I did spot on, when was it? Saturday. So the first of the 3 days of this meeting was a few fans were sort of congregating up at the top before the riders come down to do the crossover and come down to the pit lane, and the riders were really sort of very happy to pose for a photograph and have a chat.
It is an open paddock as well, given that yes, a lot of the riders are ensconced down here at the bottom of pit lane, it is a split level paddock, so not all the teams are down here obviously, but BSB fans are very resourceful. And also, Al, there is other opportunities throughout the course of the day here with the Zin Zone and everything else, where you'll be giving details out whereby if you are in the trade area, the trade village, the Mountain Valley, I think they're calling it this time.
It is indeed the Mountain Valley, located in the Mountain Valley.
Then we will be giving you the times and places where the riders will be congregating, so that you can head across there and just have a chat and a picture, and never know, pick up that little bit of merchandise that the riders all tend to have nowadays. And,
do you want me to tell you now?
Yeah,
I've got it directly in front of me. The Meet the Riders at the Zin Zone, located in the Mountain Valley. Interviews all day. Dave Neal does a great job on the stage. He's going to be busy today, Larry. Check this out for a schedule. 10:30, Josh Owens. 10:45, Brad Ray. 11 o'clock, Kyle Ride. 11:15, Charlie Nesbitt. 11:30, Lee Jackson. He had a good race yesterday.
He did.
11:45, Matt Truelove. 12 o'clock, David Allingham. 12 o'clock also, Jamie Van, I never pronounced this correctly.
Van
Thank you. 2:15, Roger Marshall. 2:30, Ryan Vickers. 2:40, Jason O'Halloran. He had a good race yesterday as well. And 10-3, Barry Bubble from BMWs.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the Zin Zone. If you want to know where the Mountain Valley is, just, well, you know where the mountain is. That's that 1 in 3 ascent where the riders get airborne, the one and only place in world motorsport that bikes actually leave the air there on the short circuits. I know you do get 1 or 2 bumps and jumps on the roads, but here at Cadwell, around about 60 miles an hour, then 2 wheels off of the air. And if you there's a little valley just to the back of that. I'm sure you'll be able to find it there, but there is a Zin Zone there, as well as riders which we don't get information about, making various appearances at their own merchandising stands and various places like that. So head across there. Just there is plenty of time between the races here at Cadwell, whereas normally we do try and cram races in by the score, effectively. Here at Cadwell Park, because of the logistics, because of the transit periods and everything else, it is a little bit more stretched out.
It's not quite so possible,
is it? It's not quite as busy, so you will have plenty of time. There is a footbridge, of course, which links the infield to the outfield, effectively, so you don't need to worry about track crossings or anything else like that. So, the sport bikes did conclude their session. It was Harley McCabe who was quickest out there, ahead of comeback racer Matty Whelan. Then we've got Super Ted Wilkinson ahead of Steady Eddie Best. Then the younger brother of Danny Kent, that's Kieran Kent, was there 5th fastest. Ahead of the junior bomber, that is King Carlos, Carl Harris, Charlie Atkins, Harrison Mackay, Zach Shelton, and Western Knights, Barnes, McKellar, Clinton Shuttlewood, Wilson O'Reilly, Davidson Hardy were the 19 riders out on track, but as we said, absolutely nothing to gain whatsoever from that warm-up session. We go into the next warm-up session, which will be for the Pirelli National Superstocks, but with that, back to Al in the studio for a break.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter. 10 minutes for the warm-up sessions, and I was incorrect in saying it was 10 minutes for Superbikes. It normally is, but 15 minutes today for the Zim British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. They will be out after the Pirelli National Superstocks, and time as well for me to let you know how to get in touch with us. We had a huge amount of messages yesterday, and I'm very pleased to say over the course of the day we got through each and every one of them. I hope you heard it if you wrote in yesterday. If you didn't, or if you'd like a shout out and didn't write in yesterday, it's on WhatsApp. So you need the WhatsApp application on your phone. You need to give us your first name and your message and send it off on WhatsApp to 07482 877 877 07482 877 877, and we'll read your message out over the course of today. We've got a few emails that have come in as well. This one from Alex, who says, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember your WhatsApp number. Please could we have a shout out? Happy late 30th birthday to my partner Dominic, and also a shout out to our 2-year-old Victoria at her very first race. Shouting bikes and laughing every time they go past. Thank you, Alex. That's a really cool message, and I hope you have a very happy family day here at Cadwell Park. Victoria, Dominic and Alex as well. And that was on email, studio@bsbradio.com.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Products Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Getting a few emails this morning. 88.0 FM for BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, here on Cadwell Park Radio. 88.0 FM. If you've got a little radio, you can listen around the world at BritishSuperbike.com, at TSL-timing.com, on the live timing page just down on the bottom right hand corner, and also on the official BSB British Superbike channel on YouTube as well, with live streaming pictures from the pit lane courtesy of Laura with the mobile cam, just giving us a little vision there for those that are watching at the moment of the exit arch down there in pit lane at a Cadwell Park, Larry, which now has the sunshine coming out, which is good news. And that, according to the weather forecast that I've been looking at, is the way it's going to be for the majority of the day. Bit of cloud, bit of sunshine, and then maybe just a little bit of precipitation around the middle of our racing day.
I'm going to have you on speed dial when I need to nip out to the shops or whatever. Do I need to take a coat or whatever? And
take your big coat, Larry.
Us from up there in the People's Republic, yeah, we're used to the harsh extremities of winter.
You should always take your big coat. Just
on the subject of the weather, ladies and gents, the breeze has got up a little bit, and well, we know that a lot of you bring the little tents along to shelter in and keep the possessions and belongings and what have you. It's great that you do, but if I could just ask that you make sure that if you do leave your little enclave unattended, you make sure that it's fastened down, because there is currently a tent that's making a bid for freedom. It's gone along a couple of rows, and currently it's Iron Louth up at present. Now, if you are the owner of a yellow and turquoise tent, then you may just want to, and you've been overlooking the start and finish, you may just want to return to it, because it is just about to.
Well, I hope there's no one in it, Larry.
Stage right. One thing for certain, if I was in it, it wouldn't be get off the ground, would it? That is for sure. But from from not only from your personal possession point of view, but the last thing that any of these riders need is an errant tent flying in front of them when they're doing 150 miles an hour down the start and finish straight here at Cadwell Park. So that is just a word of warning, and let's just hope it's not needed, ladies and gents, but we have got the Medivac helicopter here as well in the event that any riders or indeed personnel need a quicker transfer off to hospital. And it's not always a case of very serious injuries. Sometimes the local hospitals are a very bumpy half-hour, 45-minute ride away, and sometimes that the medics do decide that it's probably quicker just to just send them off in the ambulance. If indeed that the Medivac helicopter does have to get leave the Cadwell Park premises before we're all done and dusted this evening, then please do make sure that that your tents and your various possessions are securely fastened down, because the thought of a tent ended up in the rotors of a helicopter doesn't bear thinking about, does it? So just let's just hope it stays the park there for the rest of the weekend. Now, this is dramatic. You said nothing ever good happens in warm-up there, and Scott Swan has already been the victim of that, because he's had the black and orange flag. He's had the meatball flag, and what that means is that the various officials, technical people, have spotted a problem with that bike, and the instruction there is not to do another lap and come back in and investigate the problem there. It is leave the circuit at the first immediate opportunity to do so. In other words, get off the track, because it might be spewing a bit of oil or a bit of fluid out or whatever. And poor old Scott Swan, he was dinked to earth pretty substantially yesterday when he was one of the riders to crash out of the super stock race, and he's just parked that SMR BMW up. Now he's enjoying the backing of a certain SMR, Sean Muir Racing, who runs the World Super Bike team with Toprak Razgatlioglu and one or two others, Daniel Petrucci. And indeed, there's a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that exhaust there. So whether or not that's something that is just a bit of fluid that's been caught at and it's just burning off, or whether or not there is a more inherent problem there. But the number 45 of Scott Swan, Housewife's favourite, the blue-eyed, blonde-haired guy from across there at Larne in Northern Ireland, then that is not what he will have wanted first thing this morning. The team will have been working well into the night to get that bike fixed, and there is noticeable smoke emanating from the back of that number 45 BMW. So he's made his way away, and it looks like he's back on the hoof now, to back to the paddock area. But yeah, not ideal that he would want. We had a cracking superstock race yesterday, and it's like the old number 10 bus, isn't it, Al? We had to wait all season for Luke Mossey to get a victory, which he did in rather controversial circumstances at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago, when Matty Truelove, the rider that is local to Cadwell Park, but sadly sitting out this weekend due to injury sustained in a shunt that he had on Saturday morning. Then he's okay. He's walking about. The paddock is Matty Truelove, but he's just got a bit of a shoulder injury, which has precluded him from taking part in the remainder of the weekend here at Cadwell Park. And Matty took what he thought was the victory, but he really, in the back of his mind, knew that he'd shortcut the chicane at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago, and he was subsequently penalised, which handed the victory to Luke Mossey. And then Luke, he didn't want to say a lot on the grid, but he ended up having to sort of like admit that, yeah, you know what, I've got one victory under my belt now, and hopefully the second one can come along. I don't want to say too much at this point in time, but lo and behold, he ended up with a superb victory ahead of Billy Skippy McConnell. Billy running for the local Chris Fairburn squad on the C&L Fairburn BMW, and it was Skippy's first podium in something like 3 years. So he's been a little bit in the wilderness during that time, whilst his campaign superbikes and other bits and pieces has the Aussie. Well, the Aussie born. He's lived in Hinckley for the past 25 years or so. He's Billy McConnell. But he was second ahead of David Allingham. David Allingham, the championship leader on the SMS Nichols Oils BMW. And he admitted to me afterwards on the podium, he said the bike was virtually unrideable. We noticed as he left on what was the warm-up lap, it seemed as though there was some technical problem. He was very, very slow away, and I commented at the time he was very lucky not to actually get tagged by other riders as they were accelerating hard away from the line on the warm-up lap. But he came round, took his place on the grid, but it was inherently obvious that there was an issue with either David or the bike. Well, he told me afterwards that the bike was definitely, he said it wouldn't rev, and it was cutting out, and there was all sorts of problems with that. But he salvaged the third place, but in doing so, for the second weekend in a row, he relinquished points to Mossey, and as a result, that means that Luke Mossey has closed the gap down at the top of the Pirelli National Superstock table. So that will be interesting to see where we go on that one. I did the cameras just scanning around the crowd, just picking up people there with the old race programs. Well, if you've not already done so, then we do urge you to get a copy of the race program for a number of reasons. One, because me and my wonderful team, we
spent ages on it.
We spent absolutely decades on each and every program, making sure that the stats and all the information in there and all the content of the program is as very much up to date as it possibly can be. And we've had the privilege of putting the race programs together for MSV and all of the rounds of the Zin British Superbike Championship now for a number of years. And we keep them realistically priced at £8. There we go, there's the tent gone. So whether or not anybody could just grab that before it makes its way down onto the track, because that is really not ideal, that tent blowing about down there. And that's exactly what you can see, thanks to that person there for retrieving it. And whether or not that needs securing to a fence or something, or perhaps passing on to one of the Port West Race Safe marshals, who will keep that in good custody to stave it having to blow about. But that's exactly what I was saying there, folks. You saw how dangerous that can be with a tent actually just being unsecured, and how very nearly that encroached onto the racetrack itself. And as we said, there's the various security people there now just going to retrieve that situation. So yeah, that's proof indeed that if you...
it's not just a huge kite without a
that's
string.
exactly what it is.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So, there you go, folks. Just make sure that the tents are secured down there. I was saying about the race programs, but there's a couple of things, and one is they are very limited edition programs now. They don't print thousands just to throw them away now, and I do know that there'd been a very big run on the cost on the sale of programs over the past 2 or 3 days here at Cadwell. So if you want to avail yourself of one, then feel free to do so. If you are in and around the paddock area, excuse me, there is the autograph page in there whereby you can get the photographs and autographs of all your various favourite riders. But also in there is the big quiz, Al. And we know that this is something that you
don't enjoy. Yeah.
You, given that you are a BSB
like to cheat on
aficionado and whatever. Yeah. But there you go on that page there. You'll see 49. The big quiz, and it's a little bit unique, this one, because I got approached by a couple of BSB fans at a couple of rounds ago and said, you know, we enjoyed doing your quiz in the programme Scoop, but they're a bit too easy for us. And what we thought we'd like to do is, would it be possible if we could send some questions in for the Cadwell Park? So a couple of BSB fans of Cole and Sam McPhee, who contacted me to ask me that. I said, yeah, why not, guys? So they sent me the information through on email, and I had to just do a very tiny little adjustment to get the points right and everything else like that. But effectively, those two young men set the quiz for this one.
I've got a suggestion. And that is not to put the answers upside down on the same page, because someone like me, I think, don't look at the bottom of the page. Don't look at the bottom of the page, and I instantly look at the bottom of the page.
Well, what we could do is we could take it on to the next best thing, is we could print the answers in next year's Cadwell Park programme. Just to make sure that you came back.
That works better.
With that one. Just a specific Alan Hyde request is, don't give us the answers. If you can print them in next year's programme,
next year.
Then what you'd have to do is bring last year's programme with you. Oh, it gets a bit messy doing it that way. Well, the easiest way is to turn the programme upside down, and it's only for an absolute bit of fun, as indeed are the comments with how well or poorly you do.
I also compliment you on the centre spread, almost like the pin-up picture in the middle of
exactly
of the program. It's superb.
The program, the middle of the program. When I was a BSB fan going back, and I'm BSB's #1 fan, I used to get my my relatives to take me to places like Oliver's Mount Scarborough, my local track at Croft, and here at Cadwell Park, which used to be a mammoth trek from up there in North Yorkshire down here. And I used to buy the magazines and all that sort of stuff, and my bedroom wall was absolutely covered in the little pull-out posters.
Yes,
And it's a throwback to them days, is that when you do get a programme, whilst we don't want you to pull it to bits and throw it in the bin, that centre spread is that you're able to pull it out and put it on the bedroom wall, and hopefully the wife agrees with that one, and or in the office or whatever. And even better if you can get a rider to sign it, because that just makes it that little bit special. But you can actually pull it out. That's the whole idea of it being in the centre spread. Loads
of space to get Ryan Vickers to sign that centre spread. It's really cool.
But so if you haven't done so already, then do get yourself a copy of the race programme. And thanks to Sam and Cole for doing that, making that quiz. And if it's too hard, this one, boys, then we probably won't invite you back to do the next one.
Page 49 it is. Good luck.
But anyway, so that concludes the Superstock session. It is D-Bomb, David Allingham, that's quickest ahead of Ashley Beach, the veteran. He's got a smile on his face as Ash. I always like having a chat to him. Then we've got Cam Dixon, the marauder from Norfolk, just over the border. And then we've got an addition to the programme. We try and get the entries in as best we can, but it is a very welcome addition to this in the Superstock edition, and that is number 9, the 15-time TT winner, Ian Hutchinson. So Hutchie is having a one-off ride here, runs under number 9. He's for the team RST on the BMW, but number 9, Ian Hutchinson, is an addition to that. And Alan Hyde would tell me, if he was anything like a colleague, exactly what page that would be on in the programme. In fact, I might be able to have it here. And I can
I'm not being helpful here, am I?
I can tell you
I'm spinning plates.
that it is on page 63. Page 63 of the programme. There is 1 or 2 riders to scrub out. We won't bore you with them names and numbers at particular juncture. But number 9 is Ian Hutchinson. He's an addition to the programme. So if we are referring to Hutchie, then that is indeed who he is. He's not in your programme. He was a very late entry. Number 9, Ian Hutchinson on the Team RST BMW. But Allingham, Beach, Dixon, Hutchinson, Bednarek, Owens, Campion, Bay, McConnell, Crosby, that's the top 10. Then we've got Dan Brooks, Simon Reed, Jennings, Lofthouse, Cumvin, Watts, Charlie White, Petty, Jake Major Bird, Kane Wilkinson, and right at the bottom with only 1 lap, given that he had that technical issue. And let's just hope that they can get that bike fixed for this afternoon's race, which is scheduled to go at 2:15, and that is Scott Swan. Hopefully he can get that Sean Muir Racing BMW all sorted out and onto the grid a little bit later on, Al.
Superbikes are next.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bolton Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto 2 wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Sunshine comes out here at Cadwell Park, just coming up to 20 to 10 here. Larry Carter in the studio with me. 20 to 10 is when we'll see Superbikes out on circuit. They've got a warm-up for 15 minutes. And Larry, the amount of WhatsApp messages that we've had already this morning is huge, absolutely huge. Thank you, everyone. This one says, good day. I hope everyone is having a great weekend. I'm here with my family, John and April. Can you please wish Johnny a happy 51st birthday for tomorrow? We hope he has the best nice day today. Watching our favourite riders, we've travelled up from Hertfordshire near Watford this weekend and all this season, and have followed BSB riders with our season ticket throughout the year. Can you also wish April the best of luck on her first day at secondary school on Wednesday? And thank you for entertaining us in the commentary box. We appreciate all your support too. That comes from Tina, and Tina is somebody that you would like, Larry, because superb emoji use within the WhatsApp message.
You can't beat a good emoji, can you? And don't worry about school, April. I'm sure you'll smash it. And just remember that there's always the rest of the season to go for BSB.
Do you remember your first day at big school?
Yes, I do. Yeah, actually, yeah. I was a massive Barry Sheen fan and what have you. And it was the time when you used to have what they used to call haversacks at school and what have you. And a lot of the people, a lot of my fellow students used to paint rock bands and do the various logos and everything else on there. And I got ridiculed when I turned up with a picture of Barry Sheen online. So.
Did you? Yeah. I was just very happy that I had a selection of different coloured pens. That was my big thing on the first day at big school. Right, you can hear in the background we have Superbikes heading out on circuit, Larry. Their warm-up for... is it 15 minutes? 10 minutes. It is 10 minutes.
We're going for, Al? We're going for 15 minutes.
15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, we've decided it's 15 minutes.
It is 15 minutes.
That's all that matters, isn't it? But yeah, the riders are heading out there for this. The one, as we said, the grids have been set for the races later on today. There's no qualifying times or anything else to do with this. It's just quite simply that the riders have had a little bit of a sleep since they were last out on track, and they're just going out to check out the track conditions. Bearing in mind that they won't be on track till around about 1 o'clock, 1:15 in fact, this afternoon. So it's a good 3 hours before they need to worry about that. So if it is a little bit damp and moist and whatever, let's just hope that one or two of these black clouds that are just floating about at present don't materialise into anything.
Coming and going, aren't they?
Because it is, and it's quite cool out there as well. I haven't got the old big coat on yet, but you might have to venture back to the car to get that one at some point in time. But yeah, the riders, and after yesterday's drama, Alan, where do we begin to start with that one?
Yes, no, I don't know. I don't know where to start. Maybe we should start with Brad Ray.
Brad Ray, not sure whether the big screens are up and running at present. There is a number of big screens there, but that is Bradley Ray going through what is a significant part of the track, which he found to his cost yesterday, because Brad there on the number 28 McCann's Yamaha. Then the first of the dramas started to unfold. We were just expecting a normal British Superbike Championship race full of drama and intrigue, and that's exactly what we got. First and foremost, there was the livery of the Hondas, which was unveiled just prior to the start. This is a throwback to the championship winning years of Yuichi Kiinari when he ran with the HM Plant Honda livery, the orange and black, which many BSB fans will be familiar with. And they were wheeled out before the start, and Jason O'Halloran and Ryan Vickers were there, resplendent in their colour scheme, which I think they'll be running again today. In fact, they are. There is the Osho just going through the camera shop there, and you look back and you kind of think, is that picture of Yuichi Kiinari? Is it Carl Harris? Is it Michael Rutter? Is it Carl Crutchlow? Is it whoever else ran the HM Plant Honda Shaky Burn? And it's not. If you look closely, it's got Honda Racing on the side of it. There's no HM Plant branding at all, because obviously they're no longer commercial partners with the team, and I'm not even sure if the company still exists now. But the fact is that they wheeled that colour scheme out, and all eyes were on that. When we got underway, and it was turning out into a great race, Rory Skinner was there at the front of the race. And one of the first things that happened was Brad Ray put a move on Rory Skinner for the race lead. He tried it the lap before and ran a little bit wide. Ryan Vickers had ran a little bit wide as well from memory on a previous lap. But Brad got it all wrong going into the braking zone at Park Corner, and he took the front. How Rory Skinner managed to avoid rider and bike and not go down in the melee was rather amazing. But no sooner had Brad picked himself up, he looked over his left shoulder, and there was Storm Stacey come out in sympathy with him. Totally.
How does that happen? Is it just a distraction?
Yeah, I think it probably is. Yeah, Storm would have had his eye just taken away. The fact is that Brad had crashed and he was only a couple of places in front of him, and Storm maybe missed his braking point as a result.
Yes.
I don't know. I've not had a chance to speak to Storm about it, but the net result was there was an AJ Batham's Ducati on the floor, as well as a McCann's Yamaha, and all that did was it allowed Josh, it allowed Rory Skinner to get away at the front. But Ryan Vickers, who'd made that earlier mistake, he was charging through the field on the Honda, and bearing in mind that he'd taken victory in the 2 races at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago, he got it all wrong in exactly the same place as Brad Reid had, on the braking zone in towards the park chicane, and he tagged the back end of poor old Joe Talbot, and the 2 of them went down as well. So they were out of the race, all of which time Scott Redding, who was making his way up from a very lowly outside the top 10 at one point in time, Jason O'Halloran was having a good run.
on the grid yesterday, were there?
He said a very subdued cowboy on the grid, yes. And prior to that, we'd already lost Christian Idden, who'd had a technical problem on the Senkat Yamaha on the outlap. And we thought that he couldn't have much more drama. By now, Rory Skinner had just about checked out at the front of the race, and he was looking to win his first race of the season and his first race at any other circuit apart from Knock Hill. But behind him, the drama hadn't finished, because there was a clash between Josh Brooks and Glenn Irwin, which it was innocuous, but the net result was that Glenn ended up on the deck and Josh ended up with a penalty because of his involvement in that. As up at the front, we saw a battle between Carl Ryder and Leon Haslam develop, some 5 seconds behind Rory Skinner, but at the checkered flag it was Rory Skinner that took the victory ahead of what we then found out was to be a very under the weather Kyle Ryde and Leon Haslam, who was made to work hard for that 3rd position. So that is how it panned out. Scott Redding got the better of Jason O'Halloran for 4th from memory, with the Osho ending up with his best result of 5th position as well. So it meant that it just shuffled things up at the start, at the head of the championship table, whereby Kyle increased his lead over Scott Redding by a couple more points as they head into the 2 races this afternoon. And that's when, as we mentioned previously, Kyle, he was feeling very unwell at the end of that race, and he had to be taken off to see a couple of the medics who got some fluids into him fairly quickly, and he soon came round. He was soon okay, feeling a lot better, and he underwent the TV interviews and everything else towards the end of that particular race. But that, in a nutshell, Al, was kind of how it all panned out yesterday. And if we get
really
drama,
if
we get drama of that sort this afternoon, as one of the riders has just gone down there now.
Carl's just heading out now. He's being stopped, isn't he?
We've got a red flag. We have got a red flag there.
Yeah, we have.
One of the riders, I didn't quite see who it was. I have an idea who it was. I think I know the colour scheme, but I'm not going to say until such time as we get confirmation. But I think the bike just went into the recticel, and because of the recticel barriers, the air fences effectively, that did do that. Yeah, I thought it was Josh Brooks that went down there, and I think that must have been at Barn Corner, because Brooks is having a weekend of it, isn't he? Is it Barn Corner? It's just on the damp. Yeah, it just got a little bit wide, and Brooksy and bike ended up into the
actually
into the barriers.
That picture on TV makes it look really, really quite damp on that corner, doesn't it?
And he's like a monster emerging from the swamp there.
Yeah.
Now, I know all about that corner. Because
yes, you do.
There's bits of Peugeot still parked here. There's bits of debris from a Peugeot actually up there. But the good news is Josh is walking away. He's perfectly okay, just walking down the edge of the track there, about to cross over the track and make his way back to the Dow. And I don't know what's worse now for Josh is the fact is that he's feeling a little bit sorry for himself, because he's crashed in morning warm. That's probably a no-no, isn't it, Al, as far as that's concerned?
It is a bit.
Just got on the wet part of the track as they Port West Race Safe Marshals, they put the recticel air fencing back in place. It's whether Josh, who's making his way back to the garage, he's got his wife Amy to explain to, but more so the team owner, Somai Nantakun, who is she's the little Thai lady. Dow in Thai stands for Little Star, and that is where she makes her. That's the name of the team. And there is a little three-legged Manx emblem in the O of the Dow emblem there, and that's because for a number of years now, Somai has made her home in the Isle of Man. She's been based across there, and the other joint team owner, who doesn't like it to be known that she has so much of an involvement these days, is Clarissa Beedman as well. So it's very much it's Somai as the head of the organisation, and Somai who sadly lost her mum earlier on this year, and I know that that had a big effect on her. She went back to Thailand to do the formalities with the family and everything else, and she missed a couple of rounds of the British Superbike Championship. But the reason for the stoppage there was because not because any other reason than the Port West Race Safe Marshals needed time to relocate that recticel, and if Josh Brooks has gone in there and emerged unscathed and just a little bit of pride in hurt for that one, then that means if those barriers are not put back into the exact same place and another rider goes in there, it could have a different outcome.
Yeah,
so
it's got to be back to how it was.
All done in the interests of safety.
In answer to your question that you posed earlier on and probably didn't expect an answer, rebranded in 2014 is the answer. What was the question?
Can't remember.
HM Plant.
Possibly the fact was it John Jones who was the boss of HM Plant Honda, and that's probably, we said we're not too sure, they're not a commercial partner of the team anymore, and I'm not even sure if the brand still exists, and now he's rebranded
2014
in some 12 years ago. So that explains that one. It would be probably round about the end of the tenure that they had. They were involved in British Superbikes for many years. If you would ask me, I would probably say about 10 years that they were involved in the sport, along with the likes of Airwaves. Do you remember them? They were a big sponsor. Stobarts, who backed the Paul Burt team and what have you. Lots of big brands that we've had. We even had the Phones for You, the domain of a multimillionaire from Yorkshire called John Caldwell, I think his name was, and he got involved with the Diane and Enzo Di Clemente team back in the early 2000s, and he brought his Phones for You brand. We've even had Richard Branson at a race meeting when he came along as part of the Virgin sponsorship to the Rob McElnay team, and he visited once at Brands Hatch, did Richard Branson. I'm not too sure what he made at the motorcycle racing caper, but he was involved with Virgin for quite a few years. So was
that before or after the experience with Formula One?
Yeah, don't know when that would be. He was involved with British Superbikes from probably 1999 right the way through till 2003, if you ask.
So that was before Formula One involvement.
Probably before his Formula One involvement. You're all things four wheels, Al. Being the professional driver that you are.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
Only one professional driver on the team, isn't there?
I am far from a professional driver. However, they do have a lot of pros down at Dow Racing, and they now have the bike back. So the Maxxis fan has brought the Josh Brooks machine back to just be wheeled into the garage so the team can get to work on that.
Don't want to jinx him, but Brooks is going for the hat-trick this weekend, wasn't he? Because he crashed out, I think, at Park Corner, did he not, during the was it either the official test or during free practice on Saturday, and then he's had this one at Barn Corner this morning, just offline on the damp part of the track. When you're out there, one would imagine on full slick tyres, then you are just literally a passenger into them barriers. I had an excuse for when my challenge failed miserably with Storm Stacey at the rally here last November. Stacey, he did the old James Bond trick on me. I'm sure it was him, and but yeah, he got the old the oil spray coming out of the back of the car, so that me and a few of my fellow competitors found it as we went in towards Barn Corner, the opposite way round. Hastened to add. And old Scoop was a passenger into the barriers in my little 206 Super Shopper. So I got my revenge on him.
Was he being Dick Dastardly?
He was, very wacky. I'll tell you what, he was like wacky races that particular time. Yeah. Neither of us had a clue what we were doing. But anyway, session restarts at 9:54, which is in exactly 1.5 minutes' time. And we will go for the remaining 8.5 minutes with that one. 22 bikes out there.
Just see Carl Ride walking over from the pit wall to the garage. He was about to go out, but and he hadn't been out, so he was about to go out for the first time, but was stopped.
That's not out there. His name isn't on the timing sheets.
He's just walked over. I think he's going to go out this time.
We need to ascertain who the other one is as well. Richard Kerr is not out there as well. Now, did Richard take a tumble yesterday, or was it a technical problem that ruled him out of the race?
I think it was a tumble.
Yeah, but he's a little bit battered and a little bit bruised after his big off at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago, and I think he's not done himself any good this weekend either. So the two riders that we're missing off of the timing sheets at present are the aforementioned Kyle Ryde, Kyle who will hopefully get out in the final 8 minutes of this session, and I don't hold out quite so much hope for Richard Kerr, because that SM Racing Honda has been battered to oblivion over the past couple of rounds, and so has Richard. So I would imagine that he's possibly sitting this morning out to see exactly how he feels, and we would hopefully see him in the races a little bit later on today. So the green flag about to be shown here in literally 5 seconds time before we go with the final 8.5 minutes of this British Superstock warm-up.
And there we go, bikes leaving pit lane. If you were watching on our YouTube live stream, you'll have seen Josh Brooks' bike coming back to pit lane and heading into the garage, where the team will instantly set to work on that. And you're also seeing now the bikes leaving pit lane. Brad Ray just going underneath the arch now and about to join in for what remains of this 15-minute warm-up session. 8 minutes and 18 seconds.
We have got one or two walking wounded effectively this weekend. I've been having a chat to Max Cook on a couple of occasions throughout the course of the weekend. Now, Max, for those people that weren't aware, he had a massive crash at Thruxton. Literally, it's hard to believe it's only 2 weeks ago, isn't it, Al, that we were down on your manor, mate?
Yeah, yes, you were on my manor, yeah.
We didn't overstep the mark down in Andover.
No, we keep you right.
Because he even had the boxing gloves with him that weekend. Alan Hyde.
They only come out once a year.
Do not upset Heidi. One thing we've learned in the commentary team is he's diminutive by stature, he's mild by manner, but I'll tell you what, he's like Bruce Banner when you get him going. He's like the Incredible Hulk. Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. And old Heidi, we saw him turn his hog out a couple of years ago when somebody had the audacity. The absolute audacity to walk into his studio and set up a camera in
when
there.
I wasn't there.
When you were there, without any of the permission, nothing in writing, nothing verbally or whatever. And Alan Hyde, we to the point that we had to just about enforce security. It was getting very nasty at one point in time. But yeah, I mentioned to about Max Cook, and I had a chat with the team boss, or one of the team bosses, Nigel Snook, and we had a chat with Max, and he said it's such a physical circuit, is Cadwell Park, to actually come back from the injuries I had, and he said I battered my ribs, I battered my back, I twisted my neck. He was taken off to hospital for some checks down at Thruxton, and it all came back all clear. But you can imagine when you've sort of like had an egg beater of a crash like that, it takes a little while to recover from it. And the last place that perhaps you want to ride is the physical Cadwell Park. I've often said to riders, is this the most physical track on the calendar? And they say, well, not really. Alton Park is as physical, if not, because at Alton Park you're doing the very fast left to right movements with the bike. Here at Cadwell it's all fairly slow, is the left rights, and a lot of riders will say that Alton Park is far more physically demanding. When I used to race, I used to think Cadwell Park was the most challenging circuit that we did in the various championships that I raced in. But the fact is that there's two fairly long straights here. Perhaps just gives riders that little chance to have a quick 5-second breather before they then threw that very fast left-hander of Copies before the double apex right-hander of Charlie's. But Max, he came in after the free practice session, and he says, you know what, he says, I'm feeling very second-hand. And that was echoed by his team boss, Nigel Snook, who said, we've already said to Max, we don't want any heroics this weekend. It literally is, we're lucky to be here. That accident they had at Thruxton could have been a lot worse. It could have been ruled out of this weekend here at Cadwell Park. So all we want you to do is go out there and get a little bit of more experience under your belt. This brand new factory Bimoto, the Kawasaki engine Bimoto, effectively. It's a Kawasaki ZX-10R in a Bimoto frame. That's what the AJN steel stock Bimotos are. And he said we've even demoted Max from number one rider and allowed Joe Talbot to take over that mantle this weekend, just to take a little bit of extra pressure off him.
It's a real shame that crash at Thruxton was a real shame for Max, because he proved on a number of occasions previously that he goes really, really well at Thruxton, but also this year has been going really well. He was very much in his stride, wasn't he?
He was. And look, Thruxton is his local circuit. He's a Swindon boy. He's born and bred down that way. But before the Thruxton crash, remember he had a massive crash at Oak Park as well, and that took it out of him as well. So 2 big crashes in the past 2 meetings, and the teams just sort of like said, we'll just wind the power down a little bit, Max. You just need to take it a little bit easy. Still in what is effectively a learning year for the team, even though he's not a rookie by any manner of means. Then he's still got a little bit to learn on the AGN Steelstock Bimoto.
He sold out of Max cookies though at Thruxton.
Did he?
Yeah, we bought some. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'd look
very
at
good.
that. Oh, there's a little bit of gesticulation there from Ryan Vickers, flying Ryan. Ryan Air is just about to get some air over the mountain. Well, not on that occasion because he's firmly holding Eugene McManus responsible for that one as he just about runs off the track there. As we get a visual there of Scott Hargreaves, the team manager effectively for... We had him down as team owner at one point in one of the programmes, and he said, as much as I would like to be team owner of Honda Racing UK, I am the manager, so he's there just keeping an eye on his steed. But
team principal? Is he team principal?
Team manager.
Team manager.
Yeah, I mean, whether you go by the name of principal, manager, whatever these days, he's the man in trust. He's the man that HME, which is Honda Motor Europe, effectively put in place to run the team and come up with the goods, come up with the results, which he did at Thruxton with a double victory for flying Ryan Vickers. Nice to see Danny Boom Boom Buchan back. Danny, who's doubling up with his TV presenting duties this weekend. He has taken over from the injured Andrew Irwin, and the rider that replaced Andrew Irwin was his elder brother Graham, and Graham's just stepped aside this weekend as well. He's got the legacy of a couple of big crashes just recently, so he stepped aside this weekend. And a chance phone call, a chance meeting with Danny Buchan said, you know what, you could do a job on our bike. You've raced at Cadwell before, you've won at Cadwell before. He said, yeah. He said, it wouldn't take a lot for me to tempt me back just for a one-off race. And the next thing is he's been measured up for some leathers.
I think he's been loving it.
And he's just missed out on the points yesterday, did Danny Buchan, just getting a sight there of Joe Talbot on the big screen. And there's a rider that really does need to find some solutions to what was a problematic... It turned out okay for Scott Redding yesterday, but really Cadwell Park's not been his happiest of hunting grounds in recent years. This is only his 3rd time racing here. He raced here in his championship winning year of 2019. If you remember, he had a contretemps with Andrew Irwin that time. There was all sorts of shenanigans up at Park Corner between those two. And then last year, just as he gets it sideways into the hairpin, it wasn't a happy hunting ground for him last year, and once again it's proving difficult for him this year. He sat out the Friday afternoon test of this weekend. There was an official test on Friday afternoon, on Friday evening. It wasn't open to the public. It was just a behind closed doors test, effectively, where the riders got a couple of hours to familiarise themselves. It was a little bit damp and inclement, so not all the riders choose to go out there. One of the riders that didn't was Rory Skinner, who ended up proving that it meant nothing didn't track time because he ended up winning yesterday's race. So Rory Skinner will be looking to try and make it a double. He's never won a double. He's only won 3 Superbike races so far, has the rider from up there in central Scotland. And we've got him on the big screen for Cheshire Mouldings. He had to correct me. He's doing a lot of correcting me at present, is Rory Skinner. If you recall, Al, I said to him at Thruxton, it was a bit of a throwaway comment from me. I've had the privilege of knowing Rory throughout his career, and I totally respect him as a rider. And I sometimes gets a little bit frivolous, some of the comments, and I said, well, you've upped your game this weekend, or words to that effect, you know, managing to get a podium in the earlier race, Rory. And he said, you put such a downer on things, Larry, just when I think that I'm getting somewhere near this week. And he was having a little bit of a laugh and a chuckle to himself.
And it was just the phraseology.
And I said to him, I've had a little bit of a laugh with him since. I said, since I've told you that you've been riding crap, you've all of a sudden started winning races or whatever. He says, yes, you'll have to tell me I'm like that a little bit more often. So. Well, there we go. Checkered flag then now out for that one. Al sees Bradbury quickest ahead of Ryan Vickers. In fact, Haslam ends up third quickest on that one. Rory Skinner, Joe Talbot, Kyle Rudd goes in with sixth quickest ahead of Danny Kent, Glenn Irwin, Storm Stacey, Scott Redding, Danny Bucket is 11th ahead of Christian Hidden, Lee Bob Jackson, Eugene McManus 14th, Charlie Nesbitt in 15th, Fraser Rogers, Rhys Irwin, Ilya Michalczyk. Then we've got Josh Brooks, who tumbled in that session, Luke Hedger, Max Cook down in 21st, Brayton Elliott 22nd, and just, he didn't do any laps in the end, didn't Jason O'Halloran. So the local rider, originally from Australia, now making his own at Market Racing, just a few miles up from the Cadwell Park circuit. Then he didn't actually manage to put any laps in at all. So there you go, all practice doing the practice start. That is the last you'll see of the Superbikes on track until we go racing with them at 1:15.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 88.0 FM here at Cadwell Park. A very good morning to you if you are just arriving and working out exactly where you want to enjoy some of the action today. Then a very good morning and a very warm welcome to you. We've got 2 more warm-up sessions this morning. 10 minutes for the Quattro Group British Super Sports. They're out in around about 4 minutes' time. And then the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup instead of their last chance qualifier race. The last chance qualifier is... sorry about that, Larry, throwing bits of paper at you, is for when we have enough bikes to necessitate a little trimming before we have our main event grid, but we've just got the exact right amount of bikes this weekend for the BMW, so that last chance qualifier is not required for today's timetable. That's why maybe when you're looking in the programme and you see a slightly different order for the programme today, that's the reason we don't have the last chance qualifying race for BMWs. Loads of messages have been coming in, Larry, on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877. Hi to Dawn and Tim, sat here at Charlie's. We reckon we might have the record for the longest trip to see a BSB round. We left Colwyn Bay in North Wales 2 weeks ago, drove around France and Belgium, and then straight to Cadwell. That's around 2,300 miles over the past couple of weeks. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's been a fairly big detour, that, isn't it? You know, Colwyn Bay across to Cadwell Park, usually just across the M62, but, they've decided to go by different continents and a couple of different countries. Well, that's fine if anybody can beat that, because
impressive commitment.
We do know that I think in the Touring Car Championship, which you cover, which doesn't visit Cadwell Park, I think one of the drivers there, Nick Holstead, actually de-emigrated from New Zealand to come back and race in touring cars, didn't he?
So commuting in from Australia. Yeah.
If you can commute in from Australia to each and every round, then you're not doing too badly on that one.
It was really cool. I spoke to him a few weeks ago on my little touring car radio show. And
Tim Top Tuesday, is it?
Tim Top Tuesday, yeah, with Power Max this year.
Power Max this year, yeah. Okay.
And it was it was quite cool. We had to pre-record it because of the time difference, and he said, "No, I've just been out skiing," and we were enjoying 34, 35 degrees of sunshine, and they have winter over there at the moment. That'll be the reason. We've got our next warm-up session about to take to the circuit, the Quattro Group British Supersports, and I mentioned for the team as well. There's a lot of logistics involved this weekend, isn't there? Vans constantly moving between the upper paddock and the lower paddock, or pit lane, if you like.
Yeah, normally the attics, the transporters are backed up to the garages where the teams operate out of. Well, here at Cadwell Park, obviously, the logistics mean that there's the little tented village that got erected during the course of the week. No permanent garages here at Cadwell Park, so that means that the little marquees, the little tents have to go up down there, which the leading teams work out of, and that means that the remainder of the teams have to work out of the mountain top, effectively near the Cadwell Park Pavilion. So that is, we have the split level, and then the rest of the teams work out of their awnings in the main paddock area. So it's kind of like a three-level affair here at Cadwell Park, which means that logistically there has to be stuff that's transported back from the top of the things like tyres and fuel and other bits and pieces that the teams need to operate down here, and that means that the little the vans that the teams use, the shuttle vans, are brought in, which is built into the schedule effectively to allow the teams to operate, because quite simply, without that, it means that it couldn't work. So it's been a feature of Cadwell Park here for many years. As the sun breaks out, Sir Al, what's going on here?
It's wonderful, isn't it? Absolutely pouring in the sunshine, pouring into the commentary box this morning as we look down to pit lane.
Sorry, did I wake you up there?
So what I'm doing here is the way we communicate via the pit lane camera and the commentary box is via text message.
All right,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
So she said,
do you know this lady by any chance?
No, I've never seen her before in my life.
There's a lady in pit lane getting random texts from the studio presenter.
So she said, I think you've left the picture on the adverts. Yes, I have, but now I've corrected it. Yeah.
All right. Well, Sergeant Laura's on the case anyway. That's good to
know. Oh yes,
so.
I don't do anything wrong.
Right. Well, we watch this with interest, because we have got the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship riders out for their morning warm-up, and we had drama of the wrong kind yesterday, because early in the qualifying session, one of the main championship protagonists by the name of Oliver Bayliss dinged himself to earth just exiting Park Corner, and he went base over apex in towards the barriers, which in itself wouldn't have been a problem, because the barriers they're protected by this recticel, the air fencing and what have you, that travels around to each and every round of the British Superbike Championship with us. It gets erected by a professional team prior to the race meeting starting, and then it gets dismantled and taken on to the next one. And it is an investment that MSV and the MCRCB have made, and into the literally the hundreds of thousands of pounds to make sure that the rider's safety is not compromised. Well, you can't legislate for a rider going into the barriers to be followed by his bike, and that's exactly what happened with Ollie Bayliss yesterday. And the net result was that he was a little bit battered, a little bit bruised. He picked himself up, he got himself behind the barriers. He was attended to by the various Port West Race Safe marshals and medics, but he was very second hand after that, and at the end of the session he was taken off to the med centre, whereby he complained of a little bit of soreness in his neck and his back. Well, at which point then there's absolutely no risk taken to the riders. They, as a precaution, they shipped him off to one of the local hospitals for further investigation and scans. And the good news, unofficially, I haven't had any official word on this one, but talking to various people in the know within the paddock, said that whilst he'd undergone the various scans and other checks in Hull Hospital, they'd all come back okay, and he'd had some food. A roast dinner is what I got told
Very nice.
Yeah, it would be very nice. It would be quite nice to have one of them up to the commentary box at some point in time, wouldn't it? But anyway, I understand that he was discharged late last evening. This is all totally unofficialised, Haystad, ladies and gents. It's all just information I've got from my various sources within the paddock. And it said that he was going to look to undergo a medical in the med centre here at Cadwell Park this morning at some point in time, with a view to potentially having a race. Now, the first part of that equation is whether or not he was out in morning warm-up, and the news so far is that no, he doesn't appear to be out in this warm-up. The number 68 of Ollie Bayliss runs for the Macadam Triumph squad. But as we said, we've had no official update on that one, and morning warm-up would be one of the indicators as to whether or not he might be there. But if there is any further medical investigation planned here at the circuit, then we'll find that out and we'll bring that information to you. But what it would mean is that Ollie Bayliss would have to start if, there's lots of ifs in this, isn't there, Al? There seems to be an awful lot of ifs in this one. Ifs and buts, the two longest words in motorsport. Then if he is deemed to be fit, and if he is wanting to race, and if he can race, and every other if known to mankind, then he would have to start the race from the back of the grid. And that here at Cadwell Park is perhaps something that he would have to take into consideration. Given
There were plenty of big name dramas yesterday, weren't there, here at Cadwell?
Yeah, we've absolutely. Throughout the course of all of the classes, we mentioned about David Allingham having a problem in the Superstock, Scott Swan crashing out, and then the dramas that befell us in the British Superbike race, which we alluded to a little bit earlier on. But we also had a rider that finished on the podium yesterday, and tell me how this one works, Al. He ended up on the podium with a sprained ankle that he thought might be something a little bit worse, which he didn't have at the start of the race.
And if you watch the Jack Kennedy video, you realise why he's got a bit of a sore ankle.
Yeah, he did the old Dougie Lampkin, didn't he? He went for the old 5 in the section. He put the foot down at... he ran... What happened with Jack Kennedy, the rider that finished second on the podium yesterday, was he dropped down the order a little bit by virtue of coming together with Harry Trulov, the local rider on the McCams Yamaha. Not sure whether he missed a gear or whatever. I think somebody said that Luke Stapleford actually missed a gear.
That's what I read,
chicane, and as a result, Harry Trulov had to take evasive action, and hence Jack Kennedy ended up running into the back of Harry Trulov. They all stayed on board, but Jack, he got sort of like projected to the right-hand side of the bike, and to steady himself, he put his foot down at something like 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And you imagine doing that, and it sort of stubbed his ankle into the tarmac, and ankle stopped, whereas bike didn't. And it shoved his foot forward in his boot and did some damage to his toes. And the poor lad, when I went to interview him at the end of the race, he had to be helped off his bike.
And then he was on crutches, wasn't he?
And you saw him on crutches towards the end of the day. And I thought that this might have been a legacy, because he tipped off earlier on in the day as well. And I thought that might be a legacy of that. But lo and behold, it turns out that... And
when you see the video and the way that his leg is flipped back at amazing speed, it looks horrible.
Could have done some ligament damage. Even damaged a bone, such was the ferocity of him actually putting that dab in. But
I did it once on a zip wire, Larry, at Silverstone Classic, whilst filming something for the live big screens around the circuit, and I put my leg down because I thought the zip wire, I was going way too fast to stop. It took the heel of my boot off.
Would have paid to see that. I would have paid to see that.
There is footage.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Alan Hyde, he's a daredevil that knows no bounds, doesn't he? Zip wires, what next? Roller coasters, and absolutely not doing 70 miles an hour on a motorway, these sort of things.
No, I don't do that.
I was going to say, yeah. Well, yeah, still no sign of Ollie Bayliss, so we will ask the question of that one, or indeed we will be provided that information in due course. But when I did get told, I thought I was a little bit, I'm not sure about that. I'm not too sure we'll see him, certainly in warm-up, but let's wait and see how that manifests itself. Because this, of course, Al, has a massive effect on the championship, given that he missed the opening a couple of rounds at Oulton Park and Donington Park. And the reason for that was that the bike that Ollie Bayliss should have been riding this weekend should have been the mount of a certain Bradley Peary. But Brad, who was on the Macadam Triumph set for the year, he had a big crash at the Donington Park test pre-season. and he got his leg caught up in the machine in the ensuing crash, and he had a fairly nasty leg break. We did see him at Brands Hatch. He did come along on the old crutches at Brands Hatch, but he's effectively was ruled out for the season. And Triumph wanting a pilot for it, they approached Simon Buckmaster of the PTR team in the World Super Sport Championship and said, you know what, Simon, we've had a look at this calendar, and we reckon that there's only one date in the remainder of the season World Superbike clashes with British Superbikes, and that's the weekend of the final round of BSB at Jerez in Spain. Do you think you might be able to loan us a rider? And he said, well, let me have a word with Ollie Bayliss and see how he's fixed. So Ollie said, yeah, I'm up for that one. I'll come into the British Championship. His dad, Troy, is a former British champion. You all know about Troy Bayliss, two-time World Superbike champion and former MotoGP winner and everything else. And Ollie is his lad. And he came into the championship and promptly started winning where he didn't stop at Knockhill, and went to Knockhill, Snetterton, Brands Hatch, Alton Park, continued his winning ways to the point that he was starting to become a very big pain in the side of Luke Stapleford, the championship leader. To a little bit of shenanigans between the pair. There was no love lost between them. Then Chan On-Chu came along and threw his weight into the party at Thruxton, along with Josh Watley from a World Superbike point of view, World Supersport point of view. And as a result, it was this conjecture as to whether or not he actually contests Jerez at the end of the year, or goes to Brands Hatch, where of course there's effectively double points up for grabs. And whilst we didn't get a definitive answer, this now sort of like pours a slightly different perspective on it, given that if he's not going to score any points at Cadwell Park this weekend, then he's got to be. I've already done the sums, Al. You'll be impressed with it.
Yeah, no, I was impressed. Yeah,
on a bank holiday Monday morning, old Scoop's done the sums, and those sums are quite simple. That Ollie Bayliss is third in the championship, a few points behind Jack Kennedy, who's in second. But when we look at, there's one more race here at Cadwell Park, 2 at Aston in 3 weeks' time, 2 at Donington Park 2 weeks after that, and then 2 at Brands Hatch in the middle of October. The points start ramping up for Brands Hatch, whereby instead of 25 points for a win, there's 35 points for a win. But we've done the sums, folks, and you'll be pleased to know that if, and it's a massive if Jack Kennedy wins all remaining races here in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, the 7 races that remain, then Luke Stapleford, all he has to do is finish 4th in each and every one of them races, and he will be champion by 1 point. So he doesn't even have to score podiums now, doesn't Luke Stapleford, and that is providing that Jack Kennedy wins every race. And he's not won one all season, so there's again a few ifs in that one. But the point being is that Luke Stapleford he's not got one hand on the championship crown, but he's heading in that direction. And another solid result this weekend, especially if Ollie Bayliss isn't with us this weekend. That effectively takes Ollie out of the championship equation, not mathematically, but effectively logistically it does. But hence why Ollie will be doing all he can to try and get back. But whether or not he's fit enough, whether or not he's deemed fit enough, whether or not he wants to, whether or not it's out of his hands, that will be all unveiled in the fullness of time.
Checker flags out, Larry, and I've got a quick bit of housekeeping before you just run down the maybe the top 10. It's from Holly from Cadwell Park. Thanks for writing, Holly. Just to say, I'm working as supervisor on one of the car parks today, and someone has left the lights on their vehicle. Could you possibly mention it so that person could maybe come back and prevent a flat battery to leave? It's a red Ford Fiesta, and the registration number is FP14 AOE, and that's in the South Car Park. So FP14 AOE. Do you want to pop back to your car in the South Car Park and pop your lights off? And thank you, Holly, for saving what would be a disappointing end to the day for someone.
See, people's excitement to get trackside and what have you forget.
It's true.
It reminds me of the time I locked my keys in my car boot at Brands Hatch when the end of the day I thought my wife had them in her pocket. That. And she thought I had them in my pocket, and no, they were in my jacket pocket with the click of the car boot. And 2 hours of waiting for the breakdown recovery to break in. And you know, he got crawled underneath the car in the absolute ringing rain, and I did feel sorry for him because I was sheltering in a nearby hospitality unit at that point in time, and he managed to do it. I don't know, by a sleight of hand and a couple of mirrors, but he climbed underneath the car, and using a magnet of some sort, he popped the central locking on the car, and lo and behold, we were on our way. Yeah, that's how it worked. There was no windows to smash or no coat hangers to get in or whatever, and I'm sure that people in the trade know exactly how to do it.
Well,
but yeah, I was so grateful that there's that sinking feeling when you think,
oh, it's horrible.
You know, it's like, where's my phone?
Where's my tummy?
Yeah,
it falls out, doesn't it?
And a long drive home back to North Yorkshire from Brandsides was the last thing we needed. Well, it is Luke Stapleforth that is quickest ahead of Jack Kennedy, and then the second of the Honda Racing UK CBR 600s, and that is Dean Harrison, who will, I understand, be doing a few laps on a few demonstration laps on the Yuichi Kinari Fireblade a little
Honda
bit later
Heritage at 12:30 today, Larry.
Around about 12:30 for the Yuichi Kinari 2007 Championship winning machine, which Dean, he's got himself properly liveried up with the Spada leathers in the retro colours as well. He is there in third position. The comeback racer, and what a brave ride this is by Ben Curry. Ben, who hurt himself at Alton Park, and he hospitalised himself for a few days with some pretty nasty internal injuries there. A chain snapped on him yesterday. Can you believe that? After all Ben Curry has been through in recent weeks, then he was ruled out of yesterday's race when a chain snapped going through the whole Ben's part of the track. Max Wadsworth, Ollie Barr, TJ Toms, Jason Davies, Corey Tinker and Lucas Brown rounds out the top 10. Carter Brown, James McManus, Hazard Truelove, Harvey Claridge, then we've got Cam Hall, Mikey Hardy, Jack Mahaffey, Freddie Barnes, Cameron Fraser, the one and only cup rider by the looks of it we've got left in contention, and that is Team Tolly Ben Tolliday. And then we've got Jake Bannister and the Aussie Hayden Nelson, the cousin of the aforementioned Ollie Bayliss, who's there for the Astro JGR, the James Jackson team, in 22nd position out of the 22 runners out there. So that concludes the Super Sport warm-up. I think we've just got the BMWs to go before we start thinking about going racing, Sir Al.
We've got the warm-up session, 10 minutes for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, 10:30 until 10:40. Then we've got a few corporate activities which involves BMWs and very lucky people getting rides around the Cadwell Park circuit for just a few minutes, 15 minutes ahead of the transfer of British Sport Bikes from the top paddock, and their race will get underway at 11:30. So plenty of time to breathe, plenty of time for your shout outs on the radio as well. On WhatsApp 07482 877 877. We only need your first name and your message to 07482 877 877. Get your shout outs or happy birthdays or happy anniversary or support for riders or teams. We'll take it all on WhatsApp on 07482 877 877.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at britishsuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
88.0 FM here at Cadwell Park. The sunshine is coming in and coming out over the course of this morning so far. We've got one more warm-up session to go, and as we get ready for those bikes to make their way down to pit lane and head out onto the circuit, we've got a little moment to get through a couple of your messages, and there have been plenty of them coming in this morning. Good morning. Can you say happy birthday to Callum? Best wishes from Stuart, Vicky and Sabina. Thank you very much indeed. A very happy birthday. Great way to spend a birthday here at Cadwell Park. The party in the park. It's a unique event every year in the calendar for the British Superbike Championship, and it's great to have so many of you here. So many of you here yesterday as well. Great atmosphere down here for the riders heading out and spraying you all with champagne, and Larry Carter giving away a few bottles once they were fully emptied. Valerie and Ronnie would like to give a shout out to their grandson Lennon Doherty, wishing him good luck for his sport bike race today. Commentators doing a great job as always. And Duncan, hello to you. And yes, you do suit your glasses. You see, once again, housewife's favourite, Larry.
I'm sure he pays people to send
I think he probably does, yeah.
Because if you notice, they're all from north of the border. A lot of these messages that come in.
There is a theme emerging, isn't there?
Yeah. So Scotland's own Duncan Vincent. Do we know where he's gone, by the way?
I just saw him down in pit lane. In fact, I was looking at Johnny Bagnall, team manager for Dow Racing.
Is he filling his pockets full of booty down there?
I think he's probably doing a bit of homework. I think he's doing a bit of background information searching. Johnny Bagnall, the team manager of Dow Racing, just came down with some parts and took them into the working on Josh Brooks's car after that moment during warm-up session. So team manager bringing parts down to service the bike.
Parts, all right, okay. And is Sergeant Laura allowed to be actually sat down on the job down here? Actually,
is she sitting down?
She sat down on the job, yeah. So can we dock the wages for 5 minutes for that? Because
she hasn't got my invoice for the hire of the sunglasses yet, Larry.
Looks like she's pretending to be working down there, but obviously she sat down. She's down tools, Al. She's down tools.
Well, she'll be up on her feet again now because it's 10:30, and that means our final warm-up session of the day is underway. 10 minutes for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. From your conversations with BMW riders, are they sort of much happier when they don't have to do that extra race, that last chance qualifier race?
Well, somebody like Christian Smith, who actually crashed in the heat, he would absolutely kill for a last chance qualifier now to get himself up from instead of the back row of the grid into towards the middle extremities of the grid. But yeah, I mean, I always think the last chance qualifier is one of them races because it's the riders that usually qualify 27th and below effectively, yes. And when we've got a full grid of 40 odd bikes, it's necessary. But if you win the last chance qualifier, you get to go on a BSB podium, you get a trophy for your troubles, you get a bottle
it's true, it's a proper podium, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, the guy who's qualified in 26 gets absolutely nothing, but the guy who ends up qualifying 27th gets all the plaudits and everything else.
Yeah, that's true.
And the air time, the TV time, and everything else. So it's a little bit of reverse psychology there. That
good for sponsors and all that kind of thing.
If we only qualify for the last chance qualifier, we can get on TV, get on the podium and everything else. It doesn't work like that, believe you me. But yeah, I think that the last chance qualifier just gives that little bit of kudos to each and every one of these riders in the paddock. They've sold the grannies on eBay. They've got rid of the last worldly possessions. They've got half a dozen jobs. The wife or the girlfriend's got half a dozen jobs, or boyfriends in some cases. They they really do. If anybody that's got involved with motorcycle racing know that it's not a tuppence halfpenny hobby, and a lot of work and a lot of time and effort goes into getting to each and every round. So they need the little bit of a moment in the glory, as it were, even if you are qualifying a little bit later on. And these guys that do qualify for the last chance qualify, they know that they're never going to break eggs with sticks in the world of motorcycle racing. They're just out for a little bit of fun and to enjoy themselves. So so from that perspective, I think 1 or 2 would do. Of course, given that the BMW 1 sometimes gets sacrificed because of time constraints, it means that everybody gets to have a play. Yes, you would have done at 20 to 9 this morning, but the fact is that it is just that little bit longer, and the riders can go out there. Now, somebody has forgotten to put a transponder on Barry Burrell's bike, or given the notification that it's not working. So after winning that race fairly easily last night, the Pro obviously forgot to put the transponder on charge, and he's got the old yellow card from the timekeepers there. The number 1, no working transponder for Barry Burrell out there. So it doesn't matter, because they can manually time it. Again, we mentioned about smoke and mirrors as to how it all works in the timekeeper's office. I don't know how to do it, quite simply. There's a transponder which emits an electronic signal back to a little beacon across the start and finish line, and that automatically records a time for them. But when them transponders aren't working, they have to literally do it by another means. And they don't actually have to get the egg timer out and do it that way, and down to a 1/10 of a second or whatever. There is a backup system in place, but again, I don't know enough about the time-keeping intricacies to be able to explain that one. But it doesn't mean that if a transponder isn't working on a bike, that them times aren't being logged. They are. It just makes life an awful lot easier if there is a transponder that is working on the bikes. So they've got 6 or 7 minutes to go with this one. The grid has already been set for that particular race. And the way that the grid works for the BMWs is there's 2 heat races, and the riders that finish first, second, third go into the Parc Fermé area. And as a result, that means we've got 6 riders in there. And then what we do is, for the grid, for the first 2 rows of the grid, we draw the names out of a hat, effectively. And so the first rider out goes on P6 on the grid, second rider P5, P4, P3. So the last name out of the hat, effectively, goes on pole position. And that was Bobby Vary, from memory, who got onto pole position there after yesterday. And that ball draw, it's one of the highlights of the weekend. We're now selling tickets for it down there in pit lane. And Duncan Vincent, Alan Hyde got a bird's eye view of that from the studio, the commentary box here, which was done just underneath them yesterday, when the ball draw was on. And Alan Hyde was he was absolutely mesmerised.
I was impressed.
And Duncan Vincent as well. He was just to the right a little bit there, Duncan. Yeah, that'll do, mate. Yeah. Now he's just punched me in the back, so
it's working, isn't it?
It'll teach me not to borrow.
I just saw the stress draining out of your face.
I did borrow £1 off him at Knockhill last year, actually. And I've had notification that's been now needs to be repaid with interest. So, but yeah, the ball draw for the BMWs, you boys witnessed it.
Impressive.
Last year. So absolutely. So what I'm going to do is, seeing as though DV has now he's done his freeloading in pit lane, he's got his various the bits and pieces from there. I'm going to go and start looking at my preparations for the first of the races, which is the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. After we get 1 or 2 other bits and pieces, we have just got a very brief interlude whereby Alan Hyde will no doubt be bringing you 1 or 2 messages. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to swap headsets with my good mate Duncan Vincent and hand you back to Alan in the studio. Thanks
very much indeed to Larry Carter, doing great work up here in the commentary box thus far this morning. We've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds of this warm-up session for the BMWs left to enjoy, and we'll give you a rundown of the order once the checkered flag comes out. And then we've got the build-up to our first race of the day. It's going to be 12 laps for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes at 11:30 this morning. And loads of your messages have been coming in over the course of this morning. Good morning, Al, Duncan and Larry. Please wish our son a happy 14th birthday. Great day yesterday. Gutted for Brad and for Storm. Hoping for a better day for both of them. Thanks for keeping us entertained. And thanks to the Orange Army and the medical team as well. That's from Nicola, Stuart and Jay as well. They're up from Bedfordshire this weekend. Great to have you here, guys. And we reiterate huge thanks, as ever, to the Port West Race Safe Marshals and all of the medical team as well. A big shout out to the CTR team, 97, and Sandancer and Piggy as well. Peter, thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, Sean sat down on the start finish straight. Can you give us an update on Ollie Bayliss? Sean, wherever you are, give us a wave. See if I can see you out of the side of the commentary box. I can't, but there are an awful lot of you down there. Larry just gave the latest information that we have. That's unofficial information on Ollie Bayliss, and we'll keep you updated with any more information as and when we get it today. And this one is a slightly lengthier message. Good morning to everyone at Cadwell Park. I'm James from Wyberton. Hope all the riders have a good day today, and all the best with the races today. As stated yesterday, I'm still recovering from a motorbike accident, but should soon be back on my feet and back on my motorbike in no time. I'm listening to BSB radio again today. After having a rough year, I'm hoping 2027 will be a better year, and I will definitely be at Cadwell Park BSB in 2027. My dad will be looking down on me, and next year he'll be looking down on me while I'm at BSB at Cadwell Park. Today, I just have to listen in. I really wanted to bring my dad with me one year, but sadly, I lost him this year and we're unable to go together. If you could do a shout out for my dad, he'll be watching up there. My dad's name is Lee, and this comes in from James. Thank you very much indeed, James. Our thoughts are very much with you, and thank you for your support of BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. If we can make you feel a little bit lighter and make you feel as if you are trackside and enjoying the action that we've got for you today, then all the better. That's what we're here for. Keep listening in, and thank you very much indeed for the message. Finally, hi Alan, can you give me a shout out listening from the gym today? That's impressive. Wow. Keep up the amazing commentary, and yeehaw to Scott Redding from Sam in sunny Stonehouse. Sam, thank you very much indeed for this.
That's up my neck of the woods.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. If there's maybe there's maybe two places with the same name, but Stonehouse up my neck of the woods.
Oh, this is beautiful that I come to this message at this time. It is 10:39 here at Cadwell Park, and this message says Luke Hedger signing at 10:40 on the Ride Culture trade stand. So that is within 1 minute of the Hedger signing. Joe Talbot, TBC today, but his merchandise is available as well. RG, thank you very much indeed for sending that information in on WhatsApp. Our WhatsApp number is 07482 877 877 07482 877 877. We only need your first name on your WhatsApp messages, but and they are only on WhatsApp as well. 07482 877 877, and we are nearing completion of this session for the BMWs and their warm-up session. So now is a good time to say officially good morning to Duncan Vincent.
Thanks, Sir Al. Great to be here. Thank you for yourself and Larry Carter for giving me that little respite this morning when I nip away and see Rogie for thrill of the race. I also bumped into TV director Richard Coventry, and he showed me around his amazing facility up there. So I'm sorry, I probably was 5 minutes later than getting down than I should have been. When I did come down, I popped into the pit lane. A little bit of investigative journalism, which will go down well with my friends the Timekeepers.
I thought that's what you were doing.
Yeah, I was in and out of every garage down there. Christian Eden was one place where I wanted to stop in and see what happened to the Sencat Yamaha yesterday in Superbike race number 1. And the crew chief, he has got a new crew chief as well, Damien Sapinski. Now the new crew chief down there, Pete Jennings, has left and entered the Danny Kent fold for Cheshire Mouldings, with Michael Laverty bringing on some new people. But Damien said that our rider did the right thing. He felt the bike start to tighten up, and rather than detonate the engine. Now, I'll remember back at Snetterton, where Christian made a fog bank for about 400 metres long, and it drifted away in towards the distance when the engine did detonate itself. Well, thankfully, Christian felt it tightening up and he stopped. So, new engine in overnight, and he is ready to go today. Eli Michalczyk, see, there's no K in that, Eli Michalczyk. Looking forward to getting to Assen, which says a lot about Cadwell Park, actually. But they did pick up 10th place yesterday on that rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team. And the big thing was they were happy with the 10th place, But they said they only got it because a lot of people fell off. And I said, look, you're still going to take the positions. You finished the race. And he goes, yeah, but technically we should have been 15th. So I tried to make light of a situation that they were not happy about making light of. Working our way further down that pit lane, Ryan Vickers will be on a red Honda today. We've probably seen him out there already. He's very sorry, ladies and gentlemen. There was only 2 sets of the black tribute bodywork painted up. And I said to Scott Hargreaves, I said, you know, what did you do? Why? Was there any way that we should have maybe looked differently at this? And he basically said, well, you know, we all thought about this. We sat down. We paint 3 sets of bodywork up. Great. The riders don't have a mishap all weekend. We've then got 3 sets of bodywork that they need to get repainted back. And it's not cheap. It costs a lot of money to paint carbon fibre. You rub it, you paint it, you lacquer it, you let it cure, you race it. So Scott Hargreaves now wishing that he had at least got 2 sets of bodywork made up. But it's one of these things. But Ryan, perfectly fine. A bike that's had a comprehensive build-up from the ground up, actually, on that Honda UK Fireblade. But Vickers was in fine form there. 2nd place in morning warm-up. Looking forward to the day ahead as he carries that momentum forward. I had a very interesting chat with a few other riders up there. And
Josh Brooks' bike?
Brooks is fine. Brooks is fine. Just mud as he went under the fencing this morning. What they have been finding as they go in towards Park is they're on the racing line all the way through testing. And it's not until they come to actually pass somebody for maybe the first time into there that they appear offline, like Brad did. Yeah. And it's just a little bit, it's not bumpy, it's just a little bit less smooth. It's ripply. Yep. And that, Brad says, that's all that caught him out. That just a tiny little feeling that he'd never had into there all week or all weekend, and then unfortunately down he went. But his bike was just really cosmetic stuff. A little bit of switches and a nice easy fix, Alan. Good. And he is perfectly fine as well. And an update on Kyle Ride, he seems to be feeling better today. Not 100%, but he is feeling better than he was actually as he finished his Superbike race yesterday. Thankfully.
Yes, which is really good news. And just a reminder on WhatsApp, we do have a few minutes before we get our first race of the day underway. 11:30 is when our next race is getting underway for the Pirelli British Sport
Bikes. We've got a bit of time then, haven't we?
We have plenty of time. Larry's gone down with the radio mic, so plenty of opportunity for interviews down there in the pit lane. And also just confirmation of the order dunk for the warm-up session that we've just enjoyed for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup.
Barry Burrell fastest off the session with Kieran Smith in 2nd, then Kenny McLeod 3rd. Backing up a good weekend is Kenny there, although he had a big fight with Dale Thomas in the heat yesterday. They raced today, I think 5:15 towards the end of the day. Christian Smith in 4th, Dale Thomas himself in 5th, Josh Corner 6th, and they chased the race in 97 ahead of Jack Tynan. Josh Reggie Wainwright in 8th place. Nicky Coates in 9th. Don't be too worried about that if you're any Nicky Coates fans. And James Dutton in 10th place. Harley Preble came home in 11th. Liam Vella, James Higginson, Bobby Verry in 14th. And Dave Grace, our very own Tai Chi wizard, Peter Pan Racing himself, in 15th place, Alan. That gives us AWs.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now, look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Lots of emails, studio@bsbradio.com, and lots of WhatsApp messages as well, 07482 877 877. On email from Alfie, can we have a shout out to the Cadwell boys? We're enjoying the weekend full of beers, burgers and bikes. Also, sounds great to me. Also, can you shout out, except I wouldn't have the beers, I'd have a 0% if I could have the option. Also, can you shout out Mad Macro, who we will miss dearly, and I know is with us here in spirit. That's from Alfie. And also this one from Jill says, please can you give a huge shout out, thank you to the hardworking people we don't see over the course of the weekend, but we would know if they weren't here. These are the people who keep the facilities in good working order, litter picking, bin emptying, cleaning showers and toilets, soap and paper in the toilets, and in the case of Portaloos, keeping them empty. Probably many more too, but as a camping spectator, those are the people that are very much appreciated. Jill, absolutely agree with you, and thank you very much indeed for writing in with that thought. There are a huge amount of people that work very, very long hours over the course of a race weekend. It's a big meeting, this, for Cadwell Park.
It's a party in the park, you know. This is a festival.
It is a massive event, isn't it? And there are a lot of people behind the scenes that spend very long, hard-working days to make sure that we can all enjoy this event.
I've upgraded the clothing for you today, Alan, just for you. I'd like to point this out.
It's very smart.
I'm going to put myself on the screen for YouTube as well now.
I don't believe that you did that ironing yourself.
I did design it myself.
Okay,
can't
very
push the
good.
right button switch. So there we go. We've got a MSV shirt on today, which you'll
Very
see in around
smart
about
it is
20
too.
seconds. In fact, we could even do this and make it go full screen. Oh, good grief. I'm not sure that's a good look, actually. I don't know if that's a good look or not. I have an emergency Superbike T-shirt with me as well, should that be needed.
This is DVTV, everybody.
In case it gets too warm as well. Alan's sitting in the sunshine right now. I'm quite worried about you.
I don't know how to lower the blind.
I'll pull it for you in just a minute, don't you worry.
Thank you.
But I've also got an emergency pair of shorts today, just in case it gets that little bit too warm in this
that'll look very
point.
nice with a tailored blouse.
Blouse? It's tailored to fit.
I meant shirt.
Yeah, thank you. You used to see me in a blouse, aren't you? So we have got a little bit of downtime now. 31 minutes until the pit lane opens. We wound our man up this morning. Larry Carter gave us some great chat with Alan Hyde on air. If you were listening trackside or via TSL or the BSB website, or you may have even been watching via our YouTube feed, which is now live and uninterrupted in sound and vision. There's a good song in there someplace, Heidi. We can't play music on the YouTube feed, though. No matter what happens, you'll see that we don't play music on the YouTube feed, Alan, because...
we are restricted on playing copyright music on the YouTube stream, so we have to remember to click the button. Are we okay? Did yesterday appear?
Yes, I've got no idea. I never looked back. I went to bed at 9:30. Absolutely done.
Okay, let me...
I was
let me
so
search.
tired by the time we finished yesterday.
It was a long day yesterday.
Now, what you could do in this 30-minute break that we've got around here, we've got a big crowd starting to arrive at Cadwell Park. If you were here for Superpole yesterday, did you enjoy Superpole? Did you like the music choices? What was your highlight from the Omologato Superpole? Get in touch with us.
It's there from yesterday.
Good.
It's there. That means I pressed the button in all the right places.
That means Alan's done a good job and we haven't been blocked for... Unlike at Knockhill where Duncan got all carried away and we didn't realise, and then Friday got taken off.
You did, yeah,
YouTube,
because you had your traditional Kylie hour first thing on Sunday morning. And
well, not quite. Spice Girls was in there.
Spice Girls.
And various others. But yeah, unfortunately, when you play music on YouTube, it can be copyright struck off. So if you're watching on our YouTube, you wouldn't have heard the actual themes yesterday. Some of them were absolutely fabulous. And I deliberately stayed away from looking at the list.
So it was a surprise.
Yeah, so Laura Stevens from the BSB PR and Media sent the list out to us all. I said thank you for it, but I never actually opened it and looked at it. Now, that's maybe wrong, but I wanted to have the same surprise as somebody else in the crowd who might
have
not seen that
list. It was a huge surprise for me because I'd forgotten how to do it.
Yeah. He did say that to me, ladies and gentlemen. He did say, oh, we've got Superpole. There goes my day off tomorrow. Yeah. Because the riders picked the song. Alan's got to get the song and then edit the song so it plays the hook.
Yeah,
that's the important part.
So you need intro, hook, and outro.
Yeah, because if I 1 minute, say I picked Bohemian Rhapsody, you'd have to edit that. You couldn't just have the piano solo at the beginning.
No, that's difficult.
It wouldn't really work for Superpole.
It's got so many hooks. I don't know what the hook of that would be.
Everybody missed my piano fingers there. Actually, my piano fingers are on point. one playing the bass, one playing the lead. So there we go. We're asking you guys to get in touch with us, and you can do that by texting Alan. It's a nice, easy text number, and there's also a way you can email us as well at the studio.
On WhatsApp only, 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877. Back again today with my husband Leon and our boy Luca, 2 years old. We've managed to get a great spot back at Charlie's with our signs to cheer on the riders as well. That's a big feature of the party in the park here at Cadwell Park, isn't it? To show your support with huge, I can see a Storm Stacey flag just opposite the start-finish line, and loads of other supports as well, all being displayed on the fencing around Cadwell Park. It's all part of the feature of this weekend.
Well, that Storm Stacey flag is a new flag for today, if I'm not mistaken, across the air, and it just flutters in the breeze.
Yeah, we had a bit of an incident with a tent.
Oh, did we?
Yes, we did.
Oh,
yeah.
what happened? Tell me.
Security managed to sort it out, but
was it a rumble in a tent? Or did the tent
made a bid for freedom.
Oh dear.
And that wouldn't be good news.
That's not good news. Thankfully, there was nobody in the tent, though.
Well, we assume there wasn't.
We're getting people waving at us. That's a lovely one. It's not a onesie, but it's a cover to keep warm. And it looks kind of like black and white. That Ash Barnes flag has been there all weekend. The two young men standing next to it underneath that speaker. That Ash Barnes flag has been there all weekend. Ash Barnes with a best finish in the Pirelli National Superstock of 5th place. And the two youngsters across there, one having a quick drink of pop, as you guys call it, and the other one in an XMT body warmer. That's good. XMT, Chris Hicks and the Extra Mile team. And they'll be looking for great things from Zach Shelton today in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship when it comes along.
Loads of messages to get through. Hi, it's Jeff and Stu at the top of the gooseneck on the way down yesterday morning. We checked the forecast and it looks like one of the BSB races may be wet this weekend, and then we wondered, with this great summer we've had, if this is the first wet race of this season. We've been to every round and neither of us can recall a wet race this year.
Everybody instantly thinks of Knock Hill here, don't they?
It was beautiful.
Well, on the Saturday and Sunday, but there was 10.5 hours of rain on the Friday, but there was no racing on the Friday.
I don't know, we didn't turn up until late on Friday, did we?
That's
we missed all that.
That's because the airport was flooded.
And Jeff and Stu finish up with Go Storm Go. Storm's got lots of support here at Cadwell, as indeed at every circuit that we visit. But yesterday was disappointing, wasn't it?
For Storm, absolutely, yes. Brad Ray crashed. We didn't actually see what happened to Storm up at the park corner. We saw Brad Ray going down in fairly emphatic style, unfortunately, as he folded the front. There was an amazing picture on Rory Skinner's Instagram story of Brad actually mid-crash. It's like the whole bike's in kind of mid-air, 6 inches off the ground as he crashes, and Rory staring at him. And that was a great shame for Brad, but we never actually saw what happened to Storm. He then slid into view after, and it kind of all happened at once. It was a pretty bruising affair up at the park corner. But back to that rain comment, I think there's one guy in this building someplace with a radio mic and a set of Bose headphones that are silver that were gifted to him.
Yes.
He would probably know the answer to that. I can remember one last year at Oulton Park, but I remember several last year at Oulton Park actually, or last year in general. We had the summer of the 5-lap sprint race, remember, which was always interrupting our races at Superbikes because of the rain. But I don't think we've had any wet racing this year. No, we've only had wet testing really at Knock Hill.
Why don't we speak to the camera person who is out and about? Have we had a wet race this year? Can you remember getting wet?
Can you remember yesterday, Laura? No, didn't think so.
Okay.
No. We tried, Alan. We tried our best.
I don't think you've worn the cagoule, have you? No. Maybe once. At the start of the year.
Yeah, so we've been very lucky. So thanks to those guys up at the gooseneck. And go Storm, go. We agree with that. We want to see a good show from Storm Stacey today. I popped into that garage as well. They're in good form. I did pass on to the mechanics about the double proposal to Michael Rutter.
And?
He was busy at the back. I said, look, just pass it on. I'm worried that they now maybe think that I was proposing to him. And I don't know what you know.
That would be odd.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story was what they will say to us. Yeah, but I passed on the double proposal. Who was it that sent that in for Michael?
I think it was Sarah.
Right, okay, because they were asking, was it Catherine?
I think it was Sarah.
Okay, well there we go. We'll look at that.
I'm sure she'll be back in touch today.
Is that Pete, our drone man, telling us there's rain in the air?
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah. So Pete, the drone man, who gives us some fabulous pictures for the TNT broadcast, which you can also get on HBO Max. He is now covering up his very expensive equipment with a cover. Now, we used to have a puddle out there which would tell us it's raining. We've now got Pete, which is even better. Pete, turn around to give everybody a wave, because you give them the absolutely fabulous drone pictures that they all get to see. And yeah, that's an expensive bit of kit, so make sure you get that undercover as well.
Oh, yes, I should say.
Rain in the air. That's pretty dramatic when we look at the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, which is a 12-lap race. The only race they have this weekend, which is due to get off at 11:30.
And the teams are making their way down the hill, and the bikes will be heading out into pit lane as well. And this is a message in from Bob. I'm here with my Gramps and cheering on Storm and Bradley Ray, enjoying the racing. Thank you very much indeed, Bob. And Mike, Sean and John, who only meet here every year. And thanks for bringing the tent. Mike, Sean, John, great to have you here. And this one says, please give you a shout out to Oliver, who is here celebrating his 9th birthday, with love from Mum, Dad, sister Chloe and Wayne as well.
Let's give Ian Wallacott a shout out, okay, because he's down in the pit lane, the IWR BMW man. He's got a sore back. He's resting against one of his little kind of, I don't know what you call it, advertising boards there. But poor Ian Wallacott with a sore back, he's in a bit of a struggle. So Larry Carter, you could maybe go down and give Wallacott a little bit of a rub, just to make sure that the small of that back is okay. And it's amazing when we get a dark cloud. Look up towards the Cadwell Park Pavilion, Heidi. Look at that cloud, and then look at
really
everybody
dark.
comes out the garages and starts looking up towards the sky.
Our sound engineer, Icky, was staying in a hotel in Grimsby last night, and we were just coming back. We were staying in Louth, and we looked at the sky, which was as dark as night, and we could actually see the lightning in the distance. We looked at the map and thought, was that storm somewhere over Grimsby and therefore over Icky? And confirmation this morning, yeah, it really was, and they had a huge storm last night. We here in Louth, I think we just about missed it.
Over Icky. It sounds like how you get your eggs done in a flash restaurant.
He wouldn't
doesn't
open the curtains. He didn't like it.
No, I didn't like it. No,
No.
I would imagine Icky would be terrified by that. When I was leaving the circuit, heading back towards my digs for the night, which is in the direction of Louth, I saw an enormous black cloud with a huge flash of lightning in it, and I thought that's enough for me. But then lightning chasing Laura came out with a rap apparently, and was able to pinpoint exactly where the lightning was coming from. So
She does love a thunderstorm.
I bet she does.
Yeah.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Chris Glendenning has got himself tooled up and ready to go, ready in the BMW Alpine Star racesuit. He is our official safety car driver, and he's also the chase car at the end of the installation lap, so the actual first lap of the race, when you see the BMW making its way around. But Alan's correct. The teams are now starting to gather down in the bottom part of the pit lane here for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship race. It's a 12-lap race. It's not the longest of races, but it's very physical. And sport bike being sport bike, it will be interesting and entertaining to watch. How many more messages have we had coming in, Alan? Have we had anybody message us about their favourite part of Superpole, if it was the Storm Stacey music, or what did they like?
Let me go to the top. And I haven't as yet. I haven't got any comments on the music as yet. But it is my intention over the course of today to, if we get the opportunity, to play the bits of music that we didn't get a chance to play. So those that didn't make it into the top 15 qualifiers. So we have,
because there's a couple of Danny Buchan.
It's boom boom.
Like what you did there.
Thank you.
Very clever. You can come back to Assen.
It was always the question, wasn't it, on FA Cup final day? What's the one thing that goes to the FA Cup final at Wembley and never gets used? The losers' ribbons.
Ah, great. Okay.
Because they get taken, but they don't appear on the cup. So, and obviously the winners' ribbons appear, but the losers' ribbons don't.
So you're going to play the people who didn't make it into Superpole's music today? At some point.
I hope to play a little segment.
Look at that rain. Look up towards that big tree up there. That's getting heavier.
Okay, this wasn't in the plan for the day.
This wasn't in the plan for the day.
This really wasn't in the weather forecast.
As we look over to the very, very busy grandstand, the most important thing to have now is an umbrella or a tent. And if you don't have an umbrella, I'm pretty sure you could pick one up from some merchandise stands. Why not try the Harlequin stand? Where we do our official BSB merchandise. So
the weather forecast is really good. No % chance of rain at the moment.
Okay.
So It's
well, Alan, I've got some
it's
news for
working
you.
really well.
Got some news for you. If you're going to say it's not raining, I want you to go out in that balcony with Pete in your shirt and try and tell everybody it's not raining.
I'm going to write a letter to the Met Office. I'm not happy about this. It is a free app.
Many years ago, that would have appeared on Points of View. Ahide,
Yes.
angry from Manchester, says...
Yes. Why, oh, why, oh, why?
Can I just say, any app that's free is normally never the greatest. That is now coming down in
it's true.
sheet.
It's absolutely pouring down.
But as I look towards the back of the cloud, I'm going to try and give everybody good news. There's a break in the cloud, so it doesn't look like it's going to be on for too long, said D. Vincent, who's not a weatherman. Chris Barnes coming down the hill here. He's got it together. He's on a moped, and he's also got the umbrella as well. He knows what to do.
He's a better weatherman than I was, because the weather forecast that I gave out earlier on this morning, Dunk, said that there might be an odd passing shower at some point in time this afternoon. We weren't expecting any rain of this magnitude at any point in time. Just goes to show that when we come back in a future life, we just need to be as a weather forecaster, don't we?
Well,
because even Alan Hyde's app has let him down on this one.
It has.
He's sitting in his car, by the way. I'm joking, Larry. I'm joking. I'm joking.
We're about to venture out, and my coat is in my car, and I'm just waiting to see whether or not this shower is just going to abate before we head up down. Because
it has eased off, Larry.
This is going to be this is going to put a little bit of a cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to tyre choice, isn't it, for the sport bikes?
This reminds me of the Aaron Sylvester. Remember that flashback in the junior super stock era?
The Asher Durham Aaron Sylvester job.
I've just seen Chris Barnes come down, and also Lennon Doherty's mum and Lennon Doherty's girlfriend Jess has come down. She's changed her hair colour. Didn't really. I thought that was Sister Hannah who'd maybe come down there, but Jess has changed her hair colour. Lennon having a really good run this weekend. He actually texted me yesterday randomly after the Super Sport race and said thanks for that. And I was thinking, what for?
What did I do?
What did I say? Apparently it was because of the Oliver Barr crash on the in-lap, and I said, remember Lennon Doherty did that at Donington Park after winning the junior super sport race.
Yeah, thanks, Dunk.
Yeah, so I was like, well, I was giving you a shout out, buddy, but he will be interested with these weather conditions. These will be pretty good.
A short, sharp shower. Look at it. Blue sky coming in.
What's it called?
What?
What's it called?
What, a short, sharp shower?
A ninja shower.
A ninja shower, yeah. I'll leave that to you. You'll never get it in there. You can try, but you'll never get it in there. Go on, try. I can't do it.
I don't want to break it.
It'll never come out.
Yeah. Please tell people what I was trying to do.
He was trying to thread a cable through a cable hole, which it should have been made to be flexible, but is absolutely not flexible. And the cable is too big. It won't work.
That's not going to work.
I've tried.
Okay. 15 minutes until the pit lane opens, which means the teams are pretty much ready for the riders down the bottom. And what we have at the top is a lot of bikes that will be gathering, but also gathering a little bit of stress looking at this incoming weather. Let's pause and have a quick commercial break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And yeah, that really was a short, sharp shower, wasn't it? Because now we've got blue sky heading up towards Cadwell Park. So just in time, that shower was to wet the tarmac and make it a difficult lead up to our first race of the day for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes. Because certainly as we look over to the final turn and onto the grid hatchings, it's a wet circuit at the moment, but has also been quite warm over the course of the last few days here at Cadwell Park. So just how quickly that tarmac is going to dry, we shall wait and see. Kim says, I would like to wish son Jack a happy 17th birthday for this Friday. Love from all 8 of us here at Cadwell Park. Thank you very much indeed, Kim, for writing in. And Jack, have a great 17th birthday. I remember my 17th birthday, couldn't wait to learn to drive a car. 2 weeks crash course and
literally.
No, I didn't know. I saved that for just shortly after. A big congratulations to Charlie and Jay as they're celebrating their 1-year anniversary with a weekend at Cadwell Park. Lots of love from Leon. And Harvey, thank you very much indeed. And hi, can I have a shout out to my wonderful fiancée Tiffany? It's her birthday today. Lots of love from Kieran. Happy birthday, Tiffany. Great to have you here at Cadwell Park. And Becky says, hi team, can I have a shout out for my husband Martin? We're really enjoying our weekend here at Cadwell, celebrating our 10-year anniversary. Looking forward to some more great racing today. Come on, Pocket Rocket. So Leon Haslam fans on the podium yesterday. Becky, hopefully you have a great day. Thank you very much indeed, and Martin as well. Great to have you here at Cadwell Park. And this one says, I'm listening in from Cornwall. My mum Lynn and dad Gary are with the True Heroes team. Can you tell them hi from Bethany and wish the True Heroes rider good luck for their races today? And if you've not visited the True Heroes team, do pop along as they've got some great merchandise and lots of it as well. And tell mum I miss her. Thank you very much indeed, Lynn, for writing in. Lynn and Gary and Bethany and the True Heroes team. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, which you can do all day today here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. On WhatsApp, 07482 877 877 is the number.
Yeah, Larry Carter out there in pit lane. Scoop, you're out there. You can feel and see exactly what it's like. Wet underfoot. I've seen the wet race board zipping away up the hill in the hands of Jack Russell, but that doesn't mean necessarily it's going to be a wet race, does it?
It doesn't, and the couple of factors. One, we've got a fairly stiff breeze, as we mentioned earlier when we had the tents flying about. It's perhaps just eased off a little bit as that breeze, which obviously will aid the drying conditions. The ambient temperature is quite low today. We don't have the heady extremities like we've had during the course of this summer. So both of them two factors are going to reduce the drying factor of this. Of course, the part of the track that's exposed, the bits of track like from effectively Barn Corner right the way round to Hall Bends, that is the track which part of the track which will dry very, very quickly, one would imagine. The problem will be is under the trees in the right, left swivery of Hall Bends in towards the hairpin on that short run down towards Barn Corner where we saw Josh Brooks tip off earlier on. That will take a little bit longer to dry, so the riders will be taking it in the stride in the outlap and effectively the warm-up lap to see what tyres they want. Of course, logistically, it is a little bit of an issue for the riders or the teams, because they've got to bring all the equipment, the tyre warmers, the various spare wheels and everything else down here into pit lane, which they would normally have fairly close to hand. So they've got to do that. Yeah. And that in itself will just be a little bit of a quandary for them, because all the time, Dung, it is drying up.
Well, we're down here. If you're in the woodland section of the track, beside Hall Bends, towards Barnes, why not take a picture of that? And if you can get connectivity, why not send it to us on Oh, goodness me, I've got to do the number because Heidi's left me in charge for a minute, Larry. It's 07482 877 877 07482 877 877. WhatsApp us. Why not send us a picture of the track in your area so we can see kind of what it looks like? I have to hope you can get connectivity and then you can send that through. But Larry's correct. It is usually those areas that hold the water for the longest. And as we look towards the Exeter barn, we can actually see there's actually a big area where there's a tree hanging over the track, Larry, and it's actually kept the track dry, believe it or not, because the rain never actually came too much and it didn't get through. But the rest of the track, not fully wet, just damp. And it makes it a bit of a tricky one for tyre choice.
It's a compromise, isn't it, Dunk? You're an ex-racer, and what do? There's that little bit of potentially, and we're looking for around about 17 minutes before we go green on the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship race. Do you set your bike up with a tyre choice for that little bit of the track, which is quite tricky, quite slippery potentially, and wet underneath the trees, and for the other 7/8, 3/4 of the track, it's perfectly dry, so you surely can't think about a wetter option just for that little bit of damp track.
It's a tricky one, isn't it, Scoop? Because you don't want to... I used to always get this wrong. If there was a choice to be made for tyres and what to do, I used to always be on the wrong side of it. I mean, try and be the cautious one, which was maybe never the right thing to do. But then again, if I'd have been the adventurous gambler, I'd have probably ended up going down the road. But it's one of these things, these guys and teams that run these bikes, for the likes of, you've got Dave Tyson down there, who you speak of quite a lot. Dave's a man who's been in the paddock for a long time. And I can see Dave actually in the pit lane. He will be a person who does have a word in his rider's ears. But right now he's down here and the riders are up the top. Larry Carter's having a word with James Hales, and just basically, I think James is telling us what part of the circuit is dry and what part's wet. It looks like James is maybe saying, is it dry out the far side of the circuit, out Charlie's up towards Park, and then wet on this side? Well, we'll hear from Scoop in just a second, but a quick word with James is always good.
Yeah, just had a chat with James Hales, the safety coordinator, effectively in the safety car. He said to see the bridge, the Carol Nastin Bridge across there. Anything beyond that is perfectly dry. Anything this side of it, i.e. the start line side, Hall Bends side of it, the mountain side of it, is like it is at present. It's a damp track. It's not a wet track. It's just a damp track. Well, the riders have been far filtered down into pit lane now, so one would imagine there'll be a little bit of spurious activity. Of course, the issue that with that information that have just been passed on there by James, the riders will not have seen the wider, the bigger part of the track, effectively, from Coppice through until the mountain bottom, effectively. So they will just be basing it on the fact that the part of the track that they will have seen, which makes it a little bit of a difficult one for them.
It certainly does, Larry, and most of them have come down here into the pit lane. And most of them have come down on dry tyres. There's now, look at that, Dave Tyson's got all four Powerslide Suzuki guys around him in the pit lane. The Brodie Goth, Asher Durham, Cam Dawson and Finn Smart-Whedon. And he's telling them exactly what he thinks is the thing to do, but then he will need to get information from those guys as well. And Larry, you're the keeper of a secret right now. You do realise that?
Yeah, Dave Tyson is just having it. Dave, I don't know whether this affects it. I've had a chat with a safety car driver out there. Yeah, effectively, everything, the other side of the bridge is perfectly dry. This, it's damp, like the riders will have seen on the outlap. But given that we're 10 minutes before we have to go there, it can't be any other option apart from dry tyres, can it?
The only other option is you run a wet front just to give you a bit of pace through here, but because it's so short and the speed's out the front, it's dry. I mean, I'm surprised they've declared it a wet race, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think they've got much choice other than to do that, given that if it's a wet race and we get another shower or whatever, they wouldn't stop it. But yeah, I mean, it's going to hopefully dry up a little bit. So just having a chat with Stuart Higgs there is Dave Tyson. But anyway, the riders will be making their decision based on that. And as we see that, the sun now comes out. So this potentially then puts a different a different aspect on things, given that if there was any thoughts about putting the wet tyres on, then surely this little bit of sunshine that's come out, and blazing sunshine now down here in pit lane, that will put any thoughts of anything other than the dry tyres surely to bed on that one.
I'm just looking the other side, Larry. If you turn up and have a look behind me, I can't see. I've not got a window at the back of me, but what can you see coming towards us from up round about the paddock areas where the weather came there?
Yeah, the clouds are fast moving, so you know, I can no sooner say that there's a little bit of a dark cloud over the gooseneck area up towards the Park Corner Chris Curve area. That looks to be perfectly blue sky with some cumulus clouds above it, but we know that the weather can roll in so quickly here at Cadwell Park, then it could be doing anything in the next 10 minutes, Dung. But currently, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, if I was out there, you're on full dries.
The thing is, though, Larry, they're dry tyres, as Sam Cox and myself spoke of yesterday. They don't have cuts over towards the very extremity edges of the tyre, but they have got cuts on the surface face of the tyre. They're not a complete slick, and I'm pretty sure you're correct, Larry. But I also agree with the organisers will declare it a wet race, because if there's another shower, they really don't want to look at stopping the race, and that's exactly the predicament we were. But we've been here so many times. I mean, remember all last year we had the summer of the 5-lap dash in the superbikes. Almost every circuit we went to, it was one of these really tricky things that race direction had to navigate.
Well, when I rocked up in pit lane 10 minutes ago, there was a distinct dampness about it in pit lane. Now it's almost perfectly dry down here, and you'll be able to see from your vantage point there, just looking down onto the track. I think that anybody that takes a gamble on
anybody changing tyres down there,
doesn't look like it, Duncan.
Okay.
From what I can see, everybody's more or less come out with the dry options on there, and that looks to be what they're sticking with. There still is the committee meeting with the Power Slide Suzuki squad. Here's Callum Beach. As you can see, the Callum Beach flag was out there on the banking. He's got the full dries on there. I just think that anything other than
Lewis Smart's just late to the pit lane as well. A few other bikes making their way down and in now.
Is Cooperman about? That's one rider that might just be not too sure whether or not he's the most experienced rider on the grid, is Richard Cooper, as the rest of the riders. He's Carl Harris making his way down there. In fact, Carl Harris has got wets on. Carl Harris has got wets on. Now this does put a different perspective on things, because whether or not...
But he will be able to do the sighting lap, park on the grid, and there will be time to change.
There will be time to change, but I think that, say wets on, he's got a wet on the front, and that was what Dave Tyson was intimating, wasn't he? The fact that one of the safer option might be just to do that. There is Asher Derham down here. Let me pose that question to him. Surely no other choice other than dry tyres here, isn't there, Asher?
Yeah, it's a bit sketchy coming out of pit lane there, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what other people are doing, but maybe wets, maybe dries. It's a bit of a gamble. I think if you're further back, probably try see if wets might help, or a wet rear, dry front or something. But
well, it is a wet race, which means that if we do get a shower in here, the weather can change in an instant here at Cadwell, as we know. That it won't be stopped because of that. So if you are on the wetter option, that is something. But you, with the shower of the championship, you've got to look at what Alfie Davidson and the rest of the boys are doing out there, and you surely can't gamble with tyres.
Well, yeah, exactly. We just got to do what we think's right and play the game. Play the game.
I had a word with the bloke who does the programmes, by the way. Were you happy enough with that picturing in this weekend?
Yeah, I did like that, mate. Yeah, no, it was a nice change.
It's not what you know, it's who you know, mate. Always remember that one. Good luck, Asher. Thanks for talking to us.
I love Asher's laugh. It's so enthusiastic, so warming.
He doesn't put it on, does he? It's so natural, that one.
Remember when the faces used to appear in the crowd with Asher Durham masks? It was something a little bit creepy, actually, was Larry, but it was good to see.
There was a guy called Alan Green actually did the cycle race here at Cadwell Park with a mask of me on it, actually, which was very much a worry. Well, the riders are now being released from pit lane. That is the background noise of the hooter, which just intimates that pit lane is now open. So the riders will now be able to take a look at the
I'm surprised, Larry, nobody has gone out instantly to get a look, because they could go out and come back through.
Yeah, they could. There's riders
I'm surprised nobody's gone out there instantly.
Still filtering down from the top part of the paddock. Well, what I'm going to do is, when I get down there, is I'll have a look at see whether or not any of the riders are going to take a little bit of a gamble. But judging by the bikes that are leaving me down here in pit lane, there's Alfie Davidson. He's got the dry tyres on.
I think Kieran Kent's going out there. His helmet's not tied up, by the way, just to let you know.
Cameron Dawson, yeah, he's got the dry tyres on. One would imagine that the dry option has got to be the way to go. In fact, that is that Charlie Barnes there, number 26. He's got a wet in the front of that one. By the looks of it, the Senkat bike there has got a wet. Zach Weston just leaves pit lane. He's got the full dries on. But I think it was the number 26 there. Would that be Charlie Barnes?
He had a Docherty in the Senkat bike.
Yeah, he had a wet on the front of that one, most definitely. Now, as you rightly say, the diminished adhesion flags are being displayed there at along the start and finish straight, as the rest of the riders then make their way down. But what we'll do is perhaps just forsake one or two of the interviews down here on the grid, just to see whether or not anybody is going to gamble. Now the track is, but it's dry. You look up there towards Barn Corner and you can see just a little bit of moisture around the exit there, which the riders will be mindful of. But with one or two darker clouds now just looking up towards the mountain top there, and then clouds do look a little bit threatening. Oh, who'd be a race director in this? Who would be a team manager? Who would be a rider in all of this? As we wait for the riders to make their way down here onto the grid. It is drying with every second, Duncan, but the big question is that big black cloud that is depositing itself over the entrance to Cadwell Park. If anything is going to come of that one, riders just making their way down pit lane, because that is still open for a couple of minutes yet. But it could well be that one or two gamblers here, that cloud is starting to roll in a little bit. Who knows what this weather is going to do here. It's an absolute lottery at present.
It's one of the joys of being a team manager and a rider. You have to make the decision. That's it. You know, race direction give you an option. You have to deal with that, and the outcome will be what it is. A lot of them doing a ride through for a second look. And I think 95% of these riders are going to go out on what we have ready. Like you say, Larry, the dry tyre for a drying track. Some of them not. Well, I think, is that Alfie Davidson not even wanting a second lap? He's coming straight into his pit box. Or is it Ted Wilkinson? It's Zach Weston, actually, at the back there, 35. Not wanting a second loop. And I'm happy with my decision. I'm going to stick with that. If it rains, it rains. It's one of these things. If it doesn't rain, it's going to get drier. One of two things will happen, Alan. That's basically where we are.
It came at a really critical point in the build-up to this first race, didn't it?
Well, usually that's a superbike rain, so maybe we've kind of dodged the bullet for that one. That's when we get that.
That is very true, yeah.
But you're correct, Larry. Who would want to make that decision? Well, Stuart Higgs is the race director. He's made that decision.
Decision's being made. It's a wet race.
I can still see him looking up towards the sky. He doesn't want it to rain again, but it makes it easier for scheduling and various other things that if it does happen to come down again, we now know what will be. Richard Cooper coming out. Just let me see. Coop's going out there. Full dry tyre. Is that dry tyres on Coop's? Yes, it is. I think it's proper dry tyres on Richard Cooper. And
I haven't seen anything other, I don't think.
Well, apart from we have Carl Harris.
Yeah, and Charlie Barnes was one I spotted who laid out. Whether or not I'm going to get further down the grid, that is the big question as to whether or not we can see whether or not we've got any gamblers. But
Carl Harris, dry front, dry rear, making his way onto track, Larry. So they've changed that.
Yeah, they've changed that because he came round on a wet. So yeah, as things stand at present, we don't have a crystal ball. We can't see what the weather's going to do in 20 minutes' time when this race is coming towards its conclusion. But the very fact is that intermittent showers were what was forecast throughout the course of the day. It means that this is a scenario that we may well be in, and these wet races may be the case. Asher Durham is here. Have a look around now, Asher. What do you think? Wet tyre, dry tyre's got to be the way.
Tell the others put the wets in.
Tell the others put the wets in, yeah, like you do, mate, yeah. And if that cloud comes to anything, mate, you may be removing that one. But anyway, good luck. You just got to reel a few more points back in on Alfie on this one.
Yeah, we'll try our best, mate. Cheers.
Thanks very much. Well, the 3-minute border's gone and the grid is already being cleared. There is the number 2 of Cam Dawson. He's got the full dries on. I think we've got to hazard a guess that 95% of the riders will be out there on the drier tyres. to see whether or not the case is there. There's Alfie Davidson, he's got the dries on. There is the rest of the field just starting to assemble. Just Aidan Davies certainly got the dry front on that one. There's Kieran Kent, he's got the dries on. If there was any tyre that you would think about using, then it could well be the wet on the front. But still waiting for the riders to come around here. There's Super Ted. He's got the dries on down there for Eddie Best. He might have been a gambler in them conditions. There's Harley McCabe. He's got the dries on. There's Richard Cooper. Yeah, full dries on for that one. The Doc, Lennon Doherty, full dries with that one. Can't see any wets for anybody going back down the grid. Not all the riders are assembled down here, of course, but full dries for everybody. There is Carl Harris, as you rightly say. He's got the dries on, but right the way down to the back of the grid as Matty Whelan, comeback racer. Welcome back, Matty. Good to see you again. And yeah, still, Charlie Barnes has got the wet front in that one. He's the only one on the grid that I can see that has got anything other than the dry tyres. So there we go. I think we've just about covered everybody. But yeah, the 26 Charlie Barnes, the only rider out there that anything other than the dry options. He's got a wet front in the front of the 26.
It's a gamble for Charlie Barnes. Maybe we're just wanting that little bit of security, which is understandable. And we heard Dave Tyson talk about that, but we also hear about the racers talk about that the wet front gives you a little bit more feel at the early point of the race if there is still anything that's not 100% out there. But we watch a lot of these guys and the girls making their way back from the grid into the pit lane. 12 laps of the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship is ahead of us. And a fairly quick start procedure. Not a quick start procedure, but that did feel pretty quick. 30-second board has gone up from Alan Woods. He now clears the grid. And as we go away on this installation warm-up lap, we can keep an eye on the track on its way around. And we'll also give you the grid, which sees Zach Shelton on pole position on 17, with 2 Cameron Dawson and 47 Richard Cooper. Alfie Davidson on bike 28 alongside him, and 64 Asher Durham and 9 Carl Harris. The third row of the grid, 25 Kieran Kent, 99 Peter Willis and 38 Aidan Davey. Row 4, 32 Lewis Smart, 22 Ted Wilkinson and 71 Daniel Goodman. The fifth row is 21 Brodie Goth, 8 Ed Best and 79 Harley McCabe. And on row 6 we've got 60 Lennon Doherty, 37 James Bull and 35 Zach Weston. Row 7, 74 Finn Smart Whedon with 56 Charlie Atkins and 24 Aaron Robertson. The 8th row, 27 Callum Beach, 61 Harrison McKay and 69 Joshua Proudfoot. We keep on going onto the 9th row. We've got 53 Matty Whelan, 14 Hayden Clinton and 73 Travis Rooker. Row 10, 57 Max Wilson, 26 Charlie Barnes with that wet tyre in the front of that number 26 bike, and 83 Kylan Shuttlewood. Row 11, 6 Jack Knights, 33 Brandon Keane and 78 Maximus Max Hardy. And on the 12th row of the grid, Sean O'Reilly's on 11, Samuel Munson goes on number 70 and 66 for Jaden McKellar. Our championship, well, Alfie Davidson on the Iron Competition, Aprilia number 28 leads away, but he's only got an 18-point championship lead over the incoming Asher Durham. Well, Asher, we should say, brimming full of confidence, as it said in the programme, and I love how you got that one in there, Larry. Very, very good song title. Asher Durham, though, is on the comeback, and Harley McCabe seems to have been in third place in that championship for quite some time, and he's still there in the Fibertech Aprilia. Aidan Davey, the top CF Moto, sits in 4th place, and then Cam Dawson rounds out the top 5. Outside the top 5 in the championship, Harrison McKay, Zach Shelton, Carl Harris, Ed Best and Dan Goodman down to 10th place. Bike starting to make the way back round. I would like to think that big heavy black cloud has passed us by.
Just seeing quite a few people down in pit lane looking at that big heavy black cloud.
Well, I'm happy if it passes us by, that's for sure. We are about to go racing on Bank Holiday Monday for our annual party in the park. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship racers are lining up on the Cadwell Park grid. We had a shower coming in, just a fleeting shower, enough to dampen the track, and there's probably still a few residual wet, damp patches around the circuit. We will have to treat with caution at the start of this race. Sportbike always gives us fantastic racing. Here we go. Alan Woods clears the front of the grid. We're about to go racing for the first time today. Red lights are on and off. Very quick turnaround. Good start from 2 in the front row. Horrendous start for Richard Cooper. He went upwards instead of going forwards. And we now catch them coming in towards Coppice. And it will be one of the Powerslide Suzukis who hits the front. It's Cameron Dawson. Cameron Dawson ahead of Zach Shelton as they come in for the first time of asking through Charlie's 1. Then into the second part of Charlie's before we come down the park straight. Good start for Carl Harris up into 3rd place and Asher Durham in 4th place. But Zach Shelton in that 2nd place, he got a good start from the front of the grid as Carl Harris goes past him in towards Park. Looks nice and dry up there from our cherry picker, high in the sky as they come in towards Chris Curve and then round towards the gooseneck twin cam. Cam Dawson away at the front. He's the Powerslide Suzuki with the red wheels. That's the way that you can identify these bikes. Red wheels for his teammate Asher Durham. Well, Asher's now got a sponsor he picked up. Lady Bella's through and inside goes Richard Cooper. Fairly forceful manoeuvre from Cooper on Durham in the early laps. Richard Cooper, though, don't know if you saw it, Larry, didn't get a good start at all. Completely missed it. Went upwards rather than forwards. But Coops showing his style around here. Doing a bit of dive bombing on Asher in towards Mansfield. Over the mountain they come for the first time of asking. We look further back in towards the pack. And they also look how cautious they are now coming through here. Well, this is Charlie Barnes territory. Carl Harris comes past Cam Dawson. This is a track of 2 halves because they're so tippy-toey through the woodland section as we get them back out of the last corner and accelerate onto the straight. And Carl Harris now at the sharp end at the front as he goes back along the main straight in towards turn number 1, which is nice and dry. But yeah, that was very interesting to see Cam Dawson very cautious into that first woodland area of the track. And Zach Shelton fending off Richard Cooper for that 3rd place in this race. But young Carl Harris just threw caution to the wind there and went steaming past Cam Dawson in towards Barn. It's always hardest, Larry, when you're the first person on the road and you have to tackle those tricky conditions. You're almost effectively the pace setter. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes starting to pull away. Behind Asher Durham, we have got Alfie Davidson, who is the championship leader on that black and orange 28 iron competition Aprilia. And he's got Lewis Smart on the black and luminous yellow 32 behind him into towards the top of the gooseneck. Then it looks like it's Ed Best, Ted Wilkinson and Kieran Kent rounding out the top 10. A really good weekend so far for Kieran with this one race that they have today around Cadwell Park. Where's the rest of the CF Moto Brigade, we ask? Aidan Davey is in 11th place and Peter Willis in 15th as we come through. Now let's watch them this time as they come up over the crest of the mountain. Carl Harris in towards the woodland section he goes. And we can see that it starts to become wet as they go back towards the left-hand side, but it will be drying so quickly in this sunlight. I had a little walk up there this morning to have a look, and through and inside of Shelton goes Cooper. Tippy-toey stuff. Cooper, lovely stuff. And he's going to get Cam Dawson in towards Barn. He does. 2 in the 1 area for Richard Cooper, throwing caution to the wind as Coops. That's just experience around here. That's all that is. A little bit more experience for Richard Cooper. He's generated so much heat in the tyres, he's not going to lose that much straight away as we have a rider walking away from the track in the grass. That's a bit of a shame further up in towards the woodland area. So somebody has been caught out by that, unfortunately. We'll get a little update on who that is. Very difficult to identify from where we were kind of seeing. They're just watching somebody walk away as they go 3 wide up towards Park. But it's Dawson who holds off Shelton. Does he? Shelton up the inside over the slight area of the tarmac which has been resurfaced, and he manages to get through there no problem, Zach Shelton. So late on the brakes and he does get through and he takes that position well. Carl Harris up, fastest lap of the race, a 136.865 leads at the front and is very much pulling away and looking happy here as the incoming Zach Shelton attempts to do something about it. He's also got Richard Cooper. Cooper, though, is fending off Cam Dawson. Dawson was looking a bit racy. And Alfie Davidson's managed to get himself right up to the back of Asher Durham, his championship rival. And that's something that he very much needed to do. And he has. We're going to see a replay of the tip-off in the woodland section. And easy to do. Jack Knights. It was Jack Knights who slipped off there, unfortunately. The Liverpudlian on the United Racing Aprilia stands up and walks away from that very slow speed get off as they all come back in towards the hairpin, and Dawson under attack from Durham. His teammate through he goes. He needs to watch because Alfie Davidson again comes through. Dawson loses 2 places in that one small area, those two corners, not being nice towards Cam Dawson, I have to say, as they all cross the line. Kieran Kent still in a fine 9th place now. Kieran Kent ahead of Aidan Davey. Behind Aidan Davey, we've got Dan Goodman, Ted Wilkinson, Charlie Atkins, Brodie Goth, Harley McKay, Peter Willis, Zach Weston, Lennon Docherty down to 18th place. Lennon clearly not liking these conditions that we have on the track. Pretty good through the Q1 phase into Q2 for a good weekend, but not enjoying what he's got underneath him now. Remember I said Carl Harris was pulling away? Well, that gap is all but gone. Carl Harris is now under pressure from Zach Shelton on the XMT Triumph and Richard Cooper on the CF Moto. The Moto 12 CF Moto. These three bikes have pulled away a little bit from Asher Durham. And Asher Durham and Alfie Davidson, as we said, both got past Cam Dawson on that last lap through, giving them the kind of clear track up towards the back of Richard Cooper and seeing if they can do anything about that 1 second lead or 1 second gap that Asher Durham has to try and now get over into the bottom of the mountains. Shelton had that moving about on the brakes on the way in there. Didn't look comfortable, but let's see again how brave Cooper can be in the woodland section, and what will Carl Harris do, because he's the guy who's setting the pace. He looks very happy through there, Carl Harris. And here comes Cooper again up the inside. Lovely stuff. Through he goes on Zach Shelton. But Shelton straight back through on the inside. Cooper just a couple of feet wide past the apex of the corner. And that puts Shelton back into that second place. Good move from Zach Shelton. That you could see what was happening. Veteran move from Cooper. Veteran move from Zach Shelton as well as we look towards Barn Corner. And you'll agree with me, Alan, that's a nice dry track that we can see coming out of that last corner now.
It's drying pretty quickly. It's really warm. Ambiently, it's warm, isn't it? As long as we don't have more rain, then it's going to dry out.
I'm being told it's 18 degrees on my watch outside, but it
feels hotter in here.
It does. That's because you're sitting in the sun next to the window. Shelton pops out from the slipstream trying to take the lead into Park. Carl won't give him it easy, but Shelton takes the lead in towards Park Corner on the XMT Triumph for Chris Hicks. Lovely, good manoeuvre from Zach Shelton, and we're seeing a return to form for Zach Shelton. Kind of went off the boil for 3 or 4 rounds, but now bang back on pace. And a man who is picking up victories in 2026 as he has the legs flying. A little bit like Kyle Ryde down towards the bottom of Mansfield there. His stressometer was very much kicking in. And then back to the chicane. Carl Harris has to fend off Richard Cooper from that second place. The Rocket Rookies Suzuki rider of Carl Harris on bike number 9 with 47. Coops behind him on the... I do like the colour scheme of the CF Moto. I'm going to call it luminous orange and almost a purpley blue, as they make their way in towards the woodland section. It's dried up there so quickly. Oh, Shelton with a big mistake, though. Big mistake. Did he catch the curb on the way in? And back through into the lead goes Carl Harris. So we missed that, but Shelton had obviously a big moment there, and then through comes Carl Harris back into the lead. Well, that's a bit of a gift if you don't have to actually fight to get past. What happened to Shelton? Whoa, Shelton, so lucky to stay on that. You would have seen that on one of the big replay screens around the circuit, just as he tipped back to the right or the left for the first bit of Hall Bends after the mountain. Wow, round come the back, and Shelton lucky to stay on that. Very lucky to stay on that, I have to say. Fastest lap of the race, 5th place, Alfie Davidson. Alfie with his 1:35.003. Bringing up towards the back of this group is Asher Durham, and Shelton again on the brakes into Park takes the lead. He does like that manoeuvre. He looks really confident around so many areas here on this Cadwell Park circuit that it seems to be, if somebody does pass him, he's more than happy to get back up towards the back wheel of them and go straight through. And that's what we've seen twice now. We also saw Carl Harris right out to the white line going through Chris Curve. Cooper saw that and doesn't want to be behind that. He would rather be ahead of Carl Harris, as Carl was just flirting with the edge of the tarmac and the white line as they headed towards the top of the gooseneck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to see 6 bikes in a line now, because Cam Dawson has kind of woken up a little bit and is liking what he gets in towards the woodland section. As we go towards Hall Bends now, this is where Shelton attacks it with so much less gusto than he did the last time when we saw him coming through there. But he covers the inside line so Richard Cooper can't go through at the hairpin. The slowest corner in the British Superbike paddock, and that was a wobble for Asher Durham. That's a warning for Asher in 4th place. He just lit up the back of that Suzuki. Then Shelton lights up the back of the Triumph, coming onto the straight, and through goes Carl Harris. Carl goes through because that made Cooper just roll the throttle ever so slightly. And Coops tries to come through into Charlie's. Lovely stuff from Richard Cooper. That is a proper manoeuvre here at Cadwell Park to make the manoeuvre, hold the speed through Coppice and then underneath into Charlie's. We've seen many a rider try that, and we've seen many a rider get that wrong. But Zach Shelton pops back out from the slipstream. Here comes Asher Durham. He's followed this for long enough. He comes up the inside. Does he pass 2? No, he gets past 1 because Cooper releases the brake and tails the bike across the nose of Asher Durham up towards the back of Carl Harris. We're on lap 7 out of 12. This is now a proper sport bike race. It's like they've managed to get through the initial wet parts. We saw a replay of Durham on the big screen. Watch the big screen. It might show us Shelton as well. It does. There's Zach Shelton. That was seconds after Asher Durham having his moment. And Richard Cooper just had to roll the throttle ever so slightly, and that let Carl Harris go. But now Coops is in the lead. That would have probably been a braking manoeuvre into Mansfield from Richard Cooper. He does look so strong down there. And the CF Moto leads over the mountain at Cadwell Park as we have got Cam Dawson on the back. And in behind Cam Dawson, we've actually got Ed Best. Steady Eddie Best up there in the Sim Cirrus Kawasaki has got himself very much in the mix. He comes up the inside of Cam Dawson and through he goes. And then Lewis Smart is the next rider appearing. And he is on the Lewis Smart Racing Triumph. So, yeah, bikes all starting to get a feel for this track surface that we're dealing with here as Carl Harris again pops out from the slipstream. He will take the lead. We're watching a replay on the big screen just now. Don't worry about that. That was the initial lead change on the last lap. But as we pick it up, Carl Harris is back in the lead. He slipstreamed along the home straight and took that position back from Richard Cooper. In a bit of a power move. I do like the livery on this Rocket Rookies. It reminds me of one of Ron Haslam's race bikes from many years ago, the Elf 500 Honda. The yellow plate with the number 9 just looks absolutely perfect. And Carl Harris would absolutely love to get a victory here at Cadwell Park. As we have a little look at the championship for Carl, a little bit of work to do in 8th place as we scan across 1 second and 1 third place, yet to stand on the first step of the podium, and he will do everything in his powers to make sure that happens today. There's a bit of a gap breaking in now. 5 bikes at the front. Cooper again though up the inside into Mansfield, and he really does like that manoeuvre. You can brake there and seemingly run wide through the heart of the corner, and it still sees you in the right line and the firing zone for the next chicane. So Cooper is very strong into that area. If somebody wants to try and defend from that towards the end of the race, they're going to have their head very much switched on, because Cooper's passed them all in that area. He's passed Harris, Durham, he's passed Shelton as well. And I think, was it Cam Dawson he went past there, or Cam Dawson got done at the hairpin that we're at right now? Lap 8 out of 12. Cooper at the front. Warning signs on everybody's dashboard because Cooper can use the experience he's got around here and try and pull away. He's already put a bit of a gap into them. Last time across the line it was 0.04 of a second. He's got 0.3 of a second in his pocket, Richard Cooper. But by the time we get to turn number 1, Carl Harris is all over him as they go through the heart of Coppice and then over the crest and in towards Charlie's. That's the power of the slipstream in Sportbike. And look at Asher Durham, fastest lap of the race last time round. He's got himself right into the mix and he is there. Harris pops out from the slipstream. He goes into lead. Durham pops out from the slipstream on Cooper as well. Levels him. That's all he needs to do. And he puts himself into second place. So Richard Cooper started that straight in first, ends the straight in third place. And he's now got Zach Shelton issues as well as they run round Chris Curve towards the top of the gooseneck. Got to say, Carl Harris looking good here, but Asher Durham has worked his way towards the sharp end methodically. He hasn't put himself in any danger. He hasn't made any risky manoeuvres, and that is the sign that we like to see. Alfie Davidson in 5th place, watching what's happening ahead. The championship leader on 28. He can see Asher Durham slowly making his way through this busy field of traffic ahead of him, but he doesn't want to let Asher get to the front and him staying in 5th place. Alfie Davidson, he on 28, needs to do something as we got a rider down at the exit of the last corner there, and there will be yellow flags as they come round. That's somebody right at the very, very back. Port West Race Safe Marshals are in attendance. 66 is down, up on his feet perfectly okay. That is Jaden McKellar as the leaders make their way past that. That's just a little bit too keen on the throttle as you come out there. You can see the marks on the track. That's been an unfortunate end for Jaden, but he's up on his feet walking away, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals dealing with that. We'll see a replay on the big screen. The bike on the far right of the screen. Oh, down he goes. Similar to Ollie Bayliss, but a little bit later in the actual corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes at the front. It's Carl Harris who leads down Park. Here comes the charge behind them. And first of all, breaking out from the slipstream is Asher Durham. Durham goes, no he doesn't, because Cooper's brave on the brakes this time. Is he too deep on the brakes, Cooper? No, he's not. That was very impressive. Richard Cooper has shown us that he has got some good braking in towards Park. But he's also shown us that he's under pressure from Asher Durham round the outside. Surely not. Oh, Alfie Davidson, that was absolutely beautiful on Zach Shelton. Well, Shelton just watching what's happening ahead of him. Davidson rode round the outside of him at the gooseneck, and Shelton gets all annoyed and aggressive and comes straight back up the inside in towards Mansfield. But that was a lovely manoeuvre from Alfie Davidson. Well, everybody else has preoccupied and looking at what's going on right in front of them round the outside. And Cam Dawson's not done yet either. He's on the back of this, and Ed Best as well. Lewis Smart hasn't just made that little jump as they come back into you at the Woodland section through Old Hall, or through the Hall Bends I should say. Everybody line astern. Lap 10 of 12, we're about to start lap 11. Let's hope they all get out of the last corner and treat it with that little bit of respect that it does need. Jaden McKellar was quite wide when he actually went down. He's quite far off the racing line. And Chris Hicks, attack, attack, attack is the board for Zach Shelton that gets held out there from the man behind the XMT race team. Attack, attack, attack. We've seen quite a few funny things put on that pit board this year. Yeah, I think he got sacked at Donington for one moment, but then he was quickly reinstated in the team. As they come down the bottom of the valley, they start to climb up the other side. Asher Durham pops out from the slipstream first. Here comes Zach Shelton. He's attacking, he's attacking, he's attacking. He goes through on 1, 2 places for Zach Shelton. Lovely stuff. And Richard Cooper hung out to dry there, just shown the edge of the track by Asher Durham. But that's only because Durham had Zach Shelton very much underneath him. So, yeah, you say attack to Zach Shelton and he will do it. Will he go up the inside of Carl Harrison to Mansfield? Yes, he does. Well, this man absolutely lives by his pit board. He gets a giddy up from the pit lane from Chris Hicks, and he passes 3 bikes in 1 lap. Zach Shelton back to the front on the XMT Triumph in towards the bottom of the mountain, lapping up. Quarter to go as we come over the crest of the mountain in towards the Woodland section. He did look so good earlier on. Now, what happened to Lewis Smart in the background there? Was everything okay? We'll try and pick a long camera shot. Yeah, Lewis Smart ahead of Ed Best. That's what we did see. Here comes Cooper up the inside of 1. Oh, Cooper almost in to Carl Harris, but he doesn't actually make contact. He did go past Durham, and then Durham had a big moment on the exit of that corner, and this is all falling into the hands of Zach Shelton as he crosses the line and they head on towards the final lap, in towards Coppice. Shelton leads from Harris. Durham underneath Cooper. That was a power move from Asher Durham up the inside. And where, you ask, is Alfie Davidson? He's in 5th place right now, just a little bit detached off the back of this leading 4. Everything tucked in behind the bubble, down one side of the valley. They hit the basin floor and they start to climb up. Zach Shelton is on the faraway white line, not wanting anybody to come past, but here comes Carl Harris up the inside. Carl Harris through, but Asher Durham cuts underneath as well, and 2 places lost for Zach Shelton as they come through Chris Curve. That was a great move from young Carl Harris, and brave as they come from Durham, and he needed to do that as Alfie Davidson's also now back in the mix. Down towards Mansfield, we know who's strong down here. Richard Cooper up the inside of Zach Shelton. Through goes Cooper into 3rd place, onto a podium spot. Shelton tries to come back through the inside, but can't seem to make any manoeuvres. And it's young Carl Harris who leads out off the chicane towards the bottom of the mountain. Absolutely nothing to lose, desperate to get a race victory for the Rocket Rookies Suzuki team as he comes up over the crest of the mountain into Hall Bends. Foot off the peg for Durham. We keep our eyes firmly on the bikes as they come through Hall Bends. Carl Harris looks like he's almost got this one complete. The box is almost ticked for 2026 for young Carlos after a really strong showing at Thruxton. He comes out of the last corner and Carl Harris will win at Cadwell Park in fabulous style from Asher Durham in 2nd place and Richard Cooper across the line in 3rd. Zach Shelton 4th, the championship leader Alfie Davidson 5th place, ahead of Cameron Dawson, Ed Best, Lewis Smart, 9th for Harley McCabe and 10th for Daniel Goodman. Behind Dan Goodman, Aidan Davey, a good 11th place, with Kieran Kent in 12th, Ted Wilkinson, Brodie Goth and Zach Weston rounding out the top 15. But that was a very impressive run for young Carl Harris And you know what, Larry Carter, that was needed for that young man's mojo, just to get him going and keep the momentum up there. He's off a very, very strong Thruxton. And young Carlos on the Rocket Rookie Suzuki Scoop has delivered at Cadwell Park. And we've got another rider down at the last corner. Just let me pick up on that one as we have a long look through our binoculars. We look to see 69, I think, down there, up on his feet. But at a bruising last
Identical
corner.
place.
Joshua Proudfoot, yeah.
Identical place.
Identical point as well from yourself. I'd like to point that out. Down there, Dunk.
Oh, yes, I did, didn't I?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go, Larry Carter.
Sorry about that.
That's
I don't
okay.
like pointers in
It's
commentary
okay.
boxes, but I had to do it.
Bravo, Carl Harris. Bravo, that man. I love the tribute helmet he's wearing this year in memory of his late, great father. But he did absolutely everything right there. I thought Shelton had that one aced. But when Carl came through on the inside at Park and then that let Durham come through, it was made. Really, really strong race of that young man. And he knows that and he needed that. Under the watchful eye of Ron and Anne Haslam. Can see his little sister down here as well, about to go on the track and meet up with Larry Carter and the rest. But Scoop, what do you think of that for young Carl Harris?
Well, what a cracking race, wasn't it? Absolutely. There was any one of probably about 10 riders that could have won that going into the final lap. But made up for Carl Harris. That's his first sport bike win. Of course, he did win a few races in the Super Teen category going back a couple of years. But that is his first British Championship win, given that the sport bikes now have got British Championship status. And absolutely delighted. And I'll tell you what, one person that would have been looking down on him was being the bomber himself, because Carl Harris, he certainly knew how to ride Cadwell Park, and he will have been looking after his young protege from up above. But what a cracking ride that was. Asher Durham wanted that one, didn't he? He's managed to pull back a few more points on Alfie Davidson. As nice to see Richard Cooper as well on the podium, because that's his first podium since the BMWs halfway through last year, as he gets I thought it was going to be the first win for the Eddie Roberts CF Moto 12 squad, but perhaps it wasn't to be, as here comes Asher Durham down onto P2, met by his Mente's team manager. And that is, is that a Battle of Britain Memorial flight overhead? I'm not too sure whether that was a Spitfire they hold a Hurricane.
It looks like it.
Wasn't expecting that one. We are expecting the Red Devils to drop in, unless that's the spotter plane for the Red Devils these days. I'm not too sure. But there is actually there is Cooperman as well. As the two new neighbours, one from Nottingham, one from Derby, and what have you.
I'm being told no Red Devils today. It's a little bit too windy for the conditions, Larry. Yeah.
Well, Cooperman, life in the old dog yet. Tell you what, you're giving a few horses away to these boys on the strip, but managed to ride around the problems, get a podium.
Yeah, it's clear to see where we're lacking, Larry. It's been that while, I forgot your name. You know, I can't moan, because we've got a fantastic bike underneath us. If we can find a little bit, if the rules maybe pull a couple of bikes back or bring us forward, I could win this, Larry. You know I can. There was nobody more committed in the Woodland section than me, bottom of Mansfield. I had to make it fit in places that it didn't want to fit in.
You've done it, Coops, anyway. First sport bike podium.
43 years old, Larry. I'm old enough to be everyone's dad on this grid, but we're still having a go.
Good lad, Richard. Great to see you. Well, Cooperman is there. There is Asher Durham as well down here. It's important points for your Asher there. That's you pulled a few more points back on Alfie in that one.
Yeah, no, it was important to beat Alfie. It was very sketchy out there, so it took me a few laps to get my rhythm and try not to crash in them last two corners. They were really sketchy. Had some real sketchy moments. Coops was really fast into that hairpin. But yeah, once I got into second, I thought I won't even attack Carl. It's too sketchy at the other half of the track, so I was just trying to defend from the other two, and yeah, happy to get a podium and close down that gap.
Well done, mate. Well, congratulations. And it's a very emotional Carl Harris down here, as he knows the magnitude of this one. There is Stuart Higgs, the race director, just gives him a hug there, and he says this one's for his dad. And anybody that knows anything about Bomber, then he'll know that he was the king of Cadwell. And Stuart Higgs there just giving him a saying, "You've done it, mate. You're a sport bike race winner, a British Championship race winner." As the rest of the family move in there, and Steve Wolfmoor as well there as well. There is as Steve Moore moves in and what have you. He says that was fantastic. Hey, British Championship race winner, how does that sound, eh?
I'm honestly lost for words because I've had sleepless nights coming here knowing from Fuxton I was on the podium and knowing this, it was one of my dad's best tracks and like how he was known over that mountain, so that was my dream to win it for him, and I've just done it today and I honestly can't believe it.
Well, you've done it, mate, and what's more is the future will hold that you'll be doing the big jumps over the mountain in years to come, just like your dad, but it's understandable it's an emotional time because you've, up until Thruxton, you'd had a pretty rough season, Carl, if you're being perfectly honest. You'd thrown away a few good results and potentially, but you owed not only the team this one, but you owed yourself it as well.
Yeah, definitely. I put absolutely everything into this, and just from them podiums at Thruxton, it's given me that confidence and knowing I can do it, and just coming here, I wanted to win, and I dreamt about it, and I've done it, so I'm so happy, and I'll never give up on my dreams.
No, you can't do that, mate. What it does mean as well was me and you were going skinny dipping in the River Swale. I said when we go, when you win a race championship, mate, I'm coming up to Richmond and we're going to have a bit of a swim in the Swale, mate. I'm not looking forward to that.
No, it'll be pretty cold, won't it? So.
Yeah. Well, what about it, ladies and gents? Carl Harris has taken victory at the circuit that his dad was so good at, and you heard the raw emotion coming out of that one. Ron Haslam is there, Hannah Haslam's there, and Ron Haslam. Ron does that good. You were his age one time when you were racing the Faro Yamaha around here, and you'd lost a brother. Of course, it's a significant sort of like you can draw some comparisons with the emotions that he's going through at present.
Oh, it's incredible. You know, his first big win. You know, it's just fantastic. I'm just so pleased for him. That race was such a long race, you know, for me. I don't know how it was for him, but, you know, well done to him. You know, he deserves it.
Yeah, and it's understandable, the emotion, isn't it, how he comes out, because you'll have put him through the mill this year. You know, very hard tutor, Ron, and you've had to, you know, you've had to comfort him when he's brought the bike back in bits to a certain podium, but he deserves this.
Oh, he does deserve it. I mean, Alton Park, it looked like we were going to get a podium, and then he fell the last lap, so obviously that was quite emotional, but this has made all up for it now. You know, it's well done to him.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ron. Well, we'll make our way off of the podium because off of the grid, we need to make our way up onto the podium, which we're going to do as soon as we've climbed the steps. So with that, just a couple of minutes take me to do that as Carl Harris just gets a quick chat with the TV people. Take me a couple of minutes to get up the podium. So Al, if I can just hand back to you for a quick couple of minutes.
You certainly can, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Very warm down there now. A beautiful sunshine looking down on Cadwell Park. Looks absolutely spectacular as we approach midday here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. We have had so many of your messages over the course of this morning. Can we do a big shout out to Ivy and Neve, both Carl Ride fans, hoping he's feeling better today and goes a little better than yesterday. That's from Donk, Steve, Ivy and Neve as well. All of these messages are on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Your first name and your message please to 07482 877 877, and we don't need your surname, only your first name. We've got a special guest to have a chat to with a special history here at Cadwell Park after we've had our podium with Larry in just a couple of minutes. This message is from Ian after 11:30. Yep, we're good. Can you give a shout out please to Woofy Head in his right Royal Bobness with Bubba enjoying their second day at BSB this year. Thank you very much indeed. Always worry about nicknames. Good morning, Duncan, Alan and Larry. Looking forward to a great day of racing. Was fantastic to see Rory's win yesterday. He can do the same again today. And cheering on Super Ted in sport bikes. Hope Kyle is feeling better for the races today. Up the ride, baby. And that's from Bryony from Frodsham. Thank you, Bryony. Thanks for writing in. This one says, morning, can you give a shout out to Finn's Pics, and thank you for the pictures of Ryan Vickers over the mountain. Yeah, and for the captions as well. Ryanair was a spectacular caption by TNT Sport on Saturday. Absolutely superb work. This one says, can you give a shout out to Kane or Biff attending today for his 20th birthday? Tell him his mum Sarah and dad Ben love him very much. Thanks, guys. There we go. I think we're ready with the podium.
I think we're out with all riders just having a chat down there. I had a chat with Richard Cooper. He says, you know what? He says, I wanted to win, but I'll give Cal that one because he deserved it. And that's just magnanimous of a man of Cooper, 43 years young. Let's go then with the first of the podiums here at Cadwell Park this weekend, and overlooking the spectator banking here. We want to give them a massive reception here. His first podium of the season for Moto 12 at CF Moto. It's Cooperman, Richard Cooper. Whichever, Richard, wherever you want to go, mate, you're the boss. Second position then, closing in that championship lead. A 7th podium for Powerslide Suzuki and the Thrasher, Asher Durham. But we know he's going to get a massive reception because it's his first win in the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship for Rocket Rookies on the Suzuki. The race winner, Carl Harris. And the team award as well goes to the Rocket Rookies concern, just to stand down there. We'll ask Simon from our friends at Zinn to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, the black-clad figure there, Richard Cooper. He gets P3 on this occasion. His first sport bike podium for the Eddie Roberts CF Moto team. The Thrasher, Asher Durham. It's ball boiling up nicely as we head into the next round at Donington Park. These guys don't go to Aston, remember. Donington Park for his local track for Asher Durham was his 7th podium of the season. And a special one in the podium spot. Oh, just having a little bit of a chuckle round there because it's his first major senior win for Rocket Rookie Suzuki. The race winner, Carl Harris. Yes, and he holds the trophy in the helmet, and the Rocket Rookies Suzuki squad get the team award as well for the team on behalf of their winning rider. And thanks to Simon for making the podium presentation. We'll make our way off because no, you can't go across unless, if you want to. Stuart, they want to know whether they can go across to the crowd to spray the bubbly. Yeah, why not? If you want, Cooper. It's too go on, mate. Here, leave your trophy. Oh, God, I knew I'd get a face full there.
Oh, dear.
If you want to go across there and celebrate with the fans across there, Cal, because this is a very special moment for that one there. That's Cooper's trophy, Richard. I'll give you that. So can we go across? Well, there you go, folks. This is going to be a staple here at Cadwell Park. We thought that we were only going to get it with the Superbikes, but there is Richard Cooper, and he goes and celebrates with the team across there. He's the Thrasher, Asher Durham. He's going to come across out into the crowd. You never know, there might be an odd Pirelli hat that just makes its way out there, up into the crowd as well. And there is Carl Harris. Come on, let's hear it, folks. A special day here for Carl Harris. And meets the rapturous applause, and he knows exactly how to do it. This is exactly what his old man would have done all those years ago. And he goes out and gets the Baglietti Prosecco out into the crowd and gets the crowd absolutely soaked. He knows what he's doing. He's a future Superbike rider, he's Carl Harris. And he gets the congratulations of the fans across there. And a day that Carl Harris will never, ever forget. His first senior victory at British Championship level when he takes the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship race win here at his dad's beloved circuit of Cadwell Park. Well, an emotional scenes down here on the grid and in the crowd. It's going to be a precedent this for the rest of the afternoon, isn't it? Well, we don't mind because we say we can't come to the riders here at Cadwell Park. We'll always do our best to get them to you. So there, we're going to get some pictures as well with the Carl Harris fan club down there. Absolutely wonderful scenes here at Cadwell Park. With that, back to the studio.
Oh, Larry, that's really cool, isn't it? In the sunshine here at Cadwell Park, and a great photograph as well, celebrating with the fans, which is completely unique to the Cadwell Park circuit and the party in the park on this August bank holiday weekend. Absolutely super, super scenes. Can we go over there, please, teacher? Yes, you can. Of course you can. Because Roger Marshall here in the studio, that is very much a feature of this weekend at Cadwell Park, isn't it? Getting close to the fans.
Yeah, that's right, Alan. Good morning, and good morning to Larry and all the fans out there. And I'm pleased the sunshine's come out for you. And so special for, like you say, for Carl, because I've got a long association with his dad. My son started the same year on the Aprilia Super Teens, and the lad who won it was a lad called Lee Notman, and Adam was second and Carl third. So I've watched his dad and all his career, and I know his family, so my son will be delighted for him as well.
Something special, isn't it?
Absolutely wonderful.
Something special, a connection with Cadwell Park is you and motorsport. This is where the journey started, isn't it?
Yeah, as we say every year, Alan, it just father brought me here when I was 7 and clung onto the wire fence as you do and saw him jump the mountain, and just unique, and it's never changed. The atmosphere's still the same. It's one of the only circuits in England that you can get close.
And you feel so close, don't you?
Well, you know, even if you bring someone and they've never followed motorbikes, and you bring them, which I've done, and said, you've got to go and put it on your bucket list or whatever you want to call it, and they've come, and they come back every year, and they've said they've never seen anything like it.
First time I ever came here to Cadwell Park some 35 years ago, it was for car racing, and I couldn't quite believe that car racing could fit on the Cadwell Park circuit, but it does.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen cars here. I mean, I know that's your initial passion. They don't do a lot for me, but I have to be honest, I've been a biker all my life.
You met them in the middle with sidecars.
That's true, but it's a little bit different, especially the sidecar I had.
It is. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, it's when I first started, you apprentice electrician, and I was on road bikes on the road, and then we wanted to start racing, but none of us had. We hadn't come out of a time, so I went with a lad called Jim Johnson, and we went 50-50. He was a JCB driver, and I was just coming out my time, so it was a shame for him, because it was a period when we all used to go to the pub, and he was a teetotaler, so we had some strange experiences, put it that way, but it got me into going around the track, and a year later I was out my time working for a company in Grimsby and working in Scotland, and saved enough money to get my first 350 Yamaha and start club racing.
And then to lead on to what you had. What were your memories of racing here at Cadwell Park? What is the key to unlocking Cadwell Park? Because we see some spectacular photographs, but is spectacular the quickest way around this circuit?
Yeah, it's. I think when you start racing here, we used to get a lot of the southern people come up here, and going back to the Percy Tates and that, and they always struggled here. But I think when you started racing here and you learnt your craft here, you learnt some of the quirks of Cadwell, shall we say. And I'll take an example of Danny Kent, who I worked with last year, who could, the first year, he couldn't get in the points here. So last year I was with Martrain and McCams, so I said, let's get a 600 road bike. And me and my wife Emma come here at 7 o'clock in the morning. I walked the track with him, made him some notes, and he said, I've never been on that line, I've never done this, I've never done that. And cut a long story short, when we come to this meeting last year, Danny was on the pace until he fell off at Mansfield. He was dicing for the lead. So, and he's a world champion, ex-world champion, and he wins races in BSB, yet he couldn't get his head round Cadwell. Yet I pointed all them facts out at my age, and it made the difference. So we can still make difference.
Can you make an estimate of how many races you've had around the Cadwell Park circuit in your career?
No. No idea. I'll have to work on that. I used to get somebody who used to give me all the notes, and I've still got my scrapbooks and that.
Have you really?
I occasionally look at again. You don't realise till you pack up racing how it's consumed your life. And I suppose it's like a football or anything. You hear of all these people getting depressed and that, and
when they stop,
when they pack up, it is a funny transition. It's the next best thing is what I do. So, it's like help a team or ride a coach or whatever you call about me.
Because we saw the images, the television pictures of you just a couple of weeks ago, thoroughly into the success that Ryan had down at Thruxton. You are as into this as maybe that 7-year-old boy coming to Cadwell Park for the first time. It was just lovely to see.
Yeah, Mick Grant made a comment to Roger Burnett who's Ryan's manager, he said, I can't believe Reg is still as passionate about what he does. And I couldn't come and spend all the hours you do. It is a passion. And yeah, and when you get somebody like Ryan or any rider that you're coaching who listens to you, you know, and then you make that progress. Because at the beginning of the year,
you're doing it
beginning of the year was miles
together.
behind, but it's all credit to the team as well.
Yes.
You know, the boys who work on, well, both sides of the garage, they've got so much experience, and Ryan's feedback, and we just put everything together, and when you've been right off the pace, and then everybody says, oh, the Honda's no good now, and Ducati's took over, and then we've been getting closer and closer, and then to do what you did at Thruxton, all your emotions come out, don't they?
That was something special, wasn't it?
Yeah, so you're jumping about the garage, and then you look back and you think, you lunatic.
I don't think anyone was thinking lunatic. I think everyone was enjoying the passion, because...
yeah, I must admit that it was nice when Ryan come down the pit lane and nearly everybody out of every garage came out and clapped, and
Wasn't it
I
awesome?
thought, well, you respect, they all know how well and hard he was riding. Yeah.
And the thing is, to do it at Thruxton, which is yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a huge circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, and because we've been struggling for side grip, etc., it's you're on the side of the tyre a lot at Thruxton, but we worked on a couple of corners where we could stand the bike up, and I went there every time he went out, and we got better and better there, and that paid off towards the end of the race.
As far as your career was concerned, you said, and you mentioned it, and you mentioned it quite rightly, that sometimes when sportsmen decide that they're no longer going to be competing, that it can be quite a depressive era and a huge change in lifestyle and everything about it. How much decision-making process did you go through to decide, okay, well, I need to move now to the next stage of my motorcycling career?
I never wanted to retire, like obviously, excuse me, I was in the Joey Dunlop era, and of course Joey kept riding, and Honda backed him till unfortunately he lost his life. But what year was it? It was 86. Yeah, I've been with Honda 4 years, so at the end of 86 it was on the Rothmans Honda, and Roger Burnett and I came back from Brands in our Honda Preludes, and anyway, we got a call on the Monday morning, this after the last meeting of the year on the British Championship at Brands, and we were summoned down to Power Road in Chiswick, and we thought, well, what's this about? Both of you come with your cars, and I was supposed to be at Kirkeston the next weekend filling for Joey because he was injured. So we went down there, and anyway, thought the workshops were closed. Thought that's weird. And then we went in, and then Barry Simmons went at his desk, and it was just a quick, thank you very much. We've stopped racing, and they basically gave us our money for the train to get back home.
Wow.
And then I'd been with Suzuki in 82 on the XR69, the Heron Suzuki, my best ever year, when I was voted Man of the Year, and I won 3 championships that year. And then there was unfortunately, Neil Robinson had lost his life on the Skull Bandit Suzuki, so I went with Paul Liddon to do the World Formula 1 Championships, which was the last year before World Superbike, and do the British Championship. So I went and I did a deal there, and then at the end of that year, we used to sometimes go to Australia to do the Swan Series. So basically, Rex White, who was team manager then, says, yeah, if you get it all paid for, you, mechanic, bike, crated up, and go to the Swan Series. So we went there. I think I finished second in the championship there. Come back for Christmas, and Rex White met us at Gatwick Airport as we came through, and he handed us our P45, and they retired. And it was why these companies were packing up, because bikes went through a really bad period of sales.
Yes. Yeah.
So 2 factories packed up 2 years on trot, and then I thought, right, obviously I don't want to get a van and start again. So it was...
Did you think about that? Did you think about
I
maybe
did,
doing
yeah,
it?
because I think it's still possible to do that if you've got the talent and the right people. But I got a phone call out the blue from a bloke called John Surtees, who was the only man to win bike world championship in the car Formula 1 championship. So I never spoke to him in my life. So it's John Surtees here, and I went, yeah, okay then. Yeah. I just said I'm Roger Daltrey, I'm a rock star. So the next thing is, it really was him. You know, it's a bit like going back when you read Brian Johnson's book in AC/DC. Oh yeah, of course you want me to come and sing for you, and have an audition.
And that actually happened.
If you read his books, one of the best books ever. But going back to that, I went and met a guy called Bob Graves, who lived south of London, and Gary Flood, who was an Australian who'd been working on this Cosworth bike for 4 years, trying to win Daytona, and it just didn't quite happen. And I went and basically I did a deal. We went and we won Daytona, we won Spa-Francorchamps, and we won Assen, and we had a great year. And then at the end of the year, Bob says, "That's it, my dream's come true," and he parked that up. And then I thought, well, maybe now is the time, but I would have liked to have continued, because I was still fast.
Yeah, still quick. And how old were you?
39.
39 years old.
Yeah.
What would you say is the expectancy of a rider to still be quick? I mean, I was looking recent news that John McGuinness is still winning races, classic races on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, I mean, John's still got the enthusiasm, and he knows where his key niche is in that area, like winning on the pattern at the Manx and stuff like that. And still, John goes out on his super stock bike when he's with us, and he does his best laps he's ever gone round circuits, and he's getting in the top 15. So, it's difficult to say. Say, look at the superbike. You look at Leon Haslam. You look at Josh Brooks.
Yes.
Well into the 40s.
Yes.
So it's a matter of your head, your fitness, and that you still want it like you did years ago.
Yes.
And if you don't have that, then you're a danger to yourself.
That's wise words. Very wise words.
It is, because you must be like try and be the fittest guy out there, like Ryan and people like that. It's just, and I was the same. I could train 8 hours a day in my day, even though I had a reputation for a bit of a boy. Yeah,
but you're still fit as a fiddle. I see you walking and cycling around the paddock. You're here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah. So, what gets you up in the morning and what keeps me active, and I enjoy that. I'm not one of these people who can sit and watch the telly. As Emma will tell you, I'll drive her mad if I've got anything to do. So, and I think that's definitely the secret. And it's a shame because, we get lads go to World like Ryan and Taz McKenzie and people like that.
Yes.
And you're not on the best package. And you saw Brad on the Yamite want the best team. But people read into it that they haven't got the talent to cut it, but they have. It's a shame.
It's placed correctly.
It's like Ryan, last year. It was a way of learning the tracks.
Yes.
Which he did. He was getting in the top 10, and the world was set. But then when they want £500,000 off you to stay in that team, it's not. You're not going to do it unless you're somebody with a massive sponsor.
I have to say, their loss is our gain, because we're welcome with open arms back into the BSB.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. He's such a, how can I put it? He's a real fan's favourite. And he's always got time for everybody, and they all see how he's riding a bike. And a lot of people would have given up and said, oh, no, the Honda's not quite capable of getting in the top 10, but not Ryan. He just said, let's work hard and let's make it happen.
And it happened just a couple of weeks ago. And in fairness, yesterday everything was looking incredibly good, wasn't it?
Yeah, we went wide at Park Corner and on the grass, and then we lost a lot of time. Then Ryan come back, and I think he went over half a second quicker than anybody, so he would have been pole today. And then the trouble is, there's only Park, really, unless anybody makes a mistake. It's one corner that you always work on to build up to do a block pass.
Yeah.
And if somebody's not as quick as you, it's what you've got to do there. And unfortunately, there was a line of them there, and poor old Joe Talbot, we just got sucked in, and Ryan obviously went down, and you know, it was sad, but these things happen in racing, and obviously we lost pole position today, which would have been nice. So,
yes.
But neither of them got hurt, and we've got Doc 3 places and 3 points and his licence, which is the rules, and that's the rule book, and we've got to abide by this.
Gave us a lovely moment afterwards, just seeing the television pictures of Ryan going up and giving him a hug. And I didn't mean it. Sorry.
It was a weird because if Ryan hadn't come back, I'd have been working for Joe.
Yeah.
So it was two of my favourite riders. Two favourite riders.
Yeah, that does make it difficult.
Yeah, and it's funny last night because I went round to the team. I'd already been there in the day and said sorry, but I know them all, and Nigel and all them. But I went last night because they were working on the bike, and just went, whoa, there's a red line there, you're not allowed in, Rog. And they all started laughing, and then we just stopped there, and I just started to say something, and then Joe turned up on the back and he says, what the hell are you doing in my garage? So yeah, at least we got over it. You know, Joe's took people out. It happens. It's a mistake.
A racing mistake. Yeah. I also like what you were just describing 2 weeks ago at Thruxton, you and Ryan Vickers, and yesterday. There's no I in team with you, is there? You refer to everything as we. It is very much a team, isn't it?
Yeah, flipping heck. The experience I've got in there with Spider, Johnny on Ryan's side, and, you know, it's just amazing. They've got Paul and Matt on the other side, and, you know, then they've got the two mechanics on each, and they're just really wonderful people, and Scott's doing a great job running the team, and Neil Fletcher's there at most meetings, and John Hogan, our PR guy. So yeah, it's a great thing.
And this tradition here at Cadwell Park, Roger, is always a real joy to get you up here to the commentary box. Yes, please, if you would. Yeah, no, I'm not cutting you off.
The crowd always like one of my stories. So it was Emma who reminded me, said, last year we went to Mexico, and it wasn't the hotel we wanted. So we went to this recommended, and it was horrible. It was full of blooming Yanks, and they were all gobby. And so we had to sit round there, and we couldn't walk out because the crocodiles would eat you. So we were stuck in this flipping hotel for 2 weeks with no beach. So the last night we were there, it was hard to get in this steak restaurant. So we went up, and we wanted to sit outside. So we walked up, and anyway, saw it was closed. And anyway, the main man at the door says, no, can't sit out. And a guy who just come back to the restaurant from his holiday, a Cypriot, had me flat cap on and an AC/DC shirt on. And he goes, oh my God. And it goes up to the bloke, and he's going, do you know who that is? And I thought, here we go. And he says, it's Brian Johnson. And he looked at me, and I went, yeah, it is. And anyway, the next thing is we're sat outside, and we've got the best steak and the best wine. Anyway, it was a nice evening, and I know people like to listen to some of my stories.
So did you select Ryan's music for the Homologato Super Bowl lap, or did he pick that without any help?
I'm really proud of Ryan, because he's not one of these people who like all these screaming women who sing now, and they think they're amazing. You know, he likes guitars, drums, people that can do proper music. So he'll play 60s music, 70s. He's anything that he likes and hears, like me or you. You know, that sounds a good song, where people will blank all that crap out. They think it's crap. So he loves it. Yeah, and I'm proud of him that way.
I always absolutely love these moments up at Cadwell Park. I need to show you. Are they your favourite band, AC/DC, would you say?
Well, no, my all-time favourite is The Who by miles.
That's right. I remember you telling me that before. Yeah, friends with David Essex.
Roger Daltrey.
I was looking for my... that's on my office wall. And it's a jacket in a frame.
Yeah, keep rocking, Alan.
Brian Johnson.
Oh.
He signed that while I was doing an interview on television because somebody told him I was a bit of a fan of AC/DC, so he signed it while I was otherwise occupied.
And he's a car man, isn't he?
He's a car man. I've interviewed him on many occasions.
Yeah, I love watching him on telly when he was interviewing other bands.
With Mark Knopfler.
Yeah.
Did you see that series?
Yeah, Sting, all of them.
Absolutely superb.
Yeah, did Daltrey, did everybody, yeah. And what an interview. And I think the best one was Metallica when he interviewed them. It was amazing.
Absolutely brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's always absolutely brilliant having you here in the studio, Roger. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for having us back to Cadwell Park.
Yeah, and thank you for giving him what is now becoming my annual spot.
It is, yeah.
And I'd just like to hope the fans keep trying. I hope we have some great, safe racing.
We all do. Roger, thank you very much indeed. Roger Marshall here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. We've got another special guest coming up here on 88.0 FM.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2-friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Didn't let it put the brakes on your ride? McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bon Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bon Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And beautiful sunshine here at Cadwell Park. My goodness, Terry Reimer, we've had every single possible weather thrown at us over the last 3 days, haven't we?
We have, yeah. I know, it's unbelievable, isn't it? And it's great to see the fans sitting in the sun, basking in the sun, enjoying themselves out there. It's a great crowd again, yet again, for the party in the park.
Unique circuit, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, it's we've got one of our data engineers is German. His name's Andy, and Andreas, and I walked him around when we got here. I walked him around the circuit, and he said he's seen it on TV, but it really flattens it out. He said, I can't believe the actual undulation and the way that, you know, the steepness of some of the hills. He said, it's crazy. He was just gobsmacked. He said, rather, you know, the guys out there on the bikes than me. He said, honestly, he said, I'd take my hat off to everybody. He said that races around here at speed. He said, because it's an awesome place.
What about your thoughts? Riders, drivers, they like a circuit that goes up and down. You couldn't get more up and down than this, could you?
No, it's. I mean, I've won races here, but it never really been my favourite. But I love coming here. Probably because I was always racing in Europe and fast, and I tend to prefer a much faster circuit.
Yes. Yeah.
Like undulation, of course, but but as a rider. At the time, not so much, but now I love it. I just love it here. I love spectating. I love being. You know, I work with Dow Honda and working with Josh Brooks and Lee Jackson and you know, I enjoy watching all the guys out there on these BSB bikes. You know, hats off to them as well. It really is an awesome spectacle seeing these 1000cc bikes go around, spinning up and wheeling and jumping, and you know, with Josh and Ryan Vickers coming over the top of the mountain doing huge leaps and that. It's really exciting. It's really exciting. Yeah, so I think everyone's in for a treat. race-wise. I think all the races, even the smaller classes, they're going to really be in for a treat today.
It's fascinating chatting to Roger Marshall, who obviously you know of old.
Yes, of course.
And then to get yourself into the studio here at Cadwell Park as well. The fact that you've still got this link that you thoroughly enjoy and embrace with motorcycle racing, something that's going to probably last for the rest of your life.
It will do, it's for sure. I mean, it's in my blood, really. You know, I've grown up on motorcycles, started riding since I was 6 years old, and always been interested. Dad was riding around on bikes and tearing around on bikes. I've raced motocross and raced throughout all the different classes throughout my career. And yeah, I think we've all a kin and a close relationship here. Fans, everybody in the paddock, you know, everyone loves motorcycles, and I think that brings everybody together. You've all got that kind of kindred spirit, as it were, and yeah, well, you've all got something in common, haven't you?
And you've been through it. You know what a rider is going through. So one of the things that you can add to a team is to feel every emotion that you have being a top motorcycle rider. We've got the Honda Heritage run going on at the moment on circuit. I'm sure Larry is down there in pit lane and will give us details of the bike that's out there at the moment, but it's Dean Harrison that's riding it. And Larry, whenever you want, just come in and have a chat to us about the Honda Heritage laps that we've got here at Cadwell today.
Not really much to say other than what you've already said. It's Dean Harrison out there on the Yuichi Kinari bike that won the 2007 championship in. Dean, who rode this bike yesterday, it's in the HM plant livery, and that is the exact bike from going back, what's that, nearly 20 years to the championship. But yeah, Dean doing a few laps just to demonstrate it to the crowd as part of the Honda Heritage celebration this weekend at Cadwell Park.
And all the team are kitted out, aren't they, in the retro livery?
They were, up until Ryan Vickers decided that the only one set of bodywork that they had for his bike went west at Park Corner yesterday. So he'll be out in the normal red livery this afternoon for the Superbike race, which is upcoming in around about half an hour's time or so. But Jason O'Halloran will have the Heritage livery on with the orange and black throwback to the HM Plant Honda days. But I understand that Ryan Vickers will just be running with the normal red fairings, given that they only had a limited amount of bodywork for that one. But yeah, it's Dean Harrison. I think he did 3 laps yesterday, just demonstrating that bike. He waves to the crowd, give him a little bit of a wave back. But yeah, apart from that, that's all really is to say on that one, Alan.
Thanks very much indeed, Larry, down there in the sunshine. It is beautiful sunshine here at Cadwell Park now, so hopefully it will stay that way for the rest of today. And I guess, Terry, the team are hoping that as well. I think probably every team is hoping that we keep it dry for the rest of today.
Yeah, I think so. I think it makes it a little bit more simple. If it's going to rain, just let it rain, and everyone's on wets. It's the same thing. 50-50 sort of is a bit kind of dangerous as a rider, and how much you're willing to push, you know. But talking about the Riichi Kinari and the bike going around at the moment. Now, Kyo kind of burst on the scene all them years ago, and back in 2007 or whatever. I can't remember exactly when it was, but one of my old mechanics, chief engineers, Adrian Gorst, he was working for him as a chief engineer. Now, he said to me, there's this kid coming along from Japan, and he's really special. And I said, oh, okay. So I met him. I remember being at Brands, actually, and I met him. He said, this is Riichi and everything. I said, hi, mate, how you doing? And, yeah, we'll have a little quick chat. He didn't speak much English then.
Yes.
And then little did I know that how much of a big impact he would have made on BSB Championship and Suzuka 8 Hour and all the rest of it, you know, really fantastic. And it's times like that really make it's special for even ex-riders like myself that have been there and done it all, and you kind of meet these guys and then you watch them over the years and progressing in their career.
Retro liveries are a big thing in bike racing, not so much in the car racing world, but certainly in bike racing we get these memories that come back, and for people that have loved the sport for many years, this is special. This is really special.
Well, nostalgia sells, firstly, I think,
true.
And everyone's nostalgic about racing. I mean, at the moment we're on the 30 years of BSB, and I kind of all my grey hairs and the lack of hair I've actually got now is a testimony to 30 years ago of racing around places like Cadwell Park.
Because you were here at the start.
Of course, yeah, right from the first race, actually. We're racing against the likes of Neil McKenzie and Hizzy and all the other, Chris Walker, all the other top guys.
And so many of these people are still around the paddock now in various different roles, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to see. It's like Roger was here earlier on, and he's like an ex kind of hero of mine. I grew up watching Roger. Yes. And Roger gave me a lot of advice when I was a youngster. Coming into and he used to get on really well with my dad and stuff. And so it is special. It's really special. For nostalgia for me, watching the likes of Barry Sheen and Freddie Spencer over the years, and it's funny enough. I was out spotting over at the Gooseneck, and a chap come over to see me. I can't remember his name, so apologies. But he came over to see me and said, "Hi Terry, I remember when you was racing," and he was going through all my sort of career highlights, or some of them anyway.
Yes.
And said I used to come up on my push bike and ride up to here just to watch the practice on a Friday and bunk off school and things like that. So. Yeah, it was nice. It's nice to sort of converse with people that have been there in the past and watched. It made me feel old. I've got to be honest, but it's nice, And at 30 years, I think it's a testimony of the championship, and it's gone from strength to strength, and it's we're really proud to have the best domestic series in the world, I think.
We most certainly are. To give you an idea, to take you back to that chap that wanted to come over and talk about his memories, I've been a lifelong fan of Dire Straits, so a big fan of music. Yep. And Mark Knopfler, who is the legend that is the guitarist and the songwriter and the singer, I've got a history dating back to 16 years old of going to see Dire Straits and stuff. And a friend of mine in four-wheel racing has become best friends with Mark Knopfler. So I got to meet him earlier this year.
Yeah,
and I got to sit down with him and chat to him for 10, 15 minutes, didn't I? And I had a whole list of things. I don't know why I wanted to tell him the various things that I needed to tell him, but I did need to tell him.
Right.
I needed to tell him that I queued up outside the Hammersmith Odeon as a 16-year-old boy overnight to get tickets to see this gig. I went to this gig at the Royal Albert Hall with my mum. And do you know, I felt so much better after I told him all of those little bits of history and got his reaction from them.
Yeah, you want to prove that you was a super fan, probably. That's what it was. And,
he asked me to be taken away.
Yeah, it's funny because a similar sort of thing happened to me at not quite as super fan as that, but I was always a fan of Eddie Lawson.
Yes.
And I liked Eddie's understated riding style, the way he used to just get about his business and do the business, and he was such a talented guy. And I've raced against him a couple of times, but never really met him properly.
Yes.
And then was at Suzuka 8 Hour. Scott Russell was my teammate, and we were walking into breakfast, and Eddie was sitting there by himself having breakfast. And he was doing a one-off ride with Yamaha at the 8 Hour. He had retired from racing then, but he'd come back to do this ride. I sat down, and as we walked in, I said to Scott, I said to him, "Look, it's Eddie over there, I used to call him Ted. It's Ted, it's Eddie." And then he said, "Oh, yeah." He said, "Oh, I know Eddie." He said, "Do you want to meet him?" I said, "Yeah, of course." So we got our breakfast, went and sat down with him and had a good chat with him about all sorts of things, about bikes and, all sorts of different stories. And then he was telling me about racing cars because he was doing the IndyCar Championships at that time.
Yes, that's right.
And he was telling me all about that. And
you did car racing as well, so you
at that time I hadn't, but I'd done a little. Right. I'd done a little bit, but it was really interesting to hear his views on things and that. And it kind of, we finished, almost won the race on the Suzuka 8 Hour. We finished second by about half a wheel behind Aaron Slight, and which was a fantastic achievement in itself, I guess. But for me, the highlight of that weekend was me meeting Eddie.
Yes,
that's how much it kind of.
I totally get that.
So it was a great time. So.
But doesn't that just show you what this sport means to people? When they come up and they have all these memories and they want to talk to you and download all that information that they've got.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's as you say, nostalgia is a wonderful thing.
Isn't
it? But now we're here for today. We're looking at this next BSB race, which is going to be a fantastic race. I think it's going to be tough.
News from Dow? Any news from down Josh's bike?
Yeah, Josh went down in warm-up, went into barn corner. It was a little bit damp. As he went in there, the rear of the bike came round. It kind of flicked him up in the air, and it sort of fired him towards the grass, and then he laid the bike down and hit the wall.
It's been a tough weekend for Josh, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. He's okay. He's fine. He's in good spirits. Just was chatting to him just before I come up to the radio booth here, and he's pretty positive about everything, you know. So that's all good. We've got a different setup on his bike, and he wants to obviously improve. And he's a more than capable rider. We know that. You know, we want to see the best of him.
Top rider.
And Lee's doing exceptionally well.
He's having a great weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. It's exactly where we kind of need him to be. If we can get both riders up at the pointy end of the grid, at the finish, and then I think we'd be really, really happy. Dow Honda and the team are doing a great job down there. They're working really hard, as all the teams are, I know. But obviously I'm biased because they're my guys and girls.
And you're living with them every other weekend at the moment, aren't you?
Exactly, yeah.
Even more work for the teams this weekend because, of course, you have to do the hill. You have the most incredibly long legs, and you do that hill so quickly.
Do you know what? I haven't really got that longer legs, but
have you seen mine?
Yeah, they're longer than everyone's legs are longer than yours. But yeah, I do get up there quite. It's almost like a bit of a challenge for me, you know, to get to the top of the hill and get the old heart going again. You know,
because it does.
I think the day I can't make it up there really quite quickly is the day I'll probably stop.
Is that
I think so.
The moment to
I've
think
got to gauge myself getting up there quickly.
I don't know whether you can actually hear me tell, but
we can.
I picked up a copy of the latest Classic Racer magazine during the week, and in there's a wonderful article on yourself. I don't know whether you've actually seen it, but I think, was it Stuart Barker or Bertie Simmons that actually wrote it, and it's part one of your career, and anybody that wants to know a little bit about Terry Rymer, and you and I used to race Proddy bikes, but together back in the 1980s. Not that I was anywhere near your standard tell, but there's this good old story to tell in there, and especially one where this relationship that you had with your dad as well. Which,
yeah, bless him. Yeah,
I wasn't aware of that one, I must admit.
No, thanks, Larry. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's a good little article actually, and Bertie Simmons has really written it well, and it kind of, from the start of my career through around about halfway-ish, and then the second section's coming out again. And funny enough, I've only just read it. I did it quite a while ago, and it's a good little thing. It gave me a bit of a lump in my throat, really, because it was all about Dad as well. And Dad passed away last July, and I really miss him, you know. But so some of the memories, and again, it's a bit of nostalgia and a bit of fun, you know, and it's a great magazine actually, because it's packed full of articles that are really, really interesting. It's a great magazine.
You'll be amazed, Terry, how many messages we get on WhatsApp into the studio of people that come to circuits, not just Cadwell Park, but every circuit that we go to, and they say, just really want to say, you know, remembering my dad or remembering my mum, because we used to come here. It is a kind of a bookmark of life, isn't it, coming to a circuit?
It is. Even from a youngster, you're going to Brands Hatch. I walk into Brands even now, and it reminds me of me, my mum and dad. And my mum's still around, but my dad and everything. And it kind of, it's very poignant. It's a real poignant moment, you know, and it hits you. His legacy's kind of carried on with me, and I'm still doing the racing, which is really nice. I never would have dreamt years and years ago, being a fan, going to the races, that I'd actually be a professional motorcycle racer, let alone win, you know, the kind of races I have done over the years, and that for me is really special. And no one can take that away from you, you know, because it's written in the history books.
It is. It's in history, and I'm mindful of the time as well. So we've got 2 minutes until you need to be down in pit lane. So I'm going to say, Terry Rymer, thank you ever so much for joining us. Absolutely brilliant to have you and Roger as guests over this little lunch break here at Cadwell Park. Has been an absolute privilege. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to the fans, have a great day today. We're really going to be in for a couple of great races from BSB. So have a great time.
Terry, thank you very much indeed. Terry Rymer here and Roger Marshall over the course of the lunch break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
All the news, all the stars, all British superbikes. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts. And so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out, search Carol Nash.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits 2 wheels can bring.
Search for British Superbikes on YouTube on race weekends. You might like what you see. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 88.0 FM here at Cadwell Park, it is the Party in the Park, this traditional August bank holiday weekend of motorcycle racing here, and we are about to begin the countdown to our first British Superbike race of the day. It gets underway here at Cadwell Park at 1:15. Race 2 of the weekend. It's the shorter race. It's a 12-lap race for our second race of the weekend. 18 laps yesterday and 18 laps at 4:15 this afternoon. The pit lane is beginning to get a little bit busier. Larry Carter will be down there. Duncan Vincent will be up here in the commentary box as well. And just a chance to get through a few of your messages that have been coming in throughout the course of today. And if we haven't got to your message so far today, then we will endeavour to do so before the end of today. Just to remind you, you can get in touch with us on WhatsApp. It's 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877, and this is very much a feature of our weekend at Cadwell Park. Some of you send in some just superb pictures. This one is from Richie and Phil. Looking forward to race day at Cadwell Park. Here is a shot of I took yesterday of Josh Brooks, fully airborne, it has to be said. Absolutely superb picture, and congratulations to Carl from Richie and Phil down at Chris Curve, and your pictures are absolutely superb. Thank you guys, thank you very much indeed for sending those in. This one says hi again to the BSB team who are doing a fab job on commentary. The OAPs and Paul had a good night for Mel's birthday and back here to watch another good day of racing, and then a long trip home to Penzance in Cornwall. So please let us out of the car park first, please. I think we'll all have to be a bit patient getting out of the car park this evening, but Penzance in Cornwall is a very special requirement, so that's a very long journey. Good luck with the journey. Stay safe, guys. And please can you say a big hello to Phil, Nick and Lee. They're some of the most wonderful volunteers in Lincolnshire Lowland Search and Rescue. They go out in any weather, fair or foul, to search for missing vulnerable people, people with dementia or mental issues, or even worse, suicidal, and the police can call them out at any time of day or night. These guys are down at Goose Hill fundraising, so go and say hello, and thanks from an appreciative chair. That comes from Glenn. Glenn, thank you very much indeed for making us a little more aware of that fundraising and the work that they do. Can we get a shout out to Rick on the mountain bottom, please? Always loves training up here, New Marshals, when the opportunity arrives. Thank you very much indeed for that. And this one says, can you say hello to Charlotte and Archie, who are enjoying their last weekend of the school holidays here at Cadwell Park. Now, if you're looking at your race weekend programme and you see that the Red Devils were due to have a parachute jump at 1:45, that's now 3 minutes ago, I understand very sadly, and apologies for this, everybody. It's too windy for them today, I'm afraid. The conditions were not commensurate with a drop here at Cadwell Park. It's always a great moment when they can, but unfortunately not able to do that drop today. So the Red Devils parachute drop not happening today here at Cadwell Park, but we've got plenty more to get very excited about, and it begins to become a busier and busier pit lane. And down there in that busyness is Larry Carter.
Does that mean that we can put the parachute away for you, Al? Because we thought that the spotter plane, I think it was a Spitfire Hurricane.
It was a Spitfire, Larry.
It was looking for a place to land to pick you up, actually. But unfortunately, air traffic control wouldn't allow it. So
do you know, I have once at the Silverstone Classic sat in a Spitfire, and they fired the engine up, and it was for a television piece, and it was an incredibly emotional moment. So even seeing the Spitfire doing its little impromptu display over Cadwell Park today, it does rather bring the goosebumps up, Larry, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and you can only imagine what them young pilots had to go through in the dark days of the Battle of Britain, going back into 1940, when it was round about this time of year. I also remember up at my local track, the August Bank Holiday weekend up at Croft was always the Battle of Britain Memorial weekend, when you paid tribute to the sacrifices of, as Winston Churchill called them, the few, wasn't it? Never in the field of human conflict has been so much been owed by so many to so few. And I think that Simmons, nice to see you, Simmons. Have you sobered up yet? Oh, no, if looks could kill there. Lovely Jenny. Here is Little and Large down here. Luke Hedger just having a chat with Danny Booker down here. And the team boss, Sharon Hipwell's, told me to come and have a chat with you, Bushy, because she said after that race yesterday, you put absolutely everything into it, and you were just about ready to quit halfway through it, but like the little Terry that you are, you wouldn't let go, and you saw it to the finish. Are you feeling any better today?
Wow. Yeah, no. I mean, the 18-lap race yesterday was hard work, I'm not going to lie, but when I got in the points, I just said to myself, I just have to keep going. I know I had Buchan behind me, and he was hounding me, so to be fair, it probably helped having someone behind me pushing me along, because if I was on my own, it would have been a difficult race. So every lap I just told myself to dig in and just keep pushing, and yeah, well, I almost passed out on the end lap, so.
Yeah, because I heard that you had to get the medics across here. We thought Kyle Ryder was suffering at the end of that one, but the old medics had to come and sort you out as well.
Yeah, well, at the moment, my lungs are just not okay. They're obviously okay to ride and stuff like that, but it's probably the most amount of effort I've ever put from my body in the 4-week gap I've had off. So, yeah, my lungs didn't appreciate that one. It was basically doing a workout for however long the race is, and yeah, just had to dig in deep.
This shorter race will suit you anyway, thanks, Luke. Anyway, there you go. There is Colin Hipwell down here. We talk about superstars down here, but little people remember the original Hippo, do they, Colin, that you were part of this show back in the 1990s when you were one of the original riders in the 96 championship when it all kicked off.
I was, but I weren't a superstar. Not by a long way. But I enjoyed myself. You
and Dean, your son, who put together this team. What motivates you, Colin, to do this? Because you,
kids enjoy themselves, family enjoying themselves, riders getting a good time and enjoying it. Keeps my mind active as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but it costs you an awful lot of money, doesn't it?
Yeah. Can't take it with you.
Yeah, you can't, mate. It's the kid's inheritance that's gone anyway, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
That's what it's all about. Thanks, Colin. Well, the riders will be assembling out there. Pit lane opens in round about 6 minutes time or so. There is.
It's warm down there, isn't it, Larry?
It is warm. I've got the old body warmer. I went back to the car to get the coat, and I thought, if anything, I need to be taking layers off rather than putting layers on.
Yeah, but really hot.
But that rain shower that I told earlier on that wasn't coming, which came about 11 o'clock, downpour worthy of the tropics, then we've managed to hopefully seen that one off. But,
and it lasted about 2 minutes. That was the irony.
Yeah, and it caused a lot of consternation, didn't it, down here with tyre choices. But hopefully the clouds are high in the sky. We've got glorious blue sunshine here at Cadwell Park, and we're not going to have any such problems for this next race, which is the sprint race. I said the shorter race to Luke Hedger. That's by virtue of the fact that yesterday's were the 18 lappers for the British Superbikes, and the fact is that what we're going with this one, 12 laps on this one, so it is a little bit of a shorter race. Here is Jordan Bird down here. Have you had a word with your jockey this weekend, Jordan? Because it's not quite working out at Cadwell Park for Scott, is it?
Yeah, it's not his favourite place. I think compared to other people, he's had limited time here. You know, he did obviously last year with us, 2019 with us, and then we did a little track day, you know, just before the event. But it's very different to what he's been brought up with. He didn't go the normal route that a lot of English riders go. So damage limitation here this weekend, and then we head into, you know, 3 really good rounds with us. The points get higher, and yeah, we're still in the fight. We're hanging on in there.
Yeah, it's important that he does, isn't it? Because the points start ramping up after the end of this weekend. This is the end of the final season, the 18 points for a win. We go to Aston and Donington, it's 25 for a win, then Brands 35 for a win. It's important that he still stays within shooting distance of Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll always be there. That's what we do here. And Scott, you know, doesn't quit till the end of it. So, kind of get this weekend out the way. He seems positive. He's not enjoying it. You know, there's other tracks he enjoys much more. So, we'll go to Aston in a couple of weeks, head straight to Donington, and then to Brands for the last round of the year. So, we'll carry some good momentum in them last 3 rounds. And
it would be really good if he could pull something on today of all days, because 3 years tomorrow, isn't it, since we lost the big fella, and he'll be keeping watching. And I just wonder what he would say when he saw Scott qualifying outside Q1 and everything else like this. I would have paid to be a fly on the wall in that garage.
He probably actually wouldn't be in the garage. I think you'd see a helicopter in the air and he'd be halfway home by now. But, you know, it's no secret. It's not fun. But, yeah, my dad will definitely be watching out for us this weekend and into the rest of the year. So we'll do him proud in the last 3 rounds anyway.
You're doing him proud with respect to that, Jordan. Thanks for that one. Yeah, the great Paul Bird, who sadly we lost on the 1st of September 2023. And yeah, such a big character as well as a friend to us all in the paddock was Birdie, wasn't he? So that was his daughter Jordan, who now with a twin brother Frank runs the PBM Hager squad with Scott Redding, and Scott's not really having it all his own way this weekend, is he? So just waiting for the riders to make their way around here onto the grid. The wind has picked up a little bit, as you can see by the the flags that just picked up. 3.5 minutes to go, Dunk.
Would it be okay if I quickly did the grid?
With that one,
Larry?
I was going to suggest if you've got any peripheries that you need to do, Dunk, now's a good time.
Great minds think alike, Larry. And the grid sheet I have got, which isn't an amended one, but it has got an update at the bottom. Rider number 7, Ryan Vickers, 3-position grid penalty. Race direction decision under section F2.7, which is careless riding in a course of a meeting. And what that means for Ryan Vickers is he has got a 3-place grid penalty after the lap which he put in, which would have had him right at the sharp end. And unfortunately, more unfortunately, I think for everybody else around the place, you will have noticed that Ryan was out this morning and he is on the red Honda bodywork because they only painted 2 sets of the tribute bodywork. The Osho will continue to ride his, but Ryan has to revert back to the traditional Honda HRC Honda UK colours, which is no bad thing because the bike still looks fabulous. But yeah, just a little bit of a shame that is the case. On pole position for the 12-lap race that we are expecting the pit lane to open in some 2.5 minutes, we've got Bradley Ray on bike number 28 alongside Kyle Ryde and yesterday's winner, Rory Skinner. He got the monkey off his back, didn't he, Larry? He's been saying for quite some time that he wants to win somewhere else other than just Knockhill, and Rory Skinner delivered in buckets yesterday. He looked so good on that Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, and he lines up on the front row of the grid. Row 2, Ryan Vickers, Leon Haslam and Joe Talbot. The third row, the Osho, Jason O'Halloran on that tribute liveried Honda alongside Storm Stacey, a man who was also on the ground yesterday, and Lee Jackson, his best season finish yesterday. He was looking pretty good on that Dow Honda. The fourth row, Max Cook, who I spoke to this morning, he's still pretty tender. He'll be 100% for Aston, but the back, the small of his back, his sides, all these areas are pretty sore for him, and it's just holding him back ever so slightly at Cadwell Park. But he's in the fourth row alongside Scott Redding and Danny Kent. Row 5 is Josh Brooks, Christian Idden and Glenn Irwin. Well, Christian Idden lost an engine yesterday, but he switched it off before it completely detonated itself, like what we saw at Snetterton. So an engine swap down there for he and the Sencat team on the 5th row of the grid. We saw Brooksy tip off this morning as well. Nothing wrong with Brooksy after that. No hangovers from that small tip off in morning warm up. The 6th row has Elim Halchek, Danny Buchan and Rhys Irwin. Danny Boom Boom Buchan is back, and he'll be looking forward to this sprint race. It's shorter, it's more intense, and Danny can really get stuck in. The 18-lap race yesterday, I think, would take quite a toll on Danny. Physically around here, a Superbike is difficult, especially if you've been away for quite some time and you arrive back into the middle of a season that these guys
have already done. And also yesterday, he used his head at the start. He dropped back at the actual start of the race, didn't want to get in the mix of anything going into the first couple of corners and first couple of laps, and just got up to speed. The 7th row has Fraser Rogers and Charlie Nesbitt, are two tag Hondas together, and the first of the Mastermark Hondas, in fact the second, Eugene McManus, who we can see down there in pit lane. And on the back row, Luke Hedger and Braden Elliott together. Hedger returning after injury, and Braden Elliott on the back row after an engine swap that he had earlier in the weekend. 21 seconds to go until the pit lane opens. Braden Elliott and Rhys Irwin already parked underneath the arch. But a reminder, the front row of the grid, Bradley Ray, Kyle Reid and Rory Skinner's 2 Yamaha sandwiching a Ducati. This has all the makings to be a fabulous race. Yesterday, it was a cracking race, but it had quite a bit of carnage involved in it. We don't want that today. But what will Cadwell Park do as they make their way onto the circuit for the first of their installation laps? They can do a couple of rides through the pits if they like, but I would imagine most riders will come directly to meet Larry Carter and the grid, which is full of VIP guests here at Cadwell Park. And Larry will also get you guys in the crowd very much involved in this, as he always does in his own pretty cool style, Scoop.
Sorry, Dunk, I never heard a word of that because the bikes were just exiting pit lane. But I
trust me, Larry, it was nothing but praise for you. Nothing but praise.
Nothing. It's probably entirely the opposite, knowing you, Vincent. But yeah, with the background noise of the bikes and the limit to the audio through the actual cans, it just meant that I didn't quite pick that up. I got the gist of it, saying that we always try and interact with the crowd here, and we'll put it to the test. We'll see if we can just choose 1 or 2 riders, especially the local ones, and see if we can just get that interaction going with the crowd. The plan at the end of this, ladies and gents, is not for the riders to come out into the crowd, because we are running to a fairly tight schedule for the remainder of the afternoon, unless of course the riders decide to take it on themselves and come across to the but there is only so much Balietti Prosecco that we've got with us this weekend, so we'll wait and see what happens. If they take it on themselves to do that, then that's up to them, but we will be doing the official greeting in the crowd at the end of the second of the Zin British Superbike Championship races after yesterday's. There is Steve Rogers as well. All okay after yesterday, Steve? That was I saw your reaction in the garage there. It's 2 years on the trot, isn't it, here at Cadwell Park, that you've ended up in the bin. But is Brad okay and the bike fixed, I take it?
Yeah, he's fine, yeah. Just mad with himself, really. But yeah, it was okay morning warm-up. Bike's fine again, so yeah, let's have another go.
Okay, well, that's all we can do, because that gap at the top of the championship is now just starting to increase a little bit, isn't it, to Brad Ray in 3rd position. I wouldn't say it's a 2-horse race just yet, especially with the way that the points ramp up at the end of the season, but Brad knows that he's now over 100 points behind Kyle Reid in 1st place, Brad in 3rd, with Scott Redding in 2nd, 51 points adrift of the championship leader, Kyle Reid, who we repeat is a little bit under the weather this weekend. Was a lot under the weather yesterday, but there is Bradley Ray, who rocks up onto pole position, and he'll be getting the Homologator pole position watch as well for his troubles. You'll see his crew chief there, Marco Woodage, Brains, and Brains' son Brad, very much the Woodage family being part of this as well, and the bespectacled curly-haired figure of Brad Ray then puts on the Ugly & Co. branded crash helmet. And Brad, well, what do we say after yesterday? You did the rehearsal, you just about pulled that one off into Park Corner, and then unfortunately it went belly up the second time you tried it, but hopefully you can put things right in this race.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes, unfortunately. Hit that bump on the inside and went down, but yeah, the pace is there. 2 races today, 2 more chances to make it right, so feel good, looking forward to it.
Good luck, thanks for that. Well, not only that, we had Storm Stacey come out in sympathy with him, didn't he, on that one. There is Kyle Reid. He's just about to, apologies if we do get a little bit of break up on the microphone. We'll do our best to try and play with the settings here, but just with the volume of people and traffic that's down here on the grid, it just means that the signal to the radio receiver is just sometimes compromised a little bit. As off comes the crash helmet, on goes the branded cap for Kyle Reid. His personal manager, Tommy Hill, in there. Well, Carl, you said to me the last thing last night is I need sleep. Did you get plenty of it last night? I know you texted me this morning and said that you were feeling a little bit better. How's things at present?
Yeah, not ideal. Yeah, it's just a shame, really. Obviously, the bike feels good. I feel pretty good. I've just got no energy. But it's only 12 laps. I'll try and do my best in this one. Hopefully get another trophy and then see what we can do this afternoon. But yeah, hopefully it feels a bit like damage limitation. But yeah, I think I can still do a good job.
Thanks, Carl. Leave you to it, mate. Thanks for that. There's nothing worse is if he has to do all the grid stuff and what have you, and he's feeling like absolute crappy. The last person he wants to speak to is me, isn't it? Well, there is Rory Skinner down here. Well, Rory, could you quite believe it after yesterday? You'll have come down off cloud 9, but it's all to do again now. A sprint race, there's nothing to stop you actually making a double here.
Yeah, I get stuck in a bit, Larry. Yesterday was, pretty exciting. Very happy with it, and feeling all right for today. Made some changes in warm-up. We'll see how that goes in the race, and go from there.
5 Yamahas have won the last 7 races here, Rory, so the omens are good on that one. The only other 2 bikes to win a race during that time is Honda, when Tommy Bridewell took 2 victories. So the bike that hasn't had a look in lately is the Ducati. Last time that one here was 2023 in the hands of Glenn Irwin. Well, here's flying Ryan Vickers down here. Well, Ryan paid a very big price for what a little mistake yesterday, so hopefully he can put things right. Fastest man on track yesterday, and looking good to shoot for the podium again.
Yeah, that's it. You know, these things happen. I think it caught a lot of people out yesterday. I thought it was mainly down to the big wind change. There's a lot of downwind. Bike was sort of 8 mile an hour faster down the back straight between any session yesterday compared to the race. So I think it caught a few of us out. A little bit more cautious today, but better grip position. Hopefully won't make a mistake at the start of the race, and we can be up there battling for the podium and the win.
Yeah, show some air over that mountain as well, Ryan. Flying Ryan, and he will literally be flying here at Cadwell Park today over the mountain. There is the pocket rocket, Leon Haslam. It's hard to call him the pocket rocket because he's been around for a long time. Well, that was a great ride onto the podium yesterday. You made to work hard for it though, Leon. Hopefully the 12 lapper might just be a little bit easier, given that the temperature's probably the same as yesterday.
Yeah, we felt good towards the end of the race. Obviously we broke the guys behind, but yeah, it's all about getting it past here. You know, there's a couple of opportunities, and we need to set them up a little bit better.
That's Leon. There we go. Very concise as ever is Leon Haslam. As we move in with Joe Talbot down here. Joe, I don't really know what to say on for your best result at BSB yesterday, and then you had an errant Honda decide to join you on the pillion, but just takes the energy drill in there. But you must be buoyed by that performance yesterday and know full well that you can do exactly the same again today.
Yeah, it was going well, the race, and unfortunate event. But anyway, today, sun's out, in the same position, hopefully get a good start, even better start than yesterday. So let's see how we go. Felt good, so no reason why I can do it yesterday and not today. So keep on chipping away.
It was good to see you up there, Joe. Thanks for that one. Well, back a further row of the grid, and it's nice to see Jason O'Halloran. We knew he'd come good at some point in time this season. Just saying, Jason, we know that you would come good at some point. You just made us wait 8 rounds for it this year. But we're better than your local track to get your best result of the season yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a really strong race for us. Finishing up P5 was a good result. But more than that, the first half of the race, we were in that podium, you know, with those podium guys. So today's the first one's a sprint race. Really looking forward to this. A few small changes overnight, and see if we can hang on for a bit longer today.
Well, a lot of support out there for you again, Jason. Thanks for that one. As Storm he elected off across there, or whether or not he's doing his bit out in the crowd is Storm Stacey. We'll come back for Storm. He's probably disappeared as Lee Jackson goes and does his stuff as well across there. Oh, shut your eyes, kids. 5 minutes to go before we go on the green flag for this one, Max. Here. Well, Max, we know you're battered and you're bruised, but hopefully you can dig in and just bring the bike home like you did yesterday.
Yeah, that's the plan. Just get as many points as I possibly can. But yeah, it's not easy. Obviously, it's really difficult because obviously the bike's so good to ride, and I'm just doing the best of what I can. But yeah, hopefully we see have a good race, and hopefully for a decent result.
Wish you well, my friend. We'll see if we can grab a word with a couple more riders down here. But about this one, the Cowboy wasn't singing yesterday. Did that 4th position make it feel any better after yesterday?
Yeah, it was a bit better. I felt like I improved a bit during the race, and again this morning in warm-up. So it's just getting them laps under my belt. So yeah, it was a bit of a wild race, a lot kind of going on. But yeah, just try to keep my powder dry, as we say, and kind of get through it really. So looking forward to this race. Hopefully get a bit of a better start and mess that up yesterday. and yeah, get stuck in.
Right on, cowboy.
Right on, cowboy.
Yeah, we can't get a yeehaw there, baby. The cowboy's not for singing this weekend.
But you still try.
Yeah, we still try. We'll do our best. It's a feature, isn't it? Storm Stacey's down here
Yes, it
on
is.
the grid. What was all that crashing about yesterday, Stacey? You saw Brad Ray go down. You thought you might need a bit of company up there at Park Corner.
Yeah, I was watching you in the rally car here, and I thought I'd just like to...
Oh, no, here we go again.
Yeah, no, just ran in a bit too deep. Mistake on my part. I was following Leon in and caught a bit of his slipstream and went in a bit too fast than I'd have liked to have gone. And you can see on the data I trailed the brake all the way in too far and just lost the front before I hit the grass.
Oh, we wish you well in this one,
So,
Storm.
going to try not to do that now.
Yeah, do the best, mate. It would help. It helps.
So it was your fault, Larry.
It's all my fault. Everything's my fault. You've got to understand that. Lee Bob Jackson, the final rider we're going to get a word with down here because this is his local track. And as I said to Jason O'Halloran, we're better than your local track to get your best result of the season, Lee Bob.
Yeah, it was good to do a good job yesterday. Obviously, I've been riding so hard all year, but just not quite come together. But yeah, yesterday was good. Hopefully we get a good start again today and get stuck in.
Well, we wish you all the best. Well, we know that there's a lot of support for a lot of riders out there, and we've got the biggest crowd of the season, as we always do here at Cardwell Park. So let's put it to the test then. Whoever your favourite rider is, ladies and gents, as the riders go off on their warm-up lap, effectively, we want you to bring the house down around Cardwell Park. Are we going to give it a try here? Let's hear it for all the riders here at Cardwell Park! Well, there you go. We'll be getting a cheer on the way as they go around the track for their warm-up lap. But if we're in for anything like the race that was yesterday, we're in for an absolute rip-snorter of a race here. 12 fast and furious laps with 24 of the world's best riders set to do battle around this wonderful and exotic Cadwell Park circuit here in the wonderful Lincolnshire Wolds. And to call it the voice of British motorcycle racing once again this season, is Scotland's own Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Larry. Scoop Carter, great work down the grid there. We maybe didn't get the yeehaw from Scott Redding, but we
got a yeehaw. It just didn't have the...
It was a Yorkshire ha. That's what it was. It wasn't a
cowboy's
yeehaw.
not for singing, is he?
It was a Yorkshire ha. Thanks, Larry. Great stuff as ever to get all the information from the riders down there on the grid. As we look across the front row, Brad Ray sits on pole position. Has a quick word with his race team before he sets off on the number 28 McCams Raceways Yamaha. Kyle Ryde, I don't think he's feeling that much better from what I've just been told. A little source tells me he's not feeling that great, Larry. A little bit like how he was yesterday. And he was really suffering and struggling towards the end of that race. And on the outside of the front row, the man who took the victory yesterday, Rory Skinner, who was in fine form. When anybody came forward to challenge Skinner, he had an answer with a lap time towards the end. Andy starts from the front row of the grid. Yesterday, he got the whole shot actually in towards turn number 1. Ben Wilson gives him a little high five before he picks up the stands. The tyre warmers, walks off, and his dad, Mike, the last man to leave him and give him a little high five and a pat on the shoulder. Ryan Vickers on the red Honda UK Fireblade sits on the second row of the grid alongside yesterday. I've got to say, very impressive Leon Haslam. Haslam coming home on the podium looked in good shape and good form on the Moto Rapido Steve Wilfmoor Ducati. And then Joe Talbot, so much promise yesterday, unfortunately taken away from us through no fault of his own. That's the front two rows. We're getting ready for a 12-lap sprint race here at Cardwell Park.
the official tyre of British Superbikes live tyre update.
Cadwell Park race 2, 33 degrees track temperature, 23 degrees air temperature ambient. All riders SC1 front and SC1 rear, as you would expect for this Cadwell Park sprint race. A 12-lap. Shorter race than yesterday, the full 18-lapper yesterday. A few people looked like they were getting into tyre troubles towards the end, but green flag at the back means Alan Woods will clear the front of the grid with the red flag. And we're now under starters' orders for race number 2. Revs go up. Down towards turn 1 they go, and a cracking start from Ryan Vickers. Vickers alongside as they all head down towards turn number 1. Again, Rory Skinner with the jump, but Vickers comes from the second row of the grid to lead in towards turn number 1. And that is just exactly what Honda UK wanted, an order, but Rory Skinner looking tight to go through on the inside at Charlie's 2, but unable to do so. Vickers from the second row of the grid leapfrogs everybody and gets himself into a prime seat as they come up and in towards Park for the first time. A few diving up the inside, and they all managed to navigate themselves through Park for this time of asking, which is good to see. But the leader is Ryan Vickers on the red Honda. The Tribute Honda scheme, unfortunately, it got buried into the grass yesterday up at Park. And that Honda, I don't even know if it's the same Honda that he had yesterday. Comprehensive build-up on that bike from the ground up. Now, Bradley Ray spoke to him a couple of times, spoke to him last night and today. No ill effects whatsoever from that tip-off that he had up at Park yesterday. I was more worried about the bike, actually, is what I said to Bradley, and he said it was all mostly silly little bits, cosmetic, maybe a bottom yoke, nothing else bad on that bike for him. He got away with it, luckily, in that area as we watched them all coming over the mountain and go in through Hall Bends. Vickers leads Skinner, leads Ray, leads Ride, and then Haslam up there again with, once again, Joe Talbot, and you know what? The Osho looking good. Ryan Vickers pushing on, the Osho raising his game in that Honda UK garage as well. The end of lap 1, there will be no tyre saving on this Superbike race as they come across the line and in towards turn number 1. Vickers with a 0.4 of a second lead at the end of lap number 1, and Bradley Ray also not right on the back of Rory Skinner, almost half a second back from Rory. Rory looking good, he was looking good yesterday, and look at this, Kyle Ride just slowly slipping back into the clutches of the Pocket Rocket. This is like Christmas for Haslam. He looks to come up the inside, but he's just a little bit too far back. Oh, Eugene McManus has slipped off at Charlie's 2. He's up on his feet walking away. The Port West Race Safe Marshals are in attendance to clear that bike off the track. A great shame for the young rookie on the Mastermac Hawk Honda. Not what he was needing. But, you know, Superbikes is not an easy class to be in. And Eugene McManus has shown us some real turns of speed through 2026. He'll be looking forward to a good 2027 as well. But we focus on Cadwell Park race 2, coming along towards the bottom of the mountain. Brad Ray really digging in and having that Cam's Yamaha on the bounce and on the move as he was going in towards the bottom of the mountain. We saw that yesterday with Bradley. He seemed quite happy to have that bike kind of wriggling about underneath him, but he won't want too much more of that. In contrast to that, Ryan Vickers looks uber smooth at the sharp end, as does Rory Skinner as they come through Barn down onto our home straight. Once again across the line, we look back to see Haslam under pressure from Talbot and O'Halloran. Behind that, we've got the first of our Dow Hondas, the Dow Honda of Lee Jackson, who's up there as well in 8th place behind Jason O'Halloran. Fastest lap of the race, Brad Ray, 1:28.042. Let's see if anybody goes faster than that towards the middle or the end of the race. We have seen these tyres deliver some great things at other circuits around the UK. But Ryan Vickers, well, this is what we were expecting to see yesterday, and I have to say we were robbed after he made a lap 2 error at Park where it was all on his own shoulders. He went straight on and rejoined the kind of fight, then had to get his elbows out and come through the pack, and unfortunately took Joe Talbot down when he did that. He picked up a penalty, a 3-place grid penalty, which he has served at this race meeting. And Ryan Vickers leads the way. Kyle Ride, though, making his comeback towards the top 3. We can see that we know that he's not feeling 100%, but Kyle can dig deep, and we've seen that for so many occasions for the man who now comes into the bottom of the mountain on the nitrous competition Yamaha. Ducati, sorry, as a flashback as we make our way in towards Hall Bends. Behind that, Haslam hasn't really got the speed right now in the race to stay up with Kyle Ride, but the Pocket Rocket, who was there or thereabouts earlier on, just seems like he's lost a little bit of something on that as we move into the 4th lap of this race. 4 bikes starting to gradually break away as they pass us, then 2 bikes, then 1 bike on its own. The 2 bikes together is Haslam and Talbot, and let's just remind ourselves that Joe Talbot is a rookie in this class, and he is looking seriously impressive and strong as every race meeting goes on. He is effectively the fastest Bimota here. But here comes Rory Skinner. What's the Yamaha got? He's right in the slipstream. We know the Honda's fast, but Skinner in the slipstream. Can he come up the inside? No. He was going to have to go a little bit too wide round the outside there, and that Honda is very strong on the power. We've seen that. We saw that at Thruxton. We've never been to Silverstone, have we? We saw that at Thruxton when he powered past everybody without even using the slipstream. And that is Ryan Vickers, who still leads the way. But Rory Skinner had a really big look there. This is the best weekend we've seen from the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha team. From Rory Skinner, Danny Kent sits in 11th place, and that's just purely because Danny didn't get Q1 done properly, didn't get himself into the Super Pole, and that really has cost him, especially here at Cardwell Park, where if you are on the 5th, 6th, 7th row, Scott Redding right now is in 13th place. It's not easy to make progress from there as we make our way into Hallbends again. Can Skinner maybe line something up on the exit of this and towards the hairpin? Oh dear, Glenn Irwin, that's just so not what Glenn Irwin's needing. Sitting, kneeling back, looking at where he's come, shaking his head. It's been a horrible season for Glenn Irwin, and it doesn't get any better. He goes down at the bottom of the mountain. He looks back to where he lost the front, I would imagine. And, well, that just sums up Glenn's year. That replay brought to you by R&G, unfortunately. And Glenn Irwin, thankfully, A-OK. Oh, who's that? Is that Skinner? It is. Oh, no. Rory Skinner goes down off the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, and there's not a lot left of that. Steve Plater's facial expression tells it all. Now, did that bike blow, or did it do that as it rolled over? Well, a lot of smoke there. We'll come back to that one. There doesn't look like much of an urgency from the Port West Marshals to check the track, so I would imagine that was the after effect of the bike rolling over itself. But Skinner goes down at the exit of Charlie, and that's a great shame for him, but it opens the door for Bradley Ray, and it releases a bit of pressure. Now, watch the replay here for Rory Skinner. Does he just fold the front? Yes, he does. He does exactly what we saw Jack Mahaffey do yesterday, and that bike is going to need a little bit of work from Ben Wilson and Mike Skinner and the crew as it goes over and over again. Not a lot left of that Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, and Steve Plater's face tells the story. Great shame for Rory, but we move on with this race, and it very much releases the pressure from Ryan Vickers, maybe for a split second, and it opens the doorway to Bradley Ray. He doesn't have to now get past Rory Skinner. He now has a direct look at the back of the Honda UK star of Ryan Vickers as they make their way through Barn. Joe Talbot also on the Bimota, the AGN Steelstock Bimota, lining up the pocket rocket Leon Haslam as they go along the main straight in towards turn 1. The Port West Race Safe Marshals will have done a fabulous job at Charlie's in getting all the bits of Rory Skinner's bike out of the way. And let's give Storm Stacey a shout as well. He was down yesterday, but we see Storm in 9th place as he makes his way around on the Batham's AGN Ducati. Behind him, Danny Kent, then Scott Redding, then Christian Idden, then Josh Brooks, Eli Michalczyk, and Rhys Irwin in 15th place. But the big news coming through there that we lost Rory Skinner on lap number 5 out of 12 as he folded the front going through the heart of Charlie's. Flashback to that, I seem to remember Rory doing that possibly last year or the year before in the BMW, so it's not a corner that he particularly likes, but he was up on his feet and perfectly okay. And also Glenn Irwin out of this race, up on his feet perfectly okay after sliding off at the mountain, and Eugene McManus as well we're seeing there, which is a great shame for the young rookie. We mentioned that earlier on. We look back to see Max Cook, Lee Jackson, and they're holding off Storm Stacey. Storm is coming forward, though, that's for sure. And I expected Bradley Ray to have just got a little bit closer to the back, if he possibly can, of Ryan Vickers. Vickers does look very strong. He has a bit of movement from the back of the bike going in towards Barn, though. The bike trying to back itself in, which Ryan won't be too pleased about. But he gets on the gas hard as he comes out of Barn and heads across the line. Across they go. Kyle Ride elevated up into 3rd place. And what it does for a live championship standing, it moves the championship lead from 51 points that we're at this present moment in time. It would go up to 60 points if the championship, if the checker flag went out as we stand. So there's a bit of work to do for Scott Redding and the Hagar PBM team. Kyle, right now, showing that he is managing to very much grit his teeth and get on with this race, even if he is a little bit under the weather. He is very much not a quitter. He will fight all the way, and holding himself in a good third place behind Bradley Ray and with a comfortable gap over the pocket rocket Leon Haslam as we come round and in towards the gooseneck. Vickers looking nice and steady, nice and smooth, and let's hope we're not putting a curse on him there, because as he comes down towards Mansfield, he's just holding back Bradley Ray, just holding him enough as Luke Hedger, well, he's got a bit of problems here. Hedger has got Charlie Nesbitt and Danny Buchan behind him. It's good that the TV guys pick up on Danny Buchan, one of their colleagues. Boom Boom Buchan, who has done a great job for the MET Fonacab Ducati squad. This 12-lap race, just exactly what he was looking for to get himself into. 18th place. He would have loved to have got into points. Yesterday was a really strong run from Danny, and he just missed out the points after a few riders had gone down. But he's getting a good look at the back of the Tag Honda of Charlie Nesbitt on the Graham Irwin run. MET Fonacab Ducati, but across the line goes Ryan Vickers, Bradley Ray and Kyle Ryde. Then there's a gap back to Leon Haslam and Joe Talbot. The gap back to Haslam is 9/10 of a second, with Joe Talbot glued to the rear Pirelli on the Moto Rapido Ducati. Talbot not wanting to let him away. Then Ryan Vickers finds himself 8/10 off the back, and not Ryan Vickers, O'Halloran finds himself 8/10 off the back of Joe Talbot. But Vickers, look at the speed of that Honda as he comes up there. He's not really worried about the Yamahas. I think he knows he's got the Yamahas almost in his pocket on straight line speed. It's more about how strong the Yamaha can actually be on the brakes at the top of that hill. But the thing with Bradley Ray is he had an off there yesterday trying to pass another bike. And although that will be forgotten about, it will still be in the back of his mind. If he has to pull a manoeuvre on Vickers in that area, you'll see him probably being a lot tighter to either the right-hand side of the track as he goes in there, or trying to get the manoeuvre done before he gets to that area. A bit of debris in the track as they made their way exiting Mansfield towards the chicane, but not causing anybody too much of an issue in that area as we come into the bottom of the mountain, past the big, busy packed grandstands as the Superbikes leap up over the top. Is Kyle Ryde coming back up towards Bradley Ray? Is he having a real dig towards the latter part of this 12-lap race? Personal best for Vickers is a 1:26.1. It's a 1:26.0, the fastest lap of the race for Bradley Ray. As we come across the line, it was 8/10 of a second from Ray to Ryde. What is it this time as he crossed the line? Yes, Kyle's had a dig there. Kyle goes half a second, and he goes 2/10 of a second faster than the two guys ahead of him. So Kyle Ryde is responding as we get 2/3 distance of this race now complete here at Cadwell Park. This is the King of the Mountain round as we come down through the bottom of the valley. We start to climb up the other side, and again Vickers with the Honda in the middle of the road, and Bradley Ray almost mirror image as you watch him coming up there. From racing line to the way they popped the leg off the pegs, everything looked exactly the same. They both look pretty comfortable within the track and what they're doing. We're not seeing too much spin from these bikes either as they come through Chris Curve in towards the gooseneck. And 2 is about to become 3. And Joe Talbot, Joe needs to have a dig and try and get past Leon Haslam here. He knows he can do it. It's just finding the place. The Pocket Rocket really, really strong yesterday. And Scott Redding, well, he finds himself up to 10th place now. So he has made 4 good overtakes, 3 or 4 good overtakes since we last mentioned Scott Redding. He was down in 13th, and he's got ahead of all these guys. So he is putting in a bit of a bid. If we look at the fastest lap for Scott Redding, it's a 1:27.1, but there's a whole lot of guys ahead of him, all in the 26-second bracket, including the likes of Rory Skinner, who didn't finish or isn't going to finish this race. As Buchan comes up the inside of Hedger, we see a replay of that. Through goes Danny Buchan on the inside. That gives a clap in the commentary box. Good stuff from Danny. Still got it, never lost it, always had it as they come in towards turn number 1. Lovely banked camber through there. You can really run the bike in hot there through the apex of that corner. And that's exactly what Scott Redding does with Storm Stacey behind him. Redding, he'll be happy he's ahead of Stacey. Those two seem to have a bit of a love-hate relationship. There's a bit of war of words that does go on between those two. And that will be one that Scott Redding will be definitely happy that he is ahead of as we watched them coming through Park. Kyle Ryde again. It was half a second last time across the line, and it stays at half a second. They all did a 1:26.5. So they're all very much on the same pace. These guys managing to stay in that 26, but the Pocket Rocket's in the 27s, and I think he's just pegging Joe Talbot back now. Is Joe Talbot about to make a manoeuvre into Mansfield? No, but he looks strong, and Talbot looks like he's got a little bit more in reserve as he comes in towards the bottom of that chicane. He's going to have to do something pretty quick because the O-Show, well, he will get the elbows out. Jason is probably under strict instructions to try and bring the Honda back in one piece, I would imagine, with that bodywork. But also, let's get these bikes, let's try and get 2 of them into the top 5, if not on the podium. And Jason right now sitting in 6th place. You can see Joe Talbot just ahead of him as his teammate Ryan Vickers leads the race as they come out of the slowest corner on the calendar, the hairpin at Cadwell Park, in towards Barn. They cross the line now. We move into lap 11 out of 12 here. This sprint race, very much a key feature of the weekend. It's much, much more frantic than what we see happening on the Saturday or the Sunday, the first part of the weekend. And Ryan Vickers now coming under pressure from Bradley Ray. If he can get a good run through out of Charlie's here, will the Yamaha have anything in the slipstream for the Honda? This is a battle that's been going on for a long, long time. Yamaha versus Honda. And again, Vickers can hold his own at the top there. Bradley a little bit out of shape going in there and a little bit off the racing line. That looked like it was shades of what we saw yesterday with Brad going in there. But thankfully, he manages to control the bike through the apex of Park and drive it round towards the gooseneck where we are now. Through the gooseneck he comes. He's looking for an inside at Mansfield, but no, Vickers knew that he was coming and just holds it in the middle of the road going down there, which really null and voids any manoeuvre that Brad may have underneath that pink helmet as we come through the little chicane along towards the bottom of the mountain. It's starting to intensify, guys. It's starting to get a little bit tasty and spicy at the sharp end of this Superbike race as they come over the mountain. We can see them out the side of the commentary box in towards Hall Bends. They go through the right, through the left, back across again, over the crest as you come into the hairpin, and Vickers sits the bike defensively in the middle of the road as he should. Okay, Ryan, out of this last corner. 2.1 miles away from another victory in 2026, but it's not going to come easy because the McCams Yamaha of Bradley Ray is thirsty for action as they come across the line in towards Coppice. Vickers through the heart of turn number 1 with Bradley right in his wheel tracks. Charlie's won over the crest of the hill. We're seeing a replay picture-in-picture of Christian Idden running straight on at Park, but we focus very much on this. The Yamaha winding up in the slipstream, but look at the Honda go. Are we seeing the Honda lane utilised again? Vickers needs to slow this down. He needs to get through Park, and he does perfectly. Aces it, gets through the apex. A little bit of movement from the back of the bike, but he drives it in towards Chris Curve. Now he gets hard on the gas, and the Honda drives forward rather than spinning. It doesn't seem to have that chatter that we saw him picking up at Snetterton at the start of the year. It looks really nice and sorted as he comes in towards Mansfield. Through Mansfield he goes, accelerates right out to the white line and just keeps it on the track before he goes through the chicane. Couple of shots for Brad Ray to do something. Is he brave enough into the bottom of the mountain? Not really. The entry speed is too high as they go in there through the next part of the mountain, up over Vickers territory now as he launches the bike with huge gusto into Hall Bends. If he can get through the first 2 or 3 parts of Hall Bends and put the bike in the middle of the road, this will be Vickers. He's into the hairpin. He covers it off. Bradley has to watch Ryan Vickers go through the hairpin in towards Barn. We look to the exit of Barn, and Ryan Vickers is going to have a win for Honda on home turf. He accelerates towards the line. Vickers wins again, and he wins at Cadwell Park after the fabulous Thruxton that he had. It's a sprint race victory for the Honda UK star. Brad Ray in second place, and Kyle Ride salvages a third place, but I have to say that man is not feeling 100% at all. The pocket rocket Leon Haslam holds Joe Talbot at bay, and he comes home in 4th with Talbot 5th. Jason O'Halloran in 6th place. Max Cook across the line in 7th with Lee Jackson in 8th place. Scott Redding climbs up to 9th place, gets ahead of Danny Kent towards the end of that race. And Danny Kent in 10th place. Storm Stacey 11th. Josh Brooks in 12th. Eli Michalczyk in 13th. Fraser Rogers 14th and Christian Idden 15th after running on at the top of Park. Charlie Spurnesbit, Rhys Irwin, Danny Buchan in 18th place, Luke Hedger and Braden Elliott the last of the finishers. And we lost Rory Skinner, Glenn Irwin and Eugene McManus. Now, fastest lap of the race goes to Bradley Ray. He will start the next race on pole position. We then look for the next fastest lap. Ray done a 126.034. The next fastest lap was a 26.1, and it was a 26.115. I make that Kyle Ride, and then it will be Ryan Vickers, and on the second row it should be Rory Skinner, because before Skinner went down, he was very much in the 26s as well, 126.1. We just hope that the Cheshire Moulding team can fix that bike and get it back together after that fairly comprehensive thumping it took round there at Charlie's. But Larry Carter Honda UK, they're some 10 minutes down the road in Louth. Ryan Vickers delivers. He doesn't do it on, unfortunately, the tribute anniversary livery, but he does do it for Scott Hargreaves and Neil Fletcher, who we can see making their way on towards the track. That will be sweet, sweet victory for Honda.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic for Ryan. He led from the whole shot right the way through to taking the checkered flag there. He couldn't have done much better. He had his dander up, didn't he? He accepted the penalty. The fact is that he was the quickest rider out on track yesterday, but he said, you know what, I've got a point to prove on this one. And a point to prove he has done, because that's victory number 3 in the last 4 races in the British Superbike Championship for Flying Ryan. And we're better than here at his local track. Well, not his local track, he's the Thetford Thunderbolt, they call him. He's from down very close to the Snetterton track, but the fact is that the local Honda track here, the local Honda concern down at Louth, that they have got the victory that they so deserve. But yeah, fighting through the pain barrier would have been Kyle Ryde there with this mystery illness that he's been struck down with. And Brad Ray, that is a lot more likely for Brad Ray when he gets that second position, rather than just ending up in the barriers like he did in the earlier stages there, as Ryan Vickers gets the congratulations from the team down here. His dad Paul moves in. There's Roger Marshall, his mentor, as the rest of the Honda team. Yeah, Vickers, the flag's up there. P1 it is for Flying Ryan. The crash helmet just comes off as his dad Paul moves in. Well, Ryan, I think after yesterday, I think it's fair to say you had a point to prove.
Yeah, well, I got the most amazing start. I couldn't believe it. I had to go around the outside of Brad. I was like, wow, and he's good at starts. So I knew from then, to be honest, I knew Brad was going to be really strong and actually had the superior pace, to be honest. But I knew my bike was a little bit quicker, and I just defended everywhere I knew he'd be trying to get a pass. And that's how sometimes you got to win. We played it smart, tried to take as little risk as what I did yesterday. We got a bit unlucky yesterday. Better grip position today, and yeah, really happy to repay the boys. There's a lot of damage to the bike. Shame we couldn't do it in HM Blunt on the colours, but happy to do it for Honda Racing.
Yeah, this is lucky red for you, Ryan. I'm not too sure I'd be changing an awful lot if I was you. There's Kyle Ryde. He's got the furrow brow down there. It's not often that you see Kyle looking so out of breath, so a little bit under the weather. And another brave ride, Kyle, through the pain barrier. You're obviously still struggling out there.
It's not pain, Larry. I just got no energy. Obviously, when Rory went down, I tried my best to keep up with him. I didn't look at the pit board. I just dug in. And then I looked because I was blowing, and it was 4 laps to go, and I had 2 seconds. So I thought, thank God for that, and just rode round steady. And third was good enough. I thought if these two had a bit of a ding-dong, I might get lucky and get another position. But, yeah, they both rode really well. I just wish I had a bit more energy.
Yeah, OK, mate. Well done. Congratulations to Cal. Yeah, it's nothing worse, is he? He's just absolutely zapped with energy. And there he is, Brad Ray, as he just dismounts off of the side of the bike. Well, that's a little bit more like it, Brad. Congratulations. You're looking to try and make a move on that last lap, but Ryan just didn't give you an inch.
No, that was it. It's sort of the place around here. Once you're in a rhythm, especially Ryan, he's obviously riding really well. The bike's got some real speed, so there's a couple of opportunities I can pass, but where I can pass, I can't get close enough. So, yeah, I just tried to sit in +0 the whole race. If there was a chance I could pounce, I would have done, but yeah, a bit too much risk. He's really light on the brakes and good on the exit corner, so I just had to stay there, put some pressure on, and yeah, bring it home for a second. The boys deserved that after yesterday's result.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Brad. Well, yeah, absolutely. The boys did deserve that for both teams, effectively. 2 riders that ended up on the deck yesterday up at Park Corner end up finishing 1-2 in today's race. And what's more, we've got to do it all over again as Kyle Ryde. He gets the applause from the crowd there. Very much under the weather, Kyle Ryde. I don't know what it is. Obviously, either picked up a virus or a little bit of food poisoning or something, but he's certainly not firing on all cylinders. But one rider that is, after that little bit of a misdemeanor yesterday, is Flying Ryan. Ryan Vickers, nice to see that there's a lot of support for him come across the border from Thetford, and he will be getting the applause of the crowd. So there we go, boys. The riders will be just undergoing the team or the various interrogation from the TV people. So I'm going to head up towards the podium where we will be receiving the riders before too very long. So with that, I think we can hand back to Alan and Duncan in the studio.
And Larry, lovely to see Roger Marshall, who is so closely involved with Ryan after his conversation with us up here in the studio over lunchtime, getting high fives and congratulations as well down in the pit lane. So really cool scenes down there. And Larry, as soon as you're ready with the podium presentation, then do not hesitate to open your microphone. In the meantime, I'm going to say hi to a few of you lovely people that are here at Cadwell Park who have taken the time and trouble to write in on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877 is our number on WhatsApp. Can we please say congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Scott, who got married on Saturday. Then came to Cadwell Park on Sunday, and it's Mrs. Scott's birthday today. And thank you very much indeed. And a picture from the wedding day as well. Thank you very much indeed for sending that in, and have a very, very happy day here at Cadwell Park, and a very happy marriage as well. Thank you for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Hi, please can you do a shout out to all the marshals, including my dad Ryan, who for today has got exactly the right first name, hasn't he? Well done to all of our marshals, and a huge thank you to all of them. And podium is coming up with Ryan in just a few minutes' time. Can you please ask Paul to do the next motorbike track day on his Honda Fireblade, please? That comes from Skylar. Thank you, Skylar. Paul, go on, you know you want to. And this one says, would like to wish Lee a very happy 50th birthday. That comes from Paula. Paula, thank you very much indeed. Lee, happy birthday. And by the way, we don't do surnames on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Only first names, please. Can we do a shout out for James and Sharon? First time here for the weekend. Been a great weekend. Cheering on Dino later on today. Thank you very much indeed for that. I think there'll be a few people cheering on Dino. And happy birthday, Jack Pacey, from David and Archie. Thank you, Chloe. And this one says, hi from Steve and Julie from York. Looking forward to a safe day's racing, as indeed we all are. Can you please remind people, if they love Cadwell Park and classic bike races, Cadwell hosts the last round of the BHR Championships in just a couple of weeks' time. Watch or see how easy it would be to get out there and have a go yourself, even if it's just for parade laps, which are on a race licence. Steve, thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, hi all, sat at the top of the gooseneck and the track. This was from earlier on. A little bit earlier on, pre-lunchtime. Can you wish my hubby Simon a happy birthday for next week? Gutted not to see Duncan at Croft last week. Keep up the good work. That comes with love from Karen. Thank you very much indeed, Karen. So just a reminder, if you want to shout out on the radio, you can do so. All you have to do is to WhatsApp us. It's on 07482 877 877. Can we say well done to the ginger food reviewer who has learnt to tie his own shoelaces today? Yes, thank you very much indeed, Nick. And this one says, cheering on 3B Bench, come on Ollie and Carter. Outstanding Rory Skinner yesterday. From Kuala Lumpur, Susie, Monty and Finn as well, listening out there in Malaysia, great part of the world as well. I can hear Larry Carter down on the podium.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. The riders just making their way up the staircase to make their way onto the podium, where by the podium coordinator Richard will chaperone them. He's got the Baglietti Prosecco to just drop onto the podium. There is Ryan Vickers, made his way up here onto the podium. There's Carl Ryder as well, and Bradley Ray. So we have got the three riders, and we've got the thumbs up as well, which means that we've got TV clearance to go with round 23 of the Zinn British Superbike Championship with Pirelli, and onto the podium for a 22nd time this season for Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions Ducati. Third position to Carl Ride. Well done, Kyle. Congratulations to Carl. Second position then, the 13th podium of the season for McCambs Yamaha and Bradley Ray. As the two rivals shake hands, but what about this after the double victory at Thruxton last time? It's back to winning ways with a third win of the season for Honda Racing UK, and for Norfolk, the race winner, flying Ryan Vickers. as he shakes the hand of Carl Ride and Bradley Ray and climbs to the top step. The team award goes to the Louth-based Honda Racing UK squad. And we'll ask one of our friends from Zinn to make the podium presentation to the far end of the podium, and Carl Ride, who gets his 83rd career podium and a 10th here at Cadwell Park, increases that championship lead over his rival Scott Redding. Second position then, Brad Ray, 68 times now on a BSB podium and a 7th here at Cadwell Park for Brad on the McCambs Yamaha. And taking a career 12th victory, the race winner for Honda Racing UK, and a first here at Cadwell Park for the race winner, Ryan Vickers. And the team award goes as well to the Honda Racing UK squad, based just down the road at Louth. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect please for the race winners' national anthem. In 4 races, it is Ryan Vickers that tops the podium here at the Zinn British Superbike Championship as he celebrates just the short trip across the border. He'll be making his back way down into Norfolk this evening as the riders then celebrate on the podium. Not too sure whether me and Rich have taken refuge behind here. He's my bouncer. I stand behind him just in case, because there's nothing worse than getting that.
They're still holding up trophies.
Are they? Okay. Yes. It's not safe. What are you trying to say? Thanks, Al, for the heads up. Yeah, the lookout has not been decided. Well, Carl Ride is going to take a... Yeah, you're going to go across to the crowd, boys. Have we got clearance to do that? Do you want to go across to the crowd, boys? Well, I don't know about this. This, again, is the riders have taken it upon themselves. About whether that's OK with the authorities, just bearing in mind that it is a little bit of a live track. So let's see if whether or not the riders are going to come down these stairs. You've got to go a little bit easy with Carl Ride because the guy's feeling a little bit tender. But here they come, folks. Well, we weren't expecting this. But Carl Ride, Brad Ray and Ryan Vickers are making their way now across to the crowd. We used to do this after the final race at Brands Hatch, and now we do it just about every race. There's a precedent being set, Al.
It's super. It's
but
absolutely
Carl Ride,
super.
Brad Ray and Ryan Vickers, yeah, they're going to... If you don't want to get wet, folks, take a step back because it's horrible, sticky stuff is what's about to come out of these bottles. So, do you notice how the kids are right at the front? As Carl Ride makes his way across, as does Brad Ray and Ryan Vickers. And they're going to let loose with the Balietti Prosecco out into the crowd. And there you go, folks. Didn't say I didn't warn you, but there you go. You're getting a little bit wetter than when you arrived. You're an absolute bunch of fools. I can't understand why you want to actually get to it. Oh, there you go. I hope you're not driving, sir.
They are absolutely drenched.
Absolutely drenched. And there's nothing worse. It's sticky. It's horrible. It attracts the wasps and the flies and everything else. And just let's not hope that you don't get pulled over by a member of the constabulary on the way home. Have we been drinking, sir? No, I just got soaked with bubbly from British Superbike Riders officer.
Unlikely story, sir.
Likely story, sir, indeed. Well, there you go. We always say, folks, that you can't come to the fans here, or to the riders here at Cadwell because of the logistical reasons, but we'll always do our best to try and send them to you. Even when we don't plan it, the riders take it upon themselves to do that. So thanks to Carl Ride, thanks to Brad Ray, and thanks to Ryan Vickers for actually doing that. He gets the shake of a hand from race director Stuart Higgs down there as well. We just let them do what we want, Rich, won't we? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we say, does it? Just let them do what they want. But then, absolutely fantastic that there is that interaction with the crowd here at Cadwell Park, Al.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter. And what great celebrations down there on ground level. And I think there are some very, very happy younger people down there just next to the fence. A great celebration. And no doubt we'll start to see those pictures coming through from a great celebration for race 2 of the weekend for the Zim British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. We'll take a short break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Back in just a couple of moments.
Online, on FM radio and live streamed on YouTube, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Powered by Kawasaki, this is BSB Radio.
On 88.0 FM here at Cadwell Park, and what a party in the park it proves to be when the riders go out there and enjoy their celebration with the Baglieti Prosecco, and you enjoy it as well. It's absolutely brilliant, a unique event. It's every year on August Bank Holiday weekend here at Cadwell. It's one to remember. Your messages are super. Thank you very much indeed. Following your interview with Roger Marshall, I've just bought his book from eBay. Please can you ask Roger if he'd sign it when I come along to Brands? I have asked him, and I'm sure he'll say yes. Also, thank you for the interview with Terry Reimer at lunchtime. He mentioned Scott Russell. I was at the Daytona race, Daytona 200 in 2001, Scott's final competitive race on a Ducati. All of this comes from Phil Reed. Phil, thank you very much indeed for writing in on WhatsApp. Not here at Cadwell Park, but listening online.
Good name for bike racing, no, Phil Reed. I like that one.
It is a very good name.
I've spotted one of the official Ryan Vickers fan clubs across in the banking, by the way, just to let you know. Can you see the family who have got the Vickers flag laid out on the grass, and they are clearly Honda fans here. See them up the hill there, Alan? Just
round the corner.
That was a bit excitable.
Hello.
Are you okay? Yeah, like that. The official, or is that the unofficial Ryan Vickers fan club? Looking good. Couple of Honda tops across here.
It looks pretty good, doesn't it?
I think the other two should have the retro-inspired Honda tops, so they could maybe head to the merchandise and pick up that limited HM Plant-inspired merchandise.
Please, can we give a shout out to our holiday makers who stay with us and come along to Cadwell, Kaz and Tony. Happy Days Holiday Retreat. Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much indeed. And hi, guys. Please say a big hello to Dave, who's spending his weekend here at Cadwell Park for some self-care. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry about this. For some self-care after his son took his own life earlier this year. Shocking everyone who knew him. Please ask anyone who is struggling with their own mental health to reach out and talk.
Absolutely.
Spot on, Dave. Thank you very much indeed for writing in.
We're here for you, Dave. We're here for you.
And while we're on that subject, this one from Rebecca. who says, my name is Rebecca. I have 2 weekend camping tickets this weekend for Cadwell Park, and I will be attending at some point due to unforeseen circumstances. My mum, whose name is Carolyn Barley, is now unfortunately at the end of life care and has been attending Cadwell Park for many, many years. I'd really appreciate it on Monday if there could be a shout out for her. That would make me very happy as her daughter. She loves Cadwell Park, and we've got so many memories there. Please, if you could do this shout out on Bank Holiday Monday. Rebecca, of course we can, and Carolyn as well. Hopefully Carolyn is able to listen in online to our broadcast, and we know how special this place is to you. Rebecca, Carolyn, all of our thoughts are with you, and thank you, Rebecca, for writing in. It's on WhatsApp. All you have to do is to send a message on 07482 877 877. Hello, please can you give a shout out to my girlfriend Emma, who aspires to be a sports journalist, and she loves her motorsport. She is the best girlfriend ever, and that comes from Alex. Alex, thank you very much indeed. And this one says, please can you do a shout out to Aaron and Joanne, who have travelled down from Durham. We love Cadwell Park and come every year. Big Storm Stacey fans. Where did Storm finish up in that race? The screen has been
just gone off
the
screen.
Cleared,
11th, guys. Storm
11th.
Yeah.
Thank you, Larry.
11th was Storm Stacey. Yeah, thanks, Larry. Comedy timing there. You like that?
Teamwork. That's what that is. Please can we say happy birthday to our dad Richard from your girls Libby and Flossie, here enjoying our first Superbike weekend. Hopefully not the last. Hope Bradley wins to make his weekend. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, Sam. And please can we do a quick shout out to Sally, Dunks, Ols, Benji. Hope you're having a great day. That's from Auntie C, who is listening in. Thank you, Claire. Thank you for writing in. And Sally, Dunks, Ols and Benji, hopefully you're having a great day. Has it clouded over a bit? It has a bit.
A little bit. The Superstock bikes are now leaving the top pits to come down. I don't think it's... You tell me. You're the weather expert. You're about to look at a phone app.
No, I can't because...
good grief.
I know what happened there. Oh, don't worry. That's this is standard. This is standard clumsiness happening behind us. Don't you worry about that. We've got a blind which is down now because the gear was overheating a little bit. The sunshine was coming into the window,
kind of
so I can't see the weather. I'm afraid I really can't see very much.
Our
of it
man's
at all.
out, Larry Carter. But if I look up towards the paddock, the Cadwell Park Pavilion, it's very, very bright sunshine up there, and I think the sun's come out. Look at the sun glinting off the most amazing Luke Mossy Paget's Malenko Honda there. It's nice and sunny as we get set for the Superstock. Pit lane opens in 6 minutes and 46 minutes 40 seconds until the pit lane goes live, as I tried to stand up and pull my headset off my head.
We're all being a bit clumsy now, aren't we?
There's nothing worse when you stand up but you've got your foot on your headphone wire and it tries to take the headphones off your head. But okay, bikes making their way down. This will be a 15-lap race for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, a double header for them this weekend. They had a single race at Thruxton, but they have 2 races this weekend at Cadwell Park. They had one yesterday, which we saw Luke Mossy taking his second victory of the season. He was pushed home though by Billy McConnell in a fine performance from Skippy. I like seeing Billy McConnell back at the sharp end. I like seeing Billy McConnell on something really competitive. And I just like Billy McConnell, so I'm a fan, and I always have been, all the way back to the Virgin R60s. Billy McConnell is A-OK in my book. And let's see how he gets on with this next race. Third place went to David Allingham, but it was a pretty tricky affair for David to get there. If you remember, he didn't have it all plain sailing at all. Scott Swan is the big unknown in this, Larry Carter. Because Swanee this morning was asked to leave the circuit in morning warm-up because there was smoke coming out the back of the Scott Swan Racing SMR BMW. He parked that bike up at Charlie's on the outside. I would expect that bike has had an engine swap for the race. Now remember, Swanee went down yesterday in fairly dramatic style going through Hall Bends, where he ended up in the Recticel. And let's hope that the team have managed to get that all fixed up. Superbike winner Ryan Vickers making his way back up from the pit lane in towards the paddock at the top.
He's got a spring in his step,
He's got a little...
he?
Yeah, absolutely. And if Ryan Vickers could only look across to the far side of the circuit, you would see his fan club across there, the adoring Ryan Vickers fan club. But Ryan's got more important things. He pops his scooter off the stand, his little electric scooter. He's got to go, and you know what he wants to do? He wants to get out of those leathers after he's done his press conference.
I was going to say, he's got to do a press conference first,
Yeah,
doesn't
so
he?
it's not just a case of they disappear back up to the their motorhome and play Nintendo. They've actually got stuff to do now. Plus, he needs to have a debrief with his engineers. But focusing back on what we have on track in the next 4 minutes, Larry Carter, Swanee will be in the pit lane. The big question is there any chance we could find out if he has had an engine swap on that number 45 SMR BMW? Or was it maybe just a little bit, was it something silly, Larry, like they overfilled it with oil after maybe just checking it over, draining it out and giving it a refresh? So it'll be something that we need to try and find out.
I guess you need me to go and find out then, don't you, Dunk?
Is he going to go find out, Al?
I just dozing off there in the sunshine.
This is where we've
enjoying
got
a
to.
little bit of a welcome break here, but you slave drivers...
Off you go, Larry, come on.
Oh, Scoop.
Off he goes.
I think I got a cheer from the crowd, that bongo feet there.
It's just I didn't get the buzzer then, wasn't it? It's sleeping on the job, Scoop. What's all this about?
What's this? Larry Carter and Storm Stacey, they're so like each other, aren't they? Missing sessions. Scoop is in the pit lane. Larry, you'll notice that the heat out there as well. Building.
It is, yeah. It's very warm down here at present. There is Luke Mossy. I guess you want me to check out with Swanee, don't you, to see whether or not he is down here. Did you see that there was a picture on social media yesterday evening of the domestic goddess, which is Claire Armstrong, actually doing a team meal in the motorhome yesterday?
I saw a video of Claire making what's she making, Chinese?
Matt, I just want to check that after the cooking last night in the motorhome, everybody's okay, are they, from today? Because we weren't sure when we saw Claire just juggling the saucepans there what they might end up with.
It was actually nacho cheese, and I think Deco is the fan of the nacho cheese sauce, and yeah. He wouldn't be riding today even if he was fit, because the amount of cheese sauce he ate last night.
Yeah, so the rider that's not fit and has no same proceedings, whatever, gets to choose what you have for tea.
Basically, yeah. It makes him feel better.
Yeah, well, he'd come down. He's a Scotsman, mate. What do you expect?
Exactly.
Free food?
Free food, yeah.
Exactly.
But apart from that, all good, Mark. Ready to go with Ash. It was a cracking ride yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's good. He was actually a bit disappointed with fifth, which is his best result so far. So he's got a bit more in him. There's a bit more in the bike. So if he can get that start, get away with the front leaders, I think he'll be on for a good result.
That's great. It would be great to hear at his local circuit. That's Matt Bainbridge, the boss of the Rapid Drive Life Honda squad. No doubt Swanee will probably be parked up in the middle of nowhere. You can see Ashbeats. He's got a smile on his face as Ashbeats. There's Dan Brooks. You can see the South Holland squad there. There is the 93 of Brendan Petty. He had a penalty yesterday, didn't he? Well, there is Swanee. Let's just go
Brendan
and see
got
what
a penalty
we
to the back of the grid, yes.
can find off from Swanee here. There is Dad Michael. What happened in warm-up, Swanee, then? What was the problem? What was the problem in warm-up?
Just yesterday, whenever I crashed, it was upside down for a wee while, so oil ran into places it maybe shouldn't have been, but it was just burning it off. Like, there was absolutely nothing wrong. I did tell the marshal another half a lap it'll burn off, but obviously you don't want that in the track, so fair enough.
So you're not had to change an engine or anything, it's just all straightforward?
Yeah, it was just a bit of oil line in the exhaust, I think.
All right, okay, that's good news, yeah. So when the bike was upside down, obviously just a little bit of oil.
Great stuff, Scoop. Great stuff.
Where it didn't need to be, and that was the reason for that. So expect him to go again. Yes, once again, there is Ryan Campion. What happened to Ryan? Did he tip off yesterday?
Barn corner yesterday, Larry, early in the race.
Yeah, just check that all is okay. In fact, yeah, he's just about ready to go with that one. Just see if we can just grab a quick word with Ryan. Just making sure all is okay. Ryan, we had the big build-up on the grid and everything else. Keep your eye on Campion. He's up on the front row of the grid again. And Barn corner caught us out. You okay, mate?
Yeah, I'm all well. Try again.
Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it? Especially here at Cadwell, you're giving yourself a fighting chance on the front row.
It really is, but I'm here to go again, so better luck next time.
Well, look, yeah, that's only one way you can look at it, isn't it? Well, we can't do any worse than yesterday, can we? So there is the Cheshire Mouldings machine of Rory Skinner, and there's a lot of work going on there. New frame going in there, Steve, is looked like a lot of damage to the bike.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of damage, Larry. It's not quite as bad as we originally thought. Dash is okay. It's the front wiring loom section seems to be okay. But obviously things like oil cooler, just basically going through things. Looks like it's bent the swing arm, wheels. So hopefully we'll manage to get over to the truck, or we have, should I say, and get us majority of the parts. We'll let this race run. If we need anything else, we'll know by then. So.
That's a factor that we kind of forget about. Normally you'd just be in the back of the truck, which is backed up to the back of the garages.
Yeah, it's really difficult, Larry, you know, obviously, and being safe as well, rushing up and down and trying not to collect any young children or anything. It's hard work, but it's the same for everybody, and, you know, it's our fault we crashed and we'll have to live with it.
And Rory's okay, I can see him there. He's actually helping to put the bike back together.
Yeah, no, he's good as gold, mate. Rory was actually straight back from Charlie's corner, straight back to the truck, got his gear off and was getting the bits out of the truck ready for the van and us to collect already, so he's on the case, mate.
Thanks, Steve. Good luck. Well, that is the...
Good update, Larry. Again,
absolutely. And that's a factor that we mentioned previously, wasn't it, Duncan? The fact is that normally they would just go in the back of the truck and get what bits and pieces they need to. A small matter of a 1 in 10 hill, a track crossing, up another little steep hill, up into the paddock area to load everything up, then come back down again. So,
and if you forget one thing, it can upset the whole job, Larry.
You heard Steve say that we think we've got everything, but we're going to have to let this race go before we can then go and get what else we need. And bearing in mind that there's only one more race after the Superstocks out here before the Superbikes are racing again.
Yes, it's very, very tight for the Superbikes on time here. I don't suppose Rory was in the garage here, or he actually maybe already disappeared. I did speak with Brad Ray, and Brad says it looks like he just lost it on the bumps going in through Charlie's that are there, and there's nothing you can really do about that. There's not a lot you can do. Once it starts to go, you can try and save it. As I look at the side of the window, Alan, are you happy with what you see at the side there? It's getting a little bit cloudy, but I think those should skirt past
We're fine.
us. Oh, I love that. I love the
positivity,
authority that comes with your weather descriptions. We are fine. Good to go. Good to go. It's like when NASA go for a launch. Absolutely good to go. Speaking of good to go, Larry Carter's down in the grid. He's standing directly in front of yesterday's race winner, Larry Carter. It was a fabulous performance from our good friend of the commentary team and the veteran himself, Luke Mossey.
Yeah, he didn't want to say too much to me on the grid, did he? When I was venturing, like, well, you got the win now at Thruxton. Chances are there might be another one coming along. Oh, he said, I don't want to say too much down here on the grid. But yeah, he had to. Whereas Thruxton, he said we were kind of handed the victory. Well, they weren't, were they? Because at the end of the day, Matt Truell had made a mistake at the final chicane, and he was quite rightly penalised, in my opinion. But it meant that Luke Mossey did cross the line second, and he was eventually awarded the victory after a time penalty was incurred by Matt Truell. Well, Luke, just getting the information there from race director Stuart Higgs that there might be a little bit of a shower passing through at some point in time. Well, Luke, you know, it seems as though you can't stop winning. Hopefully you can continue it into this one.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, felt good yesterday. Really enjoying the moment winning the races after not a tough start to year, just, you know, getting tired of finishing second place. But yeah, nice to be back at Cadwell again, obviously missing last year. So great win yesterday. If we can, we'll certainly be trying again. But as long as we come away with a trophy, I'll be more than happy.
Well, all you can do is keep pulling points back on David Allingham, and the information coming from race director Stuart Higgs was a potential shower at a 2/3 race distance, which means that it's a dry race. All races are declared dry unless the race control decrees them otherwise, so we automatically assume it's a dry race, which means that if we do get a shower at any point in time during this race, then there will be a red flag. If that red flag comes on or after the 2/3 distance, it will be declared a result. If not, we'll have the race to go again over a reduced distance, as it were. There is David Allingham, just with the bike down here. David, you were telling me yesterday that you had 1 or 2 issues with the bike there. Hopefully all's been sorted. Have you found any problems?
Yeah, we had a brake issue yesterday in the race, and that was a really tough race yesterday, you know, to be honest, Larry. I feel like it was a bit of a championship ride. I had a ride out of my skin to try to get that bike to stop, and doing everything and using all my experience to try to get the bike stopped as best I could. But I think we've got the issue sorted today, and I'm hoping for a different race. You know, like, I'm pretty fast around here. You know, I'm good around this track, so if my bike's working the way it should be, there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be at the front.
It's important that you pull back some of them points that you relinquished today to Luke over the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? I'm not even really trying to worry about the championship or anything like that. I'm just going out to try and win races. That's all I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying not to change my approach or anything.
That's all you do, David. Well, that's the 5-minute board. We've got a chance to just have a quick word with a couple of other riders down here. Who else we got? We've got Danger Scouts down here. That is Josh Owens. Where did Josh end up? P4 yesterday. Well, just missed the podium yesterday, Danger Scouts. Hopefully he can put that right today and challenge there. The news that we're getting is there's maybe a shower coming our way at some point in time during this race.
Yeah, Stuart's just come over there and said there's a chance of rain in like half an hour or something, so there'll be a few of us who are delegated rain men and put our hand up if we think it's getting a bit too much, so yeah, we'll just have to see. Just who knows.
Hopefully we get the race over and done with by then.
Well, yeah, that's it, just maybe adds a bit of spice to it, because we need to start thinking about race distance, and if they do pull that red flag out and it's free
well, that's
fares,
it.
you need
Yeah,
to make
it's
sure
exactly
you
it, isn't it?
so.
You know, you've got to be there or thereabouts if the red flag does come out. As the grid is now being cleared, there's a little bit of an accelerated procedure down here to try and get this race away before any inclement weather comes. So that is our cue to leave the grid on the 3-minute board as James Whittam just finishes off having a chat. We spoke to Swanee, we had a chat with Luke Mossey as well. Skippy McConnelly, just very quickly down here for the local team of Chris Fairburn. Well, Skip, you're on the podium yesterday. Fancy another one today?
Yeah, why not?
Absolutely, why not? Great. It's great to have him back on a stocker, isn't it? Because I think this is his proper class.
Awesome today. We're going to have top spot.
Top spot, okay. Back to your place in Louth for beers afterwards.
Definite.
Good man, okay. Well, there's 50,000 people that might hold us to that. That's the only problem with that one, Chris. Well, the grid is being cleared, so we're going to make our way off an accelerated procedure, but with rain hanging in the air and potentially coming at some point during this race, boys.
Absolutely. I think it's imminent, Larry. When you look up to the skies, you also get that wind rush. You feel the wind's picked up and the temperature has dripped away as well, Larry. So let's see what happens. We will take it when it comes. The riders will have to deal with it. Stuart Higgs, series and race director, has had a word with his delegated rain riders, and we'll see what happens. We shall give you the grid for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, race number 2 for these guys. 15 laps after the race that they had yesterday. David Allingham still leading the championship with 39 points over Luke Mossey and Lewis Rollo into 3rd place in championship. I don't think we've got Lewis Rollo today. I had heard, Larry, that he had injured his shoulder after that rather big high seed he had at the bottom of the mountain. Great shame for Lewis Rollo. When I was watching it, it looked like you, Larry, in a rally car. That's not easy to put Larry and rally together in a sentence, by the way. Kind of backing it into the mountain and caused himself a bit of a high side, unfortunately. But the grid gets going, and Swanee is on pole position on 45. Scott Swan from Luke Mossey and Billy McConnell. We then have David Allingham, Josh Owens and Ash Barnes on row 2. Ash Barnes delivering his best performance in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship for Matt Bainbridge, Claire Armstrong and the Rapid Honda squad yesterday. Hutchie is on row number 3 with Jack Bednarek, and Ryan Campion, after tipping off yesterday, he goes back 6 positions to where he maximum positions he can go back after not setting a lap time onto the 3rd row. Cam Dixon is alongside Ash Beach and Simon Reed, with Dan Brooks, Blaise Baker and Callum Bay. The 6th row has Jamie Van Shakliris, Thomas O'Grady and Harrison Crosby. Row 7, Max Lofthouse, Lee Healy and Brandon Petty. Gavin Watts has Caden Wilkinson and Charlie White for company on row 8. And row 9, Sam Cox's very own Luca Jennings, Paul Cunvin and Jake Major Bird. And speaking of Sam Cox, I suppose it's a right time for us to say hello, Sam Cox. How are you doing? Because it's going to be a Superstock race if you weren't racing and you didn't pop in to see us.
It's one or the other, isn't it? I mean, we're out there or up here. So, yeah, no, thanks for having me again. Luca Jennings had a bit of a baptism of fire yesterday. And it's always, whenever a club rider wants to step up to British, you always try and explain to him how big of a leap it is. But I think you have to experience it for yourself to kind of really see what these boys are capable of once you get out there. So he had a bit of a tough race yesterday, but he's feeling good for today. And he was a bit of a rain man on Saturday when we had our wet-free practice. So actually, trying to draw those clouds in that might be hitting us
the
soon.
negative energy of Sam Cox bringing in the bad weather for everybody wearing shirts and t-shirts. I can see a lot of people in the crowd across there looking up towards those clouds. If we all stare at them long enough and hard enough, they will go away, including you, Larry Carter. You give them the eyeball, give them a hard stare.
Paddington hard stare.
The Paddington hard stare, and make them go away.
Oh no, someone's in pit lane.
Ah, dear, oh dear, that's Jimmy Vincicleris in pit lane for the Tag Honda. That's a great shame for JVS. He goes straight into his pit garage as well. As we look across the front row, Scott Swan in pole position from Luke Mossey and Billy Skippy McConnell getting ready for race number 2 for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. And here we go, green flag at the back. Alan Woods makes his way off from the front. We get the red lights on. Lights off and down towards turn 1 we go. Not a good start from Mossey. Allingham gets a brilliant start and leaps forward up towards turn number 1 as everybody else does. On the grass was somebody going, and there was a Hutchie on the grass towards turn 1 on the outside.
Oh, God.
That was super brave. And do you expect anything else from Hutchie? Spoke to him last night. He's the most mild-mannered man, but he did not roll the throttle on that RST bike. Down. Who's that? That's Dan Brooks. Has gone down, and everybody managing to miss Dan Brooks and the bikes. Great bit of avoidance there as Dan rests at the bottom of the Park Hill.
And surprised if we see a safety car here or something, because
he's far enough away from everybody as well. That's the bit the marshals would have to cross the track. We'll see what happens with the safety car. But I think that was Josh Owens, one of the South Holland Hondas. He's up on his feet, which is brilliant to see. Good friend of mine, Dan Brooks, up on his feet. Master Mac Hawk Honda walks away from that one, so we might get away with that, depending on what happened down there. Oh, that's Blaze Baker as well involved in that. But it looked like one of the South Holland Hondas was involved as well. Let's get a replay of this. Further back in the pack, Sam, what do we see? We see him just coming out. Oh, yeah. He rides, something went wrong with Blaze Baker's bike, and then Dan rode into the back of him.
Callum Bay involved in there. He's got his hand up there, Callum Bay.
Watch this. Oh, yeah, it was was it Simon Reid? Simon Reid wide back on the circuit. Blaze Baker having to stop, and Steve Hicken.
Don't look.
Good grief. Good grief, Steve Hicken. He'll be happy Dan Brooks is okay, but that bike went for a 10-100 over the fence there, unfortunately. As we now continue on to lap number 2, let's just get our bearings back again here. It would be great to see the replay of the start run in towards turn 1 with Hutchie almost on the grass, Sam, because he was not leaving anything on the table there. Oh, who's that down? That's a South Holland Honda, is it? Difficult to see from there, actually.
93?
Yeah, it could be Brandon Petty again, who didn't have a good day, got given a points penalty. Dan Brooks has been badged as okay, which is good. We saw him up on his feet and walking away. And yeah, Brandon Petty hasn't come round either, number 93. That's a great shame for him. He picked up a penalty yesterday, accumulation of penalty points, put him to the back of the grid.
Got someone else in pit lane as well.
Oh, dear, Lee Healy. Is that Lee Healy down there, Larry Carter? It certainly is. The Sittingbourne rider on the Lee Healy Racing machine. This is a pretty bruising affair at the start of this one, I've got to say.
I'm going to go and grab my Honda, get myself out there.
There's not been that many people stop. You're okay. Oh, sorry, no need for that. No need for that. Good that we haven't seen a safety car, though. Good that we haven't seen a safety car, because we did think that was a possibility.
Yeah, and at the front we've got the 4 sort of breaking away. Scott Swan, who, to be fair, was the fastest rider. Oh, no, Callum Bay's gone down as well.
Oh, dear, Callum Bay.
Not sure where that is on the camera, but it seemed he was involved in that sort of back straight crashes with Dan Brooks, but he's also gone down now. We're just getting a replay. Yeah, he's just trying to make his way back through the pack, and he tried to hang on to it on his knee, but he's just slipped off at Manfield.
You know, the worst part of that is he's got to answer to Jordan Bird. Oh, is that that's exactly 93 Brandon Petty that we're talking about there. Great shame for him. Down he goes. It's been one of these.
Where to look?
Right, okay, can we just control alt delete in the commentary box for a minute, Sam? Take a big deep breath. And let's go. Okay, Scott Swan leads this race on lap 3 of 15. Swan, Allingham and Mossey is what we see. 59 is also retired as the Callum Bay incident and the inside of Mansfield gets picked up. And while all this has been going on, keeping his head, doing what he does best, David Allingham moves to the front of the race. And that's a killer blow for a lot of people, because Allingham, yesterday, he had to work for it. He had to work for that podium. Right now, yes, he's worked away again, but he finds himself in the lead ahead of Scott Swan. Swanee will be a little bit on the back foot trying to get all the data that he lost yesterday in that race where he put the bike on top of the rector going through Barn.
A little bit wide there from Allingham, but
yeah, but I think that's a line that we've seen in the Superbikes, a lot of riders doing that as well. And Ryan Vickers was one who'd run it wide. As long as he was out to the white line, he would then square it off to the next corner. Luke Mossey needs to watch out here, because here comes behind him Billy Skippy McConnell as they all go up over the crest of the mountain into the area where, well, Allingham had an almost off at the bottom of the mountain yesterday, and this is where Swanee lost it here. Just going through that last part, he lost the back of the bike and it fired him off towards the inside. But thankfully, A-OK. Hutchie's still ahead of Josh Owens. And I'm still thinking about the race start with Hutchie going in towards turn 1. Almost on the grass. That was super, super brave. But he doesn't lift off. There's our Ian Hutchison, and he sits here ahead of Josh Owens in 6th place. And then 7th place, Ash Barnes for the Rapid Honda squad as they all make their way in towards turn 1. Oh, here comes Owens up the inside of Hutchie. Oh, shades of Billy McConnell.
Did he give him a little leg there to say sorry?
I think he did, yeah. Probably for the best. Probably for the best.
Oh, and he's giving the tap of the seat unit as well.
Yeah, that's just because he's scared. He wants to get, away from him. Yeah, please don't pass me in towards Park they come. That was a robust manoeuvre there. I remember seeing Stuart Easting having a bad one into there when he was helped off the track. And was it not Billy McConnell and Joe Talbot into that area in a stock race as well?
Yeah, there was a little coming together there, wasn't there?
That ended pretty badly. And unfortunately, Joe got the rough end of that one. But Allingham leads on number 11 on the SMS Nickel Oils BMW from the Scott Swan Racing SMR BMW. And then the Malenko by Paget's Honda for Luke Mossey ahead of the C&L Fairburn Properties M1000RR of Billy McConnell. That's the big 4 at the front. Then Josh Owens has managed to stay ahead of Ian Hutchison in this one. Hutchie, I spoke to him last night. I said, what a race. He says, I just need a little bit more speed. I'm missing something, and I'm going to try and find it in this next race. So, again, looking good. And he's up here at the sharp end on merit as we thought McConnell was having a look there. Hutch is up here on merit because of his great start. It's not because everybody else has fallen off in front of him. But Owens has gapped him. Look in the background, or look actually at the window, Sam. That's probably better to do. You can see Josh Owens has put a gap into Hutchie, and if Ash Barnes could possibly get past, he would break free as well.
Yeah, no, he had a really good start, but it looks like Josh was just being held up. But unfortunately for Josh, he's sort of 2.5 seconds off this lead group. I think he's potentially got the pace, because last time round, he was actually the fastest on the circuit. Oh no, he put in his fastest lap. Lead group just slightly in front of him. But I think if he had been with him at the start, he might have gone away with him. But that's what happens when you're not quite further up the grid in qualifying. Just as Mossey has a little look at Swan.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Luke Mossey. And you see what else he did there? He missed that little patch of tarmac that cost Brad Ray yesterday. He missed that out, went wide over the inside of that. And that just looked so much more planted. And a couple of riders have said to me, we practice all day the first day, whatever it is, here Saturday, and then we do all day Sunday. And it's not until we actually get to a race that you maybe come off the racing line to try and pass them, then you find that, whoa, it's actually quite bumpy in there because you've never been on that, because you've stayed on the racing line all the way through free practice and qualifying.
Yeah, exactly that. It's one line round here. That's the fastest line. So when you're in your free practice qualifying, you're hitting that one line. When you're in a race, you've got to come off it to get past someone, and that's exactly what they're finding is actually it's a little bit bumpy offline, and it can cost you, like we always see it at Park, you go up the inside and actually then run wide and they get you back into Chris Curve. But I think these boys need to play it clever here, because as we saw yesterday, before there was a few things starting to happen, Allingham had the pace to get away. So if they start tripping each other up, Allingham's going to just slowly edge away from them, and it's going to be hard for them to reel him in. So they almost need to sort of play nice.
I think that's where Mossey's got past. I think that Mossey's seen the danger is possibly here. So Mossey's decided to get past Scott Swan straight away so he can be the next guy in line to David Allingham. Our pit lane rainometer is down there, Larry Carter. Larry, if I could just ask you for a second, looking up towards the sky, what are your thoughts? How does the weather feel? And do you think anything's imminent for these guys?
Yeah, no different to what it did at the start of the race, Duncan. Still a little bit of cloud. There's one or two black clouds just rolling in over the top of the mountain, but they seem pretty high in the race. I'm not too sure how many laps we've got to go in this one. That said, I could just feel a spot on the back of the hand there. Because
9 laps to go, Larry.
It's the waterproofs are going on. One or two of the marshals down here, so one would imagine that that spot of rain that I just felt there, it might be heading our way, Dunk.
Yep, Larry, absolutely. We can see that happening down there in the pit lane and across on the far side as well. Well, there are 9 laps of this race to go by my arithmetic, if we're correct there, Sam Cox.
1.5, yeah.
8.5, or 9.5, whatever you want to go there then. As they come into the bottom of the mountain, we'll watch for these guys. A lot of experience in this front group, a lot of experience. And there's the rain flag out in towards the Hall Bends. So already, the rain is starting into Hall Bends. D-Bomb David Allingham is first to come in there. Watch for any hands being raised through this one as they come across the line. David will get that little bit of mental little rain on the visor, but he'll try and focus on the job in hand as he comes out of the last corner, down and across the line. Any hands in the air? Absolutely not. Hands on the handlebar. Here comes Skippy McConnell. Billy McConnell wants it into turn one.
With the rain flags flying.
Yeah, rather you than me, Bill. Bilby decides that that's not the thing to do. Swanee looks a little bit timid through Charlie's. Billy will go up the inside there and make that manoeuvre his. That was lovely. That was just Scott Swan being ever so timid. He can't afford a double DNF, and that was a hand in the air from David Allingham as we come out of Charlie's. Definite hand in the air from D-Bomb as he makes his way in towards Park. This is tense times.
It's starting to proper come down now. I won't imagine that we will be seeing one or two interventions before too long, Dunk.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on the movements of the race and the series director downstairs, Stuart Higgs, as they all come through. Josh Owens doesn't care. Absolutely caution to the wind is gone. He's coming up towards these guys at the sharp end. He'll keep going until anything stops him as David Allingham leads in towards Mansfield. We have seen one hand in the air, and they're coming back into the area which has got possibly the most moisture falling from the sky. As we can see it now. We can see it as they come along in towards the bottom. Easy boys as you come through here. Play nice as they come up and over the crest of the hill. Lord David Allingham land and get the hand in the air. Billy McConnell pulls a lovely wheelie, but that looked like proper rain on the way in towards the mountain, if I'm not mistaken. And Sam Cox up here, tighter than a guitar string in the commentary point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so glad I'm stood here next to you and I'm not out there, because that is horrible conditions to ride it in. Because poor Allingham was the first one along.
Where's Swanee gone? Hang on a second. Where's Scott Swan? Scott's now behind Josh Owens.
Something's happened there, but I think I saw McConnell waving as well. They're starting to get a bit uncomfortable out there, and I mean, I don't. But
now
they're
back into sunshine. They're now back into sunshine at turn one, Larry Carter. So this is a really dramatic phase of this race as we go into lap 8 of 15. It doesn't look like we see any rain on our screens as they go through Charlie. And the long camera shot hovering just so we could try and see the focus on that as they come down Park, up into Park Corner. David Allingham leads this race from Luke Mossey. Mossey's hot into there. Can he stop that and get through the corner? Yes, he can. But he was asking an awful lot from the front end of that Malenko by Paget's Honda. And Billy McConnell licks his chops, but he's on the podium at this point. It's getting spicy, that's for sure. Seems to be the theme of the day at Cadwell Park here. Nice and spice as they come down towards Mansfield. David drags a leg off the inside. This would see David Allingham move on to his 8th victory of the season. He has been a relentless winning machine, which is pretty impressive. Let's see if we see any rain this time. No, we don't. So the rain that we could see earlier on seems to have gone now, Sam, from that area of the track. So I like that Race Direction haven't just jumped instantly and made a decision and upset the race here. They're kind of letting Mother Nature take its course through this area of the track.
Yeah, it just makes me so nervous, because obviously when you approach that on what is effective... Oh, no, Billy! Oh, my God, how's he kept that arm? Billy McConnell getting absolutely sideways into the hairpin corner there, and I think only Billy is the only person in his paddock that could have kept that up right there.
Swanee's watching that thinking, I don't want anything to do with this. Just please stay away from me, Billy McConnell.
First, Billy.
And towards turn one they go. And David Allingham and Luke Mossey, like, they just don't care. They do not care. They haven't put a wheel out of position, a wheel out of place. We're going to see a replay on the big screens. Watch the third place bike of Billy McConnell.
Just a little bit wide, just a little bit offline.
Now, was that moisture or was that just Billy being a bit keen? Because there is a bit of that.
It's a little bit. If you got as the rain's landing, if you got bikes going over the same patch of tarmac, it doesn't allow the rain to settle. He just drifted offline just slightly there, caught a wet patch, and it just broke traction there a little bit. So, yeah, I think you've just got to be. Well, you've got to be so clinical around here. But when it's spitting with rain, you've got to stay on that dry patch where all the other bikes are going over. So. Yeah, you did very well to keep it up right there.
Larry Carter, if you're still in the pit lane, I can see you. What are you feeling down there, buddy? What are you feeling on that head?
I think it's going to blow through, Dunk.
Ever the optimist. I like that. The Harbinger of Doom up here said we were fine as well, so we'll go with that one, Alan Hyde. A little nod in the corner from Sir Al as we get lap 9 out of 15 in the books. And what this has done, it's actually separated the pack ever so slightly. A little bit of the weather, the trepidation of you're going to get to the next bit of track, what will it be like, and a few small unforced errors, which are the things in motorcycle racing that you do not want to have, because 9 times out of 10 they can cost you dearly. As Skippy again comes in here, much more reserved and in a straight line rather than trying to brake with the bike already turning in there. A little bit of would it be engine braking, or would that be Billy in the back brake at that point, Sam?
I'd imagine it's a bit of both, really. The engine brake is going to be kicking in, and Billy McConnell was a guy that likes to ride the rear brake, so he'll be using it. But I mean, Allingham's riding so well here. He's the guy who's sort of the guinea pig out the front, the canary down the mine. He's going to be the guy that's approaching the track first. So it's almost as Mossy sitting in behind him, you can just kind of see, well, Allingham's staying on, so I can follow him through these corners. But
Monkey
Allingham's
see,
the first.
monkey do kind
exactly,
of thing. Without being cheeky towards the guys there. But Allingham is looking pretty strong, you're right.
Just starting to edge a gap on Mossy into Park now, and he's just starting to pull away. But yeah, we're edging towards that 2/3 race distance as well. So if another little shower comes through, potentially it could finish as it is, and that will affect obviously Mossy's championship charge at the moment.
And David's kind of almost like an old school kind of rider. His wheels in line. He never looks like he's overriding any part of that machine. Always looks nice and calm. As we see him coming into the chicane after Mansfield, doesn't drag too many legs, keeps it all kind of neat and tidy. Back to Hutchie in 6th place. Really, really impressive run from Hutchie, from the man who ran along the white line towards turn 1 and just didn't lift at all. And I think we said yesterday, if there's ever going to be a damp bit under the trees, it's not going to affect this man, that's for sure. It's kind of where he makes his bread and butter. And I did say that to him as we were in the hospitality suite last night. He says, yeah, it's fine. A little bit of damp under the trees is what I'm used to. As we come in towards Barn Corner, lap 10 of 15 in the books, about to start lap 11 of 15 in the books, and we're all waiting on the 2/3 distance message popping up on the screen as they cross the line in towards turn number 1 in sunshine. Now you can see the shadows out there, and David Allingham just putting together a nice, good, consistent string of laps. And Billy McConnell also putting together a good, consistent string of laps, coming back from that small error up towards the back of Mossy.
Yeah, Mossy's got to be careful here, because McConnell was just putting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, so he's obviously got a bit between his teeth, and he's trying to reel these guys in after that tiny little mistake he made, but it has ultimate consequences here at Cadwell Park, and he's
Track conditions must be ideal, because that's a 1/10 of a second away from Charlie Nesbitt's lap record. So track conditions must be absolutely perfect. And Charlie set that in 2022 on the on the Hawk Suzuki it was back then. Actually, there's a flashback. He did it on a lap where he actually took the lead in towards Park and then powered away and took the actual lap record and the race victory that day. And Charlie was in sensational form in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship in 2022. That lap record has stood ever since. Skippy's now all over the back of Luke Mossy. So Skywalker, the nickname that Larry Carter and Fred Clark gave him many years ago, is very much under pressure from Skippy, who's very much got his tail up as he catches in towards the back off the Malenko Honda, but I expected a look up the inside there. But Billy thinks, well, it was a half look. It was a half look, shall we say. And I'm also loving the black livery. Stealth mode enabled, box ticked.
Yeah, he had a little look through the hall bends there, and it's if you're going to make a move there, you've basically got to be up alongside him as you go into it. He wasn't quite close enough, but maybe that was just a dress rehearsal for the next coming laps, because he's definitely the man who's got the pace. And as I say that, Scott Swan was the fastest on the lap before, and he's just slower than McConnell. So they're all sort of regrouping after that little shower that we had, and all starting to pull together. But Allingham at the front, he's still just putting in really nice, consistent laps, and he's just slowly sort of edging away from these guys behind him.
There's 2 parts of this track. David Allingham looks really good through turn 1, 2, 3, up through towards like the gooseneck, but then after that it looks like Luke Mossy just they peg him back a little bit through the mountain, through Hall Bends in the last corner, because it was 7/10 of a second across the line last time, but the gap looks a lot bigger. But watch Luke Mossy through this area of the track as they come down towards Mansfield. He just looks that little bit stronger through this area of the track, and the gap just ebbing and flowing. Top speeds though, 162.4 miles per hour for David Allingham. That's not hanging around. He did tell us in the commentary point at Oulton Park, I think, Alan Hyde, he was saying, 214 brake horsepower, and that was the number that stuck in my head. He was very accurate. He could have said 210, 215, but he actually hit 214 horsepower. It's what he gets out of that SMS Nickel Oils BMW. It really is impressive. Very, very fast motorcycles, as they all are out here. The Honda's not far behind it, as you well know, Sam Cox. You were racing not long ago. As Mossy a little bit wide through the heart of the corner, as was Skippy, and Scott Swan a much tighter line as we cross the line to start lap 13 out of 15 in towards turn 1. David Allingham has, again, a 7/10 of a second lead, but half around the lap, that looks bigger than that 7/10 of a second.
Yeah, like you say, it seems to sort of get closer and then edge out a little bit. So it just seems that Allingham's got the pace on him through this last sector.
Here comes Billy, though. Here comes Billy, winding up the BMW out of Charlie's. He's in the slipstream. This is a chance for McConnell. He's in the slipstream. He backs off, does he? Doesn't want to back off too much, because Swanee was getting a good tow from him. But Mossy proving that Clive Paget's had the spanners on that Honda. That looks pretty handy in a straight line. as well. It's got, Billy McConnell. Good grief, Sam Cox. How did he keep a hold of that one? Larry
You can't
Carter,
say he's not trying, can you?
That was lit up for a day and an age round the Chris curve before we got to the gooseneck. Sorry for hitting with the program there, Sam, but that seemed the right appropriate moment to do that. HR department's in the corner if you're interested, but he's sleeping. Wow, that was Billy that was pure.
Not sleeping, noted.
That was pure Skippy McConnell. Will our TV director have a replay of that for us as we come up over the crest of the mountain and in towards Hall Ben's. Allingham doing everything that David Allingham has done all year. This is a big, big step in the championship for David Allingham. This is a bid for his first Pirelli National Superstock Championship. This will be win number 8 of the season, but there's a good couple of laps to go. And Billy McConnell, I wonder if Bill's run out of rear tyre. That's a big question.
If there's anyone on this grid that uses a lot of rear tyre, it's Billy McConnell, and he knows how to extract every last little bit out of those Pirellis. But yeah, he's just so eager to get past Mossy. He's probably not got enough laps left to catch Allingham out the front, as long as Allingham doesn't put a foot wrong. But he still wants to get past Mossy. He's still fighting for, obviously, second will be. There's always a little. It's one better than third, actually. So he does want to get past him, but Mossy has to minimise the damage. Just as Danger Scouse, Josh Owen is having a little look at Scott Swan. So there's a lot going on in this little pack. But
yeah, good drive with Josh Owens, isn't it?
Really good. Oh, he's using all the track there. That was wonderful to see. But yeah,
look at Billy, just dancing on the edge of adhesion there.
Yeah, he's just trying to get that throttle on and drive it hard around there to line up a move. Not there, Josh.
We both got excited with Josh Owens' attack line into the gooseneck. Billy is living on the edge of adhesion around Chris Curve. You can see that he's winding that BMW up, and it looks like it's starting to use a little bit more tyre, or he's used more tyre than everybody else. He's starting to be a little bit wide at certain corners, not just on the drive phase, but that also hurts you on the corner entry phase as well when you're wanting the bike to slow down, Sam.
Yeah, definitely. It's you use the rear going in now as well as coming out, so it's definitely going to affect him. But he's pushing so hard to try and get with Mossy, and I'm sure Mossy is going, leave me alone, I'm trying to battle for a championship here, I need these points. I'm trying to hang on to the guy in front of me, and he's not getting away, but he's definitely just maintaining that gap, which prevents Mossy from being able to get close. But
I don't think it's going to be 9/10 of a second across the line this time. I think David Allingham has got not trouble coming his way, but as across the line, it's 7/10 of a second, so it's come down by 2/10 as we move into the last lap of this Pirelli National Superstock race. It's given us a little bit of everything. High drama at the start when we saw Simon Reid making Blaze Baker check up, and then Dan Brooks unfortunately tripped over Blaze. Down he went, and a few other bikes managing to miss that melee as he went down Park up towards the top of the hill. And then we lost a whole handful of bikes after that on the same lap. But we are left with David Allingham leading this race, which will be his 8th victory of the season.
Seeing a back
for
marker there.
Yes,
I'm
we're seeing a back marker.
That's not going to play into this race, because that's not how you want it to end.
Is that Jake Major Bird on 15? If so, we know that Race Direction are absolutely on it with the blue boards here, and they will be illuminated as David Allingham will be burning his eyes into the back of the lap rider who we're about to go through. In towards the chicane. They come through the right, through the left. D-Bomb accelerates hard towards the bottom of the mountain. And it is Jake Major Bird who is Sam
not where
Cox.
You want to catch a back marker.
Your face says it
no.
all, Sam Cox. It really does. David Allingham will be absolutely cursing everything going in here as they make their way in towards it.
Getting blue flags galore.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nowhere to pull over.
There's nowhere for him to go.
Really
David
move.
Allingham can't have a go up the inside here of Jake Major, but he needs to do it. He needs to do it. Oh dear, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight as they come in towards the last corner. Allingham can't go through. This could give Mossy the perfect run towards the line. Here comes David Allingham down towards the line. He gets out. He sets up. Allingham wins for the 8th time in 2026. But it was a little bit tighter and more tense than he would like to have had. Luke Mossy thought Christmas had come early for him at the end of that race. He gets a good second place. Skippy McConnell in 3rd, Scott Swan 4th, Josh Owens 5th. I tip my hat to that man crossing the line, Ian Hutchison on the team RST BMW. He comes home ahead of Ash Barnes. We haven't seen too much of Hutchie in 2026. We do at the start of the year, and then he disappears to do his roads campaign. But I tell you what, he can come back, and that man can very much turn it on. Ryan Campion, a good 8th place as well. We didn't mention too much outside the top 6. We're very sorry because there was so much action going on. Simon Reid in 9th and Jack Bednarek a good 10th for Ian Newton on the IN competition. Aprilia Cam Dixon with Ash Beach across the line in 12th place, the veteran. Ahead of the youngster Harrison Crosby, Thomas O'Grady, and in 15th place, getting a point,
My boy, Luca Jennings.
Luca Jennings, well done, Sam Cox.
Well, he hasn't crossed the line yet, so
Well,
maybe we
I know.
should just
Yeah.
hang on a sec.
Yeah,
just watch him come through the last corner.
Let's not count our marine cables before the hatch, shall we say? As we're waiting, Sam, we're waiting a long
Anxiously.
time, Sam. Yeah, we're still waiting for Luca Jennings to come.
There we go, here we come. Clap him across the line, everyone.
There we go.
First national round, getting a national point there.
Yeah, well done to that man. That will feel like a victory for him. But at the end of that race, it was a win for David Allingham, the 8th win of the season for D-Bomb. Luke Mossey second and Billy McConnell third. Sam Cox, thank you very much. Great as ever to see you up here. What's a sweaty hand as well, like mine. That's what
it's harder up here than it is out there sometimes.
That's what the Pirelli National Superstock Championship does to us. But good luck, and we'll catch up with you Donington. Thank you very much. Cheers, Sam Cox. Sam Cox heads back down into pit lane. Larry Carter, that race had just about a little bit of everything. It was tense. The rain came in. The rain went. Race direction didn't jump. I like that. They stood their ground. They went head to head with the weather downstairs, Heidi, and they dealt with it so well.
Well, I think that we are going to get a deluge before too very long, because whether Lou can look up towards Hall Bends there, and them clouds not only look very, very black, but they look very thick as well. So whether or not that was the lull literally before the storm. But that was the weather forecast today as Billy McConnell comes sideways down here into... did you see that one, boys?
Certainly did.
There's a 100-yard long skid mark down here into the Parc Fermé area. Here is Luke Mossey, a rather more reserved Luke Mossey, as he makes his way down here. He'll be happy with that, but disappointed at the same time, given that David Allingham has now just scored a few extra points back on him, as it were. But Billy McConnell, he's starting to become a man of few words, as Billy McConnell, over recent times. I'm not too sure what the reason is. Maybe he's sick of me interviewing him for 30 years. But as the... one of the intervention vehicles just makes its way across there. So we'll let that come past before we then go and have a chat with the riders. There is Luke Mossey just having a chat with the team boss, Clive Paget. And he's just... They know that they really need to start finishing ahead of David Allingham to get the championship back on track, and that was the case of it. Well, Luke, that was a bit of a weird race, wasn't it? Because we thought you'll have seen the rain coming down, and you thought we might see a red flag at some point in time. But ultimately, it's another podium, but relinquished a few points back to David there.
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, pole position, race win in a second. It's not a bad weekend, you know what I mean? I've had worse, so yeah. 4 weeks off now to regroup for Donington. Yeah, enjoyed. You know, I'm not negative at all. It's been a fantastic weekend. You know, we've shown our pace. We weren't here last year, so I'm not saying we're on the back foot, but yeah, enjoyable weekend, and we're kind of home with 2 trophies, so we've got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% a positive attitude there. That is Billy McConnell. I'll tell you what, Skip, congratulations on the longest skid mark in the world there. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, big skid on the track, and I had a big skid in my pants after that first gear moment in the hairpin, so...
we saw that one, mate. Yeah. Just in fact, there is the vehicle. There is David Allingham, just about to make his way up onto the podium as he gets the pictures. I'm not too sure yet whether or not we're going to get the quick picture there for posterity. As then we'll make our way as the SMS. That's it. Back to winning ways, David. That's all you can do, mate.
Yeah. As I said yesterday, you know, I don't make excuses, mate. When there's a problem, and my team are just amazing. And you know, they could have so easily turned around to me yesterday and says, David, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that bike, because me and my crew chief Mark Davies went over the data 100 times last night, and it looked very identical to what I done on the track day here. And I says, Mark, I'm telling you, there's a problem with those brakes, and them guys changed the whole master cylinder, new brake pads, they done everything it could take to get me back out in this race. And I said to the boys, I told you there's something wrong. When there's something wrong, I can't ride to my full potential.
And it came across the back market at an awkward place there.
Yeah, you know what, he's out riding his own race, you know, and saying that he needs to maybe look up and see the blue flags coming, but he got my heart rate going for sure, because I thought I had it in the bag, and and then he was going really slow. I says, mate, you need to get out of my way. But just absolutely over the moon for my team, all my sponsors. My physio back home, Maria, she's doing a great job. My fiance, Stephen, Gary, everybody, Mark, Keelan, Andy and Brian, the whole team is absolutely amazing. Thanks so much.
That's increased the championship lead anyway, so he has been whisked off
points
for
now, we
the
think,
team.
Larry.
Sorry, Dunk?
43-point championship lead, we think, now, from 13 to 43.
It's better to have 43 points in the bag than 43 points behind,
yes.
isn't it?
And 8 victories. The man's on a mission this year, Allingham is.
Yeah, and for all the positive spin that Luke Mossey put on there, he really does need to start beating him, doesn't he, to get any hopes of
The
the
time is
championship.
now. The time is now for the Malenko Pages Motorcycles and Luke Mossey to try and take something to. I'm just Billy McConnell's quote is that quote of the day so far. Alan Hyde was ready on the bleep button there. It was never mind Billy into the airpin. Billy had the mother of all slides going round Chris Curve right in front of Scott Swan. Swanee would have had a face full of that. It seemed to go on forever, that slide.
Least said about skid marks, the better.
Yeah, Dan Brooks on the back of a scooter making his way down to the medical centre, which is, I'm happy to see that Dan's okay. In the back of Eugene McManus's scooter there as Dan Brooks comes down. That's a good thing to see, because that was a fairly scary incident that we saw at the start of that race, Alan Hyde.
Yeah, he's holding his right hand there, so whether or not there's an arm injury or a wrist injury there, I'm not too sure.
Let's hope not, but thankfully, I mean, it looked like Simon Reid ran wide, then just came back onto the racing line as he was entitled to do, but Blaze Baker with a big check-up, and then poor Dan had nowhere to go after that one, and thankfully everybody managed to miss him. There was a bit of pinball further back, but it was one of those moments where I could see myself and Sam Cox wincing, and Alan also catching that out the corner of his eye on our screen. 16 or 17 minutes until the pit lane opens for our next race, and that will be the feature race for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. But before we get there, there's some TV interviews to be done down with David Allingham, Luke Mossey and Billy McConnell, and the all-important podium with Larry Scoop Carter.
Thanks very much indeed, Doug. It's Emily and Miles here, sat watching Hall Bend. Larry?
No, I'm just saying it will be a little while before we go to the podium. They've not started the TV interviews yet, so you've got a few minutes, Al.
Okay, very good. This message says, hi, it's Emily and Miles here, sat watching at Hall Bend, having a fabulous bank holiday. Just wanted to give a shout out to our lovely mam and mam-in-law to wish her a very happy birthday. She's absolutely bike obsessed and couldn't think of a better way to spend her birthday than here at Cadwell. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Miles, and a very happy birthday to you. Hi guys, can you say a thank you to staff for sorting out a lift for me yesterday to my stand after I went completely the wrong way. Hobbling around at the track with my walking stick takes me ages. Thank you to all of the staff that were involved in that on your behalf. And this one says, thank you very much indeed for the amazing commentary, keeping us informed all week. We're having a great weekend. I have to say sorry to Andy and Hayley, because as hard as it is to accept, they were right yesterday and I was wrong. And now I owe them a £5. That comes from Kaz. We don't know the backstory, Kaz. This frustrates us here in the commentary box.
Alan, don't we?
We need to know what they were right about and what you were wrong about, and why you over. Who has a £5 these days? A £5 is really hard to find.
Me, I've got hundreds of them. Yeah.
It's a little bit like the conversation when we were in the nightclub last night, if you remember, where you didn't get out of the nightclub in Louth till about 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning, because Alan Hyde, quite simply, we've been waiting all night for him to buy a round of drinks, hadn't we, Duncan? And I think you bet me a £5 that there was absolutely no chance that would happen. And I said, no, we're bound to shame him into it at some point in time. And unfortunately, I owe you now a £5 because he didn't.
So thank you, Larry. Please can we get a shout out to my mate who's been here all weekend with his camera. His name is Phil. Thanks very much indeed from James. Thank you, James. And this one says, can you say congratulations to Meg and Kirk on their engagement this weekend? We've just done it. This one is a picture. Thank you very much indeed. Daz and Leanne down at the Gooseneck. A massive shout out to Carl Harris. Good luck for today, Darren and Leanne. The teenage pensioners on tour carers have got separated from the group. A photograph to prove it as well. Many of these messages came in much earlier on today. Hi guys, would you give a huge shout out to the Honda Racing team from their favourite colleague watching at Coppice. That's from Emily and boyfriend Adam. Good luck, lads. and it is raining once again. It was, thank you, Duncan. It's getting darker and darker, and I'm sure Larry can attest to that, but it is once again raining, which would be pretty much in line with the weather forecast from now on. It's approaching 3 o'clock. It's just coming up to 3 o'clock, quarter to 3 or thereabouts. We've got the Quattro Group British Supersport feature race coming up over 16 laps, 18 laps for the British Superbikes, and then 12 laps for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup as well. And it's just started to rain again. This one says, hello, I'm here with my boyfriend Joe and Dad Dave. Please can I have a shout out to my dad? It's our 6th Cadwell BSB. I'd like to thank him for bringing the brollies in the car so we could ride on the motorbike. Saved us all from getting soaking wet in the short downpour. Thanks as always for helping me. Happy 50th. That comes from Jen. See, that's what dads are for. Very thoughtful, very helpful. And hi to Simon, who sent us in a picture confirming the rain a little bit earlier on. I'm here still waiting, hoping on an announcement soon from Mr. Rutter in anticipation or anti-patience. That comes from Sarah. So
this was the
yes.
the in-house
Twice.
wedding proposal that we had for the Blade, was it not?
Yes, just before 5 o'clock yesterday and about 5:30 as well. 2 marriage proposals to Michael Rutter from Sarah. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sarah, you're definitely. If I was you, I need to have a word with you. I've known Michael Rutter for all his career. And Michael Rutter and I would go back a long way. And I'll tell you what, Sarah, I think me and you need to have a little bit of a chat about this.
Haven't you shared a hotel room with
1,000 stories about Michael Rutter.
Okay,
I was the first one to be the brunt of the Michael Rutter champagne showers, if you remember. It wasn't just over the head, it was down the back of the neck, down the back of the trousers, to just about everything else.
That's what friends are for.
To the point that I actually rigged up a hose pipe once at Donington Park to actually get him back on the podium one time. So the time he charged all his drinks and meals in a hotel to my room, and I picked up the tab for that. The time I was sharing a room with him, and the entire compliments of the contents of the condiments tray, complete with sugar and coffee and everything else, ended up in my bed when I went to get into it at one point in time.
That's the story I remember.
That's the one, yeah. Just never ever share a room with Michael Rutter. So we've been given clearance, if it's okay with you, Alan, for the podium here in the drizzle now that we've got here at Cadwell Park for round 8, race 12 in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. And onto the podium for the second time this weekend, a second podium of the year for C&L Fairburn on the BMW, Billy Skippy McConnell. Yay, why not, Billy? That'll do you that in, mate. Yeah, second position then, the 10th podium of the season for Malenko by Paget Sonder and Luke Mossey. As he gets the congratulations and taking his 8th win of the season, increasing his championship lead for SMS Nicola Oil's BMW, the race winner, David Allingham. As he congratulates his 2 rivals on the Aussie and the Englishman, and collecting the team award on behalf of the SMS Nickel Oil squad as well. The team award, as we get the presentation to the 3rd place rider down at the far end with the black leathers on, Skippy McConnell. Billy, who adds to his podium. Remember, it's been 3 long years since he was on the podium till he broke that duck yesterday. Luke Mossey. He's happy enough with his weekend's work. He might have relinquished a couple of points to David Allingham, but now a month off before they go at Donington Park. And taking the race victory after the woes of yesterday, it's an 8th win, increasing that championship lead. The race winner from Northern Ireland, David Allingham. And the team award as well goes to the SMS Nickel Oils team. As the boys, now it's entirely up to you, boys. You can do one of 2 things. One, you can either spray the bubbly here, or secondly, you can take it across into the crowd. It's entirely up to you, whatever you want to do. Are you going to take it across the crowd? Because there's a number of people across there would love to get absolutely soaked in the Balietti Prosecco.
I'm sure.
It'll be diluted a little bit as they just move to the front of the podium to get the photographs. We'll move away. But the
Do you ever lock people onto the podium, Larry, so they get soaked deliberately?
Yeah, they are going to take it. That's very, you know the crack, Luke. Go on, David. Go and soak the crowd across there, Skippy. You know what you do best, as well. So there you go, folks. They didn't take much encouraging, did the folks out there? But the riders in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship just making their way down. And again, kids, if you don't want to get soaked, we're all getting a little bit wet out here, aren't we? But if you don't want to get soaked with the Prosecco, which is horrible, sticky, and not very nice to drive home in, then the riders will be making their way across there.
I am certain, Larry, that Ash Barnes flag is going to need to go in the wash tonight.
I think it probably is. Well, here's D-Bomb. David Allingham making his way across there, striding purposely across to the crowd. As he makes his way across, he's already just shaking the bottle there. I'm not too sure Skippy McCall.
Skippy's coming.
He's coming. He's coming through the opposite way as the riders make their way up there.
Go on, Billy. Billy's going to get closer.
Billy's going to get a lot closer, isn't he, to this one?
Not Billy's first rodeo here, is
Yeah,
it?
he knows the score. There we go.
Go on, Bill.
Look at the kids, absolutely love it, don't they? Absolutely love it. You lot are strange. It's definitely a strange breed who love being absolutely soaked with this stuff. We'll do anything to avoid getting soaked with the Prosecco, but you people seem to absolutely love it. And there you go, somebody's got a bottle for their troubles as well. Well done to Skippy McConnell, to Luke Mossey, and to D-Bomb David Allingham for making that. And again, as we say, you can't come to the riders, we'll do our best to take them to you.
Knee sliders too.
It's getting out of control, this Al.
It certainly is.
Billy giving away knee sliders as well.
2 knee sliders and also a very stressed producer for TNT Sports.
The floor manager.
You need to come this way. You need to come this way. Come on, microphone.
Floor manager wrestling Billy back. Well done, that TNT team down there. Billy's going to be out of breath now. Nothing worse than doing an interview and you're out of breath, Alan.
We get into awful trouble, don't we, off TV? But I say to hell with it at times. You good people have paid good money to come into Cadwell Park, and if we want to do our little bit, then I'll tell you what, we're entitled to. We do tip our nod to TV, and we always do work very closely with our friends Richard Coventry and his colleagues and what have you. But every now and then, we just need to take control of things, and that's what we do here at Cadwell Park.
So I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. My mum always said, if you make one person smile in a day, then you can go to bed. You've had a good day, and these riders are making some very happy faces over there on the bank just opposite our commentary box here with BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now, look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
On 88.0 FM here at Cadwell Park. It is the park, a party in the park for Bank Holiday Monday here, and absolutely spectacular action we've had so far, and great festivities as well following the end of the races. Super stuff brought to you by Larry Carter down there on ground level. An update, Duncan, we've got a little bit of a follow-up from Kaz, who lost the fiver. So there are photographs to prove this as well. I swore the field across from us was not the field we had to cross to use the loo, while in the holding field for general camping, it looked like it was completely in the wrong direction. So I bet a £5 on it. And when we went for water last night and I got my bearings, I realised they were absolutely spot on. It is easy to lose your bearings at a motor racing circuit.
Is that. Now I'm looking outside. I can see race director Stuart Higgs standing on the track. The rain jacket has now come on as well. Don't know if it's actually raining at this moment in time, although Pete, our drone man, has covered up his equipment, and that's a telltale sign for us.
Yes, it is raining, Duncan.
Yeah.
Well, that throws a few spanners in the works.
I speak from experience.
Speak from experience.
Because I'm out in the elements once
you're
again.
actually outside, are you, Scoop? Oh,
I am in the shirt sleeves as well.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I'm in the shorts and t-shirt up here because the hot air rises up here to the commentary point, and poor Heidi looks like he's on holiday.
Poor Joe Tobble looks like a little lost soul here.
Go and put your arm around him, Larry.
Can we help you? Have you lost somebody, sir? We're looking a little bit lost there, Joe.
Yeah, just trying to see the weather.
What's this weather going to do, mate?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
Well, it's showers for the rest of the afternoon is what we're hearing now, yeah.
That's new to me. I just come out of my camper to come down and it's raining, so...
It doesn't rain in Warrington, does it?
Maybe
it's a little bit. Maybe it's just a little bit. Well, yeah, just waiting to...
I think you just ruined somebody's afternoon there, Larry, by the way. Front row Joe didn't want to hear there's going to be showers.
Wet race being declared, Dom.
Nice call from race direction there, nice and early.
And it is, there's blue skies. If you look up above the Cadwell Park clubhouse, it's bright blue skies there, to the point that I'm down here in the shirt sleeves and the gilet. I just don't think there's any need for the coat just yet, because I think this one, in good Yorkshireism, us people from the People's Republic, because I had a chat to my mate Dave Castle, who is one of the Paget's mechanics. He says, it'll blow through, Scoop, it'll blow through, lad. And I thought, lo and behold, it did. But this is just a little bit more heavy, a little bit more heavy.
Alan and myself are worried about what's coming in above our commentary point, Larry. If you look towards the mountain area,
it doesn't look too bad. There's them black clouds have been there all day, sort of thing. So it's just one of them things. These squally showers. Is it better if we had a torrential downpour and the track was wet and whatever? Probably not, because none of us like getting wet, and the riders don't like riding in those conditions. But at the end of the day, these are a race organisers' worst possible conditions when you've got just these squally showers and race direction just not knowing what exactly to do with regards. Well, they know exactly what to do. They're in total control of everything. But with this dilemma, I should say, that they're put in with this: is it going to be a dry race? Is the rain going to hold off? Is it going to be a wet race or whatever? Well, this one has been declared wet, and by virtue of that fact, just to explain to you people who are not sure, when we talk about dry races and wet races, every race, unless decreed wet, is automatically a dry race. So, and we've had a wonderful summer to the point that most of the races, in fact, all the races. We had a little bit of inclement weather at the start of the year at Alton Park. We had a little bit on the qualifying day at Knockhill from memory, Duncan, but apart from that, it's been absolutely glorious sunshine wall to wall at just about every...
The thing about it is, Larry, it's been declared a wet race, so for us, it doesn't really matter too much now. It's the teams and the riders who have to make the decisions up, and for us, the commentators and the spectators, we will be in for a fabulous, fabulous race, no matter what.
Stuart Higgs down here, Stuart.
Yeah, look, we called it wet because the track was wet. It's rapidly drying, so we're going to start with dry race status, let people sort of see the sighting lap, and then we'll just reassess. But we've got this quite irritating rain cell that is just literally tracking right across us. Should peak around 3:15, which is the race start time. So we're just on the edge of it now. It might get more, it might get less. So
very fluid situation. So whereas the race was declared wet, then that situation has just been suspended for the time being, according to race director that you heard from there, Stuart Higgs. And that a decision will be made once the riders have had a look around at the track there, just to see exactly what they think of the situation. So
that's updated on the screen now, Larry. Race status changed, dry race, but that, as you just heard, could change. That could change. Behind you, the board on the track says dry race. The teams who are out there will know. They'll see that as they come out. And I like how Stuart's letting them have the sighting lap, make their mind up, and 3:15 is restart time. If that's when it's meant to peak, well, let's just see what happens.
Yeah, and this is exactly, there's no them and us situation. The race controller has the final say in everything, but at the end of the day, they work very, very closely with the riders and teams just to make the best possible decision all round. We're in the entertainment business, and what we don't want to do, irrespective of the vagaries of the British weather, is to just have a stop-start sort of a day. And just to explain the way that it works with a dry race, it automatically means that the race goes, if there is any interruption due to the weather, it will be automatically stopped. There will be a red flag if any rain comes, and the race control deem that the situation is now becoming a little bit suspect, a little bit dangerous. They will then throw a red flag. If it's a wet race, then the onus then goes back onto the riders and the teams, because that means that if there is a shower or increase in rain throughout the course of a wet race, it will not be stopped. In other words, the teams have the choice to put the wetter tyres on, the wetter settings in the bike, and the race, unless it becomes dangerous, of course, will not be stopped for that situation. So that is the difference between a dry and a wet race. Currently, the status is dry, but the race direction, race control are just currently evaluating that situation. The rain has stopped, boys. That's the good thing, is that the rain has stopped. There is quite a lot of heat in the tarmac, given that when the sun comes out, we've had a glorious summer. The track temperature won't be any problems whatsoever. That rain that came earlier on won't have really lessened the temperature of the track, but just that little bit of rain that came in, and we're at just coming up to 3 minutes past 3 now. Stuart Higgs said that the worst of the weather would actually come in around about 3:15, and as we've seen here at Cadwell, it can change. It has its own sort of little topography here, doesn't it? It has its own little microclimate where it's fine, glorious sunshine 1 minute, and then we've got the sullen clouds over at the next minute. But riders starting to assemble down here, and currently we are going with a dry race. Let's just see if we can maybe just grab a quick word with one or two of the riders. Ben Kerry was the unluckiest rider here yesterday, because not only is he battling heel injury after that big off at Alton Park just a couple of months ago. Well, Ben, the punishment didn't fit the crime yesterday, did it? A broken chain when you were giving it all just to try and get back onto the McCann's Yamaha there. Hopefully no such misfortune for you today.
Yeah, unfortunately for that one, obviously we found ourselves in a position that was probably not very expected. The adrenaline took over, but it was about that point where we haven't actually charted into that territory all weekend. So I haven't done more than 5 consecutive laps all weekend. So yeah, yesterday was going to be a slog. I could already feel my body screaming at me. So today a lot longer race, which is going to be even worse, I would say. So let's see.
All right, well, thanks very much, Ben. Wasn't too sure whether or not race director was going to come across there and have a chat. Here is Jack Kennedy. He is... Tell you what, Jack, if you were a trials rider yesterday, you would have got a 5 in my section for the foot down on there. But by hell, you didn't have stub your foot on the track when I didn't see that previously. But that was some impact that your ankle took when you had to avoid True Love.
Yeah, it was just one of them racing incidents, really. I was sort of blindsided by Harry in front of me. Couldn't see that Luke missed the gear and just came out full tilt and then ran into the back of Harry, nowhere to go. And managed to save with my foot, which hurt a lot at the time. Honestly thought I'd broken it with such an impact and such a jolt to it at that speed. But managed to sort of regroup myself and carry on and get from, I think, maybe 6th, 7th back up to 2nd place. Good end to the race. Struggled last night with it, plenty of ice and rest, and tight and sore today, but not too bad on the bike, so we'll hopefully be giving it another go today.
Give it a go, thanks, Jack. Well, still looking to win the race there. There's Luke Stapleford down here. You've been doing you're a mathematician, aren't you, Luke? You're a brainy sort of a lad. I've done the maths, and you've done it exactly the same as me. Jack wins every race between now and the end of the season. All you need is P4. So the championship's nowhere near won yet, but it's nice knowing that you don't even have to finish on the podium to win the championship.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling. Of course, we've looked at the numbers up to now, but we don't want to win finishing 4th, really. We've had a good season. We've won plenty of races. We've been on the podium in the majority of them, so we want to carry on doing what we're doing. We'll forget what we've got going on in the background at the minute and crack on each race at a time. So the aim for this one is try and win like yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's just hope that the weather plays ball down there. It's Dale McIlveen down here. Scars, the Ducati's looking as good as ever down here. Dale must be delighted with the way it's going.
Absolutely, Larry. It's been a great season so far, and as now we get to the business end, we just need to keep our heads and bring it over the line. That's the plan. So, yeah, who knows today with the weather? It looks. We may not get some rain, but let's go. We're
at Cadwell Park, aren't we, Dale? Anything could happen. Probably will do as well. Dale McIlveen, one of the team owners there, and that is his fellow team owner there, Lee Finley, out of... and SCARS is an acronym for Scarlett, Charlie, Alfie, Reggie and Sol, I think, is the names of the kids for the SCARS acronym there. There's Hazard True Love down here. And what's the message that when I win a race, the old Burt Reynolds tash is coming off? Or because it can't have been getting on the podium for Hazard True Love. It's just got a little bit of a fly in the eye there. Ready to go again, Hazard, here at Cadwell Park. Obviously, you forgot to order the weather, mate. We did ask you when we got to Cadwell Park if we could have wall-to-wall sunshine, but unfortunately you let us down.
Yeah, I know, it's tricky, isn't it? We've had nothing but sunshine for the last 3 months, and then we get to the home round and it starts raining. But, yeah, can't ask for too much. Just try and hope it stays consistent for the next half an hour and crack on.
Yeah, and try and get another podium as well.
That's the plan. See how it goes.
We can go. Well, good luck. Thanks, Harry, for that one. There is his teammate Ben Curry alongside there. That's Dino Harrison down here. He's just having a chat with James Whittam there. There is Oliver Barr. There is Carter Brown, his teammate. Lucas Brown as well. We haven't had much of a chat to Lucas Brown actually this weekend. Let's have a word with him. A little bit concerned what this weather's going to do, Lucas. What do you reckon?
Well, I don't know what it's going to do, but I know what I want it to do.
Yeah, come on. You'd quite like it to rain, I guess.
Damn right, yeah. I really want it to, just open up and
Do I recall a Talent Cup race going back to a couple of years where you cleared off in the wet and won it by about 3 weeks, if I remember correctly? Was it Snetterton or somewhere like that?
It was Snetterton. I'm quite proud of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know where that piece of useless information came from. Good luck. Thanks, Lucas, for that one. There is Carter Barr down here just having a chat to the team. 5 minutes to go till we go green on this one. Well, Carter, we're all just wondering what this weather's going to do, whether or not the rain's going to come in or whatever. But currently we've got a dry race. So obviously, if that is the case, 5 minutes to go. What's your thoughts going into this one?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm probably wondering the same thing. But yeah, it's declared a dry race, so we're taking obviously dry tyres. Just going to take the race as it comes. I think I felt good yesterday, so should have a strong race today again. Better grid position. Obviously, I started 18th yesterday and had to work my way through, so should be a little bit of an easier start, but it's going to be a difficult race. Need to push on.
Yeah, irrespective of what the conditions do. Thanks, Carter. His teammate Oliver Barr. Had we had the message in from Auntie Nessa this morning?
She's been in touch, not today, but quite a lot over the weekend.
Yeah, haven't seen
Phillip
anything
Island
today. Yeah.
She's been mithering us all weekend. As Auntie Nessa's been on. Auntie, he's got a smile on his face as Oliver
and
Barr.
His sister.
And his sister as well.
Yeah.
Oh, the sister's been on as well. Oh, the whole family's been on as well.
And his dad.
And your dad, apparently. Anybody else? The dog has the cat.
His uncle Stuart and Graham as well, yes, so everybody.
Stuart and Graham, everybody's been in touch wishing you well, Ollie, for this one. Let's hopefully we can get away with a dry race.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's nice to have everyone in touch. They like to keep an eye on me wherever I am, I guess. But yeah, we'll see what it does today. It's going to be interesting either way, I guess.
Well, I think Auntie Nessa's in Phillip Island, so it'll be halfway through the night, mate, that she's actually listened to us. And nice to see that the wee wizards down here as well. Well, you might have won 29 Northwest 200s, Alistair, but you still get a job here at BSB holding a brolly. Has the short circuit career come to an end now, or what's your thoughts?
No, not really. I have never declared, I'm retired or anything, so options always open, but it's one of those, it seems to be Northwest to Northwest for me now. British Championship, had my fun at it. Enjoyed plenty of success, and now I'm just kind of filtering down now, passing on experience. And obviously this could be one of those ones where my conditions, it was wet but drying or even going wet. So yeah, we just guide them in the right direction. Hopefully they can bring home some silverware.
Was it that Superbike race at Croft that you won when Brand's in very similar conditions as well? Well, 3 minutes, a slightly accelerated procedure down here once again because they are wanting to go. As far as I'm aware, it has been declared a dry race, and if anything, it's just brightening up a little bit, and then clouds over the clubhouse and out towards the Chris Curve sector look as though they're a little bit higher and not quite as dark Park as what they were, boys.
That's what we like to hear, Alan Hyde, isn't it? That's what we like to hear. Optimism from the Yorkshire Gazelle.
I'm going to quote my mother for the second time today. I do wish this weather would make its mind up.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I wish Carter would. Only joking, Scoop.
Thought I was going to get the buzzer for a minute there.
That's it. The fingers hovered over the buzzer a few times, actually, but it hasn't actually made an appearance.
It's not gone to air, no. It's
Larry Carter
serious.
Makes his way off the grid. We can see Scott Hargreaves from Honda UK also making his way off the grid. He's had a good day. Can Jack Kennedy make it an even better day? But that dab that he had yesterday, you rightfully pointed out, Larry, the thing is when you dab on a trials bike, you're usually doing maybe 2 miles per hour. Jack Kennedy was still about 40 miles per hour, so you put your foot down, the boot stops, but everything inside the boot moves forward rather rapidly, and you end up crushing your toes, and a bit of an ankle issue for Jack there. It's the way the foot flicked back up and then hit the underneath of the bike was something that was a bit of an issue for Jack Kennedy. But you know what, Jack's a tough one. He was walking about, I think, on a crutch, but he'll put that behind him, because once the adrenaline kicks in, Kennedy will be pretty ruthless around here, and he knows his way around Cadwell Park. But he's got a man that he's very much up against, and he's just across to his right-hand side on that Scars Ducati. Luke Stapleford must be having one eye about what actually happens in the points from here on in. It's all in Kennedy's hands. Jack needs to win everything, basically, in my eyes, and he is very capable of doing it. But these two know each other so well. So very well. The Ducati against the Honda against the Yamaha. Front row of the grid as well. A welcome return there for Ben Curry, and has a true love on row number 2. Ben Curry, I like he said, the adrenaline kind of kicked in and it kind of peaked just a little bit more. So yeah, Pete, our drone man's a little bit sceptical because he says the weather's turning a little bit grim out there just now, Alan. Did you see his message? And how did he make that
he's
so
really
big?
good, isn't he? Yeah.
Pete's amazing. Not only is he great with a drone, pretty great with a drone, mega in fact, real great. How can he make his text that big in a phone?
What Pete always says is watch the window. You never know what's going to appear at the window.
Okay, that's slightly worrying.
He told me that a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's okay.
It was well worth my while.
All right, okay,
Yeah.
we'll go with that one. Feature race, 16 laps for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. They head off for their green flag formation lap. Pole position for Luke Stapleford, Jack Kennedy alongside him, and Ben Curry. Row number 2 sees Harry Truelove, Dean Harrison and Oliver Barworth. Carter Brown, Lucas Brown and TJ Toms on row 3. Row number 4, we very much have Max Wadsworth, Mikey Hardy and Cody Tinker, with Jamie Davies on row 5, Jack Mahaffey and Freddie Barnes. Row 6 is Cameron Hall, James McManus and Harvey Claridge, with Cam Fraser, Ben Tolliday and Joshua Bannister on the 7th row. Hayden Nelson all on his own on the 8th row on bike number 18 with the Carl Cox backing. Keep your eyes on the skies as well, guys, because it's getting a little bit gloomy.
Keep your eyes on the skies, guys.
Yeah, it's good, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because there ain't going to be no prize, but that's where we're going to possibly get a bit of a surprise. It's coming from the Turn 1 area. And you did hear race director Stuart Higgs said peak time is 3:15. Peak time is 3:15. Now, it's not the first time that we've had a warm-up installation lap underway and then we've had a deluge. It doesn't look too promising, but let's carry on with what we've got. Stuart Higgs will have run through the grid and had to speak with his most experienced guys out there, usually in the front 2 or 3 rows, and declared them as rain men. Keep your eyes on the skies for us and let us know what's happening underneath you and race direction. They don't instantly jump to that. They don't instantly jump to what the guys are doing on track because they're already aware via radio communications with the marshals, Alan.
Gary says, can you hear the cracks of thunder down in the pit lane? And there is a thunderstorm very close. I've just seen the Thunder app.
Oh, is there? Oh, good grief.
Oh, yes.
No. I don't like that. I get a little
Do
bit
you?
nervous. No, well,
it has the opposite effect on me.
All right, okay, you can stand it there with an umbrella.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
My mum always used to say to me, it's only the man tipping bricks in the sky.
Did she say that?
And you believed her, Larry. That's a cute bit about that whole story.
It's lovely.
Alan Moods has a red flag raised at the start of the grid as we look to see everybody else come in and take up their rightful parking position. We're about to go racing here for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship feature race, a 16-lap race around this famous Cadwell Park circuit. Are you guys ready for some Supersport action?
With drizzle falling, Doug.
Oh, rain flags out already on screen, Larry, as well. Lucas Brown with a big look over his shoulder. They're holding them a little bit longer.
3:15, spot on time.
Alan Woods clears the grid. Here we go. We're getting ready for a race start. Away we go down towards the first corner. It's a good start from Stapleford and Curry Kennedy also. But here comes Oliver Barr. From where Oliver Barr could lead into turn one. No, he's second into turn one just as a red flag is dangled over the edge of the barrier. They've got to be very cautious as they go in through this area of the track, because a little bit of moisture falling in the air as they all come through, and thankfully they get through Charlie's down Park Straight up towards Park Corner, and here comes the attack on Oliver Barr. Is that Kennedy up the inside? It certainly is. And we're looking from a long, long way back down. They've brought the cherry picker man down because there might be lightning in the air up there. So you'll notice that the camera angles are very different for this area of the circuit, and rightfully so. But we could have the cherry picker man hide up there. He's not scared of lightning at all. He would do it.
Well, I would be up the cherry picker.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy here.
As they come through the gooseneck for the first time of asking down towards Mansfield. Stapleford is absolutely scampering away at the front here like the little terrier that we know he is. As Carter Brown goes under his teammate, that looked a little bit sketchy. We've now got raindrops on the camera in that area, but it's Stapleford from Kennedy, from Carter Brown, from Oliver Barr, then Lucas Brown coming through an MSG Suzuki, then a bit of a gap back to Harry Truelove, who goes wide, and through comes TJ Toms over the mountain. Lovely from TJ Toms on the GNS Suzuki. Beautiful manoeuvre as Hazard Truelove just tripped himself up ever so slightly going through that area. I am so tense in the commentary box, you have no idea. We watch them coming into Barn Corner now, and I can see them at the commentary point. Is there moisture in the air that I see? Well, no. Look, Stapleford crosses the line. He seems quite happy. We look back to see the rest of them all coming through. Oliver Barr alongside his teammate, and through he goes in towards turn number one, and he manages to make that manoeuvre work. Dave Binch would have been having kittens as Carter Brown tucked in behind him, going through Coppice turn number one, as once again onto the Park Straight. And look how quickly the race has spread out as well, Alan. A lot of people willing to take the risks early, other people deciding that they don't want to take those risks.
The heaviest rain we've had all afternoon, boys.
Flashing rainboards at the top of Park Corner, flashing rainboards, and the safety car passes me with wipers go as they go and park up at their safety inspection area just at the side of race control. So heaviest rain that we've had as Luke Stapleford comes through the top of the gooseneck. He's not a man that likes these conditions, but Jack Kennedy just a little bit wayward, maybe with a bit of a sore ankle behind him in second place. They've got to try and survive to a point here as Oliver Barr looks up the inside. We can see how shiny his tyre looks. Through goes OB on the inside. Brave as they come. Oliver Barr into second place. Carter Brown has a look at Jack Kennedy as well, but not to be as they come through the bottom of the mountain. This is an interesting race for us right now because, we've got a red flag. Red flag has come out. Out comes the red flag. Hands all in the air. Everybody acknowledging that. And I get the light panel bang straight on at the top of the mountain going into Hall Bends. Larry Carter. That was almost inevitable, but we have to go through the procedure. We can't just, we can't just say it's going to rain, so we'll wait another 10 minutes. We are on a very tight schedule, as you know, as TV keeps us on our toes. But a red flag has come out, unfortunately, and we're going to put that down to weather around the far side of the circuit. I can see it now raining as I look up towards the top of the Cardwell Park Pavilion as I use. Oh yeah, that's proper heavy rain up there. Looking up towards the red light panel, I can see the people behind it as well, all sheltering under the trees in Hall Bends. Give us a wave, guys, if you want. But unfortunately with that one, that brings everybody back into pit lane, Scoop.
This is a lightning tracker.
Okay, and where are we?
So it's in Scamblesby.
And is Scamblesby close to Cardwell Park?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. And you can see why we don't have our man away up in the air, elevated on the metal platform.
Totally.
Yes, safety.
Take
very
care,
much.
people.
Richard Coventry looking after his people, as Race Direction are looking after their people as well. Their people being the racers, bringing everybody in. Red flag comes out. Tyre warmers go on straight away, and now there's a bit of a process to see how long we will wait and what happens. It really needs to come to some sort of heavy kind of settlement on the track. And while we're doing that, Larry, we just saw Max Wadsworth on telly. Give me 1 second, because I have had a couple of messages. People asking about Ollie Bayliss. Where is he? Has he been back to the circuit? Well, yes, Ollie Bayliss has been back to the circuit, but he is now back home and resting. Yeah, I got a lovely message from his better half, Keisha, who says that he's at home. Hopefully he will be back for Assen. He has got nothing broken, just tissue and ligament damage in his neck and back. Definitely back for Assen, at home resting. She was currently out grocery shopping for the patient, as she put it. So We give Ollie Bayliss our best wishes. One solo factory macadam triumph here in the hands of Max Wadsworth. And yesterday, Scoop, got to say, Max Wadsworth was looking pretty good. Pit lane opens 9 minutes 30 seconds, Larry.
Yeah, and this is the dilemma because, again, those teams and riders that haven't brought their weather gear down here to pit lane, that will just be a little bit of a problem. But I would imagine most of the...
Wet race, 12 laps, quick start, original grid.
Yeah.
Shall I say that slower?
Yeah.
Wet race.
Got 12 minutes to say it, so pace yourself.
Wet race, 12 laps, quick start, original grid positions.
Very good.
Well, I've sought refuge underneath the little Honda canopy down here where you can see, but we're still getting absolutely drenched. But yeah, the riders down here, let's just hope that they all have got their various wet tyres. It's not a problem for the Honda racing team, although it is because they have the separate garage back up at the top of the
They do that, Larry. The 600 pits at the top.
Yeah, the top of the mountain, don't they, rather than the bottom. But of course, it's not just a case of putting wet tyres in, is it, Dom? They've got to have brought the various spanners to soften off the suspension, perhaps put a different rear shock in it, perhaps alter the gearing. It's not just a case of let's stick a few tyres with treads in them, because that's kind of like the small pit. Well, it has been declared a wet race, which is what we would expect. When a race is stopped due to climatic conditions, then it is automatically declared a wet race. Now, what the teams and riders now have got to decide is how long is this weather going to last, because the direction where it comes from is directly diagonal from Clark Curve to Mansfield Corner. So looking up there, it's clear blue skies. And that means that if we're led to believe what that it was a little quite dark across there a little bit earlier on, but I think now that we might have seen the heaviest of that rain. So if you're going to go out there on wet tyres, given that it is still raining, then you've got to factor in the end of the race as opposed to the start of the race. So lots of things to discuss there. You can see the various team members all did deep discussion with their riders, and let's just see if we can grab a quick word with one or two of the people down there. We had a chat with the
Just quickly, Larry, can I ask what the weather is doing now?
Yeah, it's raining. You can feel drizzle just looking at the clipboard there. You can just see that there's rain on the back of that one. Here is Alistair Seeley. Alistair, what do you do now from a team perspective? The riders have been out there, it's dry, it's been declared a wet race now. It's still drizzling, but just looking up to where the weather's been coming from, it looks like it's going to dry up. So if you were on one of the Binge Pro Ducatis, what would you be doing tyre-wise?
Yeah, it looks like just a pocket coming over, Larry, and it's one of those with still a bit of time left, and then you got to look at the feature race. It's a long race, and towards the end, if you go out with wets on, you'll destroy them, and then you'll be a sitting duck. So it's one of those, you're probably looking more towards a dry setup. It's just you got to tread carefully probably at the beginning here and let the track come to you. So it's one of those, I think it's going to blow over. So yeah, I would probably prefer towards going dry setup with slicks, but just take it canny for the first sort of quarter of the race.
And what tyre options do you have? There's the dries, which are full slicks effectively, the wets, which have got the rain pattern in them, but the intermediate as well.
Yeah, to be fair, the guys don't have a lot of time on the unders, so a lot of them don't really prefer to go to it, but obviously, like myself with the Northwest, you're covering such a big area, and you do go inters for sort of a safety margin, so it's one of those ones that could be an inter race here.
But it's getting heavier now.
It's getting heavier as we speak, so yeah, it could be like a wet front into rear or full inters and let the race come to you. Slicks is just a bit too sketchy, especially with the woodland section, the track will hold on to the damp round there, and we all know what slicks on a wet track isn't very good, so you could kind of go safe or go for the gamble, and I suppose our boys are up for a gamble at this stage of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's times like this, you're glad you're not a racer, Al.
Well, these are probably my conditions, so yeah, it's one of those ones we can maybe swap leathers and a helmet here, and I'll go out and do a job.
See the wee wizard might be out there just yet. Well, just whilst I was conducting that interview with Alistair Seeley, former British Superbike race winner, former British Super Sport champion. The year he went head-to-head with Ben Curry, won it by 1 point. then that is difficult. Rain light on is the intimation from the riders. Here's Ben Tolley, our mate, Team Tolley down here. Well, it doesn't rain very often in Scarborough, does it? But we're in, us Yorkshiremen are in uncharted territory here, Ben. What are you going to go for tyre-wise?
I mean, we're just, it's a confidence thing more than anything. We're just sticking it into front and just undecided on the rear. I mean, at the end of the day, we know I'm the only one in Cup. I need the points, I need to finish. Don't need to do anything stupid. I just need to not end up on my backside. So we'll go with a bit of security. I might go full into jet. I'm in between.
We're on the side of caution. Ben Curry, who is the only rider in the Cup, given that Mikey Large Taylor has withdrawn, and Ben, everybody else has chosen not to drop Cadwell Park. Max Wadsworth is down here. He is the sole Macadam Racing Triumph runner out here. If I can just grab a quick word with Max down here. Max, you know your way around Cadwell Park, but these tricky conditions are going to be a little bit tricky. Wet race, what tyres do you think would go the distance here?
I mean, I think it is probably wet enough now for wets, but it's whether it stays like that, I guess. It's just, I don't know if it's going to stay.
Yeah, because it's a long race, isn't it? I think it will be reduced by a couple of laps, but still 15 or 16 laps.
Yeah, it could still chew some wet tyres up, so I don't know. We'll have to give it maybe another minute or so and figure it out.
Yeah, all right, it's going really well this weekend as well. Upholding local honour, seeing as Ollie's on the sick list. Yeah. Hopefully he can continue.
Hoping Ollie's back to speed up as soon as possible, really. But yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, Larry.
Thanks very much. Well done, Max. Well, we're back out there, and the rain still is falling down here. But if anything, look at this, boys.
It's brightened up,
look
isn't
at
it?
this. I can hardly see. The sun is glistening off. Me and Sergeant Laura are down here, and we might need. You've got the sunglasses still there, Laura, so you might need that. But now we're swathed in sunshine. Down here, we need this. It's raining, yet we're swathed in sunshine down here. The vagaries over the British summer down here. Who would have it? We're absolutely dripping wet through. We've got sunshine here now. Well, we've still got 2 minutes, and if you look out towards just trying to get my bearings, the southeasterly direction over where the beef burger stand is across at the main spectator area, then you can see that big dark cloud heading south effectively. That is where the weather is going to. Where it coming from is the Chris Curve area of the track, and that now has gone decidedly dark again. So here's Jamie Van Sickles. Jamie, what was the problem in the Superstock race? Why didn't you get out there? What was up?
Yeah, we had a bike failure, but then I jumped in the pit box to make a quick fix. But yeah, when you jump in the pit box, even before the start lights, you're out straight away. That's my biggest mistake so far, and pretty stupid. But yeah, I wanted to have it fixed quickly. It's what it is.
Yeah. Oh, it's unfortunate. But you're looking forward to us, and then you got to ride across there in the Benelux race, or might you wheel a Supersport bike out?
Yeah, Supersport is still in my heart, of course, you know. But it looks like I'm just there to support right now, having my sponsors around, showing the team, and but still enjoy the event.
Yeah. Well, it would be great if we could see you out there. Just have a word with Rob and just say there is that Benelux race across there, and I understand that you might be wanting to try the Ducatis. So I know my way around Aston. I might be okay. I might be your pilot for this one.
Yeah, Matt will be on the Ducati, I think, but yeah, it depends how he feels now. I think we need to speak about it within a week, I think.
I think you need to speak about it, Jamie. Thanks very much, Jamie. Jamie Van Sickles, the Dutchman there, who made the schoolboy error of parking the bike in the garage. Once you do that, once you cross that threshold, then that is game over. That's you effectively retired from the race. I know what you're going to ask me to do next, boys. You're going to ask me to do a grid walk and tell you who's on what tyres, aren't you?
Well, I think so, Larry.
I don't think you can get on with the quick start, though. You have to just stand there and just tell us.
Is it a quick start procedure? Has that been decreed?
Yeah, quick start procedure.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Well, in which case, I won't be able to do that then. So you're on your own on this one then, boys.
No. You're down there. You tell me as the leave.
I'm absolving myself of all responsibility as regards to tyre selection on this one.
Just go and ask them, Larry, because they can't hide anything now,
well,
can
they're currently hiding behind the tyre wrap, so that is the big thing. Well, I can tell you Max Wadsworth, he's got a slick in the front of that.
Yeah. I don't think he would go on anything else, Larry.
And he's got a slick in the rear of that one. I'm just going to position myself down here just to see if there's Harvey Claridge. He's got a wet in the front and a slick in the back. Jack Harvey slicks. Max Wadsworth slicks. James McManus slicks. Mikey Hardy slicks. Jack Kennedy wet front.
Oh.
Dean Harrison dries. Harry Truelove wets for Harry Truelove.
Oh, no.
Ben Tolliday wets on the number 3. There is Corey Tinker, wet front, dry rear. Lucas Brown, as we nearly get an accident down there in pit lane as well. There's TJ Toms on the full dries. But the one I noticed there, boys, as they were leaving was Jack Kennedy, P2 in the championship, had a wet front in that one. It has been declared a wet race, remember. If we do get a shower, he might be quids in. But given that we've got dry tracks or we've got clear blue skies, that is a massive gamble for P2 in the championship.
Is Luke Stapleford on dry tyres? That's the big question that we need to know. I've got a thumbs up from the team there, and that's good. So Stapleford's on dry tyres.
Can I just add something?
Jack Kennedy, yes.
Because Ian has just written in at 15:29, it is now 15:31, said a loud clap of thunder at the top of the circuit and rain at turns 2 and 3.
Oh, good grief, good golly, Miss Molly. Is that Jamie Davis, Mr. Pit Exit, Larry?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Oh, the XMT Triumph rider held at the pit exit, not getting out in time. It was a very small window, Larry, but you have to be ready to go. Yeah, you can see exactly how Jamie feels about that. Chris Hickson, the guy, won't be too happy down there, that's for sure. But here we go. I heard you say Kennedy wet front.
Just double check that. It looked, they were coming past me at 40 miles an hour. It looked as though there was
stock of binoculars. I can see his grid slot, Larry. I'll have a good look for you.
I'm pretty sure that there was a wet in the front and I think a dry in the rear.
Larry, I can get the first 2 rows. If you could go back down that wall just to the 3rd and 4th row for us, just to give us a little update. I'll see them as they come through. Here comes Ben Curry up. He has got a front tyre in that bike and a back tyre. He's got a wet back tyre and a wet front for Ben Curry. In fact, intermediate front, intermediate rear for Curry. He's gone intermediate. That is an option you can have with Supersport. Here comes Jack Kennedy.
It's definitely a wet in the front of that, Doug.
It's a wet in the front for Jack, and it's a full-blown slick in the back for Jack Kennedy. Luke Stapleford, I know he's on full dries. Dean Harrison has gone full dry.
Full wets for Hazard Truelove. In fact, it's an intermediate in the back of Hazard Truelove. But that is a wet in front. There is Lucas Brown, intermediate front, slick rear for Lucas Brown, dry front, dry rear for Carter Brown.
Ollie Barr, full slicks.
Full slicks for Ollie Barr, yeah. So 1 or 2 gamblers out there.
Mikey Hardy, I can see with slick in the front, slick in the back. Corey Tinker's got an intermediate front. And I think you said that to me earlier on for Corey Tinker. These are some big gambles from some people out there. Big gambles. It's at this point you will know if you have the right or the wrong tyre. It's as simple as that. And once you've made your bed, you have to line it. There is no way you can change this 12-lap sprint race to come in. You would effectively you'd be finishing your race there and then, Larry. So this is a fairly sizable moment for what we have in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. We believe Luke Stapleford is out there on full dry tyres. Jack Kennedy with a wet front and a slick rear. Ben Curry has got full intermediates in that McCam's Yamaha. Harry Truelove, a wet front and an interior. Dean Harrison, full slicks, as is Oliver Barr and Carter Brown on the 3rd row. Lucas Brown went for an intermediate front and a slick rear. And TJ Toms, he was that fast, I missed him. But knowing TJ Toms, that will be full slicks in that GNS Kawasaki. I don't think he would operate any other way. I can see the Kawasaki team further down the pit lane. Big question is, Larry, are you in that area to get to GNS? Just to give us an update for TJ, to find out if they had the full dry tyres in that bike.
Will do. I just had checked with the Scars Racing Squad down here, and whereas we said that Jack Kennedy had a wet in the front, they said, are you sure? Because we thought that was an intermediate in the front of that one. We don't get any official tyre information. It's only what we can spot with our eyes. So irrespective of that, it's not a full slick in the front of Jack Kennedy's bike, and we've got a perfectly dry track out there, Dunk.
Larry, I've got these in my hand. I shall get Kennedy as he comes into his grid slot, and I'm staring at you right now through them. He's got his folder open. That was a Paddington hard stare I got there, wasn't it? Here comes Ben Curry down to the line. The intermediate tyre will last longer than a wet tyre. But it just comes to the point, Ben Curry probably wants to be safe rather than sorry. Up comes Jack Kennedy. That's a full wet in Jack Kennedy's bike from what I can see rolling into spot. No, it's an intermediate, Larry. Good shout from the Scars team. It's an intermediate front in Jack Kennedy. We'll change that from a wet to an inter. Oh, you can hear me in taking a breath because this is a fairly sizable moment in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Slick in the back of Kennedy, intermediate in the front. Ben Curry over his shoulder though, full inters. Green flag at the back, Alan Woods clears the front. Here we go, 12 laps for a feature race for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Revs up, go to turn 1. Let's see if OB gets the same kind of start as he had before. They go out 3, 4, 5. Right, Oliver Barr has got the whole shot into turn 1. Does he lead? Yes, he does. Oliver Barr from the second row of the grid once again leads, and he's on full slicks. He could really make hay while the sun shines before the thunder brings in the inclement weather again as we come through turn number 2. Look at the lead that Oliver Barr has built up on the rest of the field, and he has gone out the traps like a scolded cat as he heads up towards Park Corner. OB in the lead from Jack Kennedy in second place. One of the Hondas, it's so difficult to tell them apart. They're both red with their blue helmets, but Jack's just a little bit darker in the helmet paint than Dean Harrison's with the slightly whiter sides. Yeah, that's how important it is to try and catch those guys as they come past you. And Jack Kennedy, he knows that he's got to do something in this one. His intermediate front will last for a good 6 or 7 laps before it starts to make any kind of any movement underneath him as they come through for the first time the chicane. Kennedy hunts down Oliver Barr, OB and then Kennedy at the front. Then we have got Ben Curry on the first. In fact, is it Ben Curry? It is Ben Curry, then Lucas Brown, then it is Luke Stapleford as they come up over the crest of the mountain and in towards the lovely flowing series of the woodland section on this track. Just watching to see if Kennedy goes up instead of Barr. No, I think they're all just wanting to have a bit of a sighter on this lap to make sure everything as it was last time they were around. Ben Curry out of the last corner, his intermediate tyres working fine as well. Across the line, Kennedy looking up the inside of Oliver Barr, and through he goes into the lead. Jack Kennedy puts the number 4 Honda into the lead of Oliver Barr, and Oliver Barr tucks into second place. Ben Curry still looks really menacing. Now remember, Ben Curry, Larry, he was, he had to go through a fitness test for free practice 1 and for free practice 2 just to make sure that he was capable of racing this weekend. And right now, the adrenaline taking over from Ben Curry as he sits in third place. Stapleford has got Lucas Brown alongside him. Stapleford has got Lucas Brown behind him as they come through Park. And right in the mix as well is TJ Toms as Brown goes underneath Stapleford, lifts him up going through Chris Curve, and through goes TJ Toms on the G&S Kawasaki. This is a bit of a nightmare for Luke Stapleford. It's exactly what we spoke about earlier on, Larry. The kind of conundrum of adding and tallying up points of what Kennedy needs to do and then what Stapleford needs to do to become champion. And right now, Stapleford needs to get back through on TJ Toms, and he makes that look nice and straightforward as they go into the chicane along towards the bottom of the mountain. He won't be too pleased with Lucas Brown, the way he picked him up going through Chris Curve, but I have to say that was a really nice move from Lucas, the way he put the MSG Suzuki underneath the Scars Ducati as they come back in and through Hall Bends, through the lovely flowing series of corners, and you end by going over the crest of hill. The stomach goes a little bit light as you go over there, such is the speed on these bikes. And the slowest corner is the Hippo. Already Ben Curry starting to have issues on that R9 Yamaha. He was backing it in towards Barn there, and that will not be good for Ben Curry as Lucas Brown has a look at the inside of him. They're 3 wide in towards turn 1, but Curry holds his nerve, holds his position, and through he goes, retaining that third place. But that was looking pretty precarious, I've got to say, for Ben Curry as the R9 starts to back in with the slightly heavier engine braking. He's looking over his shoulder and he sees them all lining up. Here comes Lucas Brown on the MSG Suzuki. He pops out. Here comes Stapleford, but Brown through in the blazing sunshine. And we've also got our cherry picker back in the air up there at the Park Corner area. So that gives us some great views of the riders coming in there. And if the TV guys are happy to put their cherry picker in there, what a move from Stapleford. Though, let's focus on that. He goes through at the top of the gooseneck. If you put the cherry picker in there, that means you've got good weather. That's what we're trying to get down to. Lap 3 out of 12 as we come through the bottom of Mansfield along towards the chicane. Lucas Brown next on Luke Stapleford's hit list is Jack Kennedy, who leads from Oliver Barr. Honda from Ducati, from Suzuki. And look at Ben Curry. He is very much on the slide now, Larry. We can both see this happening. Those full intermediate tyres that he's got on just starting to play havoc with the slightly heavier engine braking you get on that 3-cylinder Yamaha as we come in towards, once again, the slowest corner on the calendar. You just watch as Ben Curry comes down here. He manages to get through this time, but all the time, every corner, hemorrhaging time. As we see TJ Toms in the slipstream, they're coming past now. Here comes TJ Toms, pops out from the slipstream, looks along the inside and just can't squeeze through that tiny, tiny little gap that Ben Curry left open there. And at the same time, ahead of that, the fastest lap of the race last time round, Lucas Brown, 1:30.257 for Lucas Brown. And he sits in third place. He does not want to give up this podium spot. But here comes Stapleford on the Ducati. He's alongside Lucas Brown. And now he is ahead as they're 3 wide in the background. And Carter Brown goes ahead of everybody. TJ Toms and Ben Curry. Great stuff from Carter. He was looking pretty good in the first part of this race, remember, which is now nil and void. We don't look at that at all. That never really happened according to the result sheets. It's all about this restarted race that we've got here. Long gone are the days where we used to take part 1 and part 2 and add them together on aggregate times. Thank goodness. Dean Harrison had a look in towards Mansfield corner there, but Mansfield not on overtaking place for Dino. Not as Ben Curry managed to close that corner off from him. Jack Kennedy, though, has a half-second lead at the sharp end of this race. He's going in towards Hall Bends. He's chased by Oliver Barr, OB, with a really good showing. 2 electric starts from Oliver Barr off the line. Have to say, very, very impressive stuff as he managed to take the whole shot twice, and he gets on the power, so aggressive there, going through the hairpin with Luke Stapleford very much behind Oliver. OB spins up the rear of the Ducati ahead of Luke Stapleford, crosses the line. 1, 2, 3 as they head in towards turn number 1. Stapleford's Ducati looks a little bit quicker than Oliver Barr. Oh, is that Mikey Hardy in trouble heading across the line? It certainly is. Mikey Hardy pulls into the pit exit lane, makes himself nice and safe. That's one of the MSG, no it's not, it's one of the Astro GGR Suzukis, and he parks himself in the medical centre area and makes himself safe. Into park though, we've got to change the second place. Stapleford now has got past Oliver Barr and through he goes, manages to stop it at the top of the hill as well. Really good stuff. Now we're about to get a little bit spicy, Alan, because Stapleford can see his arch rival ahead of him just up the road. And now it's these two guys. Lap 5 out of 12 here at Cadwell Park. Luke Stapleford will be liking this one, licking his lips as he comes up towards the back of Jack Kennedy, because he knows that Jack Kennedy is not on the same tyre choice as he. He knows that Kennedy's on that intermediate tyre at the front, and we've been told, bit of a thumbs up from the Scar squad, didn't eyeball it myself though, Larry, that Stapleford's on full dry tyres, but you can see just the way that bike is negotiating the corners with Luke Stapleford. He carries so much more pace than Jack Kennedy. Stapleford looks like he wants to get the job done nice and early, but Kennedy just covers the line in towards the hairpin, in towards Barn Corner. Kennedy will be starting to feel that front tyre be just that little bit wayward at certain points, but it doesn't want to turn as well as you would expect as we come across the line in towards Coppice. Once again, underneath our bridge, they go. They layer onto the lovely positive camber that takes you through turn 1, and it's so fast. But you can see Stapleford almost sitting up there, doing a 1:29.225, but catching Kennedy so quickly in the heart of the corner. Here comes the Ducati, now wound up in the slipstream. He pops out as they go down the basin of the valley and just levels Kennedy. That's all he needs to do. Nothing Jack can do. He's going to have to fight that fight another day. Let's see if Kennedy's got anything he can come back with. But the way the tyres are matched on these bikes, you would imagine that Stapleford should be able to pull away from Jack Kennedy as they come in towards the top of the gooseneck. Never discount Jack Kennedy, though. That's the biggest mistake you can make in super sport racing. As soon as you do, he will come back and he will charge at you. As Stapleford looked a little bit wide through Mansfield, out to the edge of the track, but again covers back off both of the apex as they come down and in towards the bottom of the mountain, past the heavily populated spectator zone, which is the mountain. Luke Stapleford leads on the number 8 Scars Ducati. From number 4, Jack Kennedy on a Honda UK CBR 600. Then it's Oliver Barr on for a podium, OB. That would tick the boxes, wouldn't it? After I don't want to say a lacklustre Thruxton, but Oliver Barr was sideways in towards the hairpin there. Did he manage to get through that? Yes, he did. Thank goodness. That was a pretty sideways manoeuvre for OB coming in there ahead of Lucas Brown. But it was a lacklustre Thruxton for Oliver. This would be just what the Binge Pro 3B construction team need from their two riders. Oliver Barr in 3rd place, Carter Brown in 6th place. A 1:29.001 last time around for Luke Stapleford, but still hot on his heels is Jack Kennedy. And Luke said this so many times about Jack. If you pass him, and you know that he will raise his game and he will sit there with you, he will charge on. The only thing that's an advantage of Stapleford is the tyre choice that they're running. Kennedy's intermediate tyre. I have to say the Honda will look after its tyres ever so nicely. It's a sweet handling little motorbike. It's built around aerodynamics. It really is a fabulous bike. A little bit wide through the heart of the top of the gooseneck there for Jack Kennedy, and he does lose just a couple of bike lengths by the time they get to Mansfield. That could be the telling signs that he's starting to just feel that bike move around ever so slightly on the front end underneath him. And as you know, if you're a motorcycle rider on the road, any slight movement from the front is terrifying. But these guys, Larry, it's what they live for. They need to feel that.
Yeah, and has a true love with them wets on, languishing down in 19th position. So obviously, here we are. A wet race being declared at Cadwell, swathed in absolute glorious sunshine. I know, what can you do, Larry? Has a true love home round as well. He won't be happy about that one, that's for sure. As we make our way in towards Barn Corner. Through they come, accelerating from Barn Corner. We can see them out the side of our commentary box window. Lap 8 of 12. It's incredible how Kennedy can still dig in there, almost bite the screen, not give up and keep going. What did we say that Lucas Brown was on? Lucas Brown, we think he's on an intermediate front and a slick rear. As we watch the MSG Suzuki lineup on the grid. That was what the call came back from Larry, and I confirmed that with the binoculars as well. And as we look and see that battle for the last step on the podium, Oliver Barr looks like he's just managed to ever so slightly put a couple of bike lengths between himself and the incoming MSG Suzuki off Lucas Brown. But this is pretty interesting at the sharp end. We're into the 28s now. 1 minute 28.8 for Luke Stapleford, 1 minute 28.9 for Jack Kennedy. But how long can Kennedy make this charge happen for?
And to also bear in mind, he's still got a not 100% leg or ankle.
Foot, hasn't he? Yeah.
No, well, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but he's got a sore one, hasn't he?
This can't be easy.
No, he had that fairly substantial dab that Larry Carter called it yesterday. And then it came back and flicked up and hit the bike. So, yeah, and Jack will be struggling ever so slightly with that.
But he's kept the gap at 2/10, hasn't he?
Yeah, and it's never really fluctuated, apart from where we get to now. The only good thing for Jack is it's the opposite foot than he would be changing gear with. So it'll be his back brake, but he might also have a thumb brake, which can almost take it away and be that bit better. If it had been his left foot, that would give him so much more issues, because that's your gear change foot on these bikes as well. As we watch them come out across the line, 2/10 has gone to 6/10 of a second on that last lap. Oliver Barr has a half-second cushion over Lucas Brown, but Lucas Brown is not giving up. That's for sure. Was it Lucas Brown that said to you in the grid, Larry, that he wants it to rain as heavy as it possibly could? I think it was Lucas. I can't really remember exactly who said that, but you know what I want, Larry? I wanted it to bucket it down, which nobody else did. I guarantee you that. As they come up, Oliver Barr on 24 in 3rd place, 29 the blue bike of Lucas Brown in 4th, in 2 the green Kawasaki of TJ Toms, ahead of the yellow number 74 of Carter Brown, teammate to 24 Oliver Barr. Get myself tied in knots. Then it's Dean Harrison on 55 on the second of the Honda UK CBR 600. This is a great little battle with TJ Toms, Carter Brown and Dean Harrison. And TJ Toms, it's been a difficult year for TJ, and it started off that way when he had a big testing incident on a motocross bike. He put a really good video together, and if you're a little bit squeamish when you watch things, you might not want to watch it, Alan. I don't think it's for you. Parental guidance,
not, no.
Parental guidance coming your way, but it took him at least 2 or 3, 4 rounds to get back up to peak fitness. And then unfortunately there are a few technical issues. It's just one of these things that happens in bike racing. But that G&S team, a good little team, the official Kawasaki back team in the British Supersport Championship. But here comes Luke Stapleford. Look at the gap now. Jack Kennedy must fear that he's in some sort of tyre issues, or he's just going to settle for a second place. 1.5 seconds the gap across the line. Oliver Barr a further 4 seconds behind that. But look at Carter Brown. Dean Harrison goes round Carter Brown on the way in towards turn 1. And that was a pretty heroic manoeuvre, actually, for him to go around the outside of that one, We like that. Let's have a look a little bit further down. Behind these guys, Max Wadsworth in 8th, Ben Curry 9th, Jack Mahaffey in 10th place on bike number 73 on the sole remaining Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki, because we can see Mikey Hardy walking up the hill on the inside after his technical issue, which brought him to a halt. But Mahaffey, after his tip-off yesterday at Charlie's, will just be looking forward to getting a race finish. And I'm pretty sure he's out there on a black set of leathers as well. I think his other ones must have been too badly damaged for him to continue to use. As we're on lap 10 out of 12 through Mansfield, TJ Toms under big pressure for that 5th place as Dean Harrison is pushing forward along towards the bottom of the mountain. Just ahead of them, you can also see Lucas Brown starting to catch up towards the back of Oliver Barr, because Lucas Brown smells a podium. And it's amazing what happens to the body and the mind when you get a sniff of a podium just in front of you. Lucas can see getting that MSG Suzuki onto the podium would be absolutely heroic, as it would be for Oliver Barr, his first podium. Oh, is that Ben Tolliday? Oh, I really hope that's not Ben Tolliday. The black and pink, it looks like it. Oh, the Team Tolly man goes down. What a disaster. The only man here in Cup. And Ben Tolliday goes down. Larry Carter puts his hands in his head in the pit lane.
He said all I've got to do is finish. He's the only one in the Cup today.
No. And he's gone down pretty quick through Chris Curve, where the guys are coming into now. Charlie's 1 and Charlie's 2 that was. Oh, what a great shame. The battle is very much on for the last step on the podium. The TV director homes in on Lucas Brown, who makes a bid up towards Oliver Barr. Brown along the inside, but Oliver Barr managing to hold that position as Dean Harrison up the inside of TJ Toms and goes into 5th place. Bit of a block pass there from Dean Harrison. Just stopped the bike on the apex of the corner before he got there. And TJ Toms could do no more about that. But lovely stuff from Dino. He's come through Carter Brown and Dean Harrison to get himself into that 5th place. But we keep our eyes on Oliver Barr, holding at bay only just Lucas Brown. I know Dad Ian is on holiday in Greece, and they will be hopefully tuned in or listening wherever they are, bobbing about in one of the lovely oceans across there. As in towards the bottom of the mountain comes Oliver Barr. Last time across the line, OB had 0.4 of a second over Carter Brown. It looks like it's extended ever so slightly, but Carter Brown has got heaps of trouble coming his way, Larry, and it's a number 55 is on an absolute mission. Dean Harrison, who we saw out there on full slicks, he is coming as Carter Brown has a wobble, big up out the seat. He'll probably go into survival mode now as we go into the last lap of the race, but it's going to be too late. Oliver Barr pulls away on this lap. Oliver Barr pulls away in this lap. Lucas Brown, not Carter Brown, has got Dean Harrison all over him going through turn 1. Will Dino make the manoeuvre into Charlie's again? No, he can't, because Lucas Brown is very quick and able through there on the said Suzuki. But time is of the essence. We're on to the last lap here. Carter Brown also all over the back of TJ Toms and the GNS Racing Kawasaki. Here comes Dino up in the slipstream, but no, that Suzuki manages to hold its own. Oliver Barr has been given just that little bit of a reprieve. Now it looks like he can almost bring this one round for the next half dozen corners and be okay, because behind him though it is very much Lucas Brown under pressure all the way from Dean Harrison as they go through the top of the gooseneck down towards Mansfield. On the brakes, you can see them nice and line astern on the wheels. Lucas Brown trying to be gentle on this front intermediate tyre as Dino has a half look up the inside into the chicane, but decides to hold that one back. We're through the chicane. We're heading to the bottom of the mountain. Dean Harrison running out of time. Carter Brown up the inside. Oh, good grief, that was so close on TJ Toms. Small error at the bottom of the mountain for Lucas Brown. He looks across and Dean Harrison pounces. Through he goes on the inside of Hall Bends. Oh, what a shame for Lucas Brown. Just a small error at the bottom of the mountain. But never mind that. Here comes Luke Stapleford across the line. It's another victory for Stapleford. That makes it 7 this year. Jack Kennedy with a good second place, and Oliver Barr gets on the podium. He'll be delighted with that one. A great podium for Oliver Barr and the Binge Pro 3B construction team. Dean Harrison fights his way through to a very impressive 4th place, and Lucas Brown tried everything to hold on to the end of that one but just could not do it. And Lucas Brown comes home with a very, very good top 5 finish. TJ Toms in 6th, Carter Brown 7th, Max Wadsworth in 8th, ahead of Jack Mahaffey 9th, Corey Tinker in 10th. James McManus up to 11th place. Ben Curry slipping to 12th place at the end of that one on his full intermediates. Harvey Claridge across the line in 13th place. Cameron Fraser 14th. And Jamie Davies, who missed the pit exit earlier on, Jamie Davies crosses the line in 15th place. That was a pretty impressive quarter group British Supersport Championship, even if it was the feature race reduced to 12 laps because of the weather. And draw for breath for a minute. We have a message on screen which says BSB race 3, pit lane opens at 4:10. That is exactly 15 minutes from where we are now. But Larry Carter, we have a new podium man in the quarter group British Supersport Championship. The big two up there, Stapleford and Kennedy. But Oliver Barr joins the podium squad, and he will be also happy to do that at Cadwell Park. As we get the rest of the riders now making their way back round on their in lap underneath the Carol Nash Bridge. Stapleford waving to the big busy fan bankings out there. Lucas Brown, a big high five with TJ Toms. And we pick Oliver Barr up on the mains. He likes a stand-up wheelie, does OB, and, well, right on cue. Unfortunately, got himself in a bit of bother at Oulton Park when he did that through a yellow flag zone, if you remember. Got a reprimand from the race director, he did. But what do you make of that scoop? Oliver Barr on the podium, up there with the big boys.
Yeah, delighted for him because he's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he? Last time, we'd need to check out the last time he was on the podium, but probably up at, would it be Knock Hill back in the Superstock 600 days? Just need to double check that one, but here comes Jack Kennedy. That championship lead now of Luke Stapleford now stands at 61 points, 170 points still up for grabs with the ramped up points at Brands Hatch. But Jack Kennedy makes his way down here, as indeed does Luke Stapleford. He's got a smile on his face. He's a happy little Stapleford. And there is Oliver Barr, OB, gets the congratulations from the Binch Pro squad as he gets his first podium.
Watch out, here comes Rory Skinner to see him as well.
His
managers out there.
His partner in crime. You rarely see them two apart, do you? So it'd be a good weekend to share a drive back up to Scotland. You'll be in convoy tonight, won't you, Dunk, when you head back up north of the border?
Oh, absolutely. We'll have a convoy on voice chat via Snapchat. That's what the boys do. So.
Trophies on the roof and everything else. So.
Yeah, we stop off at KFC and we keep on trucking, Larry.
Keep on trucking, brother. You sound like a cowboy. We need to get Scott Redding involved in that convoy as well, don't we? So there is Oliver Barr. He's the tall figure of Oliver Barr. David Binch down here. Well, Oliver, you've been threatening to do this all season long. It's just not quite worked out for you a couple of races, but here you are at Cadwell on the podium. Must be delighted.
Yeah, honestly, over the moon. It's quite unexpected, to be honest. Yeah, but I'm so happy.
Yeah, but you led it. You were up like a scalded cat at the start.
Yeah, I guess the motocross pedigree's coming through with the starts there, but...
The whole shot, yeah, well done. Thanks, yeah, he's going to make a move across there. Jack, congratulations. It's another podium. He's still searching for that victory, but it's an important podium. You never know how these are going to stack up at the end of the year.
Yeah, definitely. We've probably done a bit too much messing around with the when it was spitting rain, and probably should have just bided our time a little bit more and not made so many decisions. But obviously, that's all hindsight, and we should have been on full slicks with full dry settings in that race, but we had an intermediate rear with intermediate front with wet springs in the front and a wet shock in the rear.
Yeah, well, that was unfortunate. We've just been whisked off by TV. They're on a very tight schedule now. Luke Stapleford has already made his way round to the podium area. And what we'll do is we'll just go and see if we can grab a word with him, bearing in mind that given that we've had a little bit of a delay to proceedings, things now started to just be moved on at a little bit of a pace. That's Luke Stapleford having a chat to the team down here. Congratulations, Luke. That's another important victory. 61 points to the good now in the championship.
Yeah, I knew Jack had got that into front, so the steady start didn't help, but I knew towards the end of the race it'd come back to us, so fair play for Jack for holding in with that front tyre. So I kept seeing 28.6, 28.7 on my dash and thought, no way is the gap still zero, but it was. So yeah, fair play to him. Another solid race for us. Clean sweep this weekend, which was what we wanted this morning, really. We've topped every session, been fastest all weekend, so yeah, chuffed to bits.
Well done, Luke. Thanks very much for that. He's going to go off and head into his TV interview. And what we'll do is we'll head up to the podium area. We'll shuffle the paperwork around, and in the meantime, I can hand you back to Alan in the studio.
Thanks very much indeed, Larry. Please can we shout out 7-year-old son Albie, who's here today attending his first ever British Superbike weekend, and he is loving it. That's from Soph. Thank you very much indeed, Soph. And hi, Albie. Great to hear you're enjoying yourself. And I think this is the end of the marriage proposals for Michael Rutter. Sarah says, well, Mr. Rutter needs to get into his top gear. I'm packing away my leathers now. Till next year, Mr. Elusive Rutter. Thank you, Sarah. You've amused us this weekend. And on email, Pamela says, you can tell those proposers to leave Michael Rutter alone. He is mine. I've loved him since I first saw him racing at Mallory Park in the rain. Okay, point taken, Pamela. Point taken. Thank you very much indeed. If you want to get a shout out, and you maybe sent a message in this morning and haven't heard it yet on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, can you send the message in again? 07482 877 877. We were slightly overwhelmed with messages this morning, so we didn't get to all of them. So on WhatsApp, your first name and your message to 07482 877 877, and we will hopefully get to your message before the end of today. That's the best way to do it. Could we have a shout out for Tyler, who is here celebrating his 18th birthday? That was on Friday. Love from Mum, Dad and the family as well. Tasha, thank you very much indeed. And Tyler, happy birthday. Very good to get a couple of messages just popping in now on WhatsApp. Be nice and quick, because we've got a couple of moments before the podium. On WhatsApp, 07482 877 877. Or if you wanted to email, you can do so, and that's studio@bsbradio.com. Hi from Shane and George, sitting up at Charlie's. I've been bringing my son George since he was little, and he's now 18 years old. He wants to know when you guys are going to start chatting about custard creams. Keep up the good work. Thanks from Shane. Shane, the very simple answer to that is we won't be doing this. This is very strictly business today, and it's going to be even more business now because things are moving on apace with the rescheduled pit lane opening time of 4:10 for the British Superbikes, their final race of the weekend. An 18-lap race in prospect, same duration as yesterday's race. Can I hear Larry in the background?
Yes, you can, Al. We've got the riders up here onto the podium. They won't be coming across into the crowd for this one, folks, because we are just running a little bit behind schedule, but at the end of the second Superbike race, we'll do our best to organise that one. So, without further ado, let's get the riders out here then in round 8, race 16, in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, and onto the podium for the first time since Assen last year. It's his first podium of the season for British Pro Ducati, and for Scotland, Oliver Barr. Second position for Honda Racing UK, and for Ireland, 11th podium of the season for Jack Kennedy, as he congratulates OB as well, and taking a 7th win and increasing his championship lead to 61 points. The race winner for Scars Racing Ducati, and for England, Luke Stapleford. Terry will collect the team award on behalf of the Scars Racing Ducati squad as we make the podium presentation then to the third place rider, Oliver Barr, at the far end there with the blue, with the red, black, the colours right, black and yellow leathers of Oliver Barr, who toasts his first podium since Assen last year. Jack Kennedy, the walking wounded Jack Kennedy, had a couple of spills this weekend, but he will take P2 with him back across there to the outskirts of Dublin in Ireland. And another victory, it's a double this weekend for the race winner, and increasing his championship lead, Luke Stapleford. And the winning team as well, on behalf of the Scars Racing Ducati team, they get the team award as well. Well, the boys have just already started with the bubbly out there. So we do our best to make ourselves scarce, me and Richard. We know where we're safe, don't we, here, Richard? That's the main thing as the riders celebrate down there. So we're going to leave them to do their little bit. I'm going to get on the hoof and head down into pit lane. In the meantime, back to the studio and Alan Hyde.
And I can see quite a few people, Larry, down in pit lane looking up to the sky once again. We've been here before today at Cadwell Park, haven't we, just ahead of the start of a race, but it has got just a little bit gloomy again in the last 5 minutes or thereabouts while you were presenting the podium, and chance for a couple of your messages as well that have just popped into the studio on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. My name is Karen Julie, known as KJ. I'm listening in from Cyprus whilst at work. Big shout out to all the marshals, particularly my former crew in pit lane from a former race safe marshal. Looking forward to watching the races when I get home. KJ, thank you very much indeed. Cyprus sounds very, very nice indeed, but great to hear you're keeping in touch with all of the happenings this weekend.
Did I hear
BSB.
that was a certain person who used to work in pit lane called Karen?
Karen Julie, yes.
Right, okay.
KJ.
Well, if it is the same Karen, I'm not sure. I never knew her as Karen Julie, but if it is the same Karen who worked in pit lane for many, many years, and hopefully she's enjoying the weather a little bit better than what we are here.
Over in Cyprus, yeah, we're not envious at all, are we, Larry? From Ian, can you give a shout out to Wolfie, Wolfie Head and Royal Bobness, with Bubba enjoying their second day at BSB this year. Thank you. I really don't like doing nicknames in case I'm saying something that I shouldn't do. And this one from Beck, wishing my husband Rob a very happy 50th birthday. Love from Beck, Sam and Lee as well. Sent this one earlier, but the internet is a little bit intermittent. Chrissy says, happy birthday to my hubby Nick for next Saturday. Big shout out to all the Knock Hill parrots. Good emoji use on the parrot there. Never seen that one before. A brilliant result yesterday for Rory. Safe racing to all the riders and the Orange Army. And thank you for a great weekend. Chrissy, thank you very much indeed. And this one from Anthony. Hello, Duncan, Larry and Alan. Loving the coverage on YouTube. Keep up the good work. Attended Cadwell yesterday. Had a chance of meeting with Kyle Ride in the morning, and he was surveying the track and the Super Sport qualifying on his monkey bike. He was so gracious to stop for a selfie. Thank you to Kyle. And it is attached, which is really good. Later I met Storm, who signed 2 large racing prints. These will be framed and displayed on my lounge wall and up the staircase alongside Foggy, Hodgie and the legend Bazza. Overall, I had a great day, plus a fab win for Rory. Bring on the rain today for Lord Stacey. Thank you very much indeed, Anthony. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And as a follow-up for Larry, just before we get down to him getting ready for the bikes leaving pit lane, KJ says, yes, Scoop, that's me.
So there's okay.
Yeah, our very best regards, Karen. I've got a picture of you and Sue on the steps at Snetterton with a certain Scott Redding when you were the assistant podium manager with my lovely wife Sue as well. So great to hear from you, Karen. I didn't even know, all the years I've known you, Karen, I didn't even know that you were called KJ. There you go. you learn something every day.
Every day's a school day, Larry. And also, myself and Larry were both down there watching that podium celebration. Jack, who is the pit board man for Luke Stapleford, is absolutely head to toe soaked in Prosecco.
If he'd have fallen in a bath, he would be even drier, wouldn't he, Dunk?
I think he enjoyed it as well. He really enjoyed it. But we move on. We move on as at a pace, as Larry Carter would say, for race number 3 of the Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 laps back to the full race distance, and the grid will be Bradley Ray on pole from Kyle Ride and Ryan Vickers. Row number 2, Rory Skinner with a rebuilt Cheshire Moulding Yamaha alongside his teammate Danny Kent. Danny making some real good progress throughout the course of this weekend. Finds himself up there on the second row of the grid alongside his teammate. And Danny will be hoping to try and do something in this race. Wouldn't a podium just be right time for him right now? And you know what he could really do with it? A bit of confidence building before we head over to a circuit that he knows oh so well, Assen. Alongside those two guys, the two teammates, Leon Haslam on his Ducati. Row number 3 is Max Cook and Joe Talbot, 2 Bimotas, 2 AJ and Steelstock Bimotas together. And Jason O'Halloran still riding the Tribute livery Honda, a throwback to the HM Plant era. Row 4 will be Lee Jackson, who's having a very good weekend. Another 8th place for Lee Jackson earlier on the Dow Racing Racing Honda. He's alongside Storm Stacey and Scott Redding. The cowboy not singing as loud as Larry Carter would like, so Larry is doing the cowboy impressions.
Cowboy's a bit quiet this weekend.
He's a little bit quiet and a little bit undercover, but he is making that progress. Row number 5, Christian Eden, Josh Brooks and Eli Michalczyk. And row number 6 sees Glenn Irwin, Rhys Irwin and Danny Buchan. Glenn Irwin just needs a little bit of luck here. Crashed out of both races this weekend. One very much not his fault when unfortunately Josh Brooks just tagged the back of him going in towards Park. And we saw Glenn, unfortunately, we didn't actually see the whole incident, but he tumbled off at, unfortunately, the bottom of the mountain. But thankfully he is A-OK. And a shout out to Danny Buchan, who's racing and doubling up, doing a bit of commentary duties as well there in the commentary box. Very impressive. Row number 7, Charlie Nesbitt, Fraser Rogers, again 2 tag Hondas together. And we also have Luke Hedger on the 7th row with Braden Ellie and Eugene McManus on row number 8. But 30 seconds away from bikes being released from the pit lane and heading round onto the grid. Whether they'll do a ride through, I don't really think there's much need, Larry. They'll probably park up directly with you on the grid. And then it will be all action stations for Larry Carter's final Superbike grid walk of the weekend. Braden Elliott and Rhys Irwin first underneath our archway at the end of pit lane. Here comes Eli Michalczyk and Danny Buchan and everybody else. And just how good does Jason O'Halloran's Honda still look with that tribute HM Plant livery, which brings back so many memories of an era that it used to be whoever ended up on that bike, Larry Carter, you think that they were in with the hunt of the championship. And with Ryan Vickers looking for another victory after that sprint race, what can Vickers do, Scoop, as they head out onto their installation lap to come round and meet you and the VIP team personnel on the grid? Scoop, this one is up in the air. It's an 18-lap race. It's very much anybody's race. Who will have the tyre to last? And is Kyle Ryde feeling any better? So many questions still to be answered here. Suppose the other one is number 11 leaves the pit lane. Great job by the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha squad. How does that bike feel for Rory Skinner on this installation lap, Scoop?
Yeah, again, just the background noise, just drowning out the audio from the radio there, Doug, but I think I got the gist there. This is 18 laps as opposed to the 12-lapper that we had earlier, which means that the tyre longevity has to be managed a little bit better, and I can see the clouds have rolled in a little bit again here. We had some glorious sunshine during that Supersport race, notwithstanding the fact that it was declared a wet race, but now the clouds have just rolled in a little bit. I can see Stuart Higgs, race director, just keeping his eye. He has the very, very latest weather information, whether it comes from places like Humberside Airport, and he does they do subscribe to various premium subscription channels when it comes to the weather forecasting service. It doesn't just rely on the old iPhone like you and I do. They do know, and he was pretty accurate when he said that there was going to be a weather cell that just came in round about 3:15, and I think it arrived at something like 3:16. So they kind of do know. There is that car right at Glen Irwin just leaving pit lane just down there. But either way, then the weather is always a factor here at Cadwell Park. It's not always a factor, but usually it's a factor when we get the inclement weather. It can just do whatever it wants here. Well, Flying Ryan Vickers has landed on his spot there on the front row of the grid. And he, as the Americans used to say, is hot to trot. He's the rider that is very much on form. He's won 3 out of the last 4 Zin British Superbike Championship races and looking to make it a double for the second meeting in a row, given that he did the double at the previous round at Thruxton. So looking to do that. The championship might be a little bit of a long shot for Ryan Vickers at present, but he will be no doubt looking to try and get up there as well. Well, Ryan, we had a chat on the grid at Thruxton when we said that it's great to get a victory under your belt, and it would be good if you could shoot for 2. Here we are at Cadwell Park. You've got a lot of support here at what is a neighbouring route to you at Thruxton, at Snetterton. Hopefully you can pull it off and make another double.
Yeah, exactly. What a way to do it. Look at the crowd here. It's fantastic. My first win at Cadwell Park. So pleased to do it at Cadwell. It's been quite a few years. The last 2 times that I've been here, I probably should have had a podium and won a couple of races by now, but a few mistakes. We turned that around today. Really happy. Led start to finish. Thanks to the team. They built me an incredible bike after yesterday. And yeah, thanks for all the support, everyone, and we'll try to do it again this afternoon.
Wish you well, Ryan. Thanks for talking to us. That is Ryan Vickers. There is Brad Ray on the front row of the grid. He is about to get the homologator watch once again. Where did Brad end up in that? Of course, yeah, he ended up second, didn't he, after that little off yesterday. So P2 yesterday, earlier on today, Brad, you learned a few lessons when you were in that wonderful cracking race with Ryan a little bit earlier on. So obviously this is a slightly longer race. We just don't know what the weather's going to do. It's going to be a little bit of a lottery, this one.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that race was good. I felt quite good in that race. I felt like I had a little bit more pace, but the trouble is it's really tricky to pass around here. Ryan rode really well. See if we can get a bit better of a start in this race. Do my rhythm, but yeah, them clouds aren't looking too clever, so let's see how far we get.
All right, Brad, thanks for that one. Well, we've not had a proper wet race for a long time. There is Carl Ryde. He's just pointed out to Shannon Etheridge that there's something not 100% right with the front brake on that bike. And the last thing he needs is any further problems to go with that. But his crew chief, Shannon Etheridge, who's been with him for a long time now, he will make sure that nitrous competitions Ducati is as good as it can be. Well, youth, it's been a topic this weekend. No energy, but hopefully you've managed to get some sort of liquid inside you and some sort of something to keep you going for this one, because I can tell you're struggling this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a better few hours after that race. Yeah, used all my energy up there, but I've had something and I've been all right since. So yeah, I feel all right. I feel awake. I feel a lot better than I have done in the other two races. So hopefully just do the same thing, get a good start, get my head down, and hopefully pull away from everyone else.
Win this one, Carl. A big fat Chinese on the way home.
That'd be nice, eh?
He's not been eating all weekend, hasn't Carl Ryde? He's very much under the weather. Well, Rory Skinner's down here. He's it's a big one, Rory, that one. Saw you helping the team fix the bike or what have you, but that was unfortunately the early crash. You put it right in this one.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually had a minute's rest since I actually touched the grass, Larry. It's been flat out trying to get the bike rebuilt. Fair play to the boys, we managed to get it done. I thought my days of spannering with my dad were over, but hey, here we go again. We're back on the tools, but no, top job to the boys. We got it done. It's feeling all right. We've got a couple of different parts in it because we don't have any of the same to go back in it, but hey, we'll see what this race brings. I'll give it my all and see where we end up.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks for that, Dad. Mike is down here on the spanners. Yeah, he thought his days of spannering were well and truly over and done with. There did Rory Skinner, but a little bit of work to do. It's very busy down here on the grid as we try and squeeze in and have a word for the first time this weekend with TK, Danny Kent. Well, again, it's been one of them weekends for you, Dan, hasn't it? I think it kind of all started when you missed out on Super Pole. I think you were following Charlie Nesbitt, and that didn't quite work out for you. You put yourself on the back foot a little bit this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough weekend. It's not helped us not having many laps on the Friday test day. As the weekend's gone on, we've been slowly improving, and here we are on the second row for race 3, so let's try and make it count.
Well, you did okay here at Cadwell Park last year. That is Danny Kent there. Are we missing a rider from the second row of the grid? But I don't have a correct grid sheet down here, but Rory, I just need to check that one out with when Duncan makes his way back to the commentary box.
I can bring the grid up.
Just shout the grid out to me, because I don't have a copy of the current grid. I make my own grids, and I haven't had a chance to make one for the time. Brad Ray on pole position.
Carl Ryde and then
Ryan Vickers. Row 2 will be Rory Skinner, Danny Kent and Leon Haslam. Yeah, that's it. It's a different style of layout. Normally we go right to left. This time we go left to right, effectively, across the grid echelon, yes, which does confuse me a little bit. Well, there is the pocket rocket across there. And nice to see that the Haslam banners are across here. Again, if I could just grab a quick word with Leon there. It's nice to see that the fans have turned out for you across there. They've turned out in their masses again, Leon. Do you think you can pull another podium off for them in this longer race?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, we've made a little bit of a wrong move for the sprint race, but we've kind of gone the opposite way for this one, so fingers crossed we can be in the fight.
All right, would be good, because I know a number of fans would love you to be up there as we get the 5-minute board has gone, so we've got a chance to have a word with a couple more riders. There is Max Cook. He's making a habit of these 7th places, isn't he? His $1 million Max, as he just takes on the energy gels down there. All things considered, Max, a couple of 7th positions here at a very physical circuit of Cadwell Park is you'd have taken that so far. So you see him backing up with another top 6, top 7 result in this one.
Yeah, I'm really proud of how we've got on so far. Been so difficult, but yeah, I think this is going to be one of the longest races ever. But yeah, I've done the hard bit. Just want to keep going and bring in some points.
That's all you can do, mate. Well, we wish you well with that one there. His teammate Joe Talbot. We had a quick chat with Joe earlier on. Let me just go and have a chat with the Ocean Jason O'Halloran, because 5th and 6th this weekend, his 2 best results so far of the season there. The way it's going this weekend, Jason, you wish every round was at Cadwell Park.
Yeah, I've been enjoying being back at Cadwell. We've had 2 strong races so far and enjoyed them both. Another 18 laps to go now, so we'll get stuck in and see what we can do.
Thanks, Jason. Like I say, it's wonderful, that little Lincolnshire twang that comes through the Aussie, because he's made his own with his girlfriend Rach Westmoreland for a number of years up at Market Racing there. And another Lincolnshire lad down here is Lee Bob Jackson. Well, just looking at the results there, P6, P8, that's a reasonable return.
Pretty good this weekend. We've found a bit of a jump, and yeah, the bike's been working really well. Hopefully, small change that we've got for this race, we can find a little bit more. But starting P10 is obviously not easy. We've got to get a good start and settle into the race. Got 18 long laps to do some overtakes, so hopefully we can get stuck in.
Thanks, Lee. Apologies for the radio mic break up there, just the volume of traffic that there is down here on the grid. Storm Stacey is down here. Quick one for Storm. Just a little bit disappointed with that last one with Storm. We're just outside the top 10 there, but hopefully he can put things right in this one.
Yeah, definitely. We're struggling with a couple of bits at the minute that's not ideal. Again, it's kind of our strong thing where we've got one lap that's amazing, but just trying to get that race together is a bit of a struggle at the minute. So, but hopefully we've got to the bottom of it now and we can have a good race and push forward.
All right, mate, friend, thanks very much for that. We ain't going to get any chance to have a word with any more riders, but we'll do a quick grid walk and give you a little bit of substance of the grid. The 2017 British Superbike champion, former Grand Prix winner, former World Superbike winner, and that is Scott Redding, rose for the Haga PBM squad. The 10 times British Supermoto champion, looking for a break this weekend, Christian Iden, twice a British Superbike champion from Australia, Josh Brooks, well, 2015 and 2020 champion. Then we've got the first Ukrainian to score points in the British Superbike Championship. That is Ilya Mikhalchuk, who is 2025 National Superstock champion. Glenn Irwin looking for a little bit of a break. Glenn, hopefully you can just get a little bit of a break in this one.
Yeah, quite good. You know, warm up this morning was reasonable. You're in good company, and it's again further down the grid for that race, and I just kind of felt like I was stuck with Ilya and lost concentration, not pushing as such, and went down. So we need to go forward. We have to go forward.
These things happen, Glenn. Then we've got the number 69 of the reigning Quattro Group British Supersport champion, and that is Rhys Irwin. Then we've got his back bunny, Danny Boom Boom Buchan, a former race winner here at Cadwell Park. Then we've got Charlie Nesbitt, a podium finish here at Cadwell Park. Fraser Rogers, former Grand Prix racer. Captain Hollywood is set to go for this one. Braden Elliott, a super stock race winner in the past. And then Eugene McManus, the lap record holder and Supersport podium finisher at Brands Hatch a couple of years ago. We are missing one or two riders from this one, but we've got the best part of 24 battle here at the wonderful Cadwell Park Woodland Circuit with 1 minute to go before we go off, and to call it the voice of British motorcycle sport once again, Duncan Vincent.
Thanks, Larry. I actually got to witness a grid walk from you as I was there. It's really, really exciting to be down there with you, watching you do that. Yeah, no Luke Hedger. Luke Hedger not going out in this race for the Whitecliffe CDH team. I just spoke with Amy down there, and she says no, he had a bit of a moment after the previous race, so just giving himself a little bit of time. It's only been 3 or 4 weeks since he fell off the second story of a roof, so really that says enough of it. He needs to give himself a little bit of time to heal, and he'll be good for Aston. But as I look across that front row again, Larry, as I look across that front row of the grid, Bradley Ray, Kyle Reid and Ryan Vickers. Can Vickers double up at Cadwell?
official tyre of British Superbike's live tyre update.
Track temperature 26 degrees, air temperature has dropped to 21. All riders on the SC1 front and rear tyre, as we would come to expect for this, the last Superbike race of the day for us here at Cadwell Park. We get ready to rumble. The party in the park once again. We look across that front row of the grid and the second row and the third row. The green flag at the back means all riders are present and in position. Alan Woods clears the front and it's time to race. Lights out, down towards Coppice they go. Beautiful start from the front two rows as they all fan across the track, and it's Vickers again who takes the lead as they go in and through turn number 1. That's Ryan Vickers getting the launch off the line once again with Bradley and Kyle Reid with, is that Rory Skinner again with another good start?
Oh, he got a super start.
Didn't he just? Rory Skinner with a big start. Ooh, both the promoters with a bit of a wobble in the back there as they make their way up towards Park Corner. Rory, what he has told me down there on the grid, different swinging arm. I think you heard that as well, Larry. Different swinging arm in that bike. But Steve Plater says, don't worry, just once he gets started, just watch him go. I like the outlook from him there. He goes, I don't really care if he's battling for the lead. That's absolutely fine. That's what happens in motorcycle racing as Vickers leads down towards the bottom of Mansfield. They come. And it's Kyle Reid in second place. Joe Talbot lifts up. Danny Kent was that there. That was a big manoeuvre. Yes, it was Danny Kent. And Joe Talbot lifting DK out of the way, going in towards the bottom. Oh, Danny a little bit slow out of the chicane. And through goes Max Cook as well. 2 positions lost for Danny Kent in that little area off the track as the big 5, Joe Talbot in the back of that, make their way in and through Hall Bends, the lovely woodland section off this Cadwell Park circuit. Remember, this is an 18-lap race. Christian Eden featuring prominently at the sharp end, as well as Max Cook has a little bit of a rear-end moment going in towards Barn Corner. Darren Fry actually spoke to me on the grid down there, just took me aside and says, what has Max said to you? I thought I'd maybe got myself in trouble. I said he just feels a bit sore. He goes, I can't believe the kid's actually here racing. It's like his whole body's been twisted. He really is so sore. He should be fine for Assen. He goes, but he's pretty far from fine here this weekend. And that's something that we, myself, Larry Carter and Alan Hyde have been talking about. Just Max Cook a little bit off the boil here at this circuit. But give it time, give it time. Time is a healer, and he will come back strong at Assen. Joe Talbot was having a bit of a look at Rory Skinner. I wonder if Skinner feels any difference in that Cheshire Moulding Yamaha with that slightly different swinging arm that he has in that bike compared to what he had yesterday. That's the only thing different. Everything else has been replaced 100% identically, but they didn't have the spare swinging arm, so he's back to a much more standard swinging arm on that Yamaha as Joe Talbot homes the Bimota up towards the back of Rory Skinner as they come through the chicane along towards the bottom of the mountain. I tell you who is trying is Kyle. Kyle, second place for Kyle Reid. Both legs off the pegs there. That's the stressometer that we've seen for Kyle Reid for quite some time. If the pegs are coming off if the legs are coming off the pegs, we know he is very much trying harder than we would normally expect to see Kyle trying. So as we watch them coming through the woodland section off the track, very much on point here as they come across the line. Here goes Ryan Vickers leading the way as they go in towards lap 3 and in towards turn number 1. Vickers has put a bit of time between himself and the pursuing pack. Kyle Reid in second place, Brad Ray, then Rory Skinner, Joe Talbot, and Max Cook has come alive as well. He's up towards the back of his teammate on the second of the AGN Steel Stop Motors. Then it is Jason O'Halloran ahead of the Pocket Rocket. That's pivotal because Leon Haslam has looked pretty strong all weekend. Haslam has a little bit of a look up the inside from a long way back, and through he goes. That was a sizable block past Larry Carter as he goes through there, but that's the Pocket Rocket showing that he knows how to get the job done here at Cadwell Park, and Jason O'Halloran will live to fight another day as they go through that area of the circuit. I did like that. It was a fairly robust pass from the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam as we look to them coming in. Oh, Rory Skinner's ahead of Brad Ray. Skinner has got ahead of Brad Ray as well. We've kind of missed that one on our radar as Rory Skinner now ahead of Bradley Ray coming in towards the bottom of the mountain session. Skinner puts himself onto the podium. Maybe joyous to see his friend Oliver Barr up there on the podium in Supersport. Skinner looking pretty good. This wasn't expected for Plater as Vickers is out of shape going over the last crest of Hall Bends before we get to the hairpin. but he manages to hold and control that moment as they make their way down and across the line. But yeah, Skinner up into third place with eyes on the prize of Kyle Ryde. We know that Kyle's not 100% this weekend. We know that he's not 100% at all. And just, I think he feels okay, but no real energy or strength. A 125.9 for Rory Skinner. That's quicker than what he did earlier on with the proper swinging arm in that bike.
He was getting some serious air as well on that lap.
I heard you whooping. You sounded like a motocross fan in the corner. It's good. As we make our way back through Park, Skinner starting to catch up towards the back of Kyle Ryde. Fastest lap of the race for Rory, 125.977. That standard swinging arm. Maybe that's the way to go. Put something that's a little bit more basic in the bike. Does it give you more feel? Well, it probably works around the circuit like Cadwell Park. But when you go to Assen, you'll probably require to have the proper factory or race spec one back in as he trails Kyle Ryde in towards the chicane. Bradley Ray starting to regroup, and down goes Skinner. Oh dear, down goes Rory Skinner. Yeah, and he's not happy with himself. You can see him shouting there. Did he touch the curb? Was he trying too hard? Pursed lips in the garage for the Cheshire Mouldings team. Rory Skinner, you can still hear him shouting from here as he walks away, just trying to ignore everybody down there. Now, did he just kiss that curb? Trying ever so hard again in front of Bradley Ray. Bradley Ray gets another face full of Rory Skinner going down. And let's get a replay of this. Does he touch the curb? Yes, I would say he did there. I'd say he just caught the curb with that bike, and he will know all about it. You can just see the front fold there. Was there a little puff from a casing on the curb? It doesn't really matter now. It's done and dusted. And he punches the Recticel as he walks away. He knows he was in a podium spot there. It's not really the type of thing that Rory Skinner does very often either. He's not known as a crasher, but 2 crashes in the one weekend, very much not going to make his drive home that nice. But what it does do, it puts a little gap between Kyle and Brad now, opens up just that little bit of breathing space.
It said on the screen, rider okay. Yeah, physically.
Yeah, yeah, but unfortunately there'll be a whole lot of talking to himself still. And he knows, the thing is, as a rider, you know when you make a mistake, and if he knows he's made that mistake, that there was a small puff of something maybe in the background, he's maybe just kissed the casing on the curb.
He also knows the pace that he had.
Exactly, that's it. Fastest lap of the race was Rory Skinner, and it still is Rory Skinner, 125.977. Only man to go sub 1 minute 26 in this race. But it's all eyes on the prize for Flying Ryan as he comes up over the crest of the mountain. Absolutely on point was Vickers there, making that look very good. The motocross experience coming out in Ryan Vickers as he leaps over the crest of the hill. Full air as Brad Ray comes up towards the back of his former teammate, good friend, and also arch nemesis. We can put those 3 all together. Kyle Ryde, there goes Vickers. Will they just let Vickers check out? Will they be more than happy to let that one go and see what happens for the remainder of this race? The Cheshire Mouldings team still have another bike in the race. They still have Danny Kent, who sits in 10th place. Danny, who's not had the greatest of weekends, and that just unfortunately started to go wrong for poor Danny Kent on the qualifying, where he didn't get through Q1, missed the Super Pole, and then you're kind of on the back foot. But he has raced pretty well in the races, and he's in a solid 10th place, just behind Christian Eden. As we look and see Haslam and O'Halloran changing positions on our updated score tracker, and also Scott Redding up into 8th place. So Scott Redding in 8th place as we have a little look at our original starting sheet. Here comes Brad up instead of Kyle. Forget the Scott Redding news. Through goes Bradley Ray on Kyle Ryde. The McCams Yamaha past the Nitrous Competition Ducati. And that was vintage Brad Ray. He was out towards the white line in the grass there. There wasn't a millimetre left for Bradley Ray to play with coming out of that chicane. That was super tight. But back to Scott Redding. Redding started 12th, now finds himself up to... Where is Scott Redding actually on this one as we have a little look? Now I thought he was in 8th place. We've kind of missed Scott Redding off that one. We'll pick that up in just a second. Not showing on my tracker at the side. He's 8th on this screen behind Jason O'Halloran, but he's not showing up on the actual TV feed as Scott Redding crosses the line, number 45 of the course cut. A course cut at turn 9 and 10. Redding plummets down. Now where does Redding come back in? 18th place for Scott Redding. That is big news. Scott Redding crosses the line in 20th place for Scott Redding. So I wondered why things were not matching up for us here. There's been a course cut at 9 and 10 for Scott Redding on lap 6, and he drops to 20th place on the PBM Hager Ducati. We see him coming back on the track there with all sorts of dirty stuff, and he's not a happy boy as he makes his way along towards the bottom of the mountain. We see Jordan Bird sitting on the Hager PBM gantry down there, and those guys will be rubbing their forehead, we would imagine, just wondering what's gone wrong with Scott Redding. But a course cut sees him way off. I think he's actually gone off at the bottom of Mansfield, and then he's come back on along there at the chicane. He must have been that far off the track. Whether the TV can pick that up for us, not 100% sure. Braden Elliott's taking the NP Racing Honda into the pit box at the top of the circuit. He is no longer in this race. And Bradley Ray is starting to eat into the lead that Ryan Vickers had. I say had, because it's coming down rather quickly. And Joe Talbot looking at the back of his very, very good friend Kyle Ryde. Talbot set for an initial podium, it could be. It's a long way to go in this race. We're 10 laps to go on lap 8 of 18 as Ryan Vickers has Brad Ray issues coming his way. Fastest lap of the race to Bradley Ray, 125.877 last time across the line. And Bradley looking super strong and super competitive right up at the sharp end all the way on the McCams Yamaha. He knows what has to be done here, but he also knows how tough a customer Ryan Vickers is going to be to try and overcome around here, as behind that, Leon Haslam picks off another spot. Haslam goes past Max Cook and moves himself up into the top 5. 5th place for the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam on number 91. Steve Wolfmuir's Moto Rapido Ducati. As we get them down in towards the bottom of Mansfield. Joe Talbot, what will he be thinking right now? He's up behind the defending reigning champion, his good friend and golfing buddy Kyle Ryde. It'll be clean. You're guaranteed it'll be clean from front row Joe when he makes the pass. But he won't want to let Kyle start dictating the pace around this Cadwell Park circuit, that's for sure. As they come up over the crest of the mountain in towards Old Hall section of the lovely flowing series of bends here. Hall Bends, keep calling it Old Hall, thinking about Oulton Park. It's another MSV circuit, but Hall Bends is so iconic as you come in towards Barn. Some of the pictures you see from this place back in the day, there really was a barn next to the track there. That's how close they actually get. And all that's been removed now, but the barn used to be there, very much so. A couple of houses in that area as well. As we make our way through the first 2 corners, Charlie's 2. The second part of that long corner. Bradley with a big moment, and also Kyle Ryde with a moment as he comes off there. So a little bit of movement from the rear of the McCams Yamaha of Bradley, and also Kyle Ryde, but Kyle can hold at bay Joe Talbot, who was coming in pretty quickly there on that AGN Steelstock KB998 Rimini. Beautiful Bimota as Joe Talbot spins it up round towards Chris Curve in the top of the gooseneck. I would like to see if front row Joe could put a pass on Kyle, but Kyle obviously still lapping at a pace that's pretty good for Joe Talbot. They're both doing 126.5s around here. Kyle's best a 126.1 and Joe Talbot's a 126.2. But whether Joe can get back down to that, or he's quite happy to follow Kyle at this pace. But the battle at the front is about to start, because Ryan Vickers has had his lead completely taken back by Bradley Ray. And Brad, we have seen him many times thought of as being the king of Cadwell, and that's what they're all going for here. Must they want to take home that special extra trophy, which is the Pirelli King of the Mountain Award. Whoever scores the most points on the day as they come out of Barn Corner, across the line in the background. That was Ryan Vickers and Bradley Ray. Then we get Kyle Ryde and Joe Talbot. Then it's Leon Haslam. Then Max Cook. Behind Max Cook we have the Osho, Jason O'Halloran, then Christian Idden, quite spaced out. Then Danny Kent, Lee Jackson, Eli Michalczyk, all together just off the back of that Storm Stacey, and 13th place for Glenn Irwin. And it's tough to listen to Glenn Irwin down there, Larry. He just needs a good turn of fortune. He needs something to come his way and something to work out for him. And we know that could come, and it's just a flick of a switch. That's all it is. But Glenn Irwin having a bit of a tough, difficult season. The sister bike to the Nitrous competition Ducati that we see Kyle Ryde taking to the right-hand part, now the left-hand part at the top of the gooseneck. We all remember Bradley Ray going down there last year in the race very early on when he was a bit wide at the top of the gooseneck, then down he went at the latter part of it. No such problems this year for Brad. He looks quality sound on that McCam's Raceways Yamaha, as does Joe Talbot. Got to say, very impressed with how Joe Talbot's taken to the Superbike around here. Other circuits he says he's struggled ever so slightly on, but fitness is never going to be an issue for Joe. He is fit as they come, as Vickers again has a huge wobble as he comes over the last crest through the Hall Bends area off the track. And it grabs my attention. It probably grabbed Ryan's attention as well. But when is the question? When will we see Joe Talbot make a manoeuvre on Kyle Ryde? Last time round, Talbot was quicker. He's not quicker this time, though. Kyle responds with a 1/10 of a second faster in lap time than Joe Talbot. And Joe does a 126.5 to 26.4 of Kyle. Again, Bradley Ray with two big warnings as he comes through the exit of Charlie's two there, and he has to just release a little bit of acceleration. Popped him out the seat not once but twice. And that's strange for the Yamaha to do that. It's not really the type of thing we see a Yamaha do. We normally see them drive out of corners with nice, smooth traction, all tractable and moving forward. But Bradley getting two fairly big kicks as he gets to Charlie's. It shows that's where he's trying to make his manoeuvre towards the end of this race, possibly, to try and line up a manoeuvre down through the valley of Park and up into Park Corner. But Bradders, well, he's had a couple of warnings here now. And he sees Vickers. He'll be watching this Honda in front of him thinking the Honda looks so good. It's on rails. It looks smooth through the mountain area. It's smooth through Hall Bends, apart from Ryan having a few head shakes towards the end of Hall Bends. But everywhere else, that Honda has been pretty good this weekend. Vickers riding the crest of a wave when it comes to confidence. But it gets me a little bit nervous every time he goes over that last crest in towards the hairpin. Brad Ray, what was he behind last time? A 1/10 of a second across the line. Looks like it's gapped exactly the same as he crossed the line this time. There goes Vickers and Bradley Ray, the gap. 3/10 of a second, so a little bit more back the way of Ryan Vickers. And Kyle still very much under pressure from Joe Talbot, but they both need to watch the pocket rocket Leon Haslam. He is only 9/10 off the back of them, and he's lapping, well, now just as fast. Kyle's gone into the 1:26.3. He's dragged Joe Talbot back down there, but that's what Leon Haslam has been doing. And you can see he passed Max Cook some 4 or 5 laps ago. He's completely dropped Max Cook off the back, and here comes the Osho Jason O'Halloran alongside Max Cook. Max gives him just enough space to survive the apex of Park. Max probably saw the long shadow looming up the inside, but decided that wasn't the fight to fight and leave somebody just enough room. And Jason O'Halloran thankfully thought better off that manoeuvre and can have a go on another lap on Max Cook. But that's the gap we need to watch on track. It's Haslam to Talbot. Let's see what happens there. Joe Talbot 4th, Leon Haslam in 5th. 9/10 of a second last time across the line is the pocket rocket. Coming good towards the latter part of this race as Vickers does a huge jump once again over the crest of the mountain. It looks good, it's great, it's fabulous, the photographers love it. There is a problem. You could lose a chain doing that size of jump if you just land a little bit out of sync. You've got to have everything lined up perfectly as you land, or you are in trouble. Scott Redding has made 1 place back up. He has gone up to 19th. In fact, he's made 2 places up. He's gone ahead of Charlie Spud Nesbitt. 2/3 distance complete, and Redding finds himself in 18th place on the Hagar PBM Ducati. But let's watch Bradley Ray this time as he comes through Charlie's. The second part of Charlie's. Does he get on the gas? Well, yes, another little wobble. But does the Yamaha have anything for the Honda? No is the case. We could answer that before we even get down the straight. We know how powerful that Vickers bike is. And actually, the gap back to Leon Haslam has gone up to 1.3 seconds. It looked like the pocket rocket was starting to come back towards Joe Talbot, but that's not the case. Talbot and Ryde have pulled away 1.3 seconds now the gap, because Kyle Ryde last time was a 126.2, 26.3 for Joe, 26.7 for Leon Haslam. So Haslam was just a little bit further away in lap time as Bradley Ray stalks his prey in towards the chicane, and the kind of low sun that we're starting to get here on lap 13 out of 18 on race number 3, or in race number 3 of the British Superbike Championship. Into Hall Bends we come. Watch the determination of Vickers and Brad Ray as they pull the bikes from side to side, and Vickers just covers himself in towards that hairpin. I like that. It's not costing him any lap time, but he just positions the bike in the middle of the road so he doesn't have anybody coming up the inside of him. And that 1.2 seconds back to Kyle Ryde, is that coming down? Is Kyle putting a spurt on here? It is. Kyle's taking a 1/10 of a second out of these guys. You may think it's only a tenth of a second, that's not a lot, but in the bigger scheme of things, if you can take a couple of tenths a lap out of these guys, you are on fire. And Kyle Ryde is starting to pick something up from not feeling 100% and starting to try and see if he can drag himself up towards the back of Bradley Ray, who hasn't really made an attempt to pass Ryan Vickers all race long. Vickers very much in the driving seat on that Honda, and he looks like he is in the prime position to get himself round towards the top of the gooseneck. And the thing is, Vickers, he seems to be quick in all the right places, but here's Bradley Ray's strong point in towards Mansfield. Vickers would have in his peripheral probably seen the shadow on the track coming down there, and he knows that Bradley Ray is around. He can probably hear the Yamaha in the overrun as well. It's amazing. These guys will ride with earplugs, and all that does is it just dulls everything down. You become much more aware of your surrounding and your senses. There's not a huge lot of wind noise from the helmet. Everything's at a lower level, so you do pick up on the bikes behind you on the overrun, and the Yamaha has a very distinctive sound as you have a big braking zone and he goes down the gears on that overrun. As Vickers again has a little bit of front end movement in towards the Ippon, but so did Bradley Ray. It just appears how you have to ride here at Cadwell Park. It's effectively a little bit like motocross on a superbike, as they do jump, they do slide, they do all sorts of things. As we see Storm Stacey going up the inside of Lee Jackson at the top of Park. That's a replay of Storm Stacey going ahead of Lee Jackson up into 10th place for Storm. A much better weekend for the Batham's AGN team than we saw them having at Thruxton. And again, Vickers leads out of the Charlie's part of the track, down through the bottom of the valley, and up they come to the other side. Remember I said keep your eyes on the gap from Kyle Ryde. It was 1.3 seconds. It's now 9/10 of a second. Kyle has got the gap down to under a second. Bradley Ray will start to get this communicated to him via his pit board that the champ is coming, he's homing in. And then we'll see what Bradders has got in that number 28 McCann's Yamaha. Will he make the manoeuvre on Vickers? Has he got anything left, or will he have to just sit there and let Kyle ride up towards the back? Because the pace that Vickers is doing, 126.8 last time round, 126.9 for Bradley, 126.7 for Kyle Ryde. Joe Talbot slipping almost into the 27s as well, 126.9 and a small bit of change. As Storm Stacey goes through on the inside now of Ilya Michalczyk and puts himself into 9th place, as Ryan Vickers once again gets Alan Hyde leaping out the studio chair as he does a full-on leap over the crest of the mountain. That's the biggest jump. If they had a jump-off contest there, Vickers would quite easily win that. But look at this, Bradley Ray all over the back of him as they go along in towards turn 1. Bradley picking up the slipstream, but it's such a high entry speed in towards turn 1. There is no way for Bradley to go through Vickers. Big moment as he turned back in towards Charlie's one there. Huge moment, but he manages to control that. That was just on the change of direction, and Bradley Ray would have seen that. Vickers managing to keep that one together and already forgotten about it as they come up and in towards Charlie's. We need to see a replay of that one. Unfortunately, whatever was on the screen kind of hid what was going on there. You can scan that code at some point and do something with that for the Army, but that was very much Ryan Vickers having a warning from the back of that Honda as he went in towards Charlie's, the second corner on the track. There's a nice bit of camber going in there, but Ryan just flicked it over that little bit too keen, and it spun up on him. Here comes Bradley Ray. Will he have a look on the inside? No, the Honda accelerates out of Mansfield so well. There's nowhere for Bradley Ray to go through. They both flirt with the edge of the white line in the track, but Brad is right in the wheel tracks of Ryan Vickers. And Kyle Ryde's had maybe a bit of a moment. It's back up to a 1.5 second gap back to Kyle Ryde. As again, more sniggers from the studio as we watch Ryan Vickers jumping over the crest of that lovely mountain that we have here at Cadwell Park. So infectious hearing you laugh in the studio.
He has to be the king of the mountain, surely.
You don't come from this world. It's so cool, isn't it? It really is.
So cool.
As we see Scott Redding on the back of Danny Buchan now. Redding in 17th place behind Danny Buchan. And Redding, just don't want to say it, Larry, he's just not at the races this weekend. Control Alt Delete. Let's get Scott Redding back to Assen as we go into the showdown, and let's see what happens there, because this is not the Scott Redding that we're used to seeing. And he needs to get past Danny Buchan, that is for sure. But it's still Vickers and Ray at the sharp end as they go down towards the bottom of Park and then up towards Park Corner. Storm Stacey's fought his way through this gaggle as well, up to 9th place. Storm past Lee Jackson and Ilya Michalczyk. Just at the back of that group, we do have Danny Kent and Lee Jackson. there's some fast movers in this group as the BMW tries to pop out from Storm Stacey's Ducati and go through, but unable to do so. And is that Brooksy making a manoeuvre going through on Danny Kent? It certainly was. Brooksy now goes ahead of Danny Kent as we come back in towards the chicane with Ryan Vickers on number 7 and Bradley Ray on 28. The Honda, red Honda against the blue McCams Yamaha. Big leaps over the crest of the mountain. Lap 17 of 18. We're just about to start the last lap of this race. Will we see Bradley Ray making a manoeuvre? Has he got anything in his pocket? I think Kyle Ryde's gone into one of those moments again. He's now 1.8 seconds away, and he's got Joe Talbot issues on the last lap. 0.6 of a second is Talbot behind Kyle Ryde as he crosses the line. There goes Kyle now. There goes Joe Talbot. What's the gap as he crosses the line? It's back up to 1.1 seconds. So front row Joe's not had the greatest lap either. Vickers a lot more gentle as he goes into Charlie's 1 over the crest, into Charlie's 2 at the second part of it. Now he's got to get a good run out of here, which he does on that Honda. So does the Yamaha. What was that? A bit of debris on the track that Vickers managed to pick up and hit there. He's defending in towards the top of the hill. He's a little bit of a moment. He needs to slow that down. As he come up. And he does control it as he go through Park. Good move, Ryan Vickers. That's one of the main key danger areas. The next one is the bottom of the gooseneck. We know how good Bradley Ray is in towards Mansfield as Vickers looks strong in towards the top of the gooseneck. He needs to power it down here. No way Bradley Ray can come through from that distance back. Vickers holds that position as well. Accelerate along towards the bottom. Oh, there's a bit of a wobble there from Vickers, but he manages to hold on to that only just as we come to the bottom of the mountain. It's the last time for us here in the third race of the Superbikes for Vickers to climb up and jump the mountain as he has done so perfectly, lap after lap, and in towards Hall Bends. What has Bradley Ray got as they go over the last crest? Vickers has played a blinder here in the middle of the road. There's no room at the end for Bradley Ray. Vickers has to come through Barn Corner for one more time, and once again on Sunday on race day, Ryan Vickers doubles up across the line and wins for Honda UK with Bradley Ray pushing him all the way home. Bless you, Alan Hyde. Bless you, my son, in the commentary box. And Kyle Ryde comes home to a good third place, solid third place when you're not feeling well and your championship rival is having an absolute nightmare. Do the best you can, and that's exactly what we have just seen for Kyle Ryde. Everybody else in the race crosses the line effectively together, and Scott Redding salvages a point at the end of that. He comes across the line in 15th place. But joy of joys in the Honda UK garage. They
what
are
a race.
Absolutely delighted with that one. Another double on Superbike Sunday. He did it at Thruxton, and Vickers does it again at Cadwell Park.
And he's absolutely elated. Look at that. The pressure he was under. And you saw it a couple of times, didn't you? You saw the pressure. He has to be king of the mountain, doesn't he, this weekend?
Pirelli king of the mountain should go towards Ryan Vickers, you would imagine, but he didn't finish the first race.
No.
So the accumulation of points is the one we keep our eyes on. Frank Bird already making his way up back towards the paddock. He's had enough of what he's seen on track. And I don't blame him for that one. There'll be a debrief in that garage, I would imagine, with Scott Redding. But that race gave us almost everything. It was a bit tense towards the end here with Ryan Vickers getting under huge pressure and having that little moment as he came out of Mansfield towards the bottom of the chicane for the last lap. But Bradley Ray kept him honest. Kyle seemed to fluctuate through that one, and I do know that he's still not 100%. He wants to get his gloves off very quickly. I think he's actually... Well, has he got a bit of arm pump out there? If you're not well and your mind's not in the job, you start funny things start happening to your body. He might have a little bit of arm pump, just wanting to get those gloves off and leathers off. Or is he going to throw them in the crowd at the bottom of the mountain?
Despite everything, look at the caption at the bottom of the screen. Despite everything.
Despite not feeling well and having to miss out one of the victory laps because he needed to get some IV in him. Pirelli King of the Mountain trophy. Your defending reigning champion, Kyle Ryde.
Wow.
He will be delighted
wow.
with that one. And I'd like to think that he's taken his gloves off to throw them into the crowd at the bottom of the mountain. Ryan Vickers nice and slowly past that heavily populated area. But you know what? He's maybe not won the King of the Mountain trophy. He certainly is the King of the Mountain.
He owned the mountain, that's for sure.
It. Ryan Vickers going to do a burnout at the top of the mountain. You know what, boys? Tick in the box. Cadwell Park Mountain, completed it. Owned it.
Look at these pictures. Absolutely superb.
Well, Honda UK will not be bothered about cleaning the rubber off the underneath of that seat unit once they get that back to Louth, all of 10 minutes down the road. How I envy them. How I envy them. I really do. But Vickers has been in sensational form. What could have been if he hadn't have made that small error and taken Joe Talbot down in race number 1? Vickers could have been looking at 3 wins on the bounce here. He has had sensational form, Larry.
Yeah, he's won 4 out of the last 5 British Superbike Championship races now as Ryan Vickers. And as I said, the championship is a little bit of a long ask, bearing in mind that the points start ramping up now. They go from 18 points for a win, which we've had all season, for the next couple of rounds at Assen, and then at Donington Park, that goes to 25, 22, 20, and then at Brands Hatch for the final round, they ramp up even further to 35 for a win, 30 for second, and 27, and so on and so forth down over as he does the Stoprak Razgat Lioglu there, or the burnout on Jonathan Farmer's best tarmac as well down here, as he makes his way with a rolling burnout down here and nearly takes half the team out as well as he gets that one. Well, Carl Ride, Tommy Hill puts his arms around him and says, you know what, Tom, or you know what, Carl, you couldn't have done much more out there. And he's absolutely goosed. He's absolutely spent his Carl Ride. And I just hope that somebody's going to throw him in the back of the car and take him home tonight, because he is absolutely done. He's done it, but I'll tell you what, Carl, that is the toughest day at the office yet, if you ask me. I've never seen you look so absolutely drained after a race meeting.
Yeah, obviously I got a good start and I passed Brad and I tried to hang on to Ryan, but it was just a bit too fast, and I thought if I keep up, I'm going to go backwards quick. So once Brad passed me, I just let them both go and tried to do some sort of rhythm, and it actually brought me back to him towards the end. But yeah, I was completely toast. Just glad it's over, and yeah, beat Scott in all 3 races, so job done.
Yeah, job's done, mate, and you've increased that championship lead. You know, Redding only scored a point in that one. So, yeah, and he's his championship rival, soon to be replaced, one would imagine, by Bradley Ray, who is just talking to Marco Woodage there. So,
where did he pass you?
Apart from the little get-off of yesterday, it's been a reasonable weekend's job for you, Brad. If you take out yesterday's feature race little shenanigans, then it's been a reasonable weekend for you.
Yeah, no, it's been solid. Obviously, we've had pace all weekend, but the trouble is around here, if you're behind someone, you can't do anything. You can't pass. And I had more pace in that race. I did a lap time, and I knew I could do more. I just was stuck where I was, which is a bit frustrating, but Ryan just defended the whole race basically. Yeah, braked really late and didn't allow me any way through. So fair play to him. He held his own for 18 laps, but felt like we could have had more if we could get out in front. But yeah, overall not too bad, and good job for the boys.
Move on to Assen after that one. Yeah, well, Ryan Vickers is just considered looking in towards the sun nowadays. Not too sure where Ryan's actually gone, whether or not he's been whisked off for the TV interview or not. We will be getting the riders out into the crowd here as, in fact, he's having a chat with Brad Ray. That is where Flying Ryan has gone. Ryan, congratulations. As he come across with me, mate, let's just, he goes and congratulates Carl Ride, and yeah, that's nice to see there. Tommy Hill as well, as he congratulates, Ryan Vickers congratulates the whole of the Knights Coins team. Ryan, just grab a quick word as, come over here, mate, come on. What about it? What a superb performance for Ryan Vickers this weekend. 4 out of 5 wins in the last 5 races. That was a little bit of a rodeo ride, that last lap, though.
Yeah, I had nothing left. I had nothing left from about 10 laps to go, but I just did everything I could. I used every bit of racecraft I've ever learned and just tried to put it together, tried to not make any mistakes on exit, tried to hit every apex the best I could and brake as late as I can. And I knew that would be super hard to beat, and I don't think Brad could find a way past. So mission accomplished. 2 out of 2 on the last 2 Sundays. A dream come true. Wouldn't have even thought of being here at the start of the year. So thanks to everyone that supports me. You know, it's not just the team, all my sponsors, all the fans, everybody. It's really, I'm really appreciative of it.
Thanks very much, Ryan. What a cracking ride, ladies and gentlemen. Your race winner twice today, Ryan Vickers. Flying Ryan gets on to the podium. as we then head up to the podium to do the celebration. And in the setting sun here, what we'll do is, providing Carl Wright's not going to be sick on us like he was yesterday, we'll see if we can get him across to the crowd. And also, we will be doing the lap in the open top BMW as well, so that you can show your appreciation around the track to the various riders that have finished on the podium for that one. But in swathed in sunshine here, and if anything, that sun is now becoming a little bit of a problem on the back straight on the run-up towards Park Corner for the BMWs. They'll be thinking, well, we've waited all day for a race. We thought it might be coming in the rain, and here we are now with swathed in sunshine, which might in itself be a little bit of a problem with the glare from the sun. But wonderful there, absolutely made up for Ryan Vickers. There's no bad boys in BSB, irrespective of Josh Brooks' nickname. He's by far anything but a bad boy, but he's one of the nice guys is Ryan Vickers, and I'm absolutely delighted that he has managed to top the podium not once but twice this weekend, and do it for a second successive meeting, doing exactly what he did. And as far as the championship's concerned, don't rule him out, because when the points start ramping up in the next couple of rounds, then he will be in with a shout of it. I'm absolutely certain of that one. With that, we can hand back to the studio as I head to the podium and Alan Hyde.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter down there on ground level, and the crowd sounded absolutely superb. Enjoyed every minute of that entertainment. And what entertainment it was. Absolutely superb. Gary, thank you for your message. Hey guys, can you have a special shout out to Amanda, who I love with all my heart. She's my world. We both love attending BSB together. Hope you enjoyed that one. So Gary and Amanda, great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for your message. Please can you wish Mike a very happy 65th birthday. Now officially a pensioner. Love from Carolyn. Thank you, Carolyn, and happy birthday to Mike. This one says, from Alison, we live near Silverstone, but coming to Cadwell Park is a highlight of our racing year. We're braving the cold at the Gooseneck. This was a little earlier. Please say hello to my husband, Paul. Known to everyone as Gunny, and say thank you for a great weekend. Thank you very much indeed. Alison, thank you, and thanks to Paul as well. And this one says, good afternoon from Debbie, James, Faith and Neve. Please can you give us a shout out? We love Cadwell, and both the girls have never missed a Cadwell since birth, and we're both here at track days within a day or two of being born. Thanks for a great weekend. Well done earlier on. To Carl, thank you very much indeed. And this one says, could you give a shout out to my partner Kerry on the birth of our newborn baby boy Reggie, who is 3 weeks old yesterday? That comes from Sam. And also, can you tell my eldest son Leighton it's shower and bed when he gets home for the first time going to BSB, and the first time at Cadwell as well. Last one for now. That'll probably take us into the podium. From Emma, big shout out to Tom and Marion, who are here for their first BSB to see Storm Stacey. Come on, Storm. And a big hello to Tom and Marion. Very good. There, your messages on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. We've got a podium coming up, and we've got a race coming up, a 12-lap race for the BMWs, the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Those bikes are appearing down in pit lane in the evening sunshine here at Cadwell Park. So don't rush off, everybody. It's not going to be the work of a moment to get all of you out of the car park. So stay and enjoy the final on-track action of the day. Larry might be able to answer this question for me, because a few people have been writing into us. I don't know if this is something that we're able to do at Cadwell Park, but they have asked, at the end of the day, are they able to cycle, stroke, walk the circuit at the end of the day? Larry is probably best placed to answer that one.
I don't see any reason why not. Obviously, it would have to be long after all the track activity is finished. And what traditionally happens is the various teams that are ensconced down here in the bottom area, in pit lane effectively, they release the various articulated transporters and everything else from the paddock area around the little access road, which is near the hairpin, and they come round and they traditionally park up on the main straight, where they start loading loading up all the equipment into the trucks. But as far as I'm aware, I see absolutely no reason. There won't be any corporate activities or anything taking place after the final race. So, yeah, I don't see any reason. I don't have any official authority saying this.
I think the answer is to check with marshals and officials, I guess.
If it's safe to do so, then there's absolutely no reason why you can't nip onto the track, have a photograph, a selfie or whatever else taken. As we said, just be aware that there is movements, vehicle movements, because the various sign erectors and everybody else that have put the signs up, they will be travelling around the track to de-erect the various publicity signs, the various marketing signs and everything else. So there will be lots of track activity. I wouldn't recommend any unsupervised kids being out there on their own.
No.
But if I'm sure that if you wanted to just nip onto the track for a quick cycle, a quick photograph, then I'm pretty sure that after
check with the marshals, I think, is the best thing to say.
Check with the marshals,
Yep.
but I'm pretty sure that that would be absolutely fine.
Thank you, Larry. How close are you to a podium?
Good question, Now, because they finished the TV interviews down here as we were talking about that. There's 3 riders that have made their way up onto the podium here, so yeah, perfect timing there. So we'll get the riders up here because in addition to the actual King of the Mountain, to the 3 BSB podium positions, we've got the King of the Mountain as well. So what we're going to do, boys, is, Kyle, if you're feeling fit enough for this one, it's the same again. Spray the bubbly out on the champagne, out on the podium as normal, and then we'll give you some bubbly to take out to the crowd when you make your way back across there. So let's get them out here then in this race 24 of the ongoing Zin British Superbike Championship, the final part of the main season as we head into the showdown. And onto the podium for a 23rd time this season for Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati, the championship leader, Kyle Ride. Second position then for McCann's Yamaha, a 14th podium of the season for Bradley Ray. He climbs onto the podium and shakes the hand of Kyle Ride. But with yet another, it's D for double here at Cadwell Park with a 4th win of the season for Honda Racing UK. The race winner, flying Ryan Vickers. And the team award as well goes to the Honda Racing squad as all the hands get shaken there, and we'll ask one of our representatives from Zin to make the podium presentation. First to the 3rd place rider, Kyle Ride. Kyle, 84 times on a BSB podium and 11 here at Cadwell Park for the rider that's been decidedly under the weather this weekend. Second position then for McCann's Yamaha and Brad Ray, 69 times on a BSB podium and an 8th here at Cadwell Park for the 2023 champion. And taking his 13th career victory and a 2nd here at Cadwell, the race winner, the Thetford Thunderbolt, is flying Ryan Vickers. And the team award as well goes to the Honda Racing UK squad. And in addition, we've got the small matter of the Pirelli King of the Mountain presented by the Pirelli Racing manager, Jason Griffiths, and that goes the way of Kyle Ride. And it's a very heavy trophy that I tried picking it up earlier on. Steady on, Kyle, with your condition, you might not be able to do that. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect, please, for the race winners' national anthem. Out of the last 5 races, Ryan Vickers has won 4 of them as he maintains, or he gets a little bit of momentum going into the final part of the season. As we said, it ramps up now as we go into the showdown rounds at Assen, the Circuit Stichting van Drenthe across there in Northern Holland in 3 weeks' time, before then the second part of the showdown, which takes place at Donington Park the first weekend in October. Then the 16th to the 18th of October, that is when we go with the championship finale at Brands Hatch for the what is effectively double points what they've been scoring all season, 35 points for a win. So whatever you're doing, just make sure that you are with us down there at Brands for the championship finale. Well, we're going to put it out to the crowd, folks, because we've had 3 riders here put on a wonderful show out there. Do you want them to come out into the crowd, folks? I think we can do a bit better than that, can't we, folks? What about it, boys? To come on, Cadwell Park, let's hear it one more time. Do you want the riders into the crowd? Well, I'll tell you what, boys, with a reception like that, I think that you guys know exactly what to do. And there's a lot of people across there. If you want to just leave the trophies and everything else, there's some bottles of bubbly at the bottom of the stairs down there. Just go and absolutely waste the crowd out there, because they've been looking forward to this all day. I can say that because I'm up here in the relative safety of that one. Kyle Wright's just going to get a quick photograph here with James Wright of the Pirelli King of the Mountain Award, and he'll be joining the riders out there in the crowd very, very soon as he makes his way out there. He didn't quite manage it yesterday because he was a little bit under the weather, was poor old Kyle, but hopefully he's going to make his way across there. Here comes Brad Ray. Brad, who's going to make his way across there. He's had a double podium this weekend, and race director Stuart Higgs hands him the magnum of Balietti Prosecco, supplied by our friends at Lanchester Wines. There is Ryan Vickers. It's your chance to get the photographs, the selfies and everything else now, and you never know, there might be an odd knee slider or just flies off into the crowd. Ryan Vickers is across there, and Kyle Ride, notwithstanding the fact that he didn't quite manage it yesterday when we had to throw him to the medics, as it were. Here comes Kyle Ride, the championship leader and double and defending champion, Kyle Ride. And no doubt the Jacksdale Massive will be celebrating when he heads back down towards Nottinghamshire a little bit later on. In fact, his dad has taken, not too sure what, in fact, there is Sean Wright. He's got to take a good swig of the champagne. But here comes Ryan Vickers out into the crowd. And he's about to let go with the Prosecco. The crowd get absolutely drenched here at Cadwell Park. Bradley Ray does likewise. The kids absolutely love it. We've got a lot to answer for at BSB,
It's
haven't
brilliant.
we?
This is so cool.
As they soak the assembled masses down here. And as we've said, there we go. If you're doing that with Ryan, just make sure you're not driving, sir, a little bit later on. And whatever you do, don't do what we did at Oldham Park when somebody seriously underage had sampled the old lemonade across there. But there we go, the knee slider's already going off, the cap's out into the crowd. And they're going to do a lap in the BMW car as well. So the riders, as Marco Woodage and Brad Woodage, get chased with the bubbly from Bradley Ray. And they're going to jump in the car, and it's your opportunity here at Cadwell Park to show your appreciation in the sunlight, which has come out after a little bit of a tricky time this afternoon with the weather, a couple of races. Then the 3 riders, Brad Ray, Ryan Vickers and Kyle Ride, are going to make their way out to the crowd as the photographs still getting taken down there for... That's it, folks. You never know. You might be appearing on social media with Kyle Ride and the Pirelli King of the Mountain trophy as they're about to make their way around the track on the BMW Cabriolet. And you can show your appreciation, bearing in mind that a lot of this happens on the main start and finish straight, bearing in mind that there's tens of thousands of you around the track at Charlie's on the Park Straight, through Chris Curve at the Gooseneck, at the Mountain Bottom and everything else like that. So we're not excluding you people, it's just this natural amphitheatre that we've got here at Cadwell Park just lends itself so well to doing all these festivities in front of the massed ranks here. And on behalf of MSV and Cadwell Park, can I just say thank you to each and every one of you for your attendance here this weekend. this is Britain's most popular motorcycle championship. A lot of people would hazard it's Britain's most popular motorsport championship, but I know that Alan Gow and his team at the touring cars would perhaps argue with that one. But we do thank you. We know that the leisure pound has to stretch that little bit further these days, so thanks to each and every one of you for coming along here and supporting us here at the Zinn British Superbike Championship. And if you want to make the trip across to the Assen round in 3 weeks' time, then just check out the details in the race programme, whereby you can get the discounted tickets for the ferries and indeed purchase your advance tickets. Well, the riders are making their way around the track on their parade lap, as it were. It's your chance to show them your appreciation as we start to shuffle the papers for the final instalment here at the day here at Cadwell Park, and that will be for the Rocket Off BMWs. So in the meantime, back to the studio.
And Larry, what I'm going to do, exactly what I did yesterday for Rory Skinner, the soundtrack to this lap around the Cadwell Park circuit will be the choice of music for the Omologato Super Bowl yesterday for Ryan Vickers. Pretty sure that would have made Roger Marshall pretty happy as well. AC/DC and You Shook Me All Night Long, the choice of music for the Omologato Super Bowl yesterday for Ryan Vickers here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, as the riders are making their way around the circuit. Give them a big cheer, everybody. We've had an absolutely bumper crowd as ever we have here at Cadwell Park, and you have made the riders feel so very, very welcome, and we are so close to the circuit here at Cadwell. It's a real blessing for a motorsport fan, so they can hear every single voice in the crowd, so make them feel very welcome as they make their way around the circuit, for providing us with such spectacular entertainment over the course of this weekend. Evening sunshine now descends over Cadwell Park, and the early evening sunshine looks absolutely beautiful, as you kind of think that about 2.5 hours ago we were wondering about whether to put wet tyres on or dry tyres, but now absolutely beautiful evening sunshine looks down on the pit lane, which contains the bikes for the final race of the weekend, the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. That race is coming up. Duncan Vincent will be taking you through the action with Larry Carter down in pit lane. And one more message that we haven't quite got to. Please can we have a shout out to Verity, Liam, Joey and Poppy as well, the 5th generation of our family who regularly come to watch the racing at our favourite place, Cadwell Park. Kim and Sharon are watching down at the start-finish line, and many of you making your way away from the spectator banks, but I suggest you hang on. The BMW races are always spectacular. We've got our final race of the day. We are far from going to be able to all get out of Cadwell Park circuit at the same time. As I say, it is a huge crowd here, and it does take a while for everybody to filter out of the circuit. So why not stay and enjoy the final action on track of the day, and also maybe get the opportunity to sample some of the atmosphere in the paddock once the engines go silent. That's always a pretty special moment of a racing weekend. One final message as the BMW heads along the final couple of corners on the circuit, and they're getting a great reception right the way around the circuit. Absolutely super to see, with Ryan Vickers, Brad Ray and Kyle Ride, the king of the mountain, making their way up towards the conclusion of a lap here at Cadwell Park, and they have had a super reception all weekend. Thank you very much indeed to all of you here at Cadwell. You make this event incredibly special and incredibly unique as well. So as the BMW comes around the final few turns on the circuit to bring those podium riders for the final BSB race of the weekend to a halt, we can get ready from one BMW with 4 wheels to lots of BMWs with 2 wheels, because it's our final race of the weekend, the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. And to describe the build-up to our final race is Duncan.
Thanks very much, Sir Al. Great to see that the BMWs are on their way, and we got all of our Superbike riders back in one piece after Scott Fanner drove them around the circuit. And I like that. It's like a throwback, that, isn't it? We take the Superbike riders right into the crowd here, and then we parade them round on the back of an open-top car. I mean, that is a throwback to what used to happen of kind of slightly like yesteryear.
Always remember, Nigel Mansell wins his first Formula 1 Grand Prix at Brands Hatch in front of a home crowd. The crowd went wild. He got on the back of the Brands Hatch podium vehicle and then got fined by the FIA because it wasn't an approved vehicle.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Did it bump his head as well, or was that something else?
That was something else.
Yeah. Murray Walker pointed the bump out when. Yeah.
Yes, he did. Does that hurt?
Yeah. Oh, you bumped your head just there.
I think the other factor is as well, given that this is the only round that we don't have the very, very popular pit lane walkabout, is we're not a closed shop. If anything, we offer fans more access than anybody to in any form of motorcycle racing series, that is for sure. And given that we can't allow you people across here to the pit lane for logistical reasons, as we've explained all weekend, then what we always try and do is to bring the riders to you. And if we can send them across to the crowd with the Prosecco to have a little bit of fun and interaction with the crowd there. And likewise, whilst we do the parade car lap at some circuits, it's not a given. It's not always the case. And I think that here at Cadwell Park, it just gives you this. This is the friendly series. British Superbikes is nothing without the fans. And having been part of this series since its inauguration back in 1996, then I say that with a deep meaningfulness, because quite simply, I was one once upon a time, and I know exactly what it all takes. And it's important that we acknowledge the importance of our fans here at British Superbikes.
Great stuff, Larry, and I 100% agree with that. Take the riders to the fans is one of the things that the BSB has always been about, whether it's pre-event stuff that they do in towns or local attractions, and here at the actual race events. Like we do everywhere, we have the Zin Zone, we have the live stage where they can go and see the riders getting interviewed. I think that's key for it. Right then, we have a main event for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. I know Heidi's been looking forward to this all day long, as you have as well, Larry Carter, because it can be pretty unpredictable what happens here. Bobby Very is on pole position from Kieran Smith and Barry Burrell, with Nicky Coates on row 2 with Dale Thomas and Josh Corner for company. Liam Vela has Kenny McLeod and Josh Wainwright. Reggie up for company on row 3 with Jack Tannen, Josh Smith and Reese Coates for help. James Higginson, Dave Grace and Alex Pearson make up row 5 with Harley Preble, Jordan Ashington and James Dutton on row 6. James Seath, Joe Carnell and Alex Vela are on the 7th row with Luke Foreman, Ben Rubicki and Carl Bayliss on row 8. Row 9 has Nick Heath, Christian Slater and Liam Walker. On row 10 has Leo Milton, Giovanni Belliosi and Gary Cutts. Andy Booth's on the 11th row, but he's got company. And he's got fast company. He's got Christian Smith back there on 75 after he tipped off the same place as Rory Skinner tipped off in his heat event. So, yeah, Christian Smith has got a lot of work to be doing to come through this pack. I also got a little message from a good friend of mine, Peter Eaton, who runs Two Stroke Racing.
How good a friend is he?
A good friend.
A really good friend, though.
No, a good friend. Oh, maybe.
He's Two Strokes Racing, of course.
Are we going to bring that out again? A really, really, really good friend, yeah. I want you to see.
All weekend, Doug.
You need to see Peter Eaton. He'll be with Alex Vela on row 3. He might have a pair of gold Snoop Doggy Dog Olympic boots on. Just to let you know. Have a little look at that, Larry. Keep your eyes out for Peter Eaton to see if he's got his gold Snoop Dogg and Snoop Dogg Well, he would like to meet Scooby-Doo. So why not go and see Peter Eaton if he's alongside Alex Vela and see what he's got, these boots. So special shoes on for this 12-lap final event. The main event, we didn't have a last chance qualifier. We went straight from the 2 heats to the main event. And that's where we are. But it's the main event for these guys, and it's yes, it's maybe a couple of minutes later in the day than we would have liked, but that's kind of the legacy after that slight hiccup in the Super Sport race with the weather, Larry.
Yeah, I've got away with Scooby-Doo a lot this weekend, haven't I? I was Scoop Doggy Dog, was I not, at Thruxton at one point in time. I'm quite surprised I've got another moniker or another little radio jingle here for me as well. Well, the 3-minute board has already gone with only half the grid assembled, which means that we ain't going to get a chance to have a word with any of the riders. Baz Burrell pulls up onto P3. You can see the younger of the two Smith twins, that is Kieran Smith, alongside him on the middle of the front row of the grid, but waiting for Bobby Vary to come along here onto the front row of the grid. You can see Alex Vela there, number 14, and we can see that is the number 93 there of Dale Thomas Esteem. But it looks as though we are going to be a little bit fine here as far as Bobby Vary's concerned. Half the riders still have only just left pit lane, and the 3-minute board has gone. So
yeah, we are moving along pretty quickly.
We are actually, yeah. Unless Stuart Higgs knows that there might be another rain shower actually coming in at some point in time.
Did you see Peter Eaton? Is he down here with us?
I can't see him down here. He said he'd be with number 14 of Alex Vela, didn't he? It doesn't look like the sturdy, rotund figure of Peter Eaton down there as well.
Man. Probably with Liam actually. I don't know. Maybe at the sharp. Let me have a look through the stalker binoculars just to see what I can see.
That is Liam there. That is on row 4 of the grid. Row 3 of the grid. Alex Vela is a couple of rows further back. Bobby Vary has now settled down here into pole position, so he is ready to go. That front row of the grid is all ready to go. The second row of the grid with Nicky Coates, with Dale Thomas, and with Josh Corner is ready as well. So we are just about all set to go here for this, the Rocket Off BMW Challenge. And the big question is can Barry Burrell take another step towards defending that title, whereby he only arrived into the series at Knockhill at round 2, wasn't going to defend his title, said, no, I'm going to go race Superstock racing. How much does it cost? I'm going to wheel a BMW out eventually. And as a result, he's been in this championship since, and he's retaining that number 1 plate with pride. He'll be trying to take another step towards it after this race. But all set to go, Don, over to you.
We are happy he's here as well, Larry. We would like to point that out as well. We're delighted that Bobby Vary is in town. And let's just see how this race unfolds. 12 laps, and thankfully they've all made it round, Larry, because I was a bit like you thinking, hang on a minute, there's about 3 bikes on the grid, the 3-minute board has gone out, and thankfully they all made it back round. But you're correct, Barry Burrell is the championship leader. As we come into this, Barry has a 24-point championship lead. This is an interesting time because we have got, for these guys, Cadwell Park, they do Assen, and then they finish the series at Brands Hatch. So yes, they get to go to continental Europe, to go to Assen, which will be a fabulous event for them. They were there last time. Remember, Nicky Coates had a bike about 60 feet in the air going in towards the last chicane. It was a pretty dramatic looking incident for Nicky Coates, and he raced on, but he was injured, but he kept it very quiet and very low key, Larry. That's another thing. A lot of these riders do that. They don't like to put their hand up and say, I'm actually injured, I'm unwell. They almost like to do it low key, under the radar.
Yeah, an antelope doesn't tell a line it's got a bad leg, does it?
yeah. Do not mention your lame, or your rivals will know. Yeah, that's a very, very valid point, Larry. I like that. Don't get very many antelopes in Fife these days, but something I will very much keep my eyes out for.
Some of the pubs that you've taken me to in the past, I would perhaps contest that little statement there, Vincent.
Okay. Yeah, that's the Tigers. The Tigers and the Leopards. Anyway, here we go. Bobby Vary is on pole from Kieran Smith and Barry Burrell. Barry Burrell out there on the Halliwell Jones BMW, ready to do battle as he has done so many times throughout the course of his BMW career. But, you know, I was quite sad when he announced he was going to be leaving the BMWs and concentrating on Superstock, but I was quite excited when he said Superstock was quite expensive and he was coming back to the BMWs, because this is his home. This is where we expect to see Barry Burrell. He's been involved with BMWs, Larry, as far back as I can remember, when the Boxer Cup was part of MotoGP. You know, that Richard Cooper as well goes a long time back as well. So let's see just exactly how this one unfolds for us.
Yeah, the build-based BMW, even in the British Superbikes, British Superstock. He's been around the block as Baz Burrell, from the land of the Prince Bishops up there at Bishop Auckland, now makes his home with his family at Cosby near Leicester. But yeah, very much speaks with that northeastern twang still. And Baz Burrell very much proving to be the man to beat so far, Dunk.
Bobby Very pulls up onto his grid slot, and he has to wait for the rest of the other bikes to come round and join him. A big grid, but not too big that we need to have the last chance qualifier. When Heidi comes back, he's going to get a job, whether he likes it or not. He's had to nip away to the local conveniences. He's going to be on Christian Smith watch from the back row of the grid. You can help me do that as well, Scoop. Christian Smith watch, which is quite a big talking point, one of the Smith twins being on the back row of the grid. We've got Kieran Smith on the front and Christian Smith on the back. And they're both Smith twins with Bathams, but they have their own personal sponsorship. Here we go, green flag at the back. Alan Woods will leave the front of the grid, and we will be good to go here at Cadwell Park. Waiting for the red lights to come on, and out they go down towards the first corner. Good start from Kieran Smith and from Barry Burrell as they all get going, and they all fan out in the mid-pack and get themselves into turn one, and everybody behaves. Burrell tries to come under Kieran Smith. Kieran Smith has nothing off it and lays the bike across the nose of Barry Burrell. Absolutely no way Barry Burrell was getting through there. As we come out of Charlie's and make our way down towards Park, go down the basin of the valley, we start to climb up the other side. Really great feeling in your stomach as you compress yourself through there, and Barry Burrell goes to the front straight away, wasting no time. Does he make an apex and can he stop it? Yes, he can. And that was just lovely stuff from Barry Burrell to get himself through that corner into the lead. Classic Barry Burrell all the way as we go through that portion of the track. We get them in towards the top of the gooseneck. They come. And Burrell doesn't waste much time. That's another thing that we have noticed. He is more than happy to get himself going straight away. And the quicker he can go, the more he tries to accelerate and build a gap in the early stages of a race. On towards the next couple of corners, which takes in the bottom of the mountain, then up over the mountain and on through Hall Bends. As we watch him come over the crest of the mountain, Kenny McLeod there as well. Remember, Kenny McLeod had an interesting qualifying. He missed the free practice session when he had a mechanical issue, but then he got himself very much together for qualifying before slipping off twice, unfortunately, decking it technically, and still getting himself in the front row of the grid. So Kenny McLeod has had a pretty busy weekend, and just wants to try and get one of those main event podiums ticked off if he can. Josh Corner in a good 5th place, crossing the line for chasing the race. And there's Liam Vella with Dale Thomas. Wow, what happened to Dale Thomas at the start? Dale Thomas started from the middle of the front row of the grid, and Dale Thomas has gone through in 12th place. Make that 11th as he slides underneath Liam Vella on the number 14 two-stroke racing bike as they go into Charlie's, the first part of Charlie's. But Dale has not had a good start whatsoever. He's dropped a lot of positions on that lap as the leaders come in towards Park Corner. Our safety chase car crosses the line and it will park up. Burrell, we expect Burrell to start pulling away, but I think I'm allowed to say that Nicky Coates is just a little bit off colour, Larry Carter. I don't know if there's anything wrong with Nicky, but ever since Knockhill and that slight technical disaster, we haven't seen real raw speed from Nicky Coates like we have seen at every other round. There's just a little bit of the back foot on that Frimley Pits Racing by LDC BMW. Then Nicky Coates is piloting in 4th place on number 65, just ahead of Josh Corner. And we do have most of the local, well, not local, most of the usual regulars up at the front with Burrell, Smith, Kieran, that is, Bobby Very, Nicky Coates and Josh Corner. We have a little bit of a look to see where Christian Smith is. He started, remember, in 32nd place, and Christian Smith now has himself up and in to 20th. So it's very much on the move here for these guys as they come down out of the last corner and across the line. Here comes Bobby Very, pops out from the slipstream on Kieran Smith, and lovely stuff from Bobby Very. Huge commitment into turn 1, and through he goes into P2 on the Bobby Very F900R Cup bike. The traditional BMW colour scheme on that of blue, white and red, or red, white and blue, with the luminous yellow helmets, the luminous yellow leathers, and still that Kevin Schwantz replica helmet. It hasn't dated at all. Kieran Smith will come straight back up the inside of Bobby Very, and he repays the favour to go back through at the top of park. Lovely controlled braking manoeuvre from Kieran Smith. He was really on top of that one. He even forced Bobby Very over towards the side of the track, which makes them miss out the bump on the way in there, which I really, really did like. Some sporting stuff from Bobby Very to give Kieran that little bit of room. Kieran just walked his bike across the nose. He's a bit wide through Mansfield, though. Bobby Very looking up the inside. Just a sniff from young Bob. Thinking about going through, but deciding better off it as we make our way along towards the bottom of the mountain. Remember, Barry Burrell does lead this race. 1.1 seconds across the line last time. But it does look like that is starting to stretch out more and more as we come through Hall Bends. Through we come, through the right, left, right flicks as we go through. There's a beautiful section of track. A lot of space on the inside of Kieran Smith there. He left a big bit of room, but nobody willing to go through. Let's see what happens when they cross the line this time. Christian Smith, remember last time he crossed the line in 17th place. Let's see if Christian Smith has made up any improvement up to, let's have a look as he crosses the line. Coming in, I'm doing Smith watch, Heidi. This is going to be your job in a minute for Christian. Bike 75 will cross the line. Will he move up a position? It looks like he has. I think he's gone up to 16th place. Yes, he has. That's a 16 place improvement for Christian Smith. He started in 32nd and he's now up into 16th place. So bike 75, Heidi, that's your job.
So halfway then?
Halfway. He's halfway to where he wants to be. He's got a little bit more to do. Heidi put his mic on too quickly after climbing the stairs there. I do realise that.
No, I'm all good.
Oh, it's all good?
I'm all good.
You are good, aren't you?
Yeah.
Wow. Athlete, I like it. As we watch Bobby Very now ahead of Kieran Smith, the brother of Christian Smith. GP Titan Tech, the sponsor of Kieran Smith. Oh, as he almost runs out of road, and that gives Nicky Coates just that half glimpse of a look down the inside. But Coatesy, the man from Newton Abbey in Northern Ireland, decided not to try and force the issue and go through there. 5-star performances from Nicky Coates. We saw a lot of them last year. A lot of people did. But we're not seeing the 5-star performances this year. Big Catch is a little bit, shall we say, out at sea. Does that work well, Alan Hyde? It does. He just rolls his eyes, I think, gradually there.
No, it's good. It's good.
It's good, isn't it? As we come through Hall Bends, past the pavilion, still a few people watching from the Cardwell Park restaurant as well as they go through Hall Bends. And Josh Corner has just sat in the back of this group for the entire race. 5th place for Josh Corner. As he comes in here, the championship points, Josh Corner sits in 5th place. And he would like to do a little bit of something. He's only 1 point behind Christian Smith. So kind of no matter what happens in this race, unless Christian Smith passes Josh Corner, I think Christian will go behind him down to 5th and Corner. Could move up to 4th in championship. The thing is, Nicky Coates, Christian Smith and Josh Corner are so tightly bunched together. Only 5 points separating all those guys. It's very tight as we see Christian Smith again making another move. That looks like number 4, James Dutton.
But not my job.
Sorry.
1 place.
Yeah, sorry. I got above my station there, didn't I? Yeah.
Just a bit,
yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'll not do that again, I promise. Let's also, though, have a bit of a look at the two-stroke racing man of Liam Vella, because there was rumoured to be golden boots in the pit lane on Peter Eaton. We haven't seen them. But he did send me a picture, Alan, and I'd love to show you just how bizarre these things look. That looked like Dave Grace was making a good manoeuvre up into the top of park as well. Dave Grace, my favourite Tai Chi BMW man. What do you think of those bad boys? Yeah, Peter Eaton, he better find Larry Carter in that pit lane, and he better show Carter, the unstoppable PR machine. He better show him those boots, because Larry will be liking that, definitely. As we go over the crest of the hill, a.k.a. the mountain. You don't just call it a hill, it is a mountain.
I've spotted them.
Have you?
I've spotted them. You can't exactly see them, whether or not you've got the bifocals on.
I can see them from
just
here.
Down towards the PBM pit box down there.
Yeah.
You can't miss them.
Yes,
he looks like an astronaut.
He does, doesn't he? Peter Eaton doing his best Buzz Aldrin impersonation. You can spot them. Snoop Doggy Dogg, Olympic-inspired golden boots. For the reason unknown to anybody, apart from Peter Eaton, but he's got the legs out and he's got the boots out. He's looking good. Will he be dancing in the pit lane with another good result for Liam Vella, who picked up his best result in the heat yesterday? An 11th place. 11th place for Liam Vella. If he can get in that top 10, it will be like Peter Eaton has won the MotoGP title. He will be delighted for two-stroke racing. And you know what else I'm delighted about? Bobby Very. He's catching Barry Burrell. He's putting Burrell under all sorts of pressure. Kieran Smith seems to have kind of met the glass ceiling. Can't go any further up there, Larry.
Not sure whether the pit lane microphone works down here. Mr. Eaton, I'm going to have to escort you from pit lane. The security police have said that a fashion victim who wears these gold boots cannot be seen in pit lane, I'm afraid.
Of course I can. They are proper Snoop Dogg gold Olympic edition boots. We try and manifest a good win or a good result, so we're just having a bit of fun.
Well, being a Scoopy Snoop, or whatever you call me in the pit box, we've got to stick together, Peter. But
Absolutely.
It's nice to see that you're taking fashion to new levels.
Absolutely. If the team manager can't make fun of himself, then
it's a bad job, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great to see you there.
Snoop Doggy Dog and Scrappy Doo down there.
Yeah. Go on, let's have the happy feet as well. Go on, we might as well. There we go. We might as well get them all in.
Absolutely love it. I do like it that the fashion police want to escort out the pit lane. Only Scoop would get away with that one. As we look back towards the racers passing us, that's the two leaders. The gap only 0.4 of a second because Bobby Very on 88's put in the fastest lap of the race. A 1:33.662 for Bobby Very as he starts his charge up towards the back of Barry Burrell. Oh no, Liam Vela's on the ground. What an absolute disaster for Peter Eaton and the Two Strokes Racing team. He folds the front going through the bottom of the mountain. He was in 10th place ahead of Rhys Coates. Oh dear, he's punching the punching the ground, Alan. Have you ever seen anything like that in your life? You missed that. Liam Vela punching the turf down there at the bottom of the mountain. Oh, well, manifesting a great result. Unfortunately, the golden boots they've not worked, put it that way. There are other two-stroke racers in the field. There's a change of lead. Oh, can Bobby Very stop that at the bottom of Mansfield? Only just 10th place for Christian Smith.
2 places on that lap, yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to get in the way of your Smith watch. Sorry about that.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. But Bobby Very is just taking the lead of this race. We could be on for a new victor. And considering the last person to pick up a victory was Nicky Coates, other than Barry Burrell, back at Brands Hatch. Burrell won at Oulton Park. Burrell dominated Thruxton. This is interesting. Burrell won the heat race here, but Bobby Very looking like he wants to throw his hat in the ring. The man in 6th place in the championship who's just had a bit of bad run of form. This, for Bobby Very, I think will be his first main victory of the year as I have a look along his points tally. Yes, he's at a second at Brands Hatch. He hasn't picked up a victory this year. Man of few words sometimes, Bobby Very. Man of more smiling than words, I tend to find, Larry. And I think you could possibly agree with me on that one. That Very likes to smile more than he talks in interviews, which does make it difficult for us sometimes. He says a lot of yips and ups and yes and uhs. But right now he's doing his talking on the track with his Kevin Schwantz inspired replica helmet. And Bobby Very, number 88, leads the way in the late evening sunshine here at Cadwell Park. Let's see a replay of the lead as they come through Charlie's. Out of Charlie's, lovely stuff. Big long look back from Barry Burrell, and that just slowed him up. Bobby Very got in the slipstream, pulled the gears, pulled up alongside, and went straight through into the lead. Lovely stuff from Bobby Very on 88 across that little patch of tarmac that causes all sorts of grief for everybody going in towards Park. Now along they come towards the bottom of the mountain. Very has got traffic ahead of him on the road. We are on lap 8 out of 12. Kieran Smith still holds Nicky Coates at bay. Nicky Coates on his LDC by Frimley Pitch Fishery BMW chases down GP Titan Tech by Batham's BMW off Kieran Smith. And then behind that, chasing the racing of Josh Corner. Andy Booth about to go a lap down on bike number 13. And Andy Booth stays out of the way. Bobby Very gets through, as does Barry Burrell get through. Now, as they all cross the line, we're going to count them off. Very, Burrell, Kieran Smith, Nicky Coates, Josh Corner. Kenny McLeod in a good 6th place. 2/3 distance now complete, with Jack Tynan on his back wheel as they were crossing the line last time round. There, they both go across the line, Kenny McLeod and Jack Tynan. Nicky Coates having to go the long way round Andy Booth at Charlie's. The next bike across the line should be Heidi Watch, if I'm not mistaken. Reggie Wainwright in 9th place, and in 10th place, Alan Hyde.
No places made up.
No places made up on that lap, but he's got a 5-second gap to try and catch Josh Wainwright, which isn't going to be easy. It's like he's kind of got up to the point where he's going to find things slightly difficult. That 5-second gap. Well, let's see what he can do. Last time round, he was actually 2/10. He was actually almost identical with Josh Wainwright, Reggie Wainwright. And Larry still never told us the reason why he's called Reggie Wainwright, but he did say it wasn't acceptable for radio. Dale Thomas gets a course cut as he goes through turn 9 and 10 on lap 7 with an advantage. A 2-second penalty goes to Dale Thomas. Dale Thomas in 9th place. That will be factored in. I think it has been already factored in, and it puts him back on corrected time into 9th place. So, great shame for Dale Thomas as he does, I think that's what Scott Redding did earlier on, making a bit of an error at that corner. And a 2-second penalty because he has picked up a slight advantage. As we watch them coming through Barn Corner. Kieran Smith out towards that white line. Nicky Coates very much in tow though. You can see Nicky Coates with the clearer visor, and just because at this time of night you're going through so many shadows at Cadwell Park, and the pure dark visor takes away some of that visibility. It's quite strange, the strobing effect that you get in your eyes. So you either want to go for the clear visor, but that leaves you susceptible to getting a bit of blindness. So maybe just the light smoke visor is the one to go for, and that's what we see Nicky Coates riding with on his Frimley Pits Racing BMW, as Bobby Very is now coming back under pressure from Barry Burrell. Has Barry Burrell just been playing games here? Has he been playing and letting us and Bobby Very have that little bit of hope? And he's now going to tighten the screw on Bobby Very on lap 10 out of 12 as we go through the top of the gooseneck. The two leaders head down to Mansfield. Very's been pretty quick and he's got a nice unique line. He runs it in hot. He runs it in very wide through the corner. And then he does manage to get a good drive along towards the bottom of the chicane that has caused all sorts of havoc this weekend, that little chicane. None other than for Christian Smith, who was in or is in this race, who started in 32nd place. And Christian Smith now finds himself knocking on the door of that top 10 in 10th place as we watch the two leaders come through the heart of Hall Bends. Lots of lapped traffic for them to try and get through now. Lots of lap traffic in the way, and this is not going to be easy for Bobby Very. Bike number 91, the first of them, Gary Cutts. Gary Cutts stays out of the way, and Bobby Very lifts everybody, and they all go through on number 40 on Liam Walker as well with the Grimsby racer. And Gary Cutts from Mansfield in the GTC 360 Racing BMW. But here could be a change of lead going in towards turn 1. No, there's not. Bobby Very chops the nose of Barry Burrell. And Barry Burrell tries, he may just could not get through there, although he had a pretty big long look. As they come out the back of Charlie's down through the bottom of the dip, up towards Park Corner. The track bends back to the left end, levels out ever so slightly. Just it levels out, that's where you're looking to brake. Round about the very end of that, as through goes Christian Smith on Nicky Coates. There's obviously been a change of position. Coatesy is going to get the old switch back as they go in towards Chris Curve. Through he goes. Does he run wide? And then Christian and Kieran Smith comes back through. Well, we can't see it. We're looking at Josh Corner having a fight with one of the back markers, and he does. But just ahead of that, yes, Nicky Coates managing to hold that position. Was he just? Or was that Kieran Smith back into the lead of that third place battle? Difficult for us to see. Give us a Smith update last time across the line, Alan. Any improvement?
Same place, despite the penalty which was given for 93, who dropped down the order and was virtually just in front of him in 9th place. I think the progress is maybe complete.
Yeah, and it was a 5-second gap. It's now only a 4.7-second gap, so there's not much time going that other way for Christian Smith. So Christian Smith will slot in behind the championship running order. As we were saying, he will go behind Josh Corner at the end of this, and it will put Corner up into 4th place as they come out across the line. 1 lap left to go for Bobby Very. One more back marker, and the back marker has a look over his shoulder. Bobby Very will steam right around the outside as they go through. Oh, and he manages to slot between them Nick Heath. Now that's going to just cause Barry Burrell a little bit of time, as Bobby Very played an absolute blinder there and just slotted the back marker between them as they went into Charlie's. And it wasn't until Charlie's 2 that Barry Burrell could come through. But Bobby Very doesn't know that as they come up the hill. Kieran Smith are almost on the white line to pass Nicky Coates. And he does. Will he run wide through the corner and Coates to get the cut back? Yes, he does. Lovely stuff from Nicky Coates. And he holds it tight through Chris Curve as well. As they come all the way around here, a 2-second penalty to bike 2, which is Rhys Coates. Rhys Coates picks up that 2-second time penalty on lap 10 for a course cut. And still, this battle very much rages on, and Josh Corner could see a possible podium if it goes horribly wrong between the likes of Nicky Coates and Kieran Smith. But as we come back through the chicane along to the bottom of the mountain, Bobby Very has been closed down quite well by Barry Burrell over the latter part of this lap. But has Burrell left his charge too late as Very goes over the crest off the mountain? Looks nice and in control as he comes in through Hall Bends. All he's got to do is try and defend in towards the last part of Hall Bends, which he does. And there's no room for Barry Burrell to come through. There is another back marker ahead of them. They stay well out of the way. That was Ben Rubicki. And if Bobby Very gets a good drive out of here, we're going to have another new winner this year in the BMW F900R Cup towards the line. Bobby Very puts in a chalk mark in that board. He takes a victory in the Rockeroff BMW F900R Cup main event here. And that was a lovely bit of riding from Bobby Very. Kieran Smith in third, holds off Nicky Coates in fourth, Josh Corn in fifth. Kenny McLeod should cross the line ahead in sixth place. He does. Then Jack Tynan on corrective time. Dale Thomas goes back to 8th place. And we'll get Reggie Wainwright in 9th. And Kieran Smith from the back of the grid up to 10th place at the end of that race. Fabulous stuff. But what it does mean is Barry Burrell will head to Assen with his championship lead intact over Kieran Smith. He'll actually extend that championship lead, even though Kieran Smith steps onto the podium. Barry Burrell is putting himself in fine form to take back-to-back championships in the Rockeroff BMW F900R Cup. And we pause for a break in the studio here, Alan. That was a good race.
It really was, and we're getting some lovely messages in. Alice, Gareth and Snip. Typical, hi, thanks for a fantastic weekend of catching up with good friends and enjoying the racing as well. Ollie and Angie have absolutely loved it. Alice, Gareth and Snip, thank you very much indeed for that. A final message of the weekend, and a final message from Sarah, who's been chasing after Michael Rutter all weekend.
Is she still chasing Rutter?
Yeah, she says, well, till Donington, Michael Rutter. See you later. P.S. I love you. I was going to treat you to a rugby fish supper on our way home. Oh well.
Tell you what, Sarah, I'll come with you. Free food, Al. Free food.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to be said for it, that's for sure.
Yeah, typical Vincent. And you might have a Scoop Doggy Dog or Scooby-Doo coming with us as well. He could be hungry on the way back up to the People's Republic of Yorkshire. The People's Republic of Yorkshire. Bobby Very wins, though, on 88 from number 1 Barry Burrell and 24 Kieran Smith. Fabulous stuff towards the end of the day here at Cardwell Park. I do hope everybody has enjoyed BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. I'm going to sign off. I will see everybody and you will hear us in Assen. That's where we will come back. Myself and Sir Al will join you guys in Assen one more time. Larry's not joining us there. He will be back with us at Dorrington. But before we get rid of Scoop, don't worry, he's down here on the grid. He's still got work to do.
Still got a lot of work to do. And somebody said you were going on a cruise that weekend to Aston. I've never been on a cruise in my life, and it's certainly not on the radar.
We made it up, Alan.
No, I did think that was never going to happen.
Was it Sarah that has been chasing Michael Rutter?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Because I'm outside the Batham's garage down here, and Michael Rutter is actually working his little cotton socks off down here. Blade, Michael, have you got a minute? Just could do with a very quick word with you, if I possibly can. Blade, have you got a minute? Just a minute. We've been getting some rather strange messages into BSB Radio from an admirer of yours by the name of Sarah, who is offering to take you for a fish supper in Rugby tonight. Would you care to take her up on it?
I don't know. Let me think about it.
Yeah, think about it. I didn't know whether or not it might be some little cryptic. Poor old Blade's looking as perplexed as we all are with this one. You've got an admirer, Blade. Hey, is she paid? That's it, sir. If you're paid, it sounds like you're on for a good one here. But yeah, I don't know, Blade. You've got an admirer.
Got one at least.
Yeah, he's got one at least. There you go. Well, I hope that's made your day, Sarah. And Michael Rutter, says he'll go for the fish supper in Rugby with you as long as you're paid. Believe me, having known Michael Rutter for the best part of 40 years is about par for the course when it comes to Michael Rutter and getting the I tell you what, he once took me for a pint and I had to pay him back with about 5 times over. So there's Kieran Smith making his way across to the TV interview You can see Bobby Very down there. He actually took victory at Alton Park, if you remember, but he was excluded on a technicality afterwards. So that was he was excluded from that one. And just as the whirly-bird chopper goes away, just make sure that you do pin down the tent and the any other loose items of clothing as that makes its way away from Cadwell Park.
You know, Larry, I was going to offer him 20 quid for a lift home, but unfortunately, he's legged it without me. It would have been nice, Alan, wouldn't it? I said that to James Hales yesterday. He said, unfortunately, Duncan, he's going the other direction from you.
Yeah, but for the fact that your little car has got to go in for service tomorrow morning.
I know, but we could have got it up the road somehow. We could have strapped it to the bottom of the chopper.
I've got Kieran Smith down here. Kieran, that was good to get the race out of the way. It's another podium for you, so happy with that?
Yeah, super happy with that. Tough race, 12 laps around here is no joke, but yeah, I had a bit of a scrap with Nicky towards the end of the race, just managed to pip him into the last turn. It was a bit of Robbins racing, but I'm on another podium, so hopefully continue this to Assen.
That's all that matters, isn't it? Yeah, as we go into Assen, and it's another one up there. There's Bobby Very down there. I tell you what, odd lad, you look a bit knackered there.
Oh, mate, I'm goosed. I mean, I was quite shocked for actually catching him, and I looked at my lap time and I was gobsmacked, you know. But yeah, and then I ran out of steam then. As soon as I got past him, I was like, oh, it's lead on tank. I was trying me.
Lead on tank, were you, lad? Yeah. You put the right fuel in this time, though, Bob. You're not going to get stripped of this one, are we?
No, hopefully not, mate. But you never know, do you?
Go and have a quick word. There's Baz Burrell as well down here. Well, you left that charge a little bit late, but happy enough to relinquish that points to Bobby this time.
Yeah, obviously I knew Bobby was a little bit further back in the championship, and to be honest, I did have a little bit of something, but the back mark is just too many of them at the wrong part, basically.
It's Cadwell Park, you just can't get past, can you?
The only place I could really pass him is into Park, so get a good run out of Charlie's slipstream down the back straight and into Park, and that was my plan for last lap. But hey, I'm happy for Bobby because I feel like he deserved it from
Alton, wasn't he?
Alton Park. Yeah. I don't feel like he deserved to get disqualified. So yeah, fair play to Bobby. He's had a tough year, so.
Great stuff. Right, we're going to go and do the podium, boys. So we're going to head up there. It'll take me literally 2 minutes to get up there. So whether or not you've just got any bits and pieces that you want to
closing messages, Larry. Yeah, you're quite right too.
As long as they're none from Sarah asking Blade for a date.
I think Sarah is long gone.
I'm up for that fish supper, Sarah.
Well, I think Sarah's having a fish supper on her own.
Oh, well.
Day 3 of our first time at Cadwell, and it won't be our last. Billy, Teddy, Dale, and Joe have loved this weekend. And we've got the cousins here now, so Teddy, Billy, Jake and Renee as well have absolutely loved the Superbikes. That's on WhatsApp, and also a final message on email. Hi team, having trouble sending a WhatsApp message, so I thought I'd try this method. Please give a shout out to Paul, Jacob, Rob, Finley, Dave and Lynn from Scarborough. We're viewing from Charlie's out. Good luck to all riders today, and thank you very much indeed. Keep up the great work. There we go, Larry.
Thanks, Al. We've got just about all the messages. Thanks to each and every one for writing in to us. We do appreciate it. But we are now ready to go with the final podium of what's been a wonderful weekend here at Cadwell Park for round 8 of the British Superbike Championship. Let's do it for the final time then. Onto the podium for GP Titan Tech by Batham's, third place to Kieran Smith. And Kieran, second position for Halliwell Jones BMW, the championship leader Barry Burrell. And he may be a little bit goosed in his own words, but he's come across from Preston to take victory for Bobby Very Racing. It is, of course, Bobby Very. And Steve Plater will make the presentation to the third place rider all the way down to Reading with his twin brother Christian. That is Kieran Smith as he holds the trophy up there for his followers. There's Baz Burrell, P2 for Baz on this occasion. It's not the victory that he would have won, but Bobby Very, complete with that Kevin Schwantz replica crash helmet. He says, I'm keeping this trophy, by the way, boys. So that is the top 3 then. Bobby Very, Barry Burrell and Kieran Smith. As, well, you know what to do with the bubbly boys. You can do one or two things with the bubbly boys. You can either spray it here, or there's some fans across there that might want it actually spraying out into the crowd. And
they still want to play.
The kids still want to get absolutely soaked in the Prosecco. So come on then, kids, one last time. We'll get the BMW riders across there. Just be a bit careful when you are crossing the track, boys, because there is vehicles that coming around. But the kids across there, you've asked for it, folks. We're going to send them across to you. Kieran Smith, Barry Burrell, and Bobby Vary are going to come out into the crowd to celebrate with you guys once again for the final time. We only were going to do it once all weekend, but there you go. We've done it all over. So that just about wraps things up. A very quick thank you to each and every one of the Port West Race Safe Marshals and Medics for doing a wonderful, sterling job all weekend here at Cadwell Park. Thanks to them, we can go racing without a lot of people. Can't go racing without them. And thanks to each and every one of you, good people, for coming along to Cadwell Park and making it what's been such a wonderful, memorable weekend with some fantastic racing. You've turned out in your tens of thousands. Thanks to each and every one of you for coming along. So we leave it for the final word for the riders to celebrate out there in the crowd. Kieran Smith, Bobby Vary and Barry Burrell. This is Larry Scoop Carter signing off. I'll be with you at Donington Park in a month's time, but to hand you back one final time to the studio, Alan Hyde, and thanks to Duncan Vincent.
He's off.
He's gone.
Scooby-Doo has gone, has left the building, and our final celebration of the day. Absolutely fantastic to see the riders making so many young people and slightly older people very happy indeed, and really rather wet and sticky as well.
Wet and sticky. Doesn't get any better.
To finish the day. Absolutely superb. Duncan, you've got a long journey. Larry's got a long journey. I too have a long journey, but before that I need to pack up all the equipment. So thanks, Dunk.
Thanks, Al.
We'll do it all again in 3 weeks.
Continental Europe.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And I won't see you before, so I'll see you there.
Exactly. And not before. Alan, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, everybody. Safe journey home. I'll see you guys, and you can hear from us in Assen.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary. Larry Scoop.